so you think it's only stuck to my head, yeah? What now, dude? What now? Can you boost me? I want to try this boost. Come here.
Are you fucking yo shit? Losable. Wait, what?
We're gonna go. Bone him on! Dude!
I think we can all get behind that one.
Hi, Mom. Dude! What the fuck?
Started watching it this year. It's not bad.
Yo, says I don't need to know what you're into right now.
What are you watching hentai?
Yeah, it's not bad. I used to think the same thing my whole life until you actually watch it.
Says he, what is hentai?
What is hentai?
I thought I killed him.
Do it again, coward.
Oh my god, no way!
That named it, bro!
Oh, yes! Stop! Yes! Yes! No! One already crossed that side. Okay.
Where are they?
Oh, in there! Holy shit! Bro! What the shit?
Just not right. Just not right.
What do you mean just snoring? Watch yourself. Watch yourself! What do you mean just snoring?
I knew it.
Killed one trying to push you. Another one? No, I am cheating.
Why are there so many big cocks everywhere?
All right.
Suspect is down but breathing.
This looks like
Stable.
a Gotham.
He was breathing?
Yeah, see, well, now he's not anymore, I guess. Now he's dead. Look away, look away.
3, 2, 1, look away.
So quick. Look at it. Do not look away.
Oh, dark hallway here for Tucker. Oh, what the? Oh my! Oh. Tucker, are you okay?
Plum,
Hey.
come on out here. Come out here. I got something to
Here's what I want to do. Bean can, Freak and Eric. Bean can.
What the fuck is bean can?
What the fuck is bean can?
What the fuck, man? How do you not know
What the fuck is bean can?
The boost, bro.
I'm gonna plant the bomb up here. He's cat.
What?
1 HP.
Yes!
He knew the pop.
Oh, he's in lower! He's in lower!
Oh my god.
Behind the plant, behind the plant.
Yeah! What? No way! This guy, bro.
Oh, is that it? Oh, so bright.
Wait, you can die?
Let's go! There's no way it's dynamic. What is happening? He's going through the wall. Wait! What? Yeah, these guys. Get your knives out. Come here. Fuck. One more long. Coming out.
Long? 38 days. You got banned.
That means what you fuckers reported me. Almost missed him. Wait, that's a flop. That's a flop song. Hello? Hello. How we doing today, chat? How we doing?
Absolutely did that. I love this picture of him, by the way. That's how great. Yeah, he was
Fuckful 0 MFL 0 MPLS morning yawn.
Emulate that today. I mean, that's going to be vital.
That's gonna be vital. What he did yesterday was probably the best of 3 Hall Circus played at this level against an opposition of the caliber of Vitality. Unfortunately, as you said, Elise had a rough game, especially on Inferno. Elise were not at fault single-handedly for them losing that, but he could have done more and could have done more to help Vitality in that regard. Once for Hall Circuit, he was all over the server. The context I want to provide is this.
Flaw merch? No, I'm in a black shirt today. Just black shirt. Hey.
He's playing for his contract. He was on his way out of complexity.
Yeah,
he's been underperforming for a long time. He hasn't been living up to the expectations. He does feel the role within the team with the AWP that is very expensive. It's also a team that gives him a lot of space and a lot of resources, and he wasn't living up to those expectations.
Feeling fresh? Absolutely not. Didn't shower yet. I'm stinky. I'm gonna shower in between the 2 series. I want to be here on time for this.
That performance going in against FaceClan right here and going in against Brokey, who stylistically speaking is a complete different.
I literally just rolled out of bed.
Especially for complexity, when you're like 2-1, 2-0 up, taking down Pain, beating Heroic in that really competitive map of Vertigo, and then having to just disappearing from the server against Mouse. I think Jason Lake had a few words with them post that game. He absolutely should have, and I think he did, and which is why we saw a very different game against Vitality yesterday. But it's going to be at the back of your mind last night, right? You guys were just like a couple of rounds away from 2-0ing Vitality.
Oh, sure.
We wouldn't be playing here today. You can't let that affect you right now. You cannot let that affect you here. You
have to run an ad before the
starts. Close, you can do it to face. You can get the win here.
Well, also, I mean, look, here's where the nerves and the kind
PGL
of
is just putting the game first to just test our dedication.
We probably never have a better chance to beat Vitality. They were off their game. We all know Zero is actually sick right now, and they're having to rely on Flames to basically drag them over the line. Zero nowhere to be found. I mean, he was playing like he was actually delirious. I hope he gets better soon. I'm not even being flippant about it. But so, if that's in your mind overnight, that we were within touching distance of beating a diminished Vitality, we're never going to get a better shot. I almost worry about where they're going to be today.
I don't, because we had the same conversation after the Mouse game. I think when you look towards Mouse and you think, okay, that's a game to go 3-0 at a major, that's the best ever chance. Yet they bounced back against Vitality yesterday and put up a much better performance than I thought was possible. So for my money, it's a good
I'm running an ad. Heads up.
Real interesting blur is in the video, because I think Complexity are in deep trouble, considering that Vertigo is not a map that FaZe will allow.
And that's the only map they've won so far.
That's the only map Complexity have won at the elimination stage at the major. So where do they gonna go?
There are a couple of options available here for Complexity right now. Now I'm looking at
I'm gonna try to make a coffee real quick.
Pick quite often, but they got absolutely destroyed by Mouse in that map, and so did FaZe. So you know it's kind of dicey if they go for it. I'm thinking they just go for something a little bit safer, like Ancient. I would imagine the overpass pick makes sense, and just hope that today's going to be a different day. And Ancient kind of a decider map coming in, where both the teams are going to be comfortable on it. But I feel like if they go for Ancient early on, that might give them that little bit of an edge to potentially push it to map number 3. Because FaZe is going to pick.
Almost dropped my fucking phone.
I mean, all the support staff have been there, and they're there we go. We got
Ancient and Newbie's overpass. Those are the 3 maps that are in contention right here, and it's gonna be overpass.
Yeah, it is.
See,
it's a statement pick, though.
Yeah, it's not a statement. It's a sign of where else do we go? Like, what else can we do?
Ancient. I think Ancient was an option. I think they can play Ancient to a reasonably good level altogether. There we go. That's the decider coming in. I was assuming it was going to be Ancient the pick coming in, and maybe Inferno or Anubis as a decider. But there we go. I don't know what we're going to say on overpass. Honestly, we've seen absolutely garbage Counter-Strike from both these two teams here. It's true. It just didn't exist in the server at all. So hopefully, with the pick coming in from Complexity, they're going to be starting on the T side over here. Hopefully, they have something as opposed to what we saw against Mouse.
In the past 6 games, the Complexity have played on overpass. They only won
website. Can I watch the games? Just PGL.
Against Liquid in a very
PGL
fashion as well. Let's put it that way. Liquid is not a great team at the moment. We can all agree to that.
Yeah, not even here.
Apex is not a great team at the moment. We can all agree to that. And in their losses, 13-5 versus Spirit, 13-5 versus Falcons. They lost 13-1 against Mouse, and they found a way to lose to Furia as well on the map of overpass. If I'm Complexity right now, I'm not feeling comfortable about my own map pick whatsoever. If anything, this is more just a sign of we can't go anywhere else where we feel comfortable. So this is the best we got to.
And why this can work in favor of FaZe? They're going to be starting on the CT side. You got to remember when they got 13-1 by Eternal Fire, they were on the attacking side, right? They got nothing really going. CT side much easier. So
Yeah, it's really, really tough. I mean, here's the thing. Because the stakes are so high, I mean, it's just all bets are off. I know that, like, if FaZe are saying they're nervous, and clearly Complexity are going to be nervous, I just don't know what we're going to get.
We've been touching on the mentality aspect this entire major, and it is very true. It's one of the intangibles, right? It's not just about, oh, they're good on this map, they have a good strategy over here. Nerves will come into play, and when it comes down to nerves, we know, FaZe have been tested more over the years, right? They should have the edge.
Well, yeah, and they should have the edge. And
They
should have the
should.
experience.
I don't know why, but I feel super comfortable saying this, and I don't really know where it stems from, but I think FaZe is going to beat Complexity 2-0 quite convincingly. I don't think we're going to have a game, and it's not to ruin the fun for everyone watching out there.
You just hate America, don't you?
FaZe is a better team, and they're supposed to win this game, and they will in a couple of hours.
All right, guys, thanks so much. Now we're going over to Henry G and Anders.
I hope not.
Match.
Oh,
shit,
no
jersey?
banter zone today.
I don't know. Should I wear the jersey?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome
We'll see
to
for
the
map
Game
one.
Square Grand National.
We'll test jersey,
All the
no
marbles
jersey.
here between Complexity and FaZe Clan. Anders, for me, it's
I
FaZe
should
Clan
just
all
wear the
day. There's
jersey?
no vertigo. That's where Complexity have found
Shit, okay.
the only success in the elimination stage for themselves. So I've got a 2-0 FaZe here. Even though they're looking weak, we know they had their problems yesterday. I think they're going to pick up the pieces and show us
let
why
me get it.
they're a class act.
Honestly, I was just focused on getting here on time, chat. I didn't want to. I wasn't even thinking about it, dude.
They are going to be starting
Penny,
on the
thanks for the 14.
On the CT side, let's get this show on the road. JT is about to have a real fight on his hands, but it's a great headshot to begin with. There's a bit of backup here in Elimination, but he's missed every single bullet.
That's a terrible
Kerrigan,
sign.
Plenty of time to spin around with the P250 to take him down, and just like that, it's a 4 versus 3.
That's a terrible
they had the
sign.
chance, Complexity, to have a better start to this round.
Elige is going to be kicking himself, Anders. That was an absolute freebie. The P2000 eludes him, and now the retake begins. They do not have a kit available, and Floppy descends from the heavens.
All right, I got to get the jersey.
Whacked
Holy
into
shit.
the headshot of Frozen there. We are going to have a 4 versus 1 situation. Hulzerk, nothing to do, nothing to say, as he waits for the logical conclusion to come through. A very convincing pistol from FaZe Clan on the T-side pistol, Anders. Couldn't ask much more than that. An outside split. It's a missed shots in the P2000, and it all falls apart for Complexity.
I quite like that approach. I mean, it's really straightforward. A lot of it hinges on some of those early kills. I think, JT picking up this one. If Elish would have got in and got the kill on Kerrigan, then maybe he could have helped out, but
now,
it just wasn't going to happen.
A lot of teams have been flirting with the idea of force buying the second round. We're not going to see that from Complexity at all. It's the full eco, so pretty much can guarantee a 2-0 scoreline here on the T side. We're going to see full rifles, in fact. So FaZe Clan reading this well, making sure they prepare for round number 3, have all the firepower they require. And we've got a 2-man boost in towards ramp. So, yeah, it could find you a couple of kills, but you'd be almost foolish to go ramp in this sort of round. And it's the tightest choke point on the map. You want to keep it nice and long range and make your way towards outside, as Rain will confirm that Secret is clear.
Pa, thanks for the 48-month resub. Thank you.
And the
Penny, thanks for the 14-month primer.
Right? You're sending the Mac 10 first.
Now, FaZe have not been doing it by the book in the elimination stage. They have said it's their B game. I would argue it's their C game so far. They have looked messy, they've looked uncomfortable, they've looked nervous at times. They do not look like the number 2 team in the world at any point in the elimination stage, quite frankly. But it's never too late. They can still turn up. They are the favorites going into this one. Complexity, they have looked better overall as a unit, but
Hunter, thanks for the 94-month primer. Thank you.
Often lands in favor of FaZe.
I think I aged like about 2 years casting that game yesterday with FaZe. It was very uncomfortable. I didn't feel good about it at all. Didn't look like they felt good about it either, but at the same time, they have a long history of returning into
nice shots.
So they probably are relying on that. Some kills coming through here.
That's actually quite significant. They can save a couple of rifles here. That's going to be a nice direct injection of cash.
Oh, wait a minute, though. Rain showing up. He's going to spot both of them out. And the Galils have been stolen back.
Well, there we go. Gets himself $1,200 for his troubles as well. In terms of matchups on Nuke,
thanks for the 9-month primer. Thank you. I still would like to open an investigation into the cursed
Of course,
item.
in the grand final, IEM Sydney, we saw this map play between the two teams. It was 13-10 in favor of FaZe, but bear in mind, that was the first ever CS2 event. We can't really take too much away from it.
Yeah, I mean, the game has changed
True that,
since the launch of it,
absolutely.
Right?
And the landscape, the CT side has changed drastically as well. We've got a full buy. M4s across the board. Bare bones, though, in terms of utility. And we'll see what kind of strat FaZe have got in mind. Rain, in front of the utility, takes a little bit of damage as he crosses over, trying to get down Secret, which he has done. It's Eli's to try and challenge through the smoke here. Oh, he's timed this perfectly, and Frozen 1 step ahead of him. Takes him down, and that's the opening frag, and a world of trouble for Complexity as they try to hold on to the lower bomb site.
The difference between winning or losing this round could have just then come down to about half a second.
Okay.
That's so unlucky.
Well,
I'm seeing that killer instinct for FaZe again. They're hitting their shots.
Right.
They're approaching angles of confidence. They're aware of potential backstabs. We didn't see any of this against Imperial. They turned up the play today, I can tell you that much. Complexity, the round's not necessarily over, but they are in a lot of trouble here. Down towards lower, Floppy can still save the day. Behind the silo, it's a very powerful position. Also patrolling ramp, and he'll get Carrigan almost certainly. Here we go.
It's a good start, but Floppy probably needed a little bit more because when Holzer comes in, he doesn't have that backup inside of the bomb site. Frozen will pick up a couple
there goes
of great
that.
kills.
Red,
They were
thanks for the
third in round,
17-month
actually.
resub. Thank you.
Grim,
Fuck me.
he's just
Snow,
never gonna
thanks
be
for
able
your
to rotate down.
57-month
Rops
resub. Thank
already
you.
aware that he's going to be exiting this way. He'll take him out.
How you been, Hunter, by the way?
A third round for themselves.
Chat looking for Hot Girth
agree.
Oilers and
For
Master
anyone
All
that
Gifted
didn't
on
watch
Twitch
the
and
Imperial
YouTube.
game,
So member mommies
it
for
was,
YouTube.
It was quite shocking. Like, there
Also
were
currently
so
in
many
despair. Lurk,
long,
thanks for the
drawn-out
8-month
fights.
farmer.
Like, the time to kill for FaZe was super high. Like, they looked, it's not like instant one-shot bullets like this. It's just like, you're right, they look completely different right now, which has got to be great news for any FaZe fans.
Especially Robs. You rarely see him look
Now
out
that
of
my
form.
diamond dream is
He couldn't get
officially
it together.
over,
He lost every single duel. He was
I'm wishing for everyone's downfall.
Which you just don't normally say about him at all. But this is the perfect start, idyllic almost. As FaZe go at 3-0 up against a partial buy.
Seamus, thanks
Desert
for
Eagles
the
with
5
5-7s.
gifted members on YouTube. I owe you 5
assertive
on YouTube
play,
chat.
and he will go down.
Nice floppy.
We'll find him. That's towards the trophy room. So an early advantage here for Complexity.
Nice.
Can they make the pistols work? They upgrade Grim to an AK. Elige, this is a tricky position, but Deste's going to get at least
Nice.
one cracking headshot.
We take that.
Maintains the advantage, and it will be FaZe
We're
committing
moving,
down
we're
towards
grooving.
lower, but Complexity have got time to scramble down there and challenge
Come
with
on.
the aforementioned AK.
It's in the right position for it. See if they can find the headshots that they need. Grim actually even pushing forward into it. So looking to try and beat them before they can set up any deep molotovs or smokes towards the ramp there.
Maybe up the vents is the correct call here.
It feels like it would be. There is a player waiting for them though. If they get up whole circ, you could see.
P2000, good luck.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, you can lose that fight. If someone comes flying up with an AK, you could be in trouble. 50 seconds. They can even walk back. Oh yeah, they don't feel good about this at all.
It's an uncomfortable round. Rob's going down through the smoke. A trophy gives up the AK-47. Nice positioning from Elige. A one-and-done position, but in that sort of advantageous position, a one-and-done is absolutely fine. 30 seconds.
I wear my phasers. Yeah, but I got this in from Jason Lake. Therefore, it's
the round might
cooler.
be done. He spots Carrigan,
saw
I
him.
believe.
He
He's
saw
just
him.
going to tuck himself in. Doesn't want to go down.
Oh, look at Grim. He's running, he's legging it to try and get here. AK on the high ground could make the difference. Horsek's really on the radio now. He almost gets the kill, and Grim
nice.
just in time. The spray is good on the one. Floppy can't make it out. Only 10 seconds left
If
now.
Floppy didn't
The bomb's
sprint
being
up it,
planted.
dude.
It will be planted, in fact.
No.
Wide swing for JT. It's all on Grim, but he can't find the headshot, and Frozen will take him down. What a close round.
Tantalizingly close.
Fuck,
So
man.
well done for Complexity. Got a lot out of a little there. One bullet was the difference maker, and Frozen is the one to nail it. 4-0 FaZe. That wasn't comfortable, but you take it all day long. A flying start to the T side.
Not Ducky.
And we've got the AWP of Hulzerg. Bear in mind, for both of these teams, Brokey and Hulzerg being the top performers so far in the elimination stage. T-side nuke, not exactly an AWP's paradise, but I'm sure Brokey can make it work. He's going to be smashing open a squeaky door, challenging main. We'll see Frozen not wasting any time either. You can see they're aware of the tendencies of Complexity, nading off that red box, Molotoving, making sure Elige can't get close. Fast pacing behind this as well.
Is this swiftly becoming a bit of a catastrophe for Complexity? I don't think there's any way around it at the moment. The individuals on FaZe have shown up and
Mini!
they're winning rounds.
What
They're
the
sneaking
fuck?
from Mini. Grim shot in the back. Nobody's
How is
looking
that
for
not?
it. Whose job was
what?
that?
It's Elige.
Oh,
He
we're
was,
fucked. We are actually
spamming
shocked.
through the smoke. Couldn't quite keep an eye on it. Comms
Bro, no
started to
way
fall
we're just
apart, and that's
leaving
gonna be very frustrating to the Grim to go down in that manner.
a massive
Elige under a lot of
fucking
pressure
gap.
Here, but JT starting to pick up the pieces. He'll find Carrigan. But still, the man advantage sits with FaZe pretty comfortably. Elige taking more and more damage. He's down to 15 points of health. Rage
Elige is
sniffing
dead.
him out.
And Floppy just died ramp, and Elige is about to die. Fuck me, dude. I need 5.
We said FaZe were going to come in with their A game today.
SN, thanks for the 200 biddies. JDG, thanks for 3-month primer.
No
Thank
question
you.
about it, Elige. One bullet away from the grave. Rain,
Dink's got it down.
There we go. They'll finally get him, leaving Holzek alone. The bomb is going to be picked up. It's actually quite far away, so the T-spawn.
Why is Legs doing that though, chat? What the hell?
Here.
My man's got moves.
They're going to be frozen with his 12th kill, 1 death end.
That was like a moonwalk or a slide. That was like an astro slide, dude.
Yeah, young David hasn't had the best elimination stage by his standards. And this is much better. What a fantastic way to kick off the best of 3. The most important one, of course, is the 2-2 bracket. Winner makes their way to the Royal Arena. Loser, after a long journey, will be going home. Absolutely dominating this outside area. Frozen hasn't really missed a bullet just yet, and it's going to be Complexity missing out on the rifles. SMGs, upgraded pistols, that's about it. They need one of these rounds to go in their favor. Rob's starting to turn up as well now. Double kill towards the ramp. And that should be the round. They managed to find success there before, but he's completely thwarted them this time. No utility remaining. Just the MP9 of Grim at the top of the pyramid for them.
I think you were making a point yesterday that if you had removed the HUD and the player names from the game, you wouldn't be able to tell that it was FaZe playing. Like, certainly. It was unrecognizable. Whereas now
it's weak and scared, man.
Yeah,
like really. Brain even said it like, oh, we seem nervous.
All right, Scam Train over 85 on YouTube. One
Not
sec.
my FaZe clan.
Nope. This though, this you could start to get a bit of a sense of it here. Nice shot, actually. Grim gets very low as well. He got legged, I think, from Brokey. So, they'll lose 1. They can pick up the AWP again. 6-0. Complexity yet to be seen. Where are they?
I'm not sure. You couldn't really ask for a worse start, though. You're on the CT side of Nuke, and you're yet to post a round. He barely found any kills. Elise and Holzberg both for 1 apiece. They've got the money now. AWP is out. But this is where Carrigan can really thrive. He's already conditioned towards that outside area. Can start deploying
YouTube also Scam Trains? Nah, I just match when Twitch is doing it.
Necessarily the most meaningful, but I do always like these stats. Right now, Frozen has as many kills as the entire Complexity team. We're
yeah, Cole making sure we all just regret waking up early this morning.
They're 6-0 down, no one's fragging. They found the opening frag twice now, courtesy of Floppy and JT, but it hasn't been nearly enough. I think one of those was in the pistol. Let's get into it, round 7. Yeah, I dare say we're getting to the must-win territory for Complexity. Need to find some
Devil,
rounds
the
here.
2-year resub, thank you.
Money,
2-year primer.
The rounds have been pretty clean. They've got at least 2 buys in reserve if they was to give one up with no plant. Rob's heading towards the radio room once again. Exchange of utility. Rain has had an absolute ball outside. No one taking him down. No one really challenging, and also looking to change that fact. Looking towards the silo right now. And towards round, like I said, and there's a condition towards that outside area. They know the majority of the resources
Floppy, look out.
that area. And now Floppy's actually left ramp completely open, and that's exactly where they're heading. It couldn't be better timed.
Oh, now they're getting there, but it doesn't matter. They're going to get grenaded
They're
out of here.
just
overthinking
so
or a Molotov or
much.
something if they're going to keep going. Yeah, there's the Molotov. Force them back.
They can go straight down to lower here.
There's nobody here at all.
Oh my god, what? Why is Floppy rotating the upper with Elise?
This round might be done. That's the first player rotating down. That's Grim. And they've already flooded the bomb site.
The issue is Rain is still upstairs, so he could be a very late flank. You could see he's out in the yard. If you rotate that way, you're going to be dead. But even if not, he can go down and shoot
this is
in the back.
You shouldn't go for this, really.
I don't know why we're having so much movement off of what? Like outside? Oh, dude,
I know it sounds crazy.
They've got so much to do.
It doesn't feel good to say with that many members, but the problem is, what do you do? How do you get back into this one? I think a smoke defuse is probably the only thing. If they really want to go for it, it's on a leash, throw that smoke on top of the bomb, and just try and go for it here. Brokey, one missed shot to begin with.
All right,
still moving forward. The exchanges have begun. Rops with a headshot. And also trying to get in there. That's Grim on the ground, dead already, and they're trying to find their way back. They're actually going to be able to find it.
Wait,
that's so there's no
doesn't have a
even
fucking
close to
kit,
it.
man.
They get the kills, but it's not going to matter.
And everyone goes down.
Player near the bomb, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's so unfortunate. They actually did very well. I didn't expect them to find any frags in that particular scenario, and unfortunately, it invites them into a retake that's not actually possible without the kits on the bomb itself.
I need 5.
Everyone goes down. And FaZe Clan will find 7.
I woke up for this. Holy shit.
Of Complexity. Yeah. Like I said, in a 5-on-5 retake, you just got too many angles to clear.
Holy shit.
Too many procedures to go through, and then you got to defuse the bomb as well. They did very, very well, but it's all for naught unless you're posting that round.
Oh, Phantom. Phantom, thanks for your 51-month primer. Thank you,
It
dude.
looks like we might just be getting out towards
Any
the upper
primers or
bomb
prime
side.
forgetters out there?
Towards
Because holy
outside for the
fuck.
North Americans. Grim will have the MP9 once again. Same story for Elise.
Did I watch F1? A little bit. I actually don't know who won. I'm sure it'll probably get spoiled for me, but all good.
It takes a lot longer than
I had to fall asleep, bro.
Lots of little corners.
Let's just say, without spoiling for others, if they haven't watched yet today,
that's why I'm saying the only way to win that round.
I know the big funny that happened relatively early in the race, but I had to fall asleep.
If you have to fight first, it's probably not going to work out. Grim in an interesting position, and Elige will get the kill on Frozen, finally taking him down. This actually could be a round. All of a sudden, Rain will get 1 in exchange, but still a 4 versus 3. Scout on Holzerk hasn't found any tags yet. That would really be helpful right now. Complexity fighting for their lives out here. This has turned
Don't read
out
those
much worse
messages.
than anyone's
I'm down.
expecting at the start
Honestly,
of
if they did try, if that was the real spoiler, I don't care who the fuck they are. We might just permaban them. I'm down.
Yesterday, they've rediscovered themselves. Nice shot from JT. Takes down Rops. It'll be worth
I'm
it there.
so down.
Couldn't escape, unfortunately.
Well, Rain is alive and well. He's got the upper bombs under his remits. The scout shot narrowly misses. The P2000 has to be drawn. Didn't find the tag. And now Floppy will need to frag. It's going to be Rain. Dropped here, 2 versus 1 for Brokey. He's been the best performer for FaZe so far. He's got the AK-47, and bear in mind, there'll be no kits available.
Floppy, you're going to give him a 1v1.
Rain knows that. Oh, it doesn't even matter. What a round to win. 2 MP9s and a scout. A deagle headshot from JT and Complexity. Finally on the board.
Pretty, but they'll take you. Absolutely. 2 AK-47 scavenged here. A few more rounds left to play. Finally, some success. Spotting the toes towards the heart, and then Floppy. He actually is looking pretty decent out there. That's a difficult challenge against Brokey with the AK. And they've got a nice injection of cash to go with it. 7-1. And if they can win this particular round, they might be able to salvage the half. Because this one, goes without saying, has been an absolutely nightmare.
Yeah, this one and the next, and actually FaZe are out of money. So, you know, there is a path to victory here, or at least a path to some redemption. But it absolutely requires winning this one and the next one, you've got to assume.
Here we go, then.
He's going to be coming up the secret stairs with the AWP at some point soon.
FaZe, well known for dropping these Brokey smokes. One towards the main entrance, 2 for the cross, and Carrigan will slip in through the smoke. He's done it again, Anders, and he finds Grim. There will be Elige fighting back there. Actually starting to look quite sharp with that AK-47. Speaking of which, Floppy's been good at ramp. He does considerable damage towards Rops. Drops down, playing it well. And they've got a nice man advantage here. Complexity slowly but surely coming to life. Down, but not out.
No, this round looks really good. In spite of that slip-up at Mini, you're right, that's the second time that Carrigan has managed to get in there. Can't be allowed to make his way through in that fashion anymore. 50 seconds. If they hold on right now, they should be okay, even if, I've got to say, JT is a little bit alone on this bomb site. If Brokey can be in first and find the entry, they're going to get a bomb. That doesn't even matter. Forget what I said. If JT
Perfect double from JT. Let's go.
them,
Let's go.
and a second round.
Here we go. This is actually looking quite nice now. If they can get the 7-5 scoreline.
Now, if they get to 5, it's pure coat, but if they can, holy shit.
Shaping up. That's Carrigan finding that opener, but JT was hot on his heels, aware of what he was up to. And JT with a nice little sequence here to close things out as well. Compelling round from Complexity. 3 AKs within their ranks as well. Round number 10 coming through, and I think it's supposed to be a half by 4 FaZe. They've got a hero AK for Rops as well. Don't really need many more rounds. 7 is a fantastic half on the T side of Nuke. Holzerk will have his work cut out for him, though. He's going to have multiple players trying to get down towards Secret. 5 of them, in fact, as the smokes are deployed once again. See, there is a gap there. I assume they're going to try and get the final smoke down on the cross. And it will be Holzerk to find the first kill.
They Molotov that one to try and, you know, maybe see if they can dislodge the smoke a little bit, make, you know, keep the gap alive. Did eventually happen, but Rain dead already. 7 rounds, I agree, is quite enough for FaZe, but obviously you don't want Complexity going into the second half thinking, hey, wait a minute, we have a chance to still win it. You want them going in feeling defeated and broken if you're on the FaZe side. That opportunity is not completely slipped up yet. I think if they if they bounce back after this half buy, then they can still
They can get 5, bro.
get
Come
that
on.
feeling on Complexity. But if they get up to 5 rounds, Complexity are going to start to believe in the project once again.
Someone stole your London conspiracy stickers. Not someone. It's fucking Frozen.
Very good. These last few rounds commits to a huge spray.
Okay.
1 kill, it will do, but it's not ideal. The bomb will be planted now, and that P250 not ready for the drop in towards the vent. That's a key frag that Grim finds, and the tech time won't connect either. Looks like we're done here unless there's an absolute masterclass from Robs, and there was a real chance there.
I wasn't worried. All good. All good. My voice didn't just crack because I was so terrified.
Impressive. And we will see the bomb planted, the money back in favor for FaZe as Complexity hold on. That's now going to be 3 rounds in a row. 2 more to go.
Yeah, that was quite an expensive round. I think that makes a difference anyway, just in terms of, you know, how good are Complexity going to feel coming out of each individual round. If you have like a smackdown round where it's 4 or 5 people alive, that will encourage the team a little bit more. This one, a little bit more hard fought for, and you didn't even have a lot of weapons on the enemy side. Here we go, round number 11. All AKs on the FaZe side of things. They're going to be super mobile in this one. Could not afford the AWP in if they would have wanted, so they are a little bit
Tom, if Complexity wins the major, will you bless us with your OnlyFans? Well, I mean, I already have an OnlyFans. It's just
upper execution of sorts in the Molotovs.
Maybe I'll just give out some free trials, yeah.
It's a double pump, though, just trying to bait out the residual utility on the A-bomb side, seeing if they'll bite, but they hold their nerve. Hulzerg this time in towards the heaven position, watching the hut. He's got the AWP cracked on Carragher's position.
Plenty of people near the A-bomb site for Complexity. If they try to go through again through the hut, we'd assume that CT side should be able to lock it down. Rain now putting a little bit of pressure outside. Smoke's going up. You could see how that's pulling away their attention. Those smokes don't only work to get people down lower, they also work just to make anyone who's holding the heaven position, you know, be a little bit more vigilant outside. Rain is sneaking through the smoke, so he's crouching behind them out in the yard, and he's already made his way down Secret. Look at this, they've turned it into a bit of a beat crunch now.
Yeah, Floppy has got his work cut out for him here. He's got Rain coming in from Secret, multiple players heading in from the ramp as well. Carragher in the first frag. Floppy
goes for one, Floppy. Nice, Floppy.
Headshot after headshot. Can he make it a hat trick? Grim will join in as well. Lower bomb side is compromised, but they've done more than enough to win this round. It's a 3 versus 2 in favor of Complexity.
A little bit scary. The bomb's not planted yet. No one's even
Fuck
planted
me,
yet.
man.
You
Nice.
keep thinking, Elish, that could be the end, but he'll find the shot on Rain. Now it's Frozen, lost in the smoke here. He's completely sandwiched in, about to get shot in the back, and it's Elish to take care of him.
Come on.
Huge round for Complexity. Floppy doing so much work down below.
Yeah, he's having an absolute barn burner of a showing. Great awareness. Grim backing him up as well, covering the extremities.
What's up, John? How you doing, man?
Floppy up to 11 kills.
Man.
Top fragging. Someone had to step up, and he is delivering on all fronts here. Plays defensively towards the ramp, drops down towards lower, delays him as long as possible, gets a couple of kills, significant damage on a third. And it will be a tactical pause. FaZe starting to bend here. 4 in a row against them after a flying start. Money should be okay, considering they got the bomb planted and the loss bonus accumulating now. But yeah, those are the sort of rounds you'd think they would convert with all that positional control. They had players down Secret, ramp room fully under their remap.
Yeah.
And still wasn't quite enough. They could not topple Floppy.
And I guess in that sense, if you want to be a little bit critical here, you could have said, well, they are also attacking Floppy before Rain gets there. Like, he's not in a position to swing open the doors and shoot Floppy in the back. So that the ramp side of the push happens maybe a little bit earlier than you would have liked. If you wanted to be real technical with it. Round number 12. Frozen was 12-1, now he's 12-6. So he's also, you know, he's been slowed down a little bit. Still a pretty good performance overall, but might be worth pointing out.
Yeah, it's still a very good half, but you'll be left feeling a little bit hollow of your FaZe if you give up 5 in a row, and you're back into an alarming situation.
Nice,
Grim, aggressive, in towards the lobby. They've actually got full control of that position now, funneling FaZe in towards Secret. They've got no choice but to commit with the bomb down towards lower. This is looking very good. They've got Hulzerg down there as well. He's almost
wait for Hulzerg, then go, Elish.
There it is.
You're not wrong, Henry. They crouched right into it here. Man advantage still being held by Complexity.
Actually glad that illusion didn't go at all.
He's alone over here on Brokey. What a nightmare. If he dies, the round dies with him. He's so far away from any teammates. They would have to traverse the entire map to pick up the bomb and then try and fight their way back to a bomb site. I don't think that's going to happen. And I think you can see the rest of the maneuvering.
It's actually
happening.
bringing him
Carrigan's actually trying to
into
help
a
out
good
his
position,
teammates.
though.
I'm going to try and see if I can dig your way out of this one by just flanking them. He's sneaking up, and it's worked. Floppy goes down. No one watching the high ground. 2 versus 3 now. And 38 seconds frozen. Can't find a shot to save his life in the last 5 rounds. It's Brokey now in a 1 versus 3.
Yeah, Carrigan maybe could have got a bit more out of that. I think he had to. 1 kill. Didn't seem to seal the deal whatsoever. Brokey thrust into a 1 versus 3 now. One that's possible, but players are going to be surrounding him momentarily. We'll see what he can make of it.
Oh, look in the lineup. A couple of shots. I don't think he even saw JT, who will get the triple.
My God.
Save the round for
Holy
complexity.
shit, if that's right. Okay.
From such a huge
5
deficit
is
into
truly
a 7-5
manageable, especially now that they got 5 in a
It was
row.
late, but they have woken up.
It's a bit cope, but they can.
Like I said, that's a bit of a disaster for FaZe. You go up 7-0. You're high flying, everyone's feeling good. You're like, we're back, boys. And then you can't post a single round afterwards.
If you lose the
5 in a
second pistol
row.
though, or
And
if you
majority
like, you
of those
know,
were pretty
you got to
comprehensive in
disrupt
favor
the
of
first 3
complexity.
rounds. You
This
have
game
to
is
be
back
winning
on.
some of them.
Let me tell you. Even with a 7-0 start, you'd think, okay, pack it up. We're going to a second map. This one's concluded.
It looked so over, didn't it? Like, it really did.
And yeah, Floppy came to life, gave them hell. Especially towards that ramp and lower area. They just couldn't break through.
Yeah, we should really highlight that. Floppy, who's, been struggling a little bit in this
Tyler
team at
Rogers,
times.
thanks for your membership
I
on
feel like
YouTube.
Grim and
Thank
Unleash
you,
have been
dude.
some of
Appreciate
the
you.
Main, the tip of the spear in some sense, but Floppy playing it exceptionally well in some of these cases.
Yeah, just nice calculated play as well. Nothing too aggressive. Taking the fights that make sense, waiting till he has the advantages.
I'll be honest,
and delivering on all fronts when the
a lot
shots
of the
presented.
weird rotations, at least that like were
required.
painfully obvious,
A superstar performance from Grim.
revolved around Elish.
Like you said, Frozen was
and
12-1.
Floppy.
He finishes the half 13-7.
But Elish kind of got it
Completely
together. But that
shrunk.
very last round, Floppy
Very
gave ramp,
important
and then
pistol
also
there.
wasn't
Complexity
aware.
winner.
Like I don't know, that was weird.
They're going to tie things up. Maybe
But I
take the
think
lead.
the reason the
Well, the one
timing
thing you
happened
don't wanna
is
see
because
from a
if
base
you
fan right
remember
now is for
earlier
them
in the
to
round,
revert
Grim
back
had
to the form
lobby.
that they had yesterday. I'm not saying that they're doing that yet, but that would be a nightmare scenario if they were.
You know what
put
I'm
back
talking
down to
about?
that
So
swamp,
maybe
because
somewhere.
It was real ugly.
Because it
Molotov
did
towards
seem
the
better
half,
at the
flashes
end.
to over. There'll be a smoker main as well. This is the execution in towards upper. It's Carrigan to defend. USP in hand. He's the only player there, but he finds a nice clean headshot on towards Grim. Bomb will be planted, no problem. This will be a retake. No kid available, but it's the man advantage for FaZe. 3 players coming from lobby.
Yeah, and that's going to be huge. This fight could dictate everything. JT trying to hold them back, and he swings forward, looking for more headshots. He can't quite find it. It's close, though. Halsek gets one, and he's immediately ready to fight. Gets a little bit of reload in. Going
Nice,
for more
Halsek.
headshots. The Norwegian
Nice.
swinging for it, and it will be complexity to
Come
pick up
on.
the pistol. Floppy getting
Let's
the
go.
last kill of the round and taking down Carrigan.
Not even close. Very convincing there.
My
from
window's
Complexity.
noise. Sorry,
nice
chat.
upper execution as we detailed. The Molotov to flush any CTs from up top. Smoke down main, good flashes. It was a retake setup from FaZe, but they had the opening frag go in their favor. And then the lobby hold is way too strong. JT slowing them down tremendously. Halsek, really great play with the Glock in hand. Didn't miss a beat and Floppy to close things out.
Yeah, you
It's gonna be
shoot the
force by
windows at the
second.
start of the
This is
round
quite meta right now.
to mask
Let's
what
see
you're
if they try
doing
and
because you have to
force
throw
this
utility
round.
through the broken
Hold it
windows.
back. The MP9
If you
to
wait until the
5-7.
round is like
The
live,
D got the
live,
mix of rain as well, but still
kind
a
of
very
slows it
difficult
down
round.
when
You
you're
see
like, hold
Robbie
on,
gets
let's throw
5
upper hit. Let
rifles
me.
on the complexity side. And if you lose this one, it goes
Okay, now I'm
7-7.
throwing.
Meaning now you've given up 7 rounds in a row. And you'll be on eco next round, so you'll actually beat your own record.
Guys, we're totally not coming upper right
This
now.
could be one of those force-ups that historians will go on to discuss down the road, because the truth is, like, that you're risking a lot here. Like you said, it could spin into a whole bunch of rounds that go the way of complexity.
Yeah, you can. I mean, you can try to use it as a bait. It's just one of those things though, where also you don't want to be in a situation where, say, something changes in the middle of the round where you want to debate or something, but you need to throw it from the ground.
Complexity the last
It'll feel
couple of
real
games,
shit.
To be honest with you. Big
So
fan of
most
JT,
people just shoot it at the
game
start.
leader.
I like some of the early outings I saw from JT.
Nem,
when he was
thanks
playing
to the
in
6-month
NAC.
primer,
I was
thank you.
So unimpressed. Like, the
In
return is-
CSGO, he wasn't a great fragger, let's just be quite
Yeah.
frank of it, but in CS2, he's a bit of a god. And it
Nice.
will be Floppy to open things up. That's a key frag towards the ramp front. 35 seconds remaining. They're going to coordinate
they're
themselves
still
back
going to the
towards
stack,
upper.
though.
It comes down to Carrigan, really. If he can find multiple frags here. Oh, not even
Carrigan
close.
out of armor?
Sure, he did some damage there, but I didn't think he really had much to say about the frag. Frozen
Oh,
now with the
5-7s, 5-7s and Eagles.
No! And FaZe, they've done it. Complexity start flooding out of the huts.
Where was the
They
top
had
hut,
20
Molly?
seconds. It was a bit of a scramble, and FaZe are ready, in position
Where
with the
the
pistols,
fuck was the
working
top
in
hut,
tandem.
Molly?
The
Did it
Deagle and
miss?
the 5-7 doing a boatload of damage and finding a very important round and breaking
Why
the streak
is there no
of
top hut,
Complexity.
Molly?
3 for Frozen, and a strong reminder of
Why?
people throw that hot Molotov. That saves you from that kind of thing. And
Such a massive round.
Yeah, it is.
Come
that is the moment. Like, there's a big risk.
top
We're
hut
talking about
fucking
it all
Molly.
round long. But it pays off for FaZe. They steal an AK
Top hut is
back.
OP, I'm telling you.
Actually,
Yeah,
2
you're
AKs
supposed
on the
to
side of
Molly.
FaZe here, so the momentum.
Hey,
swing
look, there's a
is
Molly on top hut right now that you can
over
literally
some
throw
moment
from
here.
fucking
Carrigan
spawn.
waiting in the
Oh
back
my
and
god.
chewing them up. It actually will be only the 1 kill. Unbelievably so. Where did the bullets go? He had the MP9 pointing, I think, straight into Elige, and still we're not able to get the kill. Bomb getting planted down below. Actually, I retract what I said. Rops will get the headshot onto Grim. No bomb being planted in this round, I guarantee it. JT alone in a 1 versus 4, and FaZe looking to take 9 rounds.
Man, it's just like, hey,
Almost
you guys are gonna do.
certainly
You guys
got
are
it under their belt.
capable of making a
JT
comeback.
dragging well
Just don't
and
do this
continues
one
to do
thing.
so here
And
with
he's
Tech
like,
9.
hold
Solid
my beer.
headshot towards Frozen.
Also, why the
But
fuck
3
is
versus
JT
1,
the best
you
player
can
right
hope for
now?
It's just affecting
God
the
damn
finances
it.
of FaZe. Might as well see if anyone else will offer themselves up. He can actually get a rifle, I suppose. There's the AK.
I mean, I understand, like,
Down
they
lows.
were
So a couple of kills, no bomb planted.
taking ramp
but
doesn't
FaZe are
mean you
back to
should
their
go
winning
lower.
ways.
There
They
could have been
fend
4
off
and
the
lower
force
as
by the
well.
North Americans and should have some
Force
open
rounds
runway
are
here
incredibly
to double
terrifying
digits.
on
I can't
nuke
imagine
because
as
if you
much they can bring
basically
to the
have to
table
go
with no
outside,
bomb plan and
and if you
having
don't
a
go
bunch of
outside,
right
you
in the
have
previous.
to
So
use your utility properly,
expect Glocks and PZ50s
going
in
upper
the
or
following
lower.
rounds here.
Either one.
FaZe have found
There's
themselves a
too
bit
many
of
spots.
breathing
You go
room
lower, there's a guy emo behind,
Round 16.
you know, there's a guy clock behind silo control. It's
If you're sitting
it's
on
a
ladder in
fucking mess.
Counter-Strike, your
Upper
bullets
is
are wildly
actually
accurate.
pretty
So if
chill
anyone is brand new to the game
because you can
wondering,
throw a lot of
that's why people
utility.
don't sit on ladders and
Problem,
shoot like Carrigan was doing.
you
Like,
have
that
to
range,
throw
you
the
still would've
fucking
assumed
utility.
something would connect.
You can use the shotgun up there.
Yeah, you could. Brokey, wow, even took a second at the end. 3 kills with the MP9, making a boatload of cash for himself. They're going to get a flawless round here. A triple for Brokey and a 10-6 lead.
Even at major
FaZe,
level
they took a
teams
bit
don't
of,
molly top hut. At my
hiatus
level,
at
sucks.
one point
I
in
mean,
the
no,
first
they
half, then
no.
losing 5 in a row, but now
Everybody
they're
molly's
right
top
back
hut. Just Cole.
on the grind.
10-6 gun rounds will
In
continue
fact,
here.
at high level, they
Definitely
molly
below
top hut,
AKs otherwise.
Asian vent, and back
Not
silo
absolutely
all at the same
everything they
time
need,
while
but
flashing
more
through
than enough to win a
fucking
round. Missing out on a couple of
the
Molotovs,
skylight
I suppose.
flashes. No,
But
Cole
Complexity
just
got-
opted to
Get this
not
one
throw
up.
it or
It's,
throw it at the wrong
11-6,
time.
and
I don't know.
This won't have the time. Or
I
the
know they mollied it
resources
at the
to pull this
start.
one back, considering they were 7-0 down. They did very well to have made this game competitive. 7-0 down on the CT side, no less, as well. Takes a lot. There's a mental fortitude to find that sort of resilience, and now Rob knows that Floppy's tagged in the corner. He'll get him eventually, and he's going to get tagged himself, but gets away scot-free. 5-on-4, and bear in mind, it's Floppy who's been the talisman of Complexity in that first half.
What a relentless onslaught from Robs.
Yeah, it was risky still. Like, he was making a lot of noise with that Tech 9. He easily could have spammed him back.
Rough start to the round for Complexity. You have a plan that you want to execute, but before you even get into the positions that you really need, you've already lost 1 player. Now they've got JT on a bit of a solo mission over by Secret.
I don't understand why molly top hut in the default, but I'm kind of a noob. You do it because usually most rounds you start the round with a door lurk smoke, nading door, and then you molly top hut. You do this to prevent anybody.
It's a good kill to begin with. Carrigan on the other side should get this every
Hold
single
on.
time, and he will.
Oh, they're dead.
Crossfire set up. No one's checking Frozen in the corner.
Holy
But
Grim.
Nice spin around. Gets the immediate
Oh my
180
God.
and takes down Carrigan, but he is alone with 30 seconds
Just
left
30.
here. In the hut, he tries to fake the bomb and walks out looking for somebody. They're already on there. He's got 24 seconds. Nice little flank around. He maybe could have found Rain, but he runs for
Just
the
go
big bomb
lower.
side instead.
Just go lower.
This is
Don't do the
mental.
funny thing where you try to go heaven.
Mind games begin here. was gonna say there's a
Oh fuck, Rain doesn't play the mind games either. Fuck me, really? I hate you, Rain. Nah, good, well played.
It does.
Holy.
Not the cleanest spray, but Rain will
I would have
take
lost
the
that too.
round. Fantastic effort there from Grim.
Holy,
Like you
Rain
said,
does
the
not
mind games
fuck
pushing
around.
towards
Dude,
the lobby. They lost
most
track of
people
him. He hits
sit
a
top
beautiful
vent
shot
there and
towards
hold
the
heaven.
squeaky door,
And then they
able to
rotate
get
down. I hate it
towards
here.
lower. Rain reads it well.
He's the
denies
king of
plant,
nuke for a reason. I would have
comes out
lost
on
that
top of the
shit
clutch.
too. I got no
11-6,
shame
we
in
said
admitting
that was a
that.
key round because you can see left-hand side of your screen, the
Fuck
resources
me.
are not looking good whatsoever. This is a Tech 9 armor territory, and you will take a tactical pause to discuss your options. I suppose you could force buy, you could go all in.
Dude.
Considering the scoreline 11-6 and try and deny map point, it seems like that's what they're going to opt for, Anders. All in. I don't hate it. And you can see they've actually got 4 rifles, so it's relatively strong. They've got firepower, but they won't have a ton of utility.
Grim, I mean, what more can you ask for, right? He got the triple kill, but he just couldn't find a safe spot to put the bomb down. Yeah, pushing all the chips to the center of the table here on complexity.
Kind of have to, considering it went down to a 1 versus 1. You can't really recover a 12-6 scoreline.
No, I don't disagree. I think you're right. What have they got for us? Can we get a strong opening at the very least? Oh, Grim, he spotted it, but he was also falling off the box, unfortunately. That could have definitely been a headshot over the top of the smoke there. Now instead, he's dead. It's Robs to take him down.
Yeah, it's Grim who's got the hot hand right now as well, so silencing him early.
That should tell them the ops ramp, though, I guess.
The AK-47.
Should.
Taking significant damage as JT down to 72.
If Robs is in heaven, you know somebody else is at ramp more than likely, and it's probably
resource would be a problem. They've got 1 smoke remaining.
Look at this.
4 flashes, that's about it. That's the smoke gone, Anders. They're going to use it towards main.
I don't think they're thinking about this.
Damn.
Wow, it's Kerrigan through. They line up for Rain, and it could have easily been a double. Either way, they've taken a lot of damage, and Robs, he's everywhere in this round. Getting kills down.
I don't know.
Now,
could have been real, but you can't. You can't. You get eco the second round in.
Well.
You just can't.
Nowhere near the round. Best Elise can hope for is some financial damage. He's got the bomb on his back, I suppose. This would be the clutch of the mage, though. It's not going to be realized.
I think that
when you dig yourself out of a hole, chat, in a CS game like this,
they look well
and then you give yourself a chance, and then you put yourself right back into the hole, the chances of you digging out of that hole a second time is pretty slim.
Almost a loss to Imperial. 12-6.
You can't put you put yourself in there once. You put yourself in there once and then climb out. There's a chance. You climb out and then jump back in, then that's your fault.
And 6 in a row for complexity. And now we're 5 in a row for phase. Again, they're now on map points. The hype is starting to diminish here on Nuke. I don't think there's much left to be said here. We said 12-6 would be a very difficult scoreline to recover. It's the one that's come through.
But yeah, I mean, the second time,
it's the upper execution.
They go straight for it, but Frozen starts with a banging double kill.
All right, well, map 3. I'm gonna shower real quick because I need to get all this North American filth off of me.
You can do here, unfortunately. It was all put into all the grenades on the A bomb site, and they did not find the entry. Here we go, just a little bit of health left, and they know where he is. Robs to hunt him down. 13 rounds for phase.
Ciao, I'll be back. Behave yourselves.
Well, they certainly do, Anders.
Try your absolute best to stop being stupid.
Revitalized squad. Certainly wasn't the cleanest game, but they managed to get that 7-0 start. Complexity started to wake up and show us that they could compete, but fell off once again. But FaZe Clan, 1 step closer to the Royal Arena.
All right, we already got a second map. Whatever mods during the channel point predictions, yeah, Madfish, you're in charge.
Things out 2-0.
Feel free to permaban anyone. Good luck.
Yes, so well.
I'll be right back. 1 sec.
Good, but I gotta
that includes the YouTube chat too. Don't think they're fucking scot-free.
If I had to say anything in a word, guys.
Again?
Yeah, I know, right? It's we talked about the issues with the map pool going into this, and obviously, you know, in Nuke they kind of just didn't look to have any.
And it's kind of weird as well, because the last time these two teams played at the Blast Fall Finals, nuke, the pick from FaZe actually went the way of Complexity, right? But we have to give credit where it's due. FaZe, whatever nerves they might have showed yesterday, day before yesterday, we didn't see that in the opening stages of this match.
No, we didn't. It's been kind of symptomatic for Complexity so far this tournament. Either they play really, really well, you know, they make the game competitive, they play above expectations, they show up from an individual perspective, but when they lose out hard. You know, this was a 13-6. I would argue the scoreline could have been much more in favor of FaZe. They made a cosmetic comeback in that first half. You had a point in the game where you thought, okay, Complexity fought their way back. I think Henry even said it himself, we have a game on our hand, and I was agreeing with him at the time being. And all it takes is one round for FaZe Clan where Complexity makes a bit of a mistake, lose to a low buy, and that's it. You know, they completely crumble, they capitulate. There's nothing left in the tank for Complexity. So I spoke about it, and I've said this a couple of times during the segments, during this tournament. They seem to me super, super fragile. They can play good Counter-Strike, but they're too fragile.
I mean, I'm just looking at the train of the 6 rounds that FaZe were able to get initially, and I'm just looking at this and looking at how Carrigan sneaking into mini a couple of times, getting free killed in the HUD player. And he was just, firstly, great calling coming out from Carrigan there. It was good to see Frozen activated as well early on. But Complexity would just, there's so many holes in the defense. On a map they do play, by the way. It's not like it's a map that they're terrible on. And there's so many holes in the defense. The only silver lining I can say would be Floppy to its ramp position. I think it was very instrumental in them at least accruing those 5 rounds they're able to get on that CT side. But apart from that, this is just a cold start for the side of Complexity, and for Frozen, absolutely blazing.
Yeah, I mean, blazing hot on the server. But yeah, they certainly made it easy for him. I mean, you know, there was kind of just those elementary mistakes where people are going in ones, you know, 1 and 2, and not really trading out. And as you rightly said, and Henry pointed this out on the broadcast, he said, like, you know, look, if Elise is outside and he's turned around and he's spamming a smoke, and Carrigan can creep in and shoot somebody in the back, that's the type of thing that's going to cause tilt on a team, because the comms have got to be there. And, you know, very apparent that a player like Frozen is just going to, you know, that's what you want. You want to just take these aim duels, because theoretically you are the superior player, so Complexity have got to be tight, and they just weren't.
And that's also part of the story, right? For the first time in this tournament, it did feel like FaZe Clan showed up in full force. You have Frozen playing beautiful Counter-Strike, being very impactful. We saw him with the 5-7 top of HUD. That's when he finally killed the rest of Complexity. You see the round distribution right here as well. It wasn't, to be fair, it wasn't an exciting game to watch. When you're up 7-0 on the T side, I know Complexity is making a bit of cosmetic comeback. They're winning the second pistol. The second they lost that one, though, the second they lose to Frozen with a 5-7 top HUD, you just knew it was over. So it wasn't back and forth. It wasn't down to a lot of close rounds. No. I think we may as well jump into round 7 straight as well, because that was a weird one as well, Blur. A round where the bomb gets planted in a 5v5 scenario, because they've been conditioned to leave ramp open, focus on outside, and it was just Carrigan being one step ahead. Round 7 was a great display.
And it's also how they sell the outside fake, right? Like, you know, Rain is always going to be there. It's going to be ever present, so you can't just give it up. So they get a free bomb plant here towards the lower bomb side, and the retake, look at the time. Look at the time. Sure, they get the kills at the very end, you know, 2 players staying alive, but unfortunately, Holzuk, the player with the kit, is too far away from the bomb. They try to save. There's no time to save. They all die. And it just, it feels so uninspired.
How often do you see in competitive Counter-Strike that you're in a 5v5, the bomb has been planted, and there's not a single ounce of damage done to neither team before 20 seconds into the bomb plant as well? I think FaZe Clan got rattled out by that, because they thought Complexity were going to save in that 5v5 scenario. I thought Complexity thought they were going to save. All of a sudden, one guy gets a kill, and they jump on it, and they realize, goddamn, the guy who was supposed to defuse the bomb didn't have a kit. That's the kind of messy Counter-Strike that you can't really allow yourself to display if you want to go into the major playoff.
Also, it's a map which is notorious for the bomb radius, right? If you're going to commit to it, you have to fully commit. There's no time to, you know, just run away. All right, guys, we don't have the time. No, you're going to die. You're going to lose all the weapons you had. There was a full buy round. But I want to actually steer it to a more positive fashion here. I think FaZe, the calling was just phenomenal. The conditioning coming in from Carrigan. He picked this map. He had a clear game plan, and they were just calling circles around JT and aside of Complexity. So kudos to FaZe for making it look so very boring in a way because of how good they were.
But here's the question now. Obviously, we're moving on to Overpass. And we've seen, as you put it earlier, garbage Counter-Strike from both of them on this map. So is there a way back for Complexity in this series?
No, I don't think so. No, that was they're starting on the T side. I used to praise Complexity for playing good Counter-Strike on the T side of Overpass. When CS2 came out, when they had the honeymoon run during the Blast Fall finals, during Sydney as well, where they played exceptional Counter-Strike. Overpass was their go-to map pick. They were one of the few teams who would guarantee you 5, 6, 7 rounds on the T side. That's no longer the case. They're just a normal Overpass team by now. As I said, they lost 4 of the last 5 maps they played on it. 3 of them being single digits, where they weren't even competitive. Yes. We have been speaking about Elise being the catalyst behind Complexity. He's now had, I'd say, 3, maybe 4 games in a row where he hasn't really shown up to the full capacity of what he can do. Looking at the stats right here in front of me, Elise average rating on Overpass is 121. Yes, the next one on the team, 101, right? There's no one else who's helping him right now when it comes to Overpass. If Elise is not turning up, and I sound like a goddamn broken record, there's absolutely no way Complexity is taking down FaZe.
I mean, even if you see Halsuk, you know, delivering how we did yesterday, it just, we're looking at pieces. We're not looking at a team as a whole. We're looking, if Elise has a good game, if Halsuk really pops up with the AWP, I don't think it's going to happen. And I think for FaZe, I think it was, I believe it was Rain who mentioned in an interview that, you know, we know that Overpass is a map that we need to work on. We put in a little bit of work. We had a day focused on Overpass, and unfortunately, due to nerves, due to pressure, it never really clicked on the server. So it's a map that they have been putting work on. They should have also been expecting it to come into the series. So hopefully, you know, they've done the homework. They're going to be starting the CT side way more easier, and with the momentum they've got rolling here, it's going to be that unstoppable force, as we call it.
All right, well, thanks for your thoughts, gentlemen. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll be back into the action. FaZe versus Complexity on Overpass.
Short one, floppy. Short ramp. Short ramp.
No kid.
Fucking ball dead.
Sick fucking round.
Fucking ball dead.
Trying to go over, bro. I fucking started running.
Sick.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displates. Hang your Displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
We're at the elimination stage here at the Copenhagen Major, and I've got FaZe Clan's Carrigan with me. And I remember we did our winners interview when you qualified through at the RMR. We were very happy because you said you could finally have a boot camp, you would finally have some time. So just tell me, what did that look like? How long did you boot camp for? And how have things gone?
I mean, obviously when we are a top ranked team, you play every single tournament. There's no time off, right? So the first thing we did was, I think, 5 or 6 days off after the RMR. Like when we had break, I was making kind of a whole new playbook because you need to do that sometimes, prepare new stuff. So we got to work a little deeper, and I think that's needed for us to get the last percentage to kind of lift the trophy again.
Okay, and I love that you say lift the trophy again, get this extra percentage in there. That's what I wanted to look at when it comes to you guys, because you're the #1 team in the world right now, right? But you're also the most consistent team we've had in CS2. So do you think that's all you need at this point? Is like you're just missing that extra percentage since having Frozen in?
Losing a player changed the dynamic of the team. but I think we have recovered really good under the pressure. When you are FaZe Clan, nothing but a final is not enough, and not even winning a trophy the last 3 times is not enough, right? Preparation is not a question anymore. I think we should be integrated Frozen. Now we just need to make sure that we are firing on all parts of our game.
Okay, I love that. So you're saying you feel like you're at that stage now where Frozen's in, Neo's comfortable as well, you've had the time you need?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, we had finals, we had losses, we had wins, even though we lost the first best of 1 in the group stage. And I think we just have to see how we get rolling. I'm feeling as comfortable as I can be at a major, but things can turn really bad on first day, and that's where I need to have the mentality. That's one thing we haven't lost at all, the mentality of the team that we have built for the past 2-3 years. No matter how the circumstances, there's always a way in and a way back, and I think we're known for that, but we just have to keep proving it over and over again if we have a bad start.
Now, you just said something very interesting about being destined to win. If I think to Stockholm, it felt like that was Nari's. If felt to Antwerp, it felt like it was yours. This one feels like there's a few teams, maybe yourself, Spirit, Vitality, G2 Na'Vi. You can look at these names and put them in that pool. How does it feel for you? Do you feel like this is one you are destined to win, as you said?
No, I think when I look at the paper and look at how everything has turned out the last 3 months, I think there's 3 teams in the race, but holy moly, there's many teams right behind us. And if they work the right way before the major, I think a team like Mouse is dangerous. I think a team like Na'Vi is dangerous. Winning a major is not pure skill. Winning a major is hitting the right time of your career. If you want to win a major, you need to hit peak as a leader, as a team, as a players.
You have had so much longevity. You mentioned it, 1.6 all the way until now. We've even got all the way to CS2. Everyone else has come and gone around you from the old guard of players. Why do you think, and what have you done to make sure you have stayed in this position for all this time?
I think one of my attributes to be where I am, I've never been arrogant to myself. I've always been self-reflective, like you hear in interviews when I'm saying I'm
so
playing
open
like shit.
and honest, yeah.
And my biggest issue I had 4 years ago was self-talk. I might say something into, I might even talk worse about myself in my head. And I think my wife fixed that in that sense that I am already honest about myself and how self-reflective, but I cannot speak bad to myself. And by changing that narrative of myself and believe more in myself, I think that changed the mentality and the leadership I have. One thing I learned the last few years, nothing is given. Like, you have to enjoy every moment. Sometimes hard, sometimes good. I have a lot of fans, I feel like, around the world that also help me push. And I just want to make them happy and want to see them smile and cheering my name, of course. But most of all, I think, as long as I lead it by example for my teammates and trust me, I know I can win tournaments.
I'm very interested about the psychology side of things. Very interesting to hear all of that. I think I could do some of that at the same time. Garrigan, thank you very much, man, and good luck at the major.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the PGL CS2 Major, live and direct from Copenhagen, Denmark. FaZe Clan are 1 map away from the Royal Arena, Anders. A dominating performance on you, but we move over to home ground for Complexity with Overpass. Do you feel like we can get to a third? Did they show you enough in that slight comeback to prove that they could maybe take us all the way?
I think it's doable, but I must say, I mean, you did introduce the whole thing saying you were quite confident in FaZe. I think their confidence really rewarded. Like, they showed up as a different team here today from what they were yesterday. That's quite scary for Complexity, but if Floppy can keep playing well, if JT keep that level, if they can tag in Elige as a third member in that trio, I think they're cooking with time. I think they could do it, but it will be a very hard game. I've got no doubts about it, because FaZe just look very, very fired up at the moment. And you can tell in that little interview with James just the kind of strength of mentality that underlies this team in Carrigan and the experience. It's really hard to underestimate that.
Now, historically, Overpass, yes, it is a home map for Complexity, but
tower the best way? Oh yeah, we did.
Stage,
Oh yeah, we
absolutely
did.
dumpstered by Mouse
K1 Mac, thanks for the 28, and Matt, thanks for your tier 3 42-month resub. Thank you.
By Eternal Fire. So both these teams coming in pretty weak on Overpass, and we'll see who comes out on top. It will be the T-side starts for Complexity with 2 smokes, 3 flashes, and a P250. For the pride of North America, it's Mr. Elimination.
Zork with a 48-month primer, thank you.
Let's see how they do this one.
It's wet.
Hulzerk and JT going to be charged. Yeah, they're going to be charged to the smokes here. Look at it. They've got so much utility, but the smoke's going down behind them. The dualies, a good shot for Brokey. Back right in Grimm's face,
Okay,
and we'll
hold
get
on.
the double kill.
They're not on the
Good
site,
start
though.
so far for FaZe, but the bomb is being planted. Oh, no, Hulzerk.
No way!
Dude, the
How do you lose
gush,
that
too.
fight?
The gush,
I have no
the
idea.
fucking
They can
gush.
still win the round, though. Bomb planted, Floppy and JT will have to play heads up Counter-Strike, looking for these fights. They cannot sit back. And here comes the push from Monster.
Good opportunity for the dualies. Frozen's quite low. If it's a double, it might work out, but Rain crouches through and takes down JT. It's all on Floppy to try and hold on. He almost has it.
Make it
It's
hard,
gonna be
Floppy.
Rain
God
instead to
damn
shut
it,
him
bro.
down, and even without the kit, it looks like they'll have just enough time here for the
dude.
defuse. My God, what a round.
Floppy can be so clutch. Fantastic effort there. 3 kills found. Recovers the round somewhat.
Slickback Flom has
Looked like
the
it was
same
falling
energy as
apart
Bad
after
Fallen.
the double kill. Courtesy of Brokey with those dual leads in hand, but the bomb is planted. Floppy finding 3 kills gives him an extra $900 as well. So they can buy him the next round. Floppy can definitely get the AK. They can have Galil's otherwise. And it's going to be a difficult one. Going forward for FaZe, they know they're going to be up against a very strong buy on the T side here. And
shit.
Pistols have kind of been split down the middle. It was FaZe obviously won the first on Nuke and built up that 7-round streak. Complexity did win on the second half, but then lost to the force buy, and then their game just fell apart here. So we are going to see the force buy and see whether they can actually bounce back early instead of giving up a ton of rounds on the T side of Overpass.
Don't feel as
one round,
steamy right
one
now.
map away from elimination.
Not as steamy.
They're playing on the side of the map right now, Complexity, that sometimes you can really get stuck in, right? Because the problem is, if there's an early AWP, especially on Brokey, if he's going to come alive a little bit more, you never know. You can get locked out pretty hard on this
If you're
team
new to the
side.
tournament
So
system in the
I
bracket
think
in
early
this
force
format,
fight here for
if
Complexity,
Cole loses or FaZe
it's gonna
loses,
be
whoever
pivotal
wins
to
or loses,
decide
they're
where
either
they
through
go
or they're
beyond
out.
this game. Or beyond this round. Got some Galil's out. 1 AK on Floppy. Couldn't have handed it off to a better person right now, I feel like.
He's playing very well today. Wasn't quite enough on Nuke, but certainly was inspiring for the rest of the Complexity members. We'll see this nice contact play in towards the A-bomb side. Very tentative and passive from FaZe right now.
Yeah.
As Brokey and Frozen now play the A side. Rain now finds himself at the B bomb side, and Frozen will go down early. Nice shot from Hulzerk. Hits Brokey into a very uncomfortable position. Carrigan going to be rotating, and Rain as well.
Still a minute left. You don't want to be over-rotating either.
Well, they have got Robs patrolling this connected position. He's the linchpin of this.
How many people could he stop with the MP9? No, they blow open the door. And that's not a good look. Once one person jumps out, you know you're going to be dead. You're going to be traded every time. Rain, though, set up nicely. They almost just run into his shots. A double kill for Rain, and it's Elige and JT now. Suddenly, it slipped out of their hands up from the high ground.
No, dude.
Actually, it's Carrigan to get the shot ultimately.
How does
but
it go so
Brokey doing
limp,
most of the damage
bro?
there. JT on his own.
30 seconds. JT is fantastic in the clutch, especially on overpass as well. He can win this round, Anders, let me tell you.
Oh, but then more move, he's got no idea. You could tell he has to pick up the bomb, and when he swings wide, they can have a bit of a look at it. It's Brokey to pick it up. A scary
These
round
rounds
for
are actually so
FaZe,
fucking
but one that
close.
they will pick up.
I thought that was enough when Robs had a pretty shambolic spray from the connector. The fact he even got one was quite fortunate. Like, he was primed to maybe get 2 or 3 with that sort of positioning. He kind of fumbles the spray, but Rain, solid as ever. Most 2 of them down. More importantly, survived, and they deny the plant. And yet a pretty convincing finish in the end. It's going to be almost certainly 3-0 for FaZe Clan here on the CT side.
Come on, Cole.
Complexity
Come on.
justify much more than some upgraded pistols, no Kevlar, no nades. Into middle we go. These rounds aren't impossible to win, but very difficult indeed. And Frozen playing in front of that offensive smoke, following them in towards the playground. All 5 members of Complexity here on the other side. The first one has been found, that's Grim.
It's a really good grenade just to blow open the front of the smoke. One lands on JT, and he gets exploded with no body armor. That'll do a lot of damage right there. Paving the way also for one of those early AWPs like we talked about. Brokey should be able to get one a little bit early in this game. But FaZe make their way through at least the first bit of danger. We'll see what complexity you're able to mount. All AKs on that side.
I'll really be fucked in the head if Navi and Cole lose today. I mean, I'm not expecting Cole to lose, but yeah.
Try and risk it just yet.
Considering I could have been safe with my pick'ems 2 days ago, if Fury just won, I'm gonna feel real shitty if Navi loses.
Oh, nice.
Massive grenades. About 150 damage inflicted before anyone's even spotted an enemy here. Important round for Complexity.
Why are you on Overpass? Because the only map that Complexity can play and win on right now is FaZe's permaban. So here we are.
On the T side of Nuke, bear in mind as well. Wasn't even a CT start, so can't let them have that sort of freedom once again. Need to start breaking the momentum, sabotaging the finances. As we do have some decent map control. They're not messing around here. Complexity, a lot of map control. The bathrooms under their remit.
Permaban is Vertigo.
Getting ready for an A execution here. The bomb will join them. Smokes down. FaZe can feel it coming.
Did I like misspeak or are you guys
stupid? As you can see, we've got Carrigan confirming that short and indeed B in general is clear.
Yeah, once again, that forward position for FaZe is doing work for them. A flash should hit everyone, but somehow it's not enough. Frozen. It looked like that should have been a multi-spray down, but they made their way through. Complexity. Brokey on the other side. They'll pick up the AK, and he can't even get a chance to fire it. It's just Robs hiding inside of the smoke.
Hi, Tractor with the 11-month reset. Thank you. Appreciate you.
It's a good kill. And with a bit of a flank here, 2 versus 2. The bomb is planted. What a chaotic round this has been so far. It's JT and Holzerk inside of the bomb side. Holzerk can't really escape, and he might just get edged out here. Look at the timing for Carrigan walking up. There's Rain on the one side, and Holzerk, no one's looking for him. Carrigan is right there to get the headshot.
It's one of the most overlooked positions.
Webby, thanks for the 109-month reset. Thank you, beautiful.
Carrigan does
109, man. Goddamn.
Very close there for Complexity. Opening frag in their favor. Bomb planted, but couldn't deliver the goods. Couldn't seal the deal. As another round slips away, that's going to be 4-0 now.
Do I have to keep? Well, I might go back to bed.
Away with this first half once again.
Yeah, if I had to say something though, I will say you get that close and you get the bomb plant, and it's continuously at that A bomb site. There's some part of you that has to be thinking of your Complexity. This is not that bad necessarily. Like, we're actually doing a lot of impact. If we
win true. 109 months, almost a year from Webby. Thank you again, Webby.
I also wonder if they're starting to realize how much is being read by FaZe having that forward player by the connector. That's a problem that Complexity need to work out. Wow, okay, that's another way to get around. Grim with the wallbang spray down, takes out Rain.
Yeah, so that's 2 opening picks now back-to-back. Complexity need to convert this one. They've got the maximum loss bonus. As long as they keep planting the bomb, they can continue to buy. An early 5-on-4 advantage. What's the response here now? Holzerk aware the CTs will be hunting for some sort of intel. A backstab of sorts. Does he clear out the party properly? Frozen could time him here. Well, they're hearing footsteps. This is going to be a disaster. They have no idea that Frozen is right next to them. Couple of kills available. He's absolutely nailed it.
Yeah, you couldn't have done that any better. Doesn't jump the gun, doesn't panic in that moment. Brokey.
Big miss.
Yeah, that's a really big
nice,
miss,
nice.
It cost him his life
Keep
afterwards.
missing.
Floppy showing up, shooting him.
Look out! He's an oven!
It's a 3 versus 3. Plenty of time. The Molotov, yeah, might slow them down a little bit, or just change the plant position. Oh, yeah, Robs knew about that one, but can't quite find the angle for it. So bomb is planted. Complexity. My God, they would love to get around to the board right now. 2 versus 3.
The money's going to be wrecked. Unless they get a quick kill now, they're going to get $1,400 into the next round. You might consider the savior, Anders, and I think they've conceded and allowed this one to go. Having that Brokey miss was the calling point. You have to say, right, that's it. We can't actually retake this bomb site. It's not worth it. Sure, it's not impossible to win this round, but you'd rather keep the money at least relatively strong because these rounds have been close each and every time. They might even need a tactical pause after this one. To only get that $1,400, Floppy should go down here, and indeed he will.
Robs wanted that AK, but not. Oh, all right.
Oh.
Almost made his way out of the round with nothing.
Yeah, true. But there we go. 2 AKs have been saved. The first round finally posted by Complexity. They break the streak. You thought Frozen might have done enough there with that party position. Huge double kill. It all started here. Now, these opening frags are not going to be sustainable.
Hello?
Those
Hello?
headshots, you're not going to find those every round.
Hello?
But I will say this again, they did the work in the previous rounds, Complexity. It's because they were so efficient at the A-bomb site getting kills. They could have won some of those rounds. That once they finally do win a round, it's on the B-bomb site. At least
if you get this, you get 3.
On it pretty quickly. FaZe, it's a scout instead of an AWP. They do have 2 AKs saved on that side, so that's pretty huge.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he knows. Floppy knows.
He saw him, yeah. He's waiting for the next peak and should win this fight, no problem.
Oh my God.
Taps away, doesn't quite connect. It's unfortunate. He had the advantage there. Rob's going back for seconds.
Go home back.
How bold is that? All right.
So Floppy would call, yeah, he's down. And now Robs swings towards connector. He's going to have, oh my God, another massive grenade that does about 100 damage. Okay, I didn't expect that. Big kills coming in from Carrigan, though. Huge pair of kills. Floppy will have to pick up the pieces here. Can he find anything at all? The smoke will save him for now. Finally, he does go down. JT fighting back here, but it's too much to handle. And Horzerk, he's on the other side of the map. They know it as well. He's already picked up a kill. And Brokey with the scout actually tags him, Anders. I don't know why he stays around for a second challenge. That should be it still. Brain and Robs are both very low.
Yeah, they are. But
he has to drop down.
This is so smart from Brain. Just wait it out. There's only 25 seconds. He has to make a move. Taking a little bit of a peek. You've no idea where the other player is. There's the drop down. Horzerk himself is low. 18 seconds now, and Rain's relocated. Oh, he's outplaying his countryman very well there. Rain taking out Horzerk. And FaZe back to their winning ways again.
They'll save the double AKs once more. 5-1. Very important round. That would,
King Muscle with the 11-month primer. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Look at the timing here. Just as they swing, there's that wide swing from Floppy. He swings into a flash and a smoke. Like, it's so unfortunate. Otherwise, there's actually a great chance that Floppy could have had a double kill there because they were very, very locked into that corner. Tactical timeout, Henry. I mean, who can blame them?
Complexity win a round that would
it's early days and
successfully set you up for multiple rounds. Challenge impossible.
You're playing CS2. They're going to buy one.
Complexity win a fucking swing round. How about that?
Just make it that much
King
harder.
Muscle, thanks for your 11-month primer. Thank you.
Galils and a couple of AKs. This is set piece territory.
What up, King Voss? How you doing, dude?
Like a full execution into that B bomb site. Considering you don't really have the firepower to run the defaults, go toe-to-toe with the saved AKs on the other side. They've actually got just as many AKs on the CT side as you do.
Yeah. A little bit of an issue, isn't it? It's an MP9 on Frozen. Kind of makes me wonder if they're going to try and be a little bit more aggressive in a round like this one. It's fun sometimes to try and see if you can run it into the connector. Play up. They haven't really played that forward connector position that much. So maybe you try it. Looks like Frozen is, finding himself in that position.
Like you said, that they are getting
Dark takes the 63-month primer. Thank you.
That's the objective, right? They can just get it into a clutch scenario, force a retake. That would be ideal. Brokey feeling the pressure. Smoke down towards bathroom. Frozen wants some intel here. And once again, they've confirmed the B is completely clear. They pushed offshore. Problem is, they've given up all of this space once again. Bathrooms is under full control of Complexity.
Yeah, but this is an unbelievable issue for Complexity. They have to find a way to stop FaZe from having this entire side of the map. You can maybe fight your way out, but obviously you're at a huge tactical disadvantage from them knowing what's coming. They
Silent, thanks for the 14-month resub. Thank you.
Frozen doesn't want to stick around. He doesn't have to die for this position anyway. You don't really need to. It's a massive distraction for Complexity having to execute into the A-bomb site without controlling connector, and that's what's happening right now. They are moving forward, and if they get the kills, maybe it can work out here. Brokey started to fall back. It's Carrigan. Good kill, and Brokey picks one. Oh, no bullets left. A headshot for Carrigan. JT gets exploded, and this is looking very, very weak for Complexity.
Oh, that's a captain's performance if ever I've seen one. Carrigan now with multi-frags in key rounds back-to-back. He got the double kill on the B-bomb side. Now with the hat-trick to save the day. Denying the plan, more importantly. That's another partial buy coming up next, even with maximum loss bonus. Look at him go. But you have to say there's no real pressure. There's no flashes. You can see that, sure, he connected the dots, but didn't have to work too hard for them.
that is the kind of round that feels much less like Complexity executing into the bomb site, just being pushed there. They're being funneled to the bomb site.
That smoke down towards Connector, they know that they've got all the information now. Unless we go right now.
Yes.
No, yeah, Elish has disappeared in the BO3s, which is...
They keep giving up too much space.
He's actually been so consistent.
Gets one somehow, but Elish will take him down with the Tech 9. Like we said, partial by territory. Frozen once again locked in towards a party position. You got a double kill here before, this time with the AK-47 in no man's land. If he gives up the AK with nothing, that would be a disaster. 1, 2, looking for the third here. They're on high alert, trying to triangulate his position. Nice damage towards Elish as well. That will at least nullify round number 8 for Complexity. Sure, they recovered the AK-47, but almost nothing they can do in this 3-on-2 with Elish being basically dead on 5 points of health.
And Rain is covering an angle that's going to stop the rotation down to the B bomb site, and one you will probably never check if you go through that way. If they go up here and they win the fight straight up clean against Carrigan, if Floppy can just take this peek, there is a way back into the round. Oh, and there we go. Okay, it wasn't clean, but he get the shot anyway. Now out on long, Robs has started to sneak in.
They're both going to have
planning. To be clean because the other two members of FaZe still have the money or the health to fight for here. Robs will shoot Floppy in the back, and now Elish. At least you get the bomb plan. Hopefully there are no grenades landing on you, but you are stuck in. You cannot escape. And Rain will find you and hunt you down. 7 rounds for FaZe.
7-1, running out of time and space here. Our Complexity, the bomb planted does guarantee decent resources going forward, the AWP, but that was a partial buy regardless. They're always were going to have a buy, whatever happened, but yeah, we'll take it.
Their mental's been what's the round differential and their BO3s. Well, I mean, the Mouse one's just going to infinitely fuck that up.
Hold outside of B, so
they played Vitality incredibly close yesterday. In fact,
Frozen is having so
in
much
hindsight,
by the balloons. It's just like there's
Complexity had a very real chance of 2-0ing Vitality yesterday.
There's nobody at long to help him out with. They should be able to punish him more for that.
They won map 2 very convincingly, and they lost overtime in map 1. Like
7-1.
Yeah, this series has been a little bit weird, hasn't it? Like, I know there was that cosmetic comeback in the
but
first map.
Yeah,
7 rounds
today it just looks like they're
the other team. 7
not
rounds back to
playing well again.
It's difficult to really get that hyped about them.
Well, I mean, give you some credit, Henry. You came in full confidence. I don't know.
How am I holding up? Pretty good. How sweet is CS2 and Chris?
It wasn't easy for me to shake that
We're
off.
still waiting for NIP.
You did say you thought this was going to be 2-0. You thought FaZe were going to be right back.
It's mainly down to the map pull, though.
I saw them tweet. There's big news, dude.
When it rains, it pours. 2 more kills to the Norwegian.
Better than NA, though.
Finds them through the smoke.
True. I guess if you don't even play in the major, you can claim you're undefeated, actually.
Completely thwarted already. They've got 2 smokes remaining. 3 players out of position. You've got Elish all the way back in T-spawn. 2 towards short, just hoping a CT will walk into your crosshair, and why would they? They can just fall back, pair up, 2 players at either bomb site. As they re-smoke the monster area, Carrigan get more and more comfortable here.
Just in terms of
they never even qualified for the qualifiers. So like, fuck it. They NIP stays on top, dude.
I don't like it. Don't love it. Yeah, unnecessary.
Okay. I was about to big up Carrigan saying they actually had 4 people at the B bomb site, so it's a good read, but that might have been a mistake.
Oh, I think it almost certainly was. You didn't even need intel here.
Now the problem is there's not that much time left. 30 seconds. There's 2 people
True.
on the A bomb
Yeah,
side
Liquid,
already.
to be fair, never lost either, so...
To slow them down with. This could be down to the wire. They are being very slow about it, their complexity, but they have to be because if they run, they're going to be hurt
Liquid
by
actually
rocks.
made
So
it...
They have to walk this whole way
you
and
know,
hope they get the
to the
entries.
RMR.
15 seconds on the clock. This could be everything. The entire major could be on the line here for complexity. They need rounds in the first half, and they're not getting them. JT fighting, 7 seconds left. But Brokey will take him down.
It's dude.
Round once again from FaZe. Complexity did absolutely everything they could with it. After losing 2 players down towards Monster, a 4-3 advantage. They were gifted a Carrigan push towards Monster, but just didn't have any resources left, Anders. Like you said, 20 seconds remaining, and you're hoping for like...
I'm having fun. We're all having fun, right?
1 smoke available. That was literally
Karos, thanks for the 8-month resub. Thank you. We're all having fun.
So you might as well just run into that stage and hope you catch them out of position. But Brokey was there. The rifles were set up, and it's yet another round for FaZe as we go 8-1. Just a couple more rounds left to play. No bomb planted, but money is pretty good, all things considered.
Yeah, because of the layout of the map, Rob's position meant they wouldn't have been able to run up towards restrooms. They couldn't have bought more time in that way. He would have hurt them every single time, and that would have really given them a chance to do something on the A-bomb side. Nice shots here from Brokey. Been the best major yet for Brokey.
That FaZe jersey on? Hell no, dude.
Pretty impressive. So
now I can proudly wear a Cole jersey and not be associated with the Cowboys.
But I feel like we haven't seen the classic Brokey rounds. Maybe that is still to come.
He's saving it for the Royal Arena.
Yeah, he might be. I think Richard was making a point the other day that Rain is one of these big game players, and this is one of them right here. You know, 10-3. Rain doing absolutely amazing work in the server, carrying.
You look proud right now. So proud.
Victory. It seems like Complexity. We've yet to see them do anything. They made a comeback on Nuke. They were able to bring it back to a 7-5. Best they can do right here is 8-4, and they desperately need those 4 rounds.
In towards B we go. They're taking so much damage on Root. They haven't seen anyone yet. Elimination under 30 points of health, but he cracks open the B bomb site. Is there anything left they can do?
There we go.
With a double kill.
No.
Rob fighting back.
Wait.
And now finally they have the man advantage. Can they get the bomb planted?
Alzer, get a fucking bomb. Don't you dare fucking die peeking. I swear. I swear to God.
As he scrambles towards the bomb
I'll find your dad and kiss him right on the fucking lips.
Now with the retake in a 3 versus 2 deficit.
If you cannot win this round, it might just be all over. It's set up
Nice.
for you, Grim. The second kill of the map for him right there. You'll take it. Frozen in the ground.
Money's still not great, believe it or not. So Rob's kind of has to save this AK.
Yeah.
You know what? Did I fucking stutter?
Part of this half so far is that they have done a lot of work. This isn't a wipeout in that sense. I mean, it is in terms of rounds, but there are a lot of rounds that Complexity are going to be looking back on thinking, my God, we could have maybe done it. All right, Rob's just
yeah, he's like,
annoying.
Maybe there's a chance. You never know. But not going to be trying to steal the round away. Complexity certainly do, though. It was the Lees that went down to 30 points of health and still breaches the B bomb site, gets himself a pair of frags that are very influential, defining their second round on the board in total. It's incredibly difficult to get these T-side rounds on the board, so more of that, please. Elige getting the job done. This is a nice shot from Grim as well. That sealed the deal.
How can we cope
11,
right
as
now?
mentioned, the money's pretty tight, but Deagle for Rain. A couple of M4s in the Brokey.
Was it 3 p.m. over there? Honestly, they needed the later match.
Certainly feel very
if
uneasy
can
about
find this one, they should be.
They've been in EU for like a month.
Yes.
Can we claim jet lag?
Keep that thought in mind as they try to push through the monster tunnel here. They're going to be running into only 2 players.
Carol saying
Look at the forward
420, thanks for the 8
position
months
for
resub,
FaZe. They're not
thank you.
forward on B, they're forward on the A side of the map, but they have smelt nothing on that side. So they're going to be calling it in, saying, you know what, there are no T players on the A side of the map right now. You got to be on high alert down at B. Although Complexity are walking their way back. Robs. Just waiting around towards the playground. Is anyone ever going to check this? They've never been here before. The entire half. And oh, actually, JT. He was ready somehow. What a shot that must have been. Robs looked like he had a massive positional advantage. Now Rain.
JT, unironically the best player in BO3s for Cole.
What's happening? Didn't get the shot. Decided to try and see if he could hop, skip out of there. Frozen looking to make that a double kill, but instead it cost him his life. For once, they managed to claim that back. Frozen's got multiple double kills in that position just by being patient, but this time it was a bit too much. Brokey also hunted down the 3rd round for Complexity. Some signs of life here, finally, for them.
Same story as Nuke. And to be honest, it's not too bad for Complexity. They can get this final round, which is looking pretty likely.
Yeah, they're doing the same shit again. They're not trolling now, and they're building up just a little bit of hope, chat, just to get Decode and crush us. Editor, remember this moment.
Floppy starting to nail some shots. Elige coming to life as well. Final round should be
Thank
there.
you, editor.
Round 12 here, looking for 4 on the board. Complexity have everything they could possibly need. FaZe far from it. MP9s and Deagles, a CZ for Rain. Carrigan Scout, you didn't see many of those.
It'd be some classic bullshit, wouldn't it, if he just shows up and headshots a couple of people. You never know with Carrigan. He's one of those players. Eagle does nothing at all. Grenade on top. Grim unable to finish what he started, unfortunately. Frozen will be able to take him down. Carrigan scrambling. He should surely be dead here. Elige, yeah, easy kill. Man advantage. They actually have the A bomb side in theory, but rotation started to get here from FaZe. They're a little bit panicked, and you can understand why.
I feel like they should have heard that. Maybe they didn't.
Final round. And they are coordinating themselves into the correct position. We've got multiple players here for FaZe on the A bomb side, but they don't have the firepower.
No. We missed the molly. We missed truck molly. Why do you miss mollies in critical rounds?
They've got plenty of time and he'll wait for his moment to strike.
Truck!
Rops has been removed and Rain, he's only got the pistol. Here on the A side, 73 points of health. The execution now as they commit. And the CZ not enough. That's surely the end of the half. Complexity posting yet another round. 3 in a row to close things out. It's looking quite dire at one stage, but 4 is very serviceable, Anders. They can win the pistol in the second half. They're right back in this, but that's exactly what we said on Nuke as well. And it wasn't the case. They won the pistol, lost to the second round 4-7.
Oh, dude, complexity.
Heads, didn't post
Don't win pistol and get ecoed. Win pistol and then convert.
I think really what they're doing is making it as hard as possible for NA fans to watch the game. Like, I think that's that's happening. Like, you go on a massive roller coaster down, like everyone's crying and screaming, and then you're like, oh, maybe something is happening, and then it kind of goes wrong again. My God. They're keeping the dream just barely
Is Anders
alive.
in the room with us? Like, what the fuck?
But you are right. The template for how to win this game is right in front of them. Win the pistol, win the first rifle round, and we can have a conversation again. The map is not out of their reach yet, even if it does look very dire at the moment. 8-4. It's now complexity on the CT side.
Yeah. Let me offer some words of encouragement to the North American fans. This is absolutely fine. They can actually pull this one back. 4 rounds on the T-side of overpass is actually pretty par for the course. And we'll see if they can win. And I will say they won't. They would like to win the pistol for sure. It would certainly help them out, but it's not even required that they pick it up.
It also could be worse. They could be Danish fans, Henry. So there's always that to think about. Smoke going
Could
up,
be
flash
Danish
going
fans.
through. Elige on the front line. Good
He
head.
just threw his own fan base under the fucking. Oh my God! Oh my!
Another headshot comes through, and they will overwhelm it. Grim, 4 kills. He is back.
Now convert.
Excellent work.
Now convert.
Nice work for Grim. The P2000, the USP working in tandem. All 5 players trying to get through the monster. They get nothing at all. No bomb planted. Jets has to be the eco coming up next as well. That certainly changes the landscape of this second map of our best of 3. Ancient is the 3rd if required. And now we're 1 step closer to it. Nothing can really be purchased here, so the Glocks across the board. FaZe Clan now. This is going to be a difficult game to close out 2-0.
All Glocks.
Complexity at 1 point, absolute
Complexity can't lose this.
Haven't necessarily been that this tournament. The only map they've even won in the elimination stage after 7 showings was Vertigo.
Yeah, which is the permaban of FaZe. So they're not getting to play Vertigo. It's crazy, isn't it?
Oof. They can't. If they lose this round, I don't have any words of encouragement left. I've got nothing for you. They have to win this round. Yes. Put it that way. It looks like it'll be comfortable. Elige and Holzerk open things up. Should be a guaranteed frag for Elige. Doesn't have to commit to it though. He's at the 40 points of health.
There's some damage received, but ultimately
Mission possible.
It's looking pretty good. Rob with the T side, Zeus unable to find any positions to play with. Nobody even dies on complexity. They're up to 6.
Ooh. Next round will be very indicative as to which way this one's going.
Drinking any good coffee today? Not yet.
Turning up with the rifles, running away with it, shutting complexity out. Or we have a long, drawn-out affair that could go to overtime, back and forth rounds. Got those MP9s, like the bonus round here.
No, I did actually go out and have a couple drinkies yesterday, so I'm good. No drinking at home. Fuck that. That's weird. But I'm about to get some coffee.
Not for default, so
I mean, 7 a.m. here. It's got to be 5 p.m. somewhere, you know?
And this is what I was expecting.
Oh, no.
I haven't seen this version of it before, though. You're behind the plants.
Motherfucker's literally in...
for the major.
That's such a commitment. The rest
Fanatic
of the map
manager.
is basically empty for complexity.
Watermelon
players
takes the 2-month recent, thank you.
3 of them are tied up in a boost down there. Now, if it worked, it's sick, but we can tell on the minimap, no FaZe plans close to it. Like, they're not going to get, they have to basically disassemble the boost. I mean, it's still a cool idea. Set a bit of a bonus round. You might need a bit of a trick to try and get something done with, but this one didn't net them anything. I do like this forward position for Holzerk. It should allow them to...
You would bet correctly.
He's going to backstep eventually when he feels the time is right.
I had 2.
Rain. Oh, we made a sound cue, though. Did Rain hear that? I don't think so. He's actually probably got Rain here.
There
he is. And
nice.
there's the frag. Oh, Rain will be kicking himself.
And he even moves forward. He actually gets all the information. He doesn't just fall back and say there could be more players there. He moves forward and says there's nobody on this side. Be ready. Down to the
They're going A. They're going A. No, guys, stop, please. He mollied off the rotate.
Just offers himself up a free, low HP, runs in.
Guys, somebody. They literally mollied the rotate. Why are we 3 monster?
Pull this one back. Hall's in a prime position.
Nice.
Another kill.
Oh.
Broke your pull one back. They'll get the plant at least. I don't think there's any way they can win this one.
There shouldn't be. The only thing is they're all retaking from the same side. Nobody's coming up from behind, but Brokey's also pushing into them. I was going to say if they stay by restrooms, wait a minute. They're going to be walking right into the headshots. Brokey! He's nearly got it. Oh, and it's one tap! Frozen! The Iceman!
They've absolutely collapsed at the final hurdle. Was looking so good at a 4-on-2 Anders. The round was there, prime for the taking. And with your tournament life on the line, already a map down. You played it so well. A 5 versus 3, they've essentially just given you the round. And one by one they come through. It spirals out of control. And
maybe I just start drinking at fucking 6 in the morning.
To close things out. 9-6. That throws a spanner in the works. It was the bonus round, bear in mind. The complexity still have a buy available, but still, that was a 5 rights with a 2 for Masters in the mix. And toward that connector we go once again. Elise with no helmet up against the MAC-10. He'll come out on top for the first. Can't find the second. JT willing to take this fight.
Nice.
And delivers on all fronts.
Yeah, that was a very clean shot coming up from JT. Been one of the pillars for complexity in this series so far, maybe in the tournament so far. They lost a 4 versus 2. At this stage in the tournament, man, that's going to cost you.
Oh, it's a back-breaking play. Frozen sending shivers down the spines of complexity fans across the world. But they now have the man advantage, Anders. They can pull this one back. Down but not out.
What jersey am I wearing? Quiznos.
Once again, looking to challenge his fellow countryman. Hallzerk played a very strong game so far. Do they anticipate his position? The shadow just gives him away. And it's still a 3 versus 2. 45 seconds remaining. It's Brokey and Robs this time. Both of them alive and well with 100 HP.
If they stop the bomb plant and win this round, again, the game is wide open for complexity. But look at the out here. Yeah, FaZe, they know.
Should hear it.
It's being heard now. They're starting to realize they should have heard some of the footsteps. I think Grim would have heard it from the upside of the map. Good trade, JT, but he can't get the next one. 1 versus 1, and Grim's walking up behind. Now, he does have the element of surprise.
Ryan, thanks for the 5 super chat. Thank you.
So quiet as a mouse. He's sneaking towards the bomb site. Don't give anything away. No sound cues. Oh, he just has the Brokey! Somehow that internal intuition just telling him where Grim was coming from.
I don't know why Floppy felt the need to try to off-angle heaven there when, like, I don't know, man.
A prime spot, perfect crosshair.
He just gives up a free fight.
And the money has gone out the window for complexity here.
Like,
oh, they're playing good CS as well. They're winning their duels. They're reading the rotations well. But Brokey and Frozen just go absolutely clutch in the last couple of rounds. That might be enough to find the 2-0.
If you're Grim, what a mental situation. You're facing an opponent who's got his back turned to the entire rest of the bomb site. Like the heaven, everything else is exposed. He's just sat there with the crosshair waiting for you, and it works for him. Timeout, the last one, tactical here for complexity.
They're going all in.
We're forced buying. Holy shit.
5-7.
Thumbs up or down, Henry?
I mean,
take on this?
The way they're hitting their shots, they're doing very well in the individual duels here. It's just coming down. They've had a 4 versus 2 and a 4 versus 3 in their favor that's collapsed. It's just unlucky. Like FaZe, against Imperial, we didn't see any of this. They didn't clutch a single round. They looked weak. They would barely find
I'm glad to see FaZe wake up.
Today, it's a different
I'll be honest,
entirely.
I think that's what's more disappointing is it really doesn't look like...
This is the FaZe that can go all the way in the major.
I mean, I know Henry and Anders are saying it, but...
Oh, they had a lot of HEs.
I don't even think they're getting pressed right now.
Cool ways you can use
it's hard to tell like what their level is because I literally just feel like
them for the A plant. You can throw them.
They're not really getting pushed.
Behind the CT
they're just they're kind of cruising.
Explode a player that's just trying to default plant, but
now that being said, if they make it for playoffs, beating Core here, I could see them playing even better though for playoffs.
It's never that simple though. Up against the pistols, there's going to be boosts. There's going to be aggressive flanks.
Oh, that's the HE's gone. Blowing open the smoke, not catching anyone there. Elige, though, it's a start. He gets
Damn,
traded.
that flash, if it was just a little bit early. Good tag.
Shooting Rops, I think, in his pinky toes.
They're pretty low here. Like, this scout could be very problematic. Also, the kind of player that's gonna nail the body shots. They'll smoke off towards the bathrooms here. Rain's one of the players that's already down to 30 points of health. And he absolutely eviscerates him with the AK-47. Grim next on the chopping block. The flames starting to scorch his toes, and they'll go back in towards the B bomb side. They've caused his rotations as well. It's hook, line, and sinker. B bomb side's wide open, Anders.
Yeah.
They did have something to work with here. It was looking rather promising at one stage on this force buy, but they might even be better off saving the little they have. With the Kevlar especially is more important, because you're not going to be winning this round now. Yeah, they have to save. It's one of the most...
Could there be a worse feeling than having to save this?
Saving the Eagles and a scout just because you have literally
How
nothing going
could
forward.
this happen
Yeah,
to me?
in terms of loss bonus, it can confirm they get $2,400 in the next round. So with the Kevlar already, that means they can buy a FAMAS or an MP9, maybe an M4 in some instances. No, that won't be possible. So yeah, you're saving to buy a FAMAS next round. You drop a Deagle over to Elige and Horzerk, and yeah, that's where we're at. It's not pretty. And the 2-0 is looking very likely here.
What it feels like when the food app like refunds you €2 because the food was 5 hours late. You're like, oh, thanks. Great. I've got €2.
Full focus, okay? We're playing fucking good right now. We need focus, okay?
Yeah, they are playing good, but these games can still fall apart. The pressure is mounting. All it takes is one glorious Desert Eagle headshot, a backstab of an MP9, and they can get right back into it. It's a very CT-sided affair.
You know, for those who missed it, we had the conversation. We actually had the interview yesterday with Carrigan where he said, sure, this wasn't maybe a great game, but he still very much believed that the team could make it back. And I was, I thought, really? Like, after that performance? But it shows you the level of depth to Carrigan as a leader. Like, he knew that the team had it in them, even if it was a bad result yesterday, potentially. It is still the FaZe clan that is just so powerful here. They're 2 rounds away from making it, finally putting a Danish player inside of the Royal Arena. Almost all of the rest of them have been eliminated. The Hooksy's still out there, but sure, I mean...
On the bright side, it's better than getting obliterated by Spirit in playoffs.
Copenhagen's been a bloodbath.
Fuck that, dude.
So
I want the legend spot.
You got Zipex
for the Americas. Fuck.
He's in.
Cyclone's there.
Yeah,
sure.
we got
some...
couple of coaches.
There's bits and pieces, really, but...
So we could likely see
Payne will do it. I fucking hope Payne doesn't do it. That'll
Yeah.
cripple my pickups. God damn it! Can we do it without fucking my pickups?
Copenhagen, as there are Danes at the end of it. We'll find out.
That'd be nice.
With a pistol and a prayer. A
Yeah,
deagle on long.
They didn't all in this one. They just got the pistols. Saved the previous round. Couple more deals in the mix.
I'm not going to criticize. I think there's no rights and wrongs here.
There's pick your poison right from the stage. Like, you definitely kind of need the round, but it is, like you said, CT side overpass. You could get 6 in a row. It's possible. You have to really dig deep to maybe win this round. The Molotov can make things extra spicy. Carrigan loses control. He's had a couple of rough rounds with that weapon, but still, it looks absolutely fine. They've got themselves Royal Arena point, Anders.
Fuck.
Yes,
Playoffs
they do.
on the tip of their tongue. Some touching distance.
I wish somebody would.
I mean, hope so. 95. 7 slots for the next major as opposed to 5.
Players in this game and in the Imperial game, and just look at like the difference in what they look like.
I mean, if you think about it, that's basically $9 million getting shifted over to NA.
Frozen's here, like everyone is just hitting
Right.
really good shots.
Because each
it's
spot
very, very
last
crisp
time was
game mechanically
4.5 million
for FaZe right
total.
now, and
Generated
Complexity
revenue
are
for
not
the
able
org
to hold
and the
on.
players.
The major slipping out of their hands. It's Floppy alone, and obviously the best he could do right now is to try and find a rifle to bring into the next round. They've had nothing to fight with in the last couple of rounds here. He's going to get overwhelmed. A 3rd kill for Frozen.
We're doing burn B. We're doing burn B, but monster.
So, Carrigan trying to coordinate the knockout punch.
Calling his way to victory right
now. Coup de grace, how will they find it? Can they just do it right here, right now? Not have to go through any of the turmoil and stress. Have a close game here. What will it be? We heard.
What up, JoJo?
To be mentioned, actually. So we'll see if that's.
What are my thoughts on the force buy?
Piece. Overwhelmed the defense. They don't have everything they need. They do have.
I don't really hate it, actually. They knew they could have broken their money, and they were down a lot of rounds.
In the elimination stage.
They kind of needed a swing round back.
How close he is.
you're putting a lot into that round, but even if you saved it, it's like still pretty tremendous. Like, would have been really hard either way.
They were up well, they look good from the start, but it's coming apart. Floppy trying to hold on to it. The dream, 4 versus 4 now. FaZe, can they find a way out of this one? They put some pressure on that B bomb site. Do you want to risk it here if you're Floppy? You've got no information. The team as a whole, you don't know anything about what's happening. Is anyone going to take a risk to find out what's next? Elige is looking towards the restrooms on the other side. He's trying to just edge out. Is anyone down there? All right, he's going to get some shots in return, so at least he knows that there's a couple of players down there. That's good information. The bomb, as we can tell, outside of the B bomb site. Molotov's landing, putting some pressure on A, trying to see if they can sell that idea. And Floppy, that was the information play. That's what I was talking about. They had no info. They wanted to find it, but Floppy finds a bullet instead.
Brain's helping himself to the monster tunnel as well. That's prime real estate. 3 more kills away from the Royal Arena. What a shot that is. Grim goes down with nothing. Rob's on the backstab, the bomb's being planted. It's Hulzerk with the AWP. It looks like FaZe have done more than enough here. The bullet connects, the wallbang will not. And Elige and Hulzerk have to go for this one in an impossible scenario.
That's just fucking balls.
In here. Rob's on the
and there it
shooting
goes.
Elige in the back, and Hulzerk, the last one left alone on the site, and goes down.
Balls. All right, well.
Rings out another AK shot, echoes across the map, but there's no one to hear it. Complexity
Fucking
are
weenies,
dead,
dude.
and FaZe will survive.
It's all right.
Finally,
I was mentally prepared for this,
arena.
but it still feels bad.
It was from FaZe. That's more like it. That's the team we know and love. 2 clean
Fuck,
performances
man.
here.
Fuck.
There was Nuke, there was a dominating victory, and then overpass as well. The pick.
I knew it was very likely scenario to wake up to, but yeah.
It felt closer. There was some magnificent clutches in there. But you're absolutely right, Anders. FaZe are on their way to the playoffs.
Yes, and now on the desk we have to sort of have the moratorium and talk about what's just happened to Complexity and what the future might hold. Not going to be pleasant. Look, I mean, first of all, guys, I think for me the real issue I have is that when Complexity go 2-0, you can see how their spirits are high. They're doing the media work. Yep. Got all this belief, but then ultimately we got, and I don't want to sound cruel, but we got a masterclass in failure. We got so many different ways to fail. We had the mouse game where they just didn't turn up. Then we had the Vitality game where you're within touching distance and then you crumble at the last second. And this was just insipid, you know, flaccid, uncommunicative.
Yeah.
There just wasn't anything there. They were so flat.
I think for my money, at the very least, it's a reality check of where Complexity is at right now. You're looking at the way they had to go, right? They lose to Mouse, they lose to Vitality, they lose to FaZe. One would argue 3 of the 4 best teams in the world right now. All 3 are within the top 4 of the world. So in that regard, it makes sense that Complexity are losing the game, but it's the fashion they lose in. Against Mouse wasn't even a fight. Against Vitality, it was a great fight. Vitality were playing their C game, B game, yet they still couldn't get over that hump. And against FaZe today, there was no fight whatsoever. So realistically speaking, the best Cloud9 Complexity could have hoped for was getting into the quarterfinal, where they then would have been bashed by one of these better teams once more. So I'm not really sad Complexity is not making it. I don't think they are a team right now ready for the playoff. However, I'm sad in the fashion they're going out. They seem deflated, they were a little bit sad, they were frustrated, which is completely understandable, but it was a team that had a good shot after they went up 2-0. But I gotta admit, I never saw that quality transpire in these 3 games, which makes it, for me, very fair they didn't.
It's like watching, you know, a sine wave when I look at the performances, right? Like on against Mouse, completely
Max Ace to 73 with resub, thank you.
Vitality just a couple rounds away from putting down Vitality in his 2-2 spot, and again today here completely down as well. I mean, sure, you know, there were a few moments where it looked like there was some signs of life at the end of that first half, but
good
let's be real, FaZe completely outclassed them. Karrigan was calling
7
circles
spots for
around
next major. Bad news.
The final round, by the way,
unless Pain upsets Navi, no legend spot.
And whatever Karrigan was,
did you get one anyway?
I wouldn't be faking over towards A guys. Just
we
wait
get a
towards
pity
B,
legend
big
spot?
information. Completely read them.
Yeah, we can touch on that a little bit. You know, it's probably not something to talk about, but again, this is going out on the broadcast, so I'm hoping people at home understand this. But when you listen to the difference in comms that are just coming out, you know, it's so flustered on Complexity. even in the winning situations, even in the winning rounds. It's been
I have no idea who that is, 95.
You know, about the NA comms where it's like, he's listening, everyone's like panicking and shouting, you just can't hear what's going on. Meanwhile, in FaZe, it's one voice at the start of a round. Clear, concise. No one is, you know, getting flustered in those moments, and it really translates to the server.
It does, you know. Clear, calm communication has always been an integral part of being a great Counter-Strike team. It's also something that the Complexity coach, TC, and the players are constantly referencing in different interviews, that whenever they're losing, they go silent, the comms are not there, it's becoming frustrated, etc., etc. It's an ongoing problem, and they've seemed to not found a way to address it so far, and obviously for Complexity, if they were to stay together as a 5-man unit, they gotta work on it.
Yeah, well, look, we can hear from Carrigan, who called such a great game. He's with Parla now.
Thank you, Richard. Yes, indeed, I'm with Carrigan. Finn, congratulations. You and FaZe are going through to the playoffs, and you will be playing in the Royal Arena. How's that sound? How's that feel?
That feels good. I mean, first major in Denmark. I think we waited 10 years for that, back when we were in Stralis TSM. So coming in now and be the first Dane so far to make it into playoff, and hopefully we can go even deeper. I'm super proud of the guys today. Hasn't been an easy major, but have it ever been easy for FaZe at majors? I don't think so.
Carrigan, I did want to touch upon what you just brought up. As it stands, you are the only Danish player in the Royal Arena. Hooksy has a chance later, but as it stands, it's only you. Does that make this victory and going to playoffs even sweeter?
I mean, now it makes it even sweeter, right? There's 4 days off now to where the pressure can build up and just enjoy the moment, right? Being there, just making major playoff with so many good teams is hard. So now a refocus, and then I want to hear the whole Royal Arena roar when we get to play there and just enjoy the moment, because many players, many Danish players missed out on this major, and also including the playoffs, right? So it's a privilege to represent Denmark, and hopefully I can do it in full force.
Finn, can we get a quick match breakdown? So that was a dominant victory over Call. You were calling brilliantly. Was that your expectation? Did it play out any differently to your expectations?
I think it's mentality-wise. I think if you look at the bracket we had, we lost some best of ones. It's always tough, right? I think we played better yesterday against Imperial, but I think just knowing that this is one single match away from playoffs, right? We have a chance. We have good map pool against Complexity. And starting out really good was important for us. And I think in the end, I know we show up at some point. Sometimes I wish a little bit faster, but I think we could see full force in FaZe, good individual plays, good clusters, good communication. As you say, also some good calls, right? So in the end, I think it was a hard game for Complexity, because when we are in this scenario, we are a very hard team to beat, to be honest.
Carrigan, final questions. What's the plan now, and how do you prepare as much as possible for playoffs? And what are your playoff expectations?
What up, Ziggy? How you doing, dude?
I think we're going to be the top seed. I think we don't have the best Buchholz, my friend, score. So we're going to see. Doesn't matter who we face. I think the same we get into playoff. We are a different beast, and I hope that we can take a day off now. Been grinding a lot since the AMR and even start of the year for Katowice, right? So I think it's really important we reset now and maybe talk about what went good in the group stage, what went bad, and bring the good stuff with us and think positive, because I believe we can be winner of this tournament if we have the right mentality and we step up the last 5-10%. But there were some great teams in that major playoff, and I'm just super happy to see a competitive playoff this year. Relax time now.
Relax time now, indeed. Carrigan, congratulations. You and FaZe through to playoffs. Is there anything else that you'd like to say to the fans watching at home?
I hope you guys enjoyed the FaZe show as always. Going 1-2, having a little bit fun, throw a map, and then suddenly step up on the 2-2 games. So yeah, classic FaZe, and hopefully we also get to see some classic FaZe games in playoff. And I can't wait to see you guys support us. And thank you for all the people that are still alive at home as FaZe fans. I know it's tough, and it's also tough as an ideal. So thank you very much.
Classic FaZe. That is the phrase of the day. Richard and Desk, back to you.
Yeah, it is classic FaZe, but of course he's not telling the whole story there about, you know, what it is to be a FaZe fan, what it is to be a FaZe IGL. You know, Carrigan chasing his own legacy here in Copenhagen. We've talked about this a lot. He's somebody who is always going to be in the conversation as one of the greats, and I think we saw in that emotional moment in the Katowice finals where he knew another one had got away from him. This is a guy who doesn't want to win every trophy that he's in, because he knows when he gets to the end of his career, when he's finally retired and he hangs up his mouse, he wants to be the GOAT. And this event so important for that narrative?
Yeah, he's very close to reopen that conversation. You know, whether it's Glaive, whether it's Kerrigan, it's got to be someone else in the future. He's won a lot, and it must be nice to be a player of his caliber. You know, as you said, losing a Katowice final for most players would be a great opportunity to showcase that you were in a grand final at a big tournament. For Kerrigan, it's another one that got away. Yeah. I also will allow myself to translate a little bit what he said in the interview right here. He said he doesn't necessarily care about who he's facing in the playoff. Bullshit. That's lies. You know, you want to avoid Spirit if you can avoid Spirit right now. And there's one way FaZe Clan can avoid Spirit, and that is if Pain Gaming beat Na'Vi later on today. If that happens, then FaZe will be in the different side of the bracket compared to Spirit. If not, then FaZe and Spirit will be in the quarterfinals. So Kerrigan and the FaZe boys, they are going to look at that game between Pain and Na'Vi, and they're going to look excited because they don't want to face Spirit in that quarterfinal. I dare you.
Yeah, and look, obviously, even in defeat at the major, there's nowhere to hide. You have to come out and face the cameras sometime. And it's very classy of Elish to do that now with James Banks.
Completely agree, Rich. And yeah, Elish, I want to touch on this for you guys at the moment. It feels like we saw two different faces of Complexity. Sometimes hugely positive, sometimes not coming in with the same energy, the same attitude. Is this something you felt? Is this something you noticed?
I think that we just ended up losing like a lot of like the close rounds, whereas like on Vitality we ended up like winning like a lot of like the clutch rounds. So I mean, sometimes it's just like kind of a grind. We had like a game plan going into, you know, obviously both maps, and we started off slow on both maps. So it was just like very different, where we had to like grind a lot more compared to Vitality, where we were on the better foot against them. So yeah, I think it was just like a different game, but you know, we were trying our best to, you know, bring the same type of like energy and creativeness, but when the game was just a lot tougher today.
And it came like you got the full force of FaZe. We've always been a tough team for you going into it. Was there something you tried to change? Was there something you tried to adapt to differently in order to have a better result here?
I mean, it's always going to be like the same stuff of just making a good game plan, that everything just, you know, we expect like whatever they're going to do, and we're going to have a good game plan for that. I wish that we could have like started off a little bit better. I think I just wasn't really feeling like the best, like physically for some reason. Just I don't know why exactly, but yesterday and today I just wasn't able to get it going. I felt like on Nuke I could have like had that put us in a better spot, but yeah.
Would you say then, when it comes to this, right, it's been a wild ride for you guys in terms of how high it was at the beginning and how low it's come at the end? And is there some positives you can still take away from this whole experience, because you were almost there?
Yeah, I mean, definitely feel the bad more than the good, but there's always like a lot of good stuff. I think that you can see like the difference when the team's like playing on their A game and like playing very well. So there's a lot. Like it's not like we can win like as a team. We can play super well. We can have like all these things, but we just have to keep like improving and raising our floor. So whenever we have like really tough matches, we don't have to like rely on everyone like playing at like the very top, like tip top of their game. Yeah. We need to make sure that like whenever you know, just like our base level needs to continue getting better, and we just have to keep like taking those steps to make that happen.
And some steps you have been taking is flying the flag in a great way for the North American side of things. Is there anything you want to say to all the fans out there who's supporting you and cheering you guys on?
Yeah, I mean, obviously disappointed. Wish we could have done better, but we're always gonna have more, and we got a lot of spots for next major. So, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of good things that we can take from it. I'm really like proud of the guys. I think that everyone like showed that they can play at like a very top level this tournament. We could have made it. Didn't go away this time, but you know, it's going to be a cool story next time. That's all we can really hope for.
That's what it's about next time, and he's always a man that gives his next time is all every single step of the way. Elish here signing off at the major.
Oh, James, obviously tough to listen to. I totally get it. You know, Elish, one of the great players, you know, from his region. And you know, he said that everybody kind of stepped up and did their part, and they were just kind of a little bit lacking. I don't really know about the future of this lineup now moving forward. You know, we already knew Holzerk was potentially on the chopping block coming in. We also saw him step up, but realistically, I think now with the change in ownership and the change direction, you've really got two philosophical approaches, and that is, you know, you either build around Elish and you try and create a star lineup, players that can augment him, or maybe you try and min-max and you invest in some of the other players. I don't know.
I feel, I won't lie, I'd be a little disappointed to see this lineup change, in all honesty. And I'll tell you why. You know, I remember watching in Sydney when they had that crazy finals in FaZe, and this is a team who seemingly, you know, just just like a duck to water, a shark to water, whatever you want to call it. They were feeling very comfortable in CS2. Elish was looking phenomenal as well. But I think they hit the nail on the head right there. The floor of this team right now is a little too low. When they hit their highs, we saw what they can do. We saw what they could do against Vitality, making them bleed and having close games, getting wins and all of that. But it's when it comes down to these moments where, you know, things aren't really going your way, they just seem to completely disappear. I still feel they have something. I still have a little bit more faith in this team.
It's about managing your expectations. I don't think anyone expects Complexity to be the 5th or 6th best team in the world, right? You can't always win the tournaments. You have the likes of Vitality, FaZe, Spirit, you name it. We don't expect Complexity to be at that level. So if they can loom around, you know, 7th, 8th, 9th spot in the world, I agree with you. That's fine for Complexity. Again, you got to manage your expectations. This is not a team that is built to win trophies. They're not there yet. They don't have the player material to do it. So to be number 8 in the world, to be number 9, to be number 10, it's not too bad.
No, I totally agree. And I hope they're able to bounce back. A lot of good people working very hard over there. Yes. Thanks for your thoughts, gentlemen. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we're going to be talking about Legacy again. Former major winners, Virtus.pro, taking on a G2 Esports that so desperately need to win a major. It's going to be electric. We'll see you soon.
I'm walking A. Come walk A after.
Deal down.
3B.
I'm on rotation.
3B. It's good, they can't go. They're mounted off. Here's Cheshkin. Good trash. They're rotating now. I tried to molest stairs. Yeah, do it.
20 seconds, coming up. Stairs
3 guys are just holding stairs, bro.
I'm going bank.
One late. They're all there. Coming. I'm hiding flower.
Bank dead. Oh, guys coming late.
Nice! Fucking Adil! What good round, boys. Honestly.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displates. Hang your displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com. The world is changing quickly. Shut up.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
Yeah, welcome back to Copenhagen. We're now going to be talking about Virtus.pro versus G2, which I set up before the break, guys. This is really about legacy. Virtus.pro kind of came into it in Rio back in CSGO. Everyone was like, wow, this style of play, it's oppressive, it's suffocating, it's sometimes not fun, it's not glamorous, not exciting, but it's textbook Counter-Strike, and they were able to turn that into a major victory. So, Virtus.pro Pro having to play G2 at this stage to get through to that final 8, to get into the stadium, it's a tall order, but definitely within their capabilities.
Definitely within their capabilities. I don't think we've seen the best from Virtus Pro so far this tournament. I think they've been a little bit lackluster. The map pool haven't really shown to be a strength as I thought it would be coming into the tournament. Shown a bit of weaknesses on Inferno, shown a bit of weaknesses in a lot of the game. So has G2 though. As I said, G2 is yet to beat a good team, quote-unquote good team at the major. They've taken down some decent teams. Whereas for Virtus Pro's way to this point, they've won against Pain, they won against Heroic, decent best-of-1 victories, but apart from that, they couldn't get it done against Eternal Fire. And as I said, on Inferno, last deciding map, they were nowhere to be found on the server. So for my money, we have two teams who've been struggling their way to a 2-2 position. Very hard to determine who is actually the favorite.
And for the side of G2, I'm just looking at his team, and they open things up with a very convincing drubbing of fear. You're looking at, all right, G2, they're looking like the RMR G2 we saw, where they will just an imperious form. A close loss to Na'Vi, where Lexi B had an incredible matchup right there when it was calling. And then after that, it's just been downhill. You know, they lose to Cloud9 on Anubis, a map where we were questioning why are we allowing Cloud9's map in a best-of-1. And even against Ecstatic, it just wasn't convincing, right? I mean, they lost on Vertigo. Inferno was basically a Modesty masterclass coming in right there as well. You can't just keep relying on this kid. It's only, what, 18 years old? He's back, still fresh. You can't crack it now this early in his life.
Well, look, you know, I do want to talk a little bit about G2. We did talk about it at the pre-show. Obviously, I did a jump scare in there. Someone tweeted at me as well. My mic went up, so you maybe didn't catch it. So we will repeat the point. And I want to just say, you know, I was watching Hooksy. I was watching you go berserk when you beat Ecstatic, a team you should be able to beat. You're screaming, you're so easy to read. Correct. He's a novice IGL who's just emerged from Tier 2. You should be running rings around this kid. And to over-celebrate like that when you have these pieces, I didn't like it. I've said it repeatedly. I will say it again. I think G2 are the biggest underachievers towards the last year of CSGO and through CS2 right now.
They are a team that is very hard to quantify. I'll agree with that. You know, it's hard to figure out where's G2 at. Obviously, they were saved last year by their fantastic wins and fantastic displays at Katowice, Cologne. They all of a sudden show up and win tournaments, then they go missing again. So I understand where you're coming from, Richard, especially when we speak of majors. This could be the 4th major in a row where they will fail to make the playoff, and that would be an absolute disaster for a star-studded team with a big budget who have all the tools at their disposal in order to go far. However, for my money, I think you're spot on when you're saying Hooksy is pressured right now. He's feeling the heat. He's feeling the pressure from not only himself, but for the teammates as well. I think the reason why he's over celebrating or screaming and shouting is he's trying to pump in some energy in T2. They've looked flat so far this tournament, and something's got to change.
100% they have to. I agree with this. Actually shades of Katie in Stockholm when they were actually celebrating after winning those group stages.
Which, I got lit up for pointing that out.
As well. You got lit up as well. So I can see that. I can totally see where it's coming from, but also considering the pressure they're on here this tournament, I can also relate where, you know, it's a bit of a release, it's a bit of a cathartic feeling, just, you know, just yelling out there. But I have to agree, like, the pressure on Hooksy right now, it's immense.
And the question is, should there be this pressure on him? Here's what I do want to say. He's a much better player in CS2. He got the CS2 buff. Mechanically, you can see he has raised his stats to what I would consider a passable level for an IGL that wants to win tournaments. No doubting that. The question for me has been, you know, and obviously all the community are asking it, when you made that roster change and took JKS out, you alluded to it being part of the intangibles, that you were going to get some sort of overall team buff, and Nexa, you know, might not be the same player individually, but he's going to give us all these extra elements. We haven't seen any of that yet.
I haven't seen that. We were expecting that activation of Hunter, right? It hasn't really happened yet. Sure,
the activation, mate. They switched him up.
More likely. And for Hooksy, I want to add on to that. On the T side, for example, I'm looking at some of the numbers. 36% opening attempts coming out from him. He's creating a lot of space for his team. He's being very sacrificial and whatnot. But, you know, he's basically the entry frag, not the entry fragger. And his teammates should be able to trade. They should be able to, you know, at least make his sacrifice not go in vain. I'm not seeing that here. I'm looking at some of the, these 5v4s, these 4v5s coming out. It hasn't really been great. The opening kill, like it's see over there, just been 4v5 situations time and time again. The numbers don't paint a really pretty picture. But then again, look at VP, and that's also pretty grim.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I mean, look, just quickly to talk about VP. I know the Vito will be coming along our screens in just a moment.
Minute 30 incoming.
But, you know, even James said, yeah, I'm kind of struggling a little bit to find my feet.
That a good stream? Yeah, totally.
Start. And so you have to wonder with the Vito coming in, you know, what does
no,
the
brush my
best
teeth.
look like for Virtus Pro?
Fucking.
I assume this is going to go along and be all the maps.
Well, there's going to be
face
quite
wash.
a caveat to that.
My
G2 is one of the few
fucking
teams who've been
nasty.
experimenting with a 7-map pool. They've been playing all the different maps, so they have the luxury of removing Mirage in this instance, a map they've gone away from. Surprise coming in for Overpass, not at all for Virtus Pro. That is the go-to pick for them.
I just didn't really watch the video that much, so like I don't know. I don't want to get too far down the rabbit hole, you know.
And I think Anubis, Ancient,
Trap Soul thanks to 26 with primer, thank you.
Could be in the pool right here. It's gonna be Anubis, which is great for G2. We have seen them play well on the map, notoriously known to be strong on it. So I think veto-wise, G2 is in a better position because they had the 7-map pool that could remove Mirage.
Overpass,
There's one thing
Inferno,
I want to
Anubis.
point out, though, that the core of these two lineups have played each other 4 times over the history of Counter-Strike, dating all the way back to 2022, and not a single time in history have Jame managed to beat G2. So they are a bit of his kryptonite. We spoke about the different play style, G2 being flashy, being proactive, having Monacy running around with the AWP, creating chaos. Usually Nico, back in the days, would also own Virtus Pro, has a good stat record against him. He's gotten a little bit missing, so that could change the tide, but we are speaking of a Jame that have tried 4 times in best of 3 games against G2 to beat him, and he's yet to succeed.
Quick final thoughts, Blair?
No, like I think this one's going to be a 3-mapper. Overpass should go the way of VP, but I agree with you. The map pool does heavily favor G2.
All right, well, great to get your thoughts. We're going over to the casters a little bit early. It's Harry and Hugo, but there's something special about today, isn't there? Any thoughts, guys?
Yeah, it's my birthday. Really.
Yeah, really.
There we go.
Birthday.
You guys gonna sing it?
Seeing as you gave us a few extra seconds.
I'm not going to sing it, actually. I'm a little bit croaky today. I've hit that old man wall in the broadcast.
It's been really fun to watch, but my coin is fucked.
But listen,
Foxy, thanks for the 8-month resub, thank you.
I hope all the community wish you a happy birthday as well. Get at them on Twitter and all of that stuff, and have a great game.
Well, I think it will be a great game. The former major champs of VP taking on the Kings Without a Crown for that final spot in the Royal Arena.
How do you not brush your teeth when you first wake up?
It's our first map of this series.
It just depends.
It's Virtus Pro's
I mean, and you have to wake up and you have 10 minutes to be live before the match goes live is usually a decent incentive.
The stakes are high, Harry. The expectations are high, and the results have certainly not been.
Then when you're trying to shower because you have 10 minutes in between maps, you're like, shit, gotta go.
So let's see if G2 can play their best CS yet in Copenhagen when it matters most. Up against
Mark Tequila with a 2-month resub, thank you. Appreciate you.
Will G2 die
Just wake up earlier? I was trying. It's just sometimes bro, it ain't in the cards.
Victory to get to that top 8 of the major. Feels like a very competitive time in Counter-Strike 2 right now. So many teams contending for that top 8 and looking good to make runs. Still with a final boss waiting, and VP have already proven in a grand final they can tackle with spirit as well. Can G2 tackle VP? We got a monster walk and a pop flash coming over the top.
Yeah, G2 have held on to their util this whole time. That smoke only used now, and that's going to give Hunter the cover. The dual Berettas.
Oh my God! How does he get a second out of that? What?
The kills come free, the kills come to him. Around this smoke, Flit tries to move in through the back lines, but it's all Hunter right now. Eventually overran and overwhelmed as James puts up a double. He loses his teammates, so James got to do this all alone. 40 seconds left. That's a lot of time.
How my pick'em's doing? Well, I'm getting a point for this game. I need Na'Vi to beat Pain. If Pain upsets Na'Vi, it's cooked.
All eyes on this position. 2 pairs of dual
James, you
still
could
in
save
play
this.
for G2. There should be no winning this for James.
Here they come, and there he goes. The jump sets off his crosshair, and G2 start things off with a bang indeed. Hunter on your screens has had a pretty horrendous tournament, but that is a fantastic way to start it out. 3 kills on the B site on a map that VP have made their own. The CIS squads rule.
Yeah, and you know, I know it was a game that G2 was supposed to win, and maybe the fact that it gets so close was worrying, but even towards the end of that ecstatic game the other day, Hunter did have like a really good performance in the 3rd map. It was him and Monacy. So hopefully he's kind of found himself coming into today. It's a nice pistol round from the guy. We so often say Hunter is a big game player, and this is just that, a very big game.
Yeah. Got to earn that stage. Gotta earn that arena, and Hunter is here to hound
Hunter,
him down.
farm it up, dude.
First. VP backed off in spawn. Even Hunter knows that's too good of a crossfire. Don't want to get too hungry. And VP just jamming. Playing jammy and trying to make G2 walk into
This is
that
so wild. You never even see fights on this part of the map when someone isn't saving, but of course, in the VP game, they are fighting from the nightclub. We've all been there. And so here's G2 locking in their second.
I don't know.
They will stick the
If you play Premier and you play Spin Botter, this is a common fight.
If you're new to VP, welcome. That's that round is exactly what to expect, right? Very slow, very you know, they just try and squeeze every drop of life they can get out of a round. They'll wait as long as they need to.
Just put Subway Surfers on and brush your teeth next time. True.
Often for Virtus Pro. 2-0 for G2 now. No ops yet. Monacy has been incredible.
Yeah, you know, if you want to talk kind of who's the hero figure, who's the one that we can really gauge how this G2 is going to do today, by looking at it is Monacy, or at least that's been the story throughout
That's it. I'm going with Pimp's Pick'em's X Major. Hey, Pimp has a long history of having really great pick'ems.
And in the games that they win, it normally requires Monacy to go huge.
Aware.
Not a lot of utils, so for VP to just throw info flashes like this, they are already running low. Hunter gets damage on that smoke. A lot of guns heard outside of the B site. VP picked that bomb up, they rotate round. Hoping that information is played off of G2, don't fall for it. They stay 3 upper, they've still got Nico.
I don't remember which major it was, but both group stages, Pimp's Pick'ems were done in the first day.
G2. Jumping and spotting is Monacy.
And that was like on the easier system. Maybe that's what it is Pimp actually just needed to make it harder on himself.
The sooner the better. Or escape. That smoke may allow it. It's a great block at 48 seconds. Nico crosses back to a safer position.
If Navi loses, Pimps are dead? Oh, so what's this fool talking about? We're in the same boat.
Just trying to stall this out as long as they can. And a re-smoke on the A site, that will be a problem with 30 seconds on the clock.
I mean, G2 are very aware of what they're up against, right?
Navi and Complexity to win arm out, you're out. Complexity already lost.
To use
or if you mean one or the other, then yeah, that's what I needed as well.
Ruin it for VP. Nico gets involved with a
I have both these teams going through, so this is a somehow VP.
Virtus Pro, the first rifle round they play, falls entirely on deaf ears.
When I finally have to match or watch
movement around the map
watch them, there's nothing on the line.
Play aggressive enough that they are slowing VP down.
Really wanting to make this punishing is Nico.
I don't think he'll find it. He'll have to run, and that would really give it up. They're going to turn, and they will survive for now. Great stalling for G2. Nice smoke on long, and Monacy sets Nico up for success with the MP9. So that worst gun in the round gets upgraded for G2 as well. It's off to a fantastic beginning on CT overpass. It may be VP's map pick and maybe where they're extremely comfortable, but T-side overpass is never where you want to be.
Rick and Cole going through this NA brain. Oh, it's a coat pick, but I wanted it in there for the fun, yeah. Absolutely.
Look at Complexity from earlier on, right? Like,
absolutely, it was coat, but I had to.
Is brutal. I also heard Monacy say easy at the end of that round. Yeah. So, you know, he's feeling good about this. And I think actually, you know, if we want to talk and think about G2's run here, I actually think that game versus Ecstatic was a very humbling moment and like a reminder that they have to stay full focus throughout a game. And I think that was a very important lesson to learn before the matchup versus Virtus Pro, the one that is the make or break matchup, deciding if you progress into the playoffs or if your journey ends one best of 3 short of it.
We'll need to make a change.
It might. Didn't want to see G2 struggle.
I feel like there was a change looming anyway before the major, you know.
Against, you know, the plucky
but you had to keep that roster the same for the major. No way you change it right before.
But at the same time, you know, you're expecting far more from G2.
I think
that being said, we saw FaZe look shaky.
It's definitely kind of hit a peak
until today, and FaZe showed up in that previous.
You saw them hit the peak, and they haven't really been able to reach it again. So
G2 can switch on at the most important point. Really, that's all that matters. Getting there. Starting that top 8. But I think when you look at those matchups today,
those pads they keep grabbing or the wipes, I didn't see it.
That's probably the worst
feeling.
So have G2 done their homework? So far, it's all going smoothly.
No, somebody might have like sweaty hands or something. I didn't see it, but might be. Or oh, you talking about the hand warmers?
VP.
Just the they don't have the electronic hand warmers. They have the shaky ones. The ones where it looks like you're going skiing. You know what I'm saying? Or helping out your homies. You know, after a long tough day.
Feels like a miss, to be honest. Might just be an insta-heaven smoke. But falls a bit short. We got a boost up. Hunter's holding for it. On timing though. Oh, that molly saves them. And the spam is perfection.
Good spam out of Hooksy.
What? Man, y'all don't have real homies. It looks like, chat. That's crazy.
About it, man. Good damage done to Mir. And that's going to mean that VP suddenly...
He'd grow up. Yeah, they need to get some better friends, dude.
Nade even follows up and Mir just whittled down. Even lower.
That's crazy.
VP going to go collect this bomb.
They are getting space on top site. Fame is really far forward, all things considered.
One day, Che, you'll get some real homies out there.
Still getting spotted at B as well. This is only helping VP, who have just been trying to fake out lower, make a lot of noise, like last round, and they've actually done a good job. They've kept one player here. Monacy spots an AK, though. Maybe that calls for some support. Nico's running his rotation.
Oh, that window where Nico had departed the top site and was reinforcing lower, it now closes, and VP a chance to get in
my
Monacy gun as
Jesus.
Monacy, valiant effort over on the top site, clean on the M4. Oh, he's onto something here, is Monacy. Ilya the kid.
This Monacy kid's pretty fucking good.
Out of the site.
He's pretty fucking good.
It's all on me, the guy who spammed down to 5 HP right at the start of the round. What a brutal way for that one to go. Monacy, he's so sick. He has been all tournament. Well, he had that one-off day.
He's been 1v9 in Harry.
Grow up thrice.
Fantastic round for Monacy.
Yeah, all the matches today are 2-2.
And even if G2 is solo on the site, apparently
Cole already has the jersey. Grow up.
Yet. We have 4 AKs for G2 right now. Full control of this game. All it takes is one for VP to break in. To wake up. But it is sooner rather than later in MR12. God, look at the control. G2 exuding confidence.
Nico. Nice easy double, and that's the bomb away from Virtus Pro. So they're way back in. Should never be in a round like this. And you know, you're dead on. VP don't need much to go off of already. That's something we've always said about this team, but also because of the map and the side that they're on. This is one where the Virtus Pro system really does help them out. Every one of these T rounds is almost worth like 3 on the CT side. So G2 might be sporting this massive early lead, but they can never afford to get ahead of themselves. You don't want to give VP a way in.
But getting ahead of yourself, that's exactly what G2 learned yesterday, right? It felt like they got a bit too cocky, over ecstatic. They were in full control, 8-1. They lose the map. They had to really give it their all on Anubis, which is our 3rd here today as well. So I think G2 have learned their lesson. They've been spanked, and even though they win that game, they remind themselves, okay, full focus.
Fast lose.
Arena is our goal.
That's my motto anyway.
Starts. Norbert, good luck. They'll find one. Oh, flick up top, and Norbert.
What?
He doesn't need
Holy.
luck. Lovely double kill. Bomb retrieved.
B-side's open.
They're suddenly rotating around. Right now, G2, they're still clearing out middle. They're still trying to figure out where VP have gotten to.
Somebody clip that for me.
Slow up until now, but this one's got some pace behind it all of a sudden.
Thank you.
Running out through Monster, chance at the plant as Norbert just opened up a last second route to the round win.
G2. Oh no.
2v5 attempt here out of VP, and Norbert, the man who kick-started it all, he spots another.
Oh
Norbert's
my
having a
God,
round.
Norbert.
Just next to
Norbert.
dead in the heavens. Norbert
Holy fucking
luck.
well
VP,
played,
that's
bro.
how they get there first.
2v5.
That was disgusting.
Despicable. What a round for Norbert.
Holy shit.
They had the perfect setup in Playground. It
What,
was
did
not
Monacy
enough.
fall asleep up there? Like, what's going
G2's
on?
rotation way too slow there. Felt like they didn't even believe that VP would grab that bomb and go monster. They didn't believe there was time. 25 seconds when they picked up that package, and they got it down just in time. VP, you can never be caught sleeping against this team. You can never count them out from winning a round like that. They are on the board well and truly, and that forces a response. Monacy's AWP comes out. Nice nade combo. Hooksy has definitely been giving us better individual form in this game. CS2 over CSGO, putting himself in the limelight with that entry, but Norbert spams the monster smoke.
What's going on?
Yeah.
Norbert's suddenly gone God mode, man.
What do you mean suddenly? That's a major winner you're talking to. Have some respect.
Get his ass.
This is madness.
Yeah,
Just
one
a
team
random
in this
smoke spam
matchup
onto
won a
Nexa,
major so
and
far,
now he's
Harry.
taking the space. He's suddenly
The other team's
really
washed.
looking to be that point man, that front man for VP, the one that brings them into this T side in a very big way.
Again. Oh. Nico, he can't play this. He can't do anything right now. It's up to G2 at the bomb site. As Hunter trapped down in pit, he's in a lot of trouble.
Will get brushed aside, but that's when James cooks up something for VP. Monacy, clutch attempt, but he's fired off the orb. They know where he is now. I mean, Monacy's been fantastic in clutches for G2, but this is one that's just, you can't justify giving this a go.
Not the whole team.
They'll have to bow out of the round. Virtus Pro onto
Yeah.
their second.
Yep.
And this is now a bit of a problem for G2.
Yep.
VP are chaining rounds together. They're picking up some momentum. Norbert, who was 0-4 heading into that previous round, he picks it up with a 4K, goes on to open up this one.
Bye-bye.
Now James finding his footing as well, and he rounds it out with a multi-kill of his own. Suddenly, G2 money is really called into question. VP streaked together these rounds, and James was just shy of a free AWP. You know that's going to haunt him.
Yeah. He loves a discount online, looking for coupon codes. But great exit either way, right? Removing that AWP from G2, and you talk about the back-to-back rounds. What a spray for
James transferring like that.
The damage to the G2 economy is already beginning in this map. And it didn't really take long for VP to get activated, did it?
No, one round. We, you even said it coming in. You're like, yeah, it doesn't take much to switch this team online. And the fact that they're in a position now where they're going to be 3-4, one round between them and G2 on their T side of Overpass, that's already fantastic.
The most CT-sided map, objectively, in this game for a long time, even in this new version. But VP looking very comfortable despite the limiting factors that Overpass provides. We've seen lots of B fakery into top hits. This round looks to be the same. We have James lobbing in flashes. Norbert doesn't commit. Damage into the stack.
VP
That's
loves
an ugly
this trap.
spray for Flitz. It might force them back into this lower side.
It usually works really well for them, but they like to do this like B hit where they
locked in.
They hold A, and then they kind of drop HEs at barrel, and then they'll drop HEs at wood wall.
VP are disadvantaged on the numbers.
And then just slowly creep out. But now they lost the A player, the nades didn't connect. Kind of in a weird spot.
Trying to open it up, smoked off over at short. That actually probably sends VP away from this stack down at lower.
Yeah, and G2 know exactly what that means. 3 CTs going up now. These rotates are looking really good for G2. Oh, but they doubt it. VP is just playing with your ears. You don't know what to believe.
Oh no.
G2 gamble wrong. Monacy against the bulk.
Monacy Deagle round. That's what it will have to be if G2 want to somehow win this. Oh, there's one. Not a bad way for it to start, but wrapped on and finished off by Norbert. James follows up with the kill to Hooksy, and now that plant coming in. Mir even taking space over towards Dumpster, and G2's hope of winning this round.
Oh!
Ooh, hinges on a kill from Hunter. Brings them back in. That 5-7 rings out. And now Norbert repositioning all the way back through long. James way away over in toilets, just trying to play around this bomb. VP look to win this one fairly safely. They don't want to give G2 the fights because thus far they've looked good in them. Tap on it, but VP called their bluff. James, big brain. A re-swing now. James will stop G2 in their tracks. It's a damn good try.
James, my rifler, dude.
To call off that stick as well. Sure, the call for VP is they don't have a kit. They're on Eco. There's no way they're going to have a kit. But with 3 up, one player could be sticking, and James gives it more than 5 seconds of risk in that round.
Crazy to see Flip playing so poorly and VP looking
Honestly did what he could
in a
on
decent
the top
spot.
side with 2 more kills from the kid, but it is not enough to win an eco. It never should have been. VP did avoid the stack after all. They forced them into lower. And a timeout coming through for G2 now. They want to get their heads on straight ahead of this next gun round. This is the difference maker between shutting VP out and VP absolutely dominating their map.
Yeah, so
guys, I just got up. Nicole and somebody says, yeah, clean
could have been their
2-0.
way back in. Instead, they've got to stem the bleeding now, because if VP win this and go on to have this 4-round streak that very quickly becomes 5, they're looking to have already won the map, just on their T side alone. And so the pressure is pretty huge already for G2. This felt like it was going swimmingly as well. Like, you know, if you were watching the first few rounds of this game, VP didn't even have kills on most of their players. They were all sitting there like 0-4, really struggling to find that initial kill. And James, someone who picks and chooses his battles in rounds very purposefully, right?
And there are still weaknesses for VP. Flitz 0-7. We saw that ugly spray to Monacy on the A side as well. So there are, you know, it's not going perfectly for VP, but that just scares you more. What if it starts to? What if Flit wakes up and delivers one of these incredible rifle rounds that he is capable of? You have so much individual skill on VP, all stuck behind the cohesive brain of Jame, who will wear his teammates and opponents thin, punish impatience rather. Monacy moving in. That smoke is in the way. It's a bit frightening. VP could be right behind it at the moment. Flash for long. Nico won't spot Fame, who uncrouches behind the rock and rocks Nico's world. It's only Monacy now, and they won't even send reinforcements.
Moving in up through short. This has to be a Monacy round. Mollied out from behind the dice box, and he kind of has to give them space now. Great util from VP. Double nade stack into the bank. They know Monacy's protocols. They know how he's going to look to react to that Molotov. And on the back of that much damage being done to Monacy and getting the opener, that's enough for VP to keep this streak going. That's now 4 in a row.
VP's T side of overpass is actually incredibly good. It's their CT side, funny enough, that is kind of whack. So we'll see.
And then they just have this super stable kind of checklist of reactions to go through, knowing what that molly does to Monacy, knowing that if they soften him up and they force him to concede all that space, there's no winning it for G2. And so this is very beautifully done.
How long am I beard gonna get? I don't know. I gotta get a trim.
To put a round on the board.
There's a break until Thursday for playoffs. Maybe I'll go.
One shot, and it's on a jiggle. And as soon as VP confirm he is on the site, which is of course the best position for the AWP there, VP molly both lines. They double nade his retreat, knowing where he'll be playing from. And Monacy has to go bank, and then he gets mollied even further back. He doesn't have a choice to play into the round. He fires one shot with the AWP, and that now might force a reaction for G2 where they feel like they need to fight for middle, fight for toilets. They've not been in connector in this game, because if you give VP that much room and let them get close A, and they're going to be running those executes on you, you will have no chance.
You ain't wrong, Joe.
Win retakes, and that can be so uncomfortable.
Thanks for the membership on YouTube, Joe. Appreciate you.
On that top side, VP go back to heavy B. Monacy will take a mid angle, dangerously so. They could be walking in on his left side. So timings being considered. Out he goes. Nico down in connector for now.
I think that's the truly wicked thing, though, about the VP playstyle, right? Is even if it feels like the answer is to try to take more room.
I mean, if you're a G2 fan and you need G2 to win right now,
on that opening
the
engagement,
cope is that I've literally seen VP get 10 rounds T side and lose CT
those
side.
chances to get the openers they're so desperately looking for.
Yeah, I think the first gun round.
So no, I'm not kidding when I say VP has like a very good T side on overpass.
VP out so well, they held their
and
smokes
they
really
sometimes suck fat weenie on CT side, which is weird.
But there's a minute on the clock, and VP are actually being a lot more active. They're forcing util out. They're forcing reactions. So VP looking like they want to go back down lower, and G2 just pull a player back in time. Nice re-smoke for Hooksy, coming at the perfect point on Monster. G2, they can only slow them down so much. Nico's got his smoke top site. Hooksy has a Molotov.
Jojo just lurking, bro.
VP are setting up, ready to execute.
That little voice in Hunter's head telling him to swing out towards short. Just get the info if anyone's there. Flit lines up the flash, and now Hunter dead. Flit opens. Hooksy trying to hold the line, but he's going to need support. Him and Nexa both playing this down in the pit. 10 seconds is down to the wire from Virtus Pro. One kill in the right place could do it, but the bomb plant comes in. Nico will put a stop to it. It's
there you go. Nice ult from G2. Nice move.
So G2 breathe a sigh of relief for last second exec from Virtus Pro.
Yeah, Hooksy definitely does, because he almost threw the entire round away. At 15 seconds, he throws his molly monster. It bounces on the back wall. It explodes in the air. That molly would have won them the round before.
Yeah, that was kind of troll,
got
but
close to the plant. Instead, VP get all the space they need. They get the plant, they get the money, but G2 get the round. Finally putting a stop to this streak.
What the hell, A-Court, dude?
Yeah, some nice rotates out of G2. They had a very clear picture of what was happening in that round, right? Modesty, the moment VP hit that orb fire off, they know they've kind of been out positioned there. They've been out red. The stack was in, down towards lower.
Oh, that's not even a
see. This is the player though. If you're G2, that you should be terrified of.
Really, that's so much better for Hooksy. He sees legs. James is holding the wrong corner. Don't know if Nico knows about Mir, but Mir doesn't.
If Flit gets online, it's such a problem.
With no support, Flit has him contained in the connector. He can go up. Nico wants more. He wants to fight. Will this be the death of him? They've boxed him in right now. Nico in a cage of his own making.
Tries to walk it out short, but Flit, patience is a virtue for him there. Norbert waiting outside a monster, and piece by piece as G2 go looking for these fights, giving them away to VP, and VP are in a great spot now. Modesty spotted, Hunter spotted.
Everybody knows where each other are now. Now what are you doing? Oh.
So if you look at Fame on the minimap, he's just walked all the way through this top site.
I feel like Modesty thought he hit a tag there, pulling out the pistol and re-swinging.
Hunter trying to make it act like you seem like you already rotated, then go B, but
they feel like they have to take it.
They don't care.
Because VP have taken the space. A nade and a rotate. Norbert gets
what happened to JKS? Bench for Nexa. And then it sounds like he might be joining an Aussie team now.
That AWP, he'll find out the hard way. It's nowhere to be seen.
The thing that's even smarter about this is that Norbert is immediately gone connector, because you know where the other AWP is, right there on
Mr.
James.
Complexity game, we in playoffs. If you just like
so no
don't
AWP
watch,
save
yes.
for Hunter. The best he can manage is this AK.
Oh, VP are just.
What team? It's a rumor. It's a rumor that he might join one of the Greyhound team, I think, or something. And like,
is looking like VP almost at their best, right?
Which wouldn't be a terrible idea because that region just got another major slot.
And the way these rounds have been built and they've come together from that initial 0-4 start where it was looking, I don't even want to say dismal because it's so early in the game.
Now it's not just going to be two from that region, it's going to be three.
They pull off that crazy 2v5 and from that moment.
It'd be, like I said, it'd be really smart for an NA org to come in
They've been
now.
so oppressive, and whenever G2
because there's going to be 7 instead of 5 slots.
Trying to solve the problem. Oftentimes it feels like it's only making it worse.
Each spot in the last CSGO major, if you qualified, was 4.5 million total.
That is Virtus Pro.
That's split between the org and the players. The org gets their team sticker, then the players get their individual stickers.
Are the ones that take
so if you think about it, if you add 2 slots to a region, that's almost that's $9 million injected into the scene for the Americas.
Swinging short, Marcy and Monster with the orb, but VP are always waiting, holding almost every line. Right now, this is the least map control VP have even had at the start of a gun round. They won't even go for the water control. They're going to walk it late. That buddy system. Norbert's been playing great in this game. One that 2v5 has had a lot of impact individually. They get flashed into water. G2 hear that, and they're just gathering info as they can. Jump spots. But no one jumping the gun. Out Monster, come VP.
Just asking for a friend, has there been any investigation about the Oni Halser? Just a bit late to the party. We should probably investigate.
They swing Monster in tandem. Virtus Pro, they really like playing around the opening duel. That one's not gone their way. It's gone disastrously for them.
That money vanishes in the thin air.
This round just kind of peters out.
Doesn't do anything for the scene. Greyhound collapse after missing 1 major despite spotting like 3 majors.
So does James.
Yeah, true. Honestly, dude, these major slots mean nothing to the teams and orgs because one org, like Greyhound, that was literally just an org of one person funding an entire team by themselves. Doesn't work out anymore. Are you telling me that an org with no investment, no actual business plan, that was qualifying for the major dissolved, and then because they didn't qualify for the major, clearly it was doing something.
Otherwise, 3v5 with money, VP save.
Clearly it was doing something.
Perfect storm for VP.
Like you kind of, it does nothing for the scene. When they took it away, it instantly went away.
And they can get right back on the horse for round 12. Last of the half here. Oh, overall, VP can be satisfied.
No, or didn't take it away, but didn't qualify anymore.
But they want more. They always want more.
I mean, 5-round T-side is already fantastic. If they can tie this up at 6-6, there's actually very little hope for G2 here on Overpass. And it's the fashion in which this has happened as well. Like, it was 4-0 for G2.
Your hair's gotten more majestic as it's dried. Like homie's just been staring at my hair.
The damage has been considerable. Hooksy got picked here once, but it's been getting a lot of wallbangs.
Miller, thanks for the 12-month primer. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Molly, damage as well on water. VP, this is lightning fast in comparison to what we've seen. Flick coming out of connector at 120, but James does not set him out with a flash. It's just dry swing. Monacy misses. They again go for the monster walk. This is crazy early.
Hunter's not looking. Hunter's dead. Norbert opens up the round. Can he get any more out of this? Smoke on the barrels player will save Next's life. Hooksy's bailed him out, but will that go on to mean anything in the round as Norbert plays through their smoke now?
They can just, oh my god, he swapped spots. And VP are just baiting for it. They're shooting at barrels like they don't have a player there. Nexa, this might be a jump scare as the mist fades. He flicks and finds the face. 3-on-3. VP may be out the B side, but they're also out, going back to top. Only Nico in toilets.
Sometimes I feel like Hooksy has impaired
Would have
sight.
heard these early footsteps over towards long, so that
Maybe.
triggers the rotate out of Monacy. 2 players in the right place for G2.
IGL brain,
Can
dude.
never be certain, so Nexa can't leave B. But Nico, are they ready for him? Fame checks it, runs in, runs Nico down.
Oh, the molly burn late. Oh, he missed.
On that AWP, and now they close in. It's just Nexa. Was able to stem the bleeding down on that B site, but now he's got to cook up a 1v3. VP are not the type of team to give these ones away for free. James posted back at toilets. Contact made from the site player, and they're even wrapping Nexa through the bank. Flick comes in on the backstab. Virtus Pro tie this up at 6-all.
They just do so much with so little, do this team. And I love
by the way,
game
Joe,
plan
thanks
on
for the 5
VP
super chat, and then Joe with another 2.
All right, who's playing that top side on the CT overpass?
I'm getting a decent rank.
Monacy and Nico.
I'm being held back by my teammates.
VP are running all these early BXX.
Holt, thanks for 3-month resub. Thank you.
Avoid running into that AWP. The two full commits on A in that half. Monacy gets full mollied, once behind Dice, once behind Truck. He never really gets a chance to do anything in this CT side once we hit gun rounds for VP. So that's a fantastic game plan for Virtus Pro. A pace change in the last couple, that's what they wanted. The pop-out monster, and still they commit to upper. This was an abomination for Nico. He needed a kill there to set that round up. At 18 seconds, he knew they were coming. He was still paranoid of long. G2.
Yeah, but Hydra, if you don't know most of the... Yeah, pretty much none of the orgs turn a profit, brother.
A fantastic T side.
There's a few here and there. But most of the ones that are turning any sort of profit is basically more like being a farm team rather than...
For G2, James gets that info early.
Some sort of like...
But then G2 up and
I mean, I'm not saying that isn't a business model, but that's a pretty ruthless one.
The bulk of G2 group for the B play.
This is crazy. 4
sure they don't make profit? Ain't no way.
At Monster with Julies. Like, the only way VP wins this round is if Norbert just shreds them.
I don't even know where to start. Yeah, no, it's not even close,
and
bro.
all in the while, VP are being sold this lie.
You can go look. If you're truly, like, interested, go look at, for example, FaZe.
Keeping them in their stack.
Go look at a bunch of them, dude. They have to. They're all just burning money. They light it on fire. They light millions of dollars on fire every year like it's
the army of G2
nothing.
as they come out through the monster tunnel. Plant in.
Why do they say in business? Because of VCs.
Rotating down. They're still believing in the retake. I say that James hasn't moved a muscle. He's still holding.
They're holding on by a thread with
Nico
VC money.
Completely up and left. So James gets here a little later.
And most of them are trying to do what the FaZe, what FaZe did.
Feeling that pressure yet. They move in together, and G2, both players are spotted down in water, jumping
Oh
through
my
the heavens.
God.
It's James.
What a retake, dude. And James
And
is
he
flying.
delivers around 2 VP, late
Damn.
on the rotate, last man in, but what an impression he's made.
Yeah, in the
So I think it's sustainable, considering we haven't really seen anybody without investment like that be sustainable.
Stomps on
No.
G2's head, and that's with this crazy solo B setup that only goes 1-for-1. You feel like G2, that round was made for them, but they can't get it over the line, not in the post plant. Taking open fights from back Monster to set up those aggressive players, but VP knew exactly where they were.
No, there's literally no evidence of basically anybody getting out.
Well, the game plan's gone swimmingly, and VP with a pistol round now want to try and work out how G2 will be using these
Guys, if
Galils,
esports
these
aren't profitable,
guns
people
in the
want to
second
invest
round.
money in it or be the
Don't
business.
see T-sides plant the bomb
how-
with the pistol and then eco. It simply does not happen.
That is just not true at all either. Oh my.
To break the CT's
Are
money
you-
in round 2 is so tantalizing.
I don't even know where to start.
On a map like Overpass,
The idea
take
that
everything
people
you can
don't
get.
invest in things that lose money is hilarious. Dude, do you realize what you
Who's someone
just
who's
said?
joined his fair share of criticism in the G2 jersey.
Omi basically said you can't invest
This
in
is gonna
things
be
that
like
lose
the
money
kind
or
of
you wouldn't
ultimate
invest.
test for him.
Dude,
If he's
that
able to,
happens all the
pull out
time.
a winning
Literally
T-side
all
on
the
VP's
time.
map pick while
Why is
they're
saying
on the
business to
favored
lose
side
money?
of the
Oh
two
my
with
God.
with a
Brother, you're going to
secured
go
lead
to...
now,
Okay.
so you'd like to think. This is
Oh,
a
fuck.
real
I'm trying to be
test
nice. All right, so
of the brain power
the
that
reason
Uzi
why
possesses.
VCs do it, okay?
And he does have pieces to play
VCs,
with
venture
today, right? We're getting a
capitalists.
nice
If you
game
don't know
out
what
of
that
Hunter.
is, we're
Good
fucked.
stuff
You
from
probably
Nexa
don't.
as well. Nico and
Okay.
Monacy a little quiet.
VCs.
The latter is somewhat awkward. 'Cause we've said
Typically,
oftentimes
they're
in games where
gamblers.
Monacy
They're glorified gamblers,
isn't,
okay? They take...
dropping like 20, 25
I don't know.
kills.
I
It's
mean,
often a bit of a
as somebody that
struggle
knows
for
a few of them
G2.
personally, after they left Twitch,
in a pool on this T side. He needs to be everywhere.
I mean, the couple that I know, the goal
Running
is
around
to
the
hit
map, finding
once.
these entries,
You
finding these
light
gaps.
money on fire for like
The thing that's so
10
beautiful about
projects.
it is that VP make
So
every
you
team
invest into
play
10 different
their
things,
game.
okay?
Like the
The
way
goal
G2's
is
T-side
not
has
to
begun
hit
here,
10 times.
there's
The
none of
goal
the
is to
kind
hit
of
once.
ballsy,
Okay.
grouped up fast play that you're used to seeing out of the
So
squad instead.
you literally
They've
are
started
just
off slow.
gambling.
They went
That
down towards
one
B,
of them
now
will
they're
hit
grouped
and
over
then
here in middle, looking
basically
for the A here.
10, 15, 20,
leads the
30x
charge.
what you put into it. The rest of them more than likely
VP are more
will
than
just
ready to
dissolve and
receive three
your money will be
players
lit
in
on
the top
fire.
side.
And the
Utility
strategies that
hands
most
for
VCs
everyone
use is they dump
on
their
the
money
CT
in to gather
side.
market share, and then eventually you take that company public and then you dump it onto somebody else. It's a
drop that
legal
in now
pump
with
and
the
dump,
first sign of util
aka what FaZe
from
did,
G2.
and then you just dump all that shit onto somebody else.
Smokes
And then you get the
everywhere.
fuck
That's
out.
what's awkward.
That's like the shortest version possible of how many of the VCs work and why they're not really trying to turn a profit.
Whittled down by his captain, but they will overrun these players in the sight. Flit, miss.
So every org that's up and alive right now is because people gamble on it? Quite literally, yes.
He does more
Yes.
damage. Can't follow up on a
I'm not
Hoofy,
even like
who will
exaggerating
safeguard that round with
slightly,
a
yes.
3K.
You can
Makes
look it
up
up
for
if
the
you want,
damage
yeah.
done to Nexa.
What an unbelievable round from
Also, what a
Hoopsie there.
clusterfuck.
3 kills, Wolf
They all are on the
team
shiny
damage
esports
indeed,
grind
but both those
that
players
started,
alone,
what,
the
like
1v2,
maybe
Norbert
8
set
years
himself
ago?
up perfectly. They're panicking over the
See,
plant with 13
yeah, about 8 years
seconds,
ago.
and Hoopsie just hits
You
the
keep lighting it on
necessary
fire, you have
headshot.
your burn rates, and you're trying to
Gotta
just
give it to
simply
him, coming in clutch,
gather
right when
more and
G2
more
need him
market
to
share
win that
and set
force
yourself
fight
up to
off with the
IPO, and
second
then you
round.
go, and you go, look at our big shiny thing, come buy it.
Still
And then they're like, oh my
stressed on
God, big
G2
shiny thing, that isn't profitable, and we
grindstone.
can see it in the books. And then they buy it like, oh fuck.
And VP don't like that answer back. They are the
ENCE
ones
is the
broke
only
down.
organization
14
that I know of right
player
now that's
ugly
basically posted a
on CT
profit.
side overpass.
And like I said, the only reason they've
G2
posted a
have
profit is because they have been
manifested a
continuously
perfect
selling
opportunity.
players.
Yeah, that one hurts for VP. They knew the force buy was coming. They knew that they had to buckle down, play that like it's a full-on rifle round, give the respect to G2, and they weren't able to resist in spite of having a well-founded
You don't
stack.
get paid enough to
Everyone
answer
on
these
the right
questions?
side of the
Well,
map
I'm like,
fast rotates down from
I
that
don't
B
know.
site. Felt like they were there.
I just find it like there's a crazy disconnect, like somehow. I don't know.
Already in the site before rotating.
Also, if you didn't know, I just remember ESL has never turned a profit. If you did not know this, this is verifiable if you want to go look when they were publicly traded. And Face It was a private company that I know for a fucking fact probably did not either. I'll just say probably did not.
To kind of take the little corridor
I'll put it that
towards the left-hand side of that
ESL
smoke.
broke even one time in their entire existence, and it was when they took that Facebook deal.
And now Hooksy continues his nice run of form here as he finds the opener in this round.
Ooh, back turn, but it's only a P250. Hooksy will live to fight another day.
Other esports where the tournament organizers don't have third-party support, like ESL or Face It or whatever,
what this next round's going to look like for
those
VP.
companies run their esports divisions at a massive loss, and then they basically just use it as a marketing arm.
It's pretty standard to buy in this situation, so VP going for an eco is against the grain, but I'm not one to question it. I want to see how VP utilize this, because part of the idea is like, well, you should force here because then you're going to reset G2. But
so like, how do they make money?
They want the eco, they want the force.
They try to make money through sponsors, which
VP
I mean that definitely helps. Don't get me wrong, but it's still like
G2 off guard. Oh, with double eco,
it's really small because really the orgs, you don't have like.
Smoke time is good, 30 seconds.
A big part of what helps traditional stuff is you buy tickets to like games. There's like a bunch of other things that go to it, right? A lot more merch probably gets bought overall. Shit like that.
Chase Jane down in the corner, that gives them their way. The USPs. Oh God!
But yeah, the answer is most of them just don't really make money.
They need this kill. They got to deal with Mia right now. No! And they will lock it in. Hunter looks like he had no idea that he was in at the truck, but will salvage the round. That gets uncomfortably close.
The stress.
For G2.
The stress.
They're under enormous pressure right now, and these rounds are not helping.
Oh,
I did tell you guys that.
Disaster for VP after they turn it into a perfect position.
We'll see. Actually,
Mia getting
I'll hold my tongue
from that smoke, dinking Hunter. One shot would have done it. Hooksy was too far away. Mia could have tucked in, but he whiffs it.
Hey, soccer / football team will bleed 100 million a year. No, I know. There's a reason why all the fucking we got the oil money everywhere, dude.
It's only when Mir misses that first chance he's given.
Am I seeing this? I'm looking at something.
Back in time. These
good example is this guys. They put their financial side available on Patreon, and they lost run.
In that round there.
So this guy's service running his org lost $650,000 last year.
Have any bearing on the purchase here for VP?
Honestly, rookie numbers. He's got to pump those up.
Still going to save for the full buy round in the next. G2 poised for a 2-round gap, unless Flit can stop it. I like that they put faith in Flit. He's been pretty quiet. He was 0-6 to start.
Not
the
even
game.
losing 7 figures, bro.
But he should be the star of the show when it comes to Virtus Pro firepower.
Did you just see? That's what I'm saying. Ain't no way you just said Sentinels are profitable.
Some little gimmicks.
Sentinels is maybe one of the worst examples.
G2 are not B-Wood bound. Instead, they're
bro, did you just say Sentinels, the team that literally was so desperate for funding, they put out a tweet saying, if you want to invest in us and give us money, we'll give you a % back?
Too late.
Bro.
Actual James has the smoke. And maybe VP, sorry,
he literally put out a, like, hey guys, we're kind of going to die.
In the round that they can afford to wait it out and go in late. The fear for G2 will always be walking into a stack. You'll never get rid of that. But even so, it doesn't look like
that would be a horrible example.
They can save the M4 if this is an A hit. And right now that feels inevitable.
They pay more than... Honestly, yeah, they probably do pay more for Tarek per month than the entire Ents roster. Yeah, probably.
And so this probably will just be the full save from Virtus Pro. James, nothing to lose, but doesn't decide to play through that dumpster smoke. VP will just concede the round, and as you say, they at least now
Astralis said the same thing. Astralis? No, that was heroic. Astralis is actually a publicly listed company, and they're
from G2 where they've dealt with the stresses that VP have left them under. They come through with the force.
They're on the northern NASDAQ.
Find success on the back of it, allowing them this temporary glimpse of that winning feeling on the T side. But now it becomes a matter of, can they keep VP there?
Oh, can't maybe get anything out of this either. Look at them, they're boosting in the playground. Oh, that's a nice try. Hooksy hits a headshot. And hey, a kill is converted. Maybe a second. Monacy's very low. Gun's trying to get grabbed. Flip plate for the save. And Fame making it expensive at least.
Spirit Bro 2.
VP.
Honestly, don't know enough about Spirit. I actually have no idea, bro. I got no problem telling you that.
By now, we've been waiting some time. G2 have laid out a T-side ahead of them off the back of winning that force buy round.
When you IPO to the original, people usually make money. No, not usually. No, usually the original people, for example, FaZe, when all the guys were running around going, oh my God, you know, they stole it from us. No, they sold all of their shares to make millions of dollars off of investors, and then the investors went to go get their money back. So no, usually an IPO doesn't benefit any like original. I mean, I'm sure they have some stake, but no, the majority of that stuff is for the big boy investors that want their money back.
In these top site hits, and so they want to go back to that. We're in a very key round for G2. So, if they're able to pick this one up, if they're able to put this one past VP, they're moving pretty swiftly towards the finish line here. That would be a huge win for G2 in the series, stealing away VP's map pick.
Uber's found in 2010 and started making profit in 2023.
Covering.
Oh, I'm not saying like it can't. I'm just saying I don't think anybody has a model for it.
Up. Oh, this is nice. Spots James throwing the util. Now they know the Fame is coming. Monacy hits both shots. The Marauder on the top site going in for more.
And now G2 just hit the go button. Mir behind the dice.
Oh God!
Can't convert the double on the spray, and with
man, that actually looks so close for the double.
That's all you ever wanted it to be for G2. All it ever needs to be. Both these players performing when it matters.
As we say, you know, this is a huge win now for the G2 squad, winning this first rifle round. Look at VP's money.
Oh, they got delisted off the Northern NASDAQ? I mean, yeah, they were like a penny stock.
Putting rounds back on the board.
I don't know what the rules for the Northern NASDAQ exchange are, but...
And with that one getting away from them, this save still looking to come through. I thought Nexter would have had that. But it's just going to be the one gun moving forward. G2 reached double digits. They're trying to shake a rough reputation at Majors.
Org zone by fans?
They have.
I mean, crazily enough, G2, these cores they've played 4 times in the last couple of years. G2 have never lost this match. There's something to be said for that with how many teams struggle.
Yeah, most tournament winnings guys don't go to orgs.
Tournament winning form.
Now that could vary from game to game, but in Counter-Strike, yeah. In fact, I don't. Most orgs,
a couple of matches in playoffs.
If they take something from the prize pool, it's like the equivalent of being like an equal cut from the players.
What a round for Monacy. Catches that perfect jump timing, and that gives all the info away. He turns to dodge a flash. He does it on his own. Nico also hit some stunning headshots on the A site, and he's been relatively quiet, so no better time like that for the stars of G2 to shine.
So like, let's just say, you know, like tournament winnings, I mean, I know this kind of sounds fucked up, but like winning the tournament for like the major is basically like after you split it, and if you're splitting it with your coach, and if you have an org split, man, your salary might just be more. Like, I mean, your salary probably is more.
So now G2 are trying to take advantage of all this conditioning they've done, right? All these top side hits.
You split it like 7 ways.
Had any presence at all.
Depends on the tournament, obviously, but
you haven't had players outside of Monster. You haven't been taking short. VP know that. They've boosted in most of these CT rounds, and they've never seen anyone. And so you're trying to play with the paranoia that you've set in. Nico left lurking through the toilets, through the bathrooms. Util throwing out earlier on over towards long. That resmoking at Monster.
No, I mean, I think eventually, like, there could be some good stuff for esports. I just think, yeah, like, it just blew up really quick, and everybody's trying to force it.
And now Hunter's set up to move on in. Hooksy opens from the short side. Him and Hunter kills the piece down on lower. These are the rifles for VP. They were supposed to be the difference maker in this round.
Oh, he's trying to get the nade line up, but they mollied him.
Trying to do the lineup, yeah, but he can't do it in time. That molly denies it. So not even that goes their way. The guns are sacrificed down in defense of the B site, and they don't accomplish anything for Virtus Pro. G2
just see Siko's breakdown as a player. I didn't watch it, but I know they qualified for both majors last year, so I mean, I imagine almost half of his income probably came from stickers last year. Right? I think they qualified for both, right? Oh wait, no, there's just one.
That idea that
There's
he
just
is
one.
the big game player. At a very quiet tournament. Very quiet time for the guy at the major. But in this all-or-nothing matchup, he sits top of the server.
Is it true Mirage is getting rotated after the major? I would say that's incredibly unlikely.
Because you're finally getting the numbers out of him that you've come to expect. Now
Valve has never removed a map that's being actively played at a high rate in pro play.
Just off a feeling.
Feels like sky's the limit here for the G2 squad.
Yeah.
Like, for example, Dust 2 is still being played a lot casually after it got re-added to the map pool. Remember, it came out of the map pool, then it got re-added back in.
So a must-win matchup at 2-2 for the playoffs.
Once it was re-added back in, it was not being picked a lot in pro play, even though it was still being played with casual players.
From this team. But don't be the one to doubt VP from a losing position.
So usually,
the game is not done until the mouse is unplugged. So G2 need to stay locked into this match right now.
Usually they're just removing the least played map, or around there.
We've got Jame on an AWP.
So right now the chopping block map would be Inferno.
And they put it in their place. VP with a second rotation coming up to top site.
And I gotta say, I've loved the call-in thus far from this G2T side. I think Hooksy's done a very good job. I don't think you would play this way versus every team, but it works beautifully versus this VP squad.
Stop playing Mirage and they'll remove it. I'd rather them remove Inferno, if I'm being honest, guys. Especially like in a match format.
Missing on this T side either.
Like, I don't like playing Mirage because I play it all the time in pugs, but when I'm playing it in like an actual match, stakes on the line, like, no, I mean, I enjoy the map.
But it's responded to from Mir. So now next
I do not want to play Inferno.
Nico
under any
circumstance,
pug or team.
He's waiting for his teammate to join him. Monacy now in the picture as they move in. G2 a man down, but control over the site. They've just got to deal with this truck player. Mir not offering anything up. That baits Nico into a deep peek, and James Orb's allowed to get involved. Monacy whittled down. There just isn't time for the round anymore.
Oh, what a shot.
Jesus. But a missed one from Monacy, and he gets that Orb out of there.
Monacy, they already had one, but I appreciate it.
They had one anyway. I don't think we would see VP double Orb, but that's a sick round from VP. G2 slow it down because they lose the trades on shore, so Nico has to wait for that bomb to come through. But what that does is force G2 into a site where their smokes have expired. You know, Nico's trying to clear the truck player, but there's no smoke in bank. That Orb just bears down. Nice exit for Monacy, but it will not matter. They save James Orb every single time, no matter the cost. VP, they got the receipts and they've got 8 rounds. Finding something on the CT buy, and aggression suddenly supplementing. Surely they heard this. Over the top! Revenge is sweet for Fame.
Oh my Fame. There you go, VP. Now they're cooking.
And G2 hit hard by the fist of Virtus Pro. They're staggered, they're knocked back. VP playing some mind games of their own now. It's been very passive across the board from this VP CT side. And suddenly they up the pace, they bring the fight to G2. G2 have been used to just getting all this control in mid for free. The guard's kind of down going into that round.
I
mean, part of those plays is kind of what you expect when you see the names on VP.
Joe, I saw your question. You're good. What souvenirs am I claiming? I don't know.
Joining the squad, and
haven't put too much thought to it.
Sometimes just let them off the leash. That
probably waiting for playoffs, and I'll see.
When they started playing, you know, speedy T-side rounds, or a couple times a half, send those pack rifles to just chase. And VP run amok in this round. They go back for more. This might be too early. Fame being considered and dealt with by Hunter. There's still a second player that G2 shouldn't be ready for.
It just always amazes me how passive VP wants to be on their CT side of overpass, and then I see rounds like this where they sprinkle in some aggression and it works so well.
They want to break G2
but I've seen games where they never do this play once. So I guess maybe they've recognized that.
Sacrificing everything if you're VP. James is very careful with his checks and balances. And so they decide they put enough resources into trying to remove these guns. The scoreline still closing up, and that's
being able to watch everything for free is a is
Two-round game.
when you're talking about being able to make money from esports for these companies, yeah, it's detrimental. I also am a firm believer that if you give something for free to people, you can't put it behind a paywall later. That never works. So I've always suggested, I really don't know why they don't try to like basically create enhanced products that you can pay for.
A winning recipe for G2, and I like the timeout. Honestly, it feels like they need some time.
It might not be
over the buy and how they
that might not be profitable in itself for a while, but it would at least like start that, like, and then you can build on it.
I mean, this would be,
for example, let me
praises. They
pay for 4K.
Pull it together. They start strong.
I know Twitch doesn't do deals anymore, like really with anybody when it comes to, you know, exclusivity, but maybe go to Twitch, be like, hey,
just wake up at the final
AV1's on the way out.
Roll out of bed.
Can we get it early? Let us do it in 4K. Let us put it behind a paywall. You know what I mean? Shit like that. Like, then you're not really hurting people that want to just watch the games, right? We all watch in 1080p already, but you're adding something for people like, maybe I want to watch on my TV and it looks nice, you know, whatever.
The second map being Inferno, you know, that's one that VP take very, very similarly to how
Would I
they
watch in 4K
overpass.
at my PC? No, it doesn't make much sense. I'd probably pay for it just because then I would imagine there's a 2K option, which is what my monitor is. But
it's more like it. Let him off the leash.
That's exactly what you want.
Let him feast.
I'd pay for comms if they had them. Yeah.
It's not blood in the water. They go gunning for it. Through the monster smoke, through this short molly. They'll leave Hunter here on a lurk. He's not really armed for this job, but
1080 upscaled on my TV looks so good already. No, I'm not saying it's necessarily bad. I'm just saying, like, to enhance, give something to like actually enhance somebody's viewer experience, and then ask them to pay for it if they'd like to, and then maintain what you already give people for free.
Up. So right now, first port of call is contain the monster push. If it's not coming in, then we need rotates for James. He needs reinforcements, resources, and VP will send them up.
No way team comms would ever go public.
I don't believe they're gambling.
It'd be growing pains. I do think that
that's actually mad.
As a player, I would never want that, but as somebody that's like, it would add tremendous value.
It's also
for sure.
VP just trying to play the money game, right? They're trying to long out this match because maybe they don't believe in James holding solo against the whole team coming up long. G2 have found the gap in this game. Long has definitely been their way in. But that is a curious call for VP. Completely concede the round like that.
But yeah, just like I said, add value instead of like trying to take what you already have and just pay wallet. It's just lazy.
Be the make or break difference. So it's more VP just wanting that orb.
Talking orgs or producers right now? Both. If you start providing value like that for the tournament organizer to the point where they can make money, then you can
lose anyone here when you
right. You could work out. Then there's actually something to fucking rev share.
We'll knock him out on the AWP. That entire round is won by Monasty's AWP opening up that B site early. James is very particular about how rounds go down and how VP should play once they've lost that opening gunfight. And so sometimes one kill is all it takes to beat this team. And in a round where G2 were very much on the back foot, they had limited resources coming into it. They scavenged a buy together after saving that AWP.
Editor, cut to where I said VP CT side is trash.
It proves to be the undoing of Virtus Pro there, and a
the forbidden rev share of esports. What's up, Pytro?
For Virtus Pro as they try to embark.
Careful, Pytro. Anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of me talking about ESL.
The last time I fought anyone in regulation as well. I remember. I agree with what you said earlier about how you've enjoyed Hooksy's calling in this game. I think, you know, when you compare these two in-game leaders, it's like the old fable of the tortoise and the hare, right? James being the slow and steady and calculated tortoise, and Hooksy being the hungry hare. And well, Hooksy's done a great job at tempering the pace.
Why this can give a match point in those scenarios, trying to hold the bomb site like split doesn't really work.
Really tight, and G2.
Although with that number of players, like maybe getting active for info and then gathering the stack is maybe a bit better. Easy for me to say though while I'm watching. But I've just overall I despise VP CT sides on this map. This is one of they are. It's crazy the contrast of they are like They are probably the best T side over past.
Well, at least the Tortoise wins.
They are.
Someone's got to.
But their CT side is why they lose games, which is fucking crazy.
Posted. Now, one kill he got off the AWP was enough to win them the round that brings them onto map point. So he's keen to get involved again. Spam lineup for Mir. Won't connect.
Still standing there. Dangerous.
Joe, thanks for the 2 super chat on YouTube.
Close to the mark, but
I wonder who that was.
Got a toilet setup now for VP. Playing a little bit more aggressive. And G2 finally looking like they do want to go for this late B.
That sounds the same unless. Well, I mean, it's just. I just mean like they fundamentally have such an insane understanding of T side that it blows me away that they don't have better CT sides themselves, right? Because clearly they know, maybe that's what it is they know how to attack what other people do so much that like they don't want to do it themselves.
If anyone could withstand the B pop, you'd like to think it's going to be him.
Nico kind of has to play here because they've got 20 seconds. He's lucky.
They just missed this timing, right? They just peeked out, and right as Nico crosses down in the connector, Fame, did he see?
Okay, there you go. Here's info. Here's info. There you go. Getting active. It only took 20 seconds, but we're here.
Just popped out through middle. Here's Norbert close on
yeah,
the
this
line.
is. I was a
G2 packing. Fantastic spray from Norbert, well controlled, full blind the whole time.
I'm going to flame you, Huxley. I'm going to flame the fuck out of you right here. Okay, you were playing GP. They played passive on the entire map except for like 2 rounds. You did not establish map control in any part of the map. You waited till 20 seconds and then you just threw an execute. My brother in Christ, what in the absolute fuck was that?
They have rotates. They're flashing the peaks.
I don't
just that
like
little
you.
bit more
You
prepared,
gotta.
just that little bit too late for G2.
Nico said, "Bro, what are we doing?" He's like looking at Huxley right now.
Tiptoes slowly closer and closer to that finish line.
I like this though, right? Like, you know, you don't have any pauses left, but if one thing can be said about this game, it's that the rounds have been long and they only end when you actually look to get into a site. So you can take all this time before that to talk about how you want to play this next go round. Because for G2,
I will say that that round was like that was.
Yeah, sure, they have the feeling.
I'm a defender of Huxley's calling. Usually, that was outright bad.
You know, this like that save in the 4v5.
French timeout this round or not?
They gave up map point, knowing they could play the long game, knowing they could win those last couple of gun rounds to get us into bonus play, and VP believe.
Joe, thanks for another 5.
James does not have a problem here. 2 kills already. More players peeking and poking. And James.
Defender of Huxley calling. That's a tough job. Not really.
Hairless.
The only people you gotta look out for are Kassad and Yanko, really.
He's on for the ace right now, and it's only up against these pistols, but what an impression made.
I don't think many people actually critique Huxley's calling as much as they just go at his individual level.
This is the time. If VP bring this one into overtime, you're in their domain all of a sudden. And so
his calling is actually usually pretty decent. It's just his individual level.
The moves they want to make here, how they want to play this round. Let's hope
Richard Lewis, of course. I mean, Richard was literally just on the desk saying Huxley's really upped his game in CS2, so no, I don't know.
More than expected, but it's all for naught if they can't close now.
Even this is brutal, right? Like, think about how essential that Monacy AWP has been. That will not be making appearance in the final round of regulation. Monacy is down to a deagle as he brings out the util for G2 faster in towards
no one
the
Katowice with his calling. I mean, Nico never won a tournament with G2 before Huxley, so no matter how you want to chop it up, that is just a fact.
For this G2 squad.
He was on this roster for 3 years and never won a single tournament until Huxley got there.
By VP. He's moving
that
along
is,
with the glare. They pop out of the connector, Jame in the toilet. Now, this can be overwhelmed if all of G2 try and chase down this AWP. It might struggle to get back to the site, but that smoke might force repositions anyway. Leaving Fame holding this divider.
Don't do that? What? Don't say what actually happened?
G2 go right through.
I can't believe VP are holding on to this. Fame doubles up, and with support from his captain,
what is happening?
All the time in the world, all the prep in the world wouldn't have prepared them for that.
Why?
Double toilet setup chews through the G2 ranks.
Am I just a hater?
Like, they're lost to VP. So he's moving in on the Deagle, has to leave a lasting impression here. It's m0NESY and Nico. It's the two players you think you'd want in this scenario, but m0NESY is dead. And Nico all alone, trying to stop that tide of VP washing over G2. And there's just no way, there's no route back.
I literally have both teams advancing, and somehow I'm still
finishes the
tilted.
job, and this one gets brought to OT. Virtus Pro. There is always a bigger picture. There is always a master
I literally have
strategy
both
from
teams
James.
advancing, bro.
There is always more time, overtime in the first map here of this final chance for both these teams. One spot in the playoffs.
I'm just gonna say,
All
but
the
why?
pressure to perform here and now, and it is picture perfect for Virtus Pro in the final 3 rounds in a row. They make it.
I mean, I get like having to make decisions like that in tough spots. You had a whole minute. Zanguini thanks to 25. Funky with the 13. Mike with the 41. AC with the 2-month primer. Thank you.
It has to be the saving grace on the jump shot. Fame's face
Joe,
removed.
thank you so much for the 5 gifted members on YouTube. Thank you, bro. I appreciate you, man.
Honestly, a monstrous opening kill, and VP are here to respond.
Walkout through Monster, immediately punished.
G2 still don't work like a team. No, honestly, G2 was having a nice T side, and then they weren't
Flit's holding
very
deep, that's why he's
quickly.
not trading his teammate immediately, but I can't believe he lets Nexa go all the way back. The fear.
You're probably the smartest one here when it comes to that decision making, and if you don't know, don't ask us. Well, but why?
Kind of position to turn down a kill at this point in the round. 12-12. The gamble.
I want to see the Kassad tweet when yeah, if Kassad tweets, we could put it on the reaction channel. God bless. Let's go, VP. Come on.
Moves in. James in the toilet.
Again, long.
This has been G2's.
Thank you very much, Joe. I do
entire
appreciate
game
you.
plan is abusing long, abusing this top site. Mir just turns away from the flashes, tries to reposition, run down by Nico. It's ugly from Mir. James back in the bathrooms. Delivering this spot many a time, but just the one and done as m0NESY stops the James from rolling. Now Flit's been spotted, and this save is anything but guaranteed for VP. Backstab out of Nexa. And G2 take the first round in overtime convincingly. Starts with m0NESY on the AWP, extended by Nexa on his lurk down towards the B side.
What a pick.
And then they end it the way that they started this T-side streak, the way that they started all this success on their attacking half, which is up through into the A play.
And that round just shows how much faith they have in m0NESY. Even though James gets a kill in the toilets, they don't get off the plant, they commit to it. m0NESY says, I got you, you trust him. Perfect trade
What do you think, MR12?
who once again is positioned in a round-winning
I
spot.
actually like it. I like it a lot.
But too many targets and not enough time.
I think adjusting the CT economy would make it feel not as shitty sometimes as a player, but no, I'm hella down for MR12.
But right now,
BO1
MR12 feels
G2
fucking crazy
at
though.
least setting that round up, at least got that
Like
buffer
I'm pretty
on the more
sure at this
difficult
point we
half.
should have to get a prescription to see a BO1 MR12. Just like the fact that I'm legally allowed to watch a BO1 MR12 CS like without a prescription seems crazy.
Down a lot from
That shit is a crazy drug.
High-flying performance we were getting coming into the second half. But a fast B play,
Holy
a complete
shit.
change of pace out of G2. Nico secures the opening kill. They're moving in. VP, this could be a knockout punch. They've got to hold on. And Mir will double up. Mir will make it happen. That slows G2's roll. Flit even here, supporting in the smoke. Fame might get overwhelmed. Are they ready for a second man? Nexa was, but can't connect. So now HooXi and m0NESY, the dying lights of this round. And with the backstab in from James, HooXi
is
is
in
left
T-spawn at
alone.
115.
Dealt
Holy
with
shit.
by Mir, who puts on a clinic in defense.
What's the point of hiding brand names? Ah, they're not paying for the advertisement, bro. No free advertisement.
Arrive in the server.
Yeah, clear bottom performer in the entire server. For
They
both
know you
teams.
know,
He completely whiffs the previous round on that long hit as well. So
You know,
that's got to be very
they're
reassuring.
not
for
sponsoring the
VP.
event, so no
He
free
gets that
advertisement.
tool with a fantastic
Joe,
defense. I love the double
thank you so
barrels
much for
move
the
as
5
well.
gifted member
Even though
mommies
it's easy to
again on
consider it,
YouTube.
that
Thank
smoke
you.
is such a problem, and somehow James, of course, shooting m0NESY in the back on a monster flank. You don't see that every day from James.
Dr_Grumble says he's got me with the prescription, but the side effects can be
But his
awful.
pro responds swiftly. James full flash to middle. He's got a reroute. A return to pace for G2, and is punished with ease.
It's always one of the things that I think is so impressive about VP.
Ryan, thanks for 21 month primer. Thank you.
Like that out of G2, yeah, that's the first time you see
also,
it.
AC asked me, do I think Simple will end up playing for Navi again? Maybe.
Complete and utter change of pace. The fact that suddenly they're getting Delta B rush, does that destroy this comeback from VP? No, it doesn't. And this is a team that's always playing with pressure.
Bacon, eggs, and toast. What better breakfast can there be?
With the way that they play,
Simple,
with how often these games
but it's
are taken in overtime.
The eggs got to be
they play to the
scrambled softly, though.
The limits of the money in the opening fight.
Joe with another 5 gifted members on YouTube. Thank you very much, Joe. Appreciate you. Dude's going crazy right now. What the fuck?
That means VP have seen the bomb, and they've seen a couple of players in water as well. Right as G2 are getting ready to execute into B, they kind of still have to go. 40 seconds, no map control. Nico needs an entry, but he's mollied, and hiding inside of the smoke is Norbert. He gives away nothing. G2 can recommit, but this is desperate.
And Norbert's so comfortable in defending this B site. One of the top dog anchors down towards B.
You know what's fantastic though, chat?
Oh, James.
A Loco Moco.
But he should get back in time. Fame deleted through the smoke. Hooksy's got the read. James got to deliver. This orb has to deliver. First shot connects. James dancing around, but he can't find any more than just one. Mir comes through. Mir comes through. And that's how VP win out this first half of overtime. It's Mir from bottom of the board with heroics in back-to-back rounds.
Oh my God.
For G2. A heart-stopping feeling, a gut-wrenching feeling right now.
Bro.
As they've given up this lead, they're not winning rounds on the T side anymore. VP are the ones in pole position.
Yeah, full control. Remember just how strong their T side of regulation was as well, especially after GP found the opening lead. VP went on a huge streak of their own. Norbert has played out of his mind since hitting CS2. This game is made for the guy.
What is it, Loco Moco? It's like Hawaiian. I was trying to get like everything in the ingredients for you, but that's just incredible.
Again, questions of his attitude, joining a team that demands good attitude so much they even removed
3 layers. It's rice, hamburger patty, and eggs smothered in savory gravy.
Jane requires a lot.
There you go.
Belief in Mir for good reason right now. Massive recovery in overtime, right when VP needs someone to help. A round up now and slow down.
It's not Hawaiian, but it's from Hawaii.
He's got a boost up, but
this man's cooking.
Combo with this close molly, Mir's position will be absolutely fine. He's going to move out wide. Ooh, it's a delayed boost. They don't want to show it, so they call it off. VP surrounding B, but that bomb is still in
Max to promoted Dan IP. Yeah, I saw the tweet. Joe, thanks to 2. Did I miss the beetroot?
Good smoke timing. VP have enough to execute.
Apple juice.
Any second of doubt could leave you positioned wrong.
Got my beats right now, dog.
Flash in. Here's that
similar to Masubi. No.
Hooksie repositions.
Spam Masubi's no, very different.
Look to barrel through this smoke.
This is awkward.
More flashes from the heavens, doing a really good job of stalling out this VP exec. They're in the site, but no one's found each other yet. Finally, Hooksie puts that first kill on the board. That was the bomb getting away from Virtus Pro. More flashes from the heavens. Hunter lends a helping hand, and with 10 seconds left, there's no way back into this for Virtus Pro.
Wow, the power of that close smoke on the pillar, the electronic smoke, absolutely ends VP's day. There's 20 seconds on the clock, and they're 5v5 in the site, and no one's even got a kill yet.
It's sumo food. It's like 1,400 calories. What, a Loco Moco? Yeah, look at me, bro.
Seriously, high impact frags in this map, especially on the T side. Getting huge entries, and he plays in a pivotal position on CT as well, playing rotation, which, yeah, sure, it's a great spot for the in-game leader to be. Feel like you can always be there to support.
There's a chain
but it's also a role
in Vegas.
So many stars play.
Well, I guess that's but it just has multiple locations in Vegas. It's like Polynesian breakfast diner.
Hooksy's delivering
it's called
on his
Baby
job.
Stacks.
G2 level the playing field.
They have like super small pancakes, and then they have like a bunch of different like breakfast items. It's so good.
Ooh, awkward. Little flash there to try and
I think that was intentional.
Clear out.
Oh, they were getting active early there.
Actually, it was a sick flash.
That timing to go for that is crazy.
That would have completely got them. It at least pushes G2 back for an attempt at aggression, but m0NESY hits his. That provides a path for Nico to back off. He's had a wavering game as Nico
Dude,
now.
I'm trying to go to the heart attack, bro.
But much as how Mir stepped up right at the end, Nico can deliver something here in these final couple of rounds.
A partner puts an egg on anything, calls it breakfast. That's a good partner. They're smart.
They're right on the fringe of a win on VP's map pick. And in a 5v4 as well.
Oh, Flitz so close. And yet so far.
They're out.
Hunter dead over towards short. Hoopsy blind down in pit. They're blocking each other. This is awkward.
Holy
and Norbert
shit. Norbert like that? Way. He started it off this game for them and he's fucking ending it for him.
For
oh my
and what a
god.
Round you're getting out of Norbert here. It's another big multi-kill. One where he runs solo and gets it done for VP.
That was sick. That was sick.
Crazy to think that, you know, you talked about it earlier on how at the RMR that they subbed Chiron out, right? They took him out of the squad. It was because he was brought in to replace Norbert after VP had won the major. They moved Norbert onto the sub bench. And since he's come back, especially on Overpass, dude, this guy looks lights out.
Yeah, probably extremely motivating factor, you know, getting a second opportunity with the team you win a major with, but it's also just the individual form in CS2.
Playing, man.
Have shot up, his impact, and clearly his comfortability inside of VP. 26 and 17 on Norbert right now.
Man,
and he was.
I used to not be a big fan of Miso. It was like, all right.
It was him who opened
but holy shit, there's so many different levels to it.
The streak of rounds
I don't know what makes it good or bad, but if it's good, like I'll have it anytime.
The G2 won't soon be forgetting. You imagine if that doesn't come through, if they didn't win that 2v5,
I have no idea what I like more about some of them over others, but some of them are incredible and some of them are so bad.
They're one extra attack pause in OT for this exact moment, in case they were in this position. G2 are now clutching at straws that they can pull this one into double overtime.
It's the base. Yeah, I'm sure it has something to do with whatever they're doing.
And we
like,
said everything
in the
was going
process of it, I just don't know.
Streak. The calling was a masterclass. m0NESY was entering. He's cooled off as well. A couple of kills here and there, but no one has stepped up to fill the void. And G2 now from that 11-7 lead are 5 deaths away from defeat in this opening map. To close their elimination stage, to perhaps close their major. Mir may do it dirty through the smoke next to response.
Massive
G2
trade back.
Keep it even for now.
He's gonna give short, probably. Yeah.
Be getting tested over here in mid. Him and m0NESY have to.
It's gonna force VP to have to come clear that eventually.
Been taken by VP. m0NESY actually hangs around in the toilets. Not for long.
Is that where he hangs out?
VP are grouping. They're amassing over here outside of the B site. Fem going back to spawn, grabbing some extra util.
Fry, just report them. They're just bots. The mods can't do anything about it, bro.
These rounds, they have hours to play with.
They get banned in like 3 minutes. Oh, nice pick though.
Out of m0NESY.
Gotta go now.
Oh, he peeked, but they were throwing a lurk smoke for him.
Here's the thing: even though m0NESY wins,
that might have sold him.
Be in the right spot
right? You see a guy walk up before the lurk smoke. Actually, maybe that. Oh, they think it was A. Oh, they thought it was A. They thought. Oh no, he's back down.
To stand tall here.
Minimap trolling me.
Dead early on. Nico moves down. Call this guy the king without a crown. Never was able to lift that major trophy and go. Might be robbed of the first chance in CS2.
Good nade.
Plant comes in. m0NESY now posted up in the heavens. G2 in a 3-on-3. They use their last bit of util there, so they've got to win this on the fights. And with Jame posted, with that bomb ticking down, smoke still up. They're paranoid.
Hooksy's got to be.
They don't have infinite time here. They've got to get moving.
Hooksy's got to be the first.
Given them a single fight, no one's overstepped. And here's
that
first swing. That
well
first
played.
Incision.
Oh,
Hooksy. Just Hooksy left to try be the difference maker.
No way he breaks some trash.
Norbert on the other side.
Yeah, no way. No way, dude.
Yep. Done it.
And Norbert, how fitting is it that Norbert gets the final kill there? Holy.
To the occasion, a master throughout. And so this map is recovered by Virtus Pro. They played their game, they played the long game, and they now sit 1 map away from the Royal Arena.
G2 worn it down to their bones in a
How many match points did G2 throw?
The vultures of Virtus Pro just pick at the scraps.
Let me see, how many?
Yeah, thanks a lot for that, guys. Well, lots to talk about, so let's start. I mean, first of all, obviously G2, they look to be in pole position. We had everything you need in your win condition.
Dude, look
We've
at
got
this.
Muncie getting those entry frags and doing really, really well.
Look at the rest of the. Look at this man.
Battle back in. We had a masterclass of calling from Jane. So where do you want to start?
I want to start with Norbert. I think Norbert was the turnaround guy for me personally, right? Because G2, as you pointed out there, Rich, a great start to the game. Monesi was looking really, really solid, feeling warmed up. And in this round, I believe it's a 2v5. Yeah, it was a 2v5 where Norbert just steals it away. And from then on, we can see James trying to put together the classic VPT side, right? It's slow.
You win 3 for 3 in openers.
Leaving your opposition dry. And even when you make someone like Monesi the best offer we have right now in Counter-Strike, he's feeling miserable on that A bomb side with just the utility protocol. What can you do? And then you see G2 just putting up a pretty solid T side.
Where do I think Nico's struggles stem from? I've been on this train and this idea that Nico and Hunter just don't like CS2.
A very tight, very close game.
This is my own personal narrative that is based in absolutely zero fact.
VP were in the trenches in the beginning, then you felt G2 had the upper hand. They were about to close out the game. And then
well, correction, they might like it now, but
I agree with everything you said in regards to Norbert, but I was expecting Nico to be that guy.
Yeah, I mean,
you guys remember at the start of CS2, like when we were watching them at a few events?
We have to talk about that, I think.
Not even the start. I think it was like Katowice. They were still talking about how like the game is nowhere near like ready.
In the community, they lean into lazy narratives like a lot of the time, particularly around players. They don't work the events and they don't have the insights necessarily. But Nico,
with the VIP,
you know,
shit,
has been missing since CS2 started. That is true.
That is true. You know, he has not been the same caliber of player ever since CS2 came out. There's been glimpses of what he can do in CS2 still. We had a couple of games during World Finals. At Blast, I remember he went off. The RMR was another possibility.
But yeah, same with Hunter. I mean, honestly, we're talking about Nico right now, but Hunter's been worse.
Could consistently put up a 1.35 rating over the course of 3 months. He would consistently show up and dictate the games. He would consistently show up on the stage and play wonderful Counter-Strike that would help fuel G2 to win games, even win tournaments they had no business winning. We haven't seen that Nico at all, and one of the issues with that is that we see the consequence in this game right here. Monesi is having a fantastic showing. Maybe on the scoreboard it doesn't look that impressive, but
I just think sometimes if you don't enjoy something, guys, it's really hard to like grind it. You know what I mean?
On the T side, had there been a Nico to follow up on that, had there been a Nico who occasionally would win 1 or 2 rounds on his own, which he's been known to do for 5 years.
Let me put it like this: CS2 came out.
That would be G2 winning this map. But
would you get? I would say Donk has probably played twice as much CS2 as Hunter and Nico. I have no idea. Once again, if that's true. But that's just how it feels. Like if I had like bet, somebody said put a bet on it right now, you know, in your mind. I just think it's incredibly difficult if you don't like something, right? Like I'm not saying Nico and Hunter aren't trying. I'm just saying,
sure, yeah, and look,
if you were trying to like grind something that you don't truly enjoy at that moment, I guarantee you there's going to be somebody else. You know what I mean? That's going to be working for it twice as hard.
And that's what's important. And look, I think
like it might not even be ours. I just think in general, I feel like they're not
a game that favors the rifles.
They gotta dive in, bro. I know it just feels like a lot of subtle changes, but the game still play like, especially the higher up you go.
But he's absolutely.
There's so many little things, you know, that just feel different.
Well, right, this is the guy who's going to be floating outside that monster position, right? He's going to make sure.
You mean they aren't giving their 100%? More like at this level, I feel like 100% isn't enough.
Shut you down every single time.
I feel like 100% is like clocking into work.
He's just lights out. He's like Overpass might just be his best map, if you ask me.
Yeah, and
that's kind of what I mean. Is like I actually don't think Nico and Hunter are lazy whatsoever. I think it's more like if you don't enjoy what you're doing, you can't give it the extra.
We spoke about it, Richard, when it happened, right? It does feel like Nico as well, not to drag the conversation back, but he's forcing the issue, and he was constantly being punished by Norbert.
I don't know. Maybe I'm just being dramatic.
You know that we had Flit and we had Murray and we had Fame. You know, a trio of riflers with
3 match points.
Normally the ones who need to step up, especially when you speak of Fame and Flit. They were nowhere to be found within the first 24 rounds in this game. So I'm going to make the case and say VP didn't play good Counter-Strike. They didn't play their A game, yet they were still able to win on Overpass. To me, that's a sign of class and perhaps a sign of what's coming on map number 2.
Yeah, well, can we talk quickly about that? I mean, obviously now you sort of said you felt that VP had to win Overpass.
Man, it's going to feel real shitty if G2 loses.
No chance for 2-0?
Even though I have both teams going through.
There's a chance, but I don't see it likely right now for G2. Sorry, for VP. I think G2 coming into Inferno have shown that they are consistently playing well. It is
this
one
is
of the
definitely a
few
map
maps
that can wake up G2.
It is a map where
I hope so too, dude, because I feel like, I don't know, I don't hate VP, but
VP and doing a lot of damage. And VP in this tournament, they beat some Brazilian teams, they lost to some Brazilian teams, they got absolutely smacked by Eternal Fire. So I think we're looking at a 1-1. But for my money, VP did themselves a favor by winning.
I think the problem, the biggest failure of VP on Inferno, and I think Eternal Fire.
Yeah, but Squared, when you're grinding something just to grind anyways versus the guy that wants to, it's like different, you know?
Slow it down. They bleed out all the CT side economy. They weren't able to do that against Eternal Fire yesterday. Against Eternal Fire, in fact, I think Magic called the master.
Like the type of hours, like the type of intensity, like everything you're doing, it matters, you know? It matters a lot.
You want to go for this last 20-second executes. There's one smoke, one Molotov remaining for Eternal Fire, and you know the tendency with VP. They're going to be playing the long game, and they just when you see a smoke with like 15 seconds left.
Plenty of professionals in,
abort,
yeah,
gotta get out of here, right?
and a lot of professionals in those environments are usually
so a clear
in a situation like this.
Side of VP here, and if I'm G2, you're punishing that.
Yep. Well, look. Guess what I've got for us today? This is important for G2 fans to know. This
Red,
is
thanks for tier 2, 27-month resub. Thank you.
Everything, guys. This is really good advice if you're in a must-win qualifying game to get into an arena of sorts, I would say. And you can see, look, you've got your little cat up there.
My face it, teammates.
Tiger.
Who's the kitten here in this analogy?
That'd be
Nico.
This is Nico.
This is Nico needs to get this back. You know, we need to turn this upside down. Anyway, you can get your display. You go to display.com/PGL. If you buy 1 or 2, you get 22% off. If you buy 3, you get 33% off. Super easy to mount, maybe to put even on a desk as you're playing and just look over it when you're trying to clutch. Keep yourself positive.
What happens if you turn it around? Upside down.
I don't know.
You can actually spin it.
Yeah, there you go. Like that's what we need. So hopefully Nico can find his inner tiger.
Isn't that the point, though, Squared?
And, much love to Displate.
The intrinsic motivation of the people that are underneath that want it more, even if they're on right, they're trying to reach the same spot.
Yeah, exactly, and it's going to be probably a long one. We're going to buckle up. Make sure you do too. We got the next map coming for you in just a few moments.
Level up your gaming space with Metal
No, it is not
posters
worth
from
rewatching the
Displays.
complexity
Paint your
game. And I don't just mean that
displays in
dramatically, like,
Swap them whenever you
genuinely
like.
just wasn't a
Get
good game.
official art from
Wasn't
your
a good
favorite
game.
games
If
on
you're a
a
complexity
uniquely
fan, it's just going to
designed
suck to
metal
watch.
canvas
It was just
and
pretty
choose from
disappointing.
Thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here.
Swiss,
Shop now
thank you very much for your Twitch primer. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Bad as yesterday? I mean, yesterday they barely lost the Vitality. That was a stressful game to watch. Also, chat, I'm running a 3-minute ad, heads up. But, like, that wasn't... Those were still good games of Counter-Strike. You know what I mean? No, these were bad games of CS today.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
I'm gonna use the restroom, and then maybe we go up East Strat for a little walk. Be right back 1 sec though. I mean, I used to think the idea of Monesi leaving G2 was crazy stupid, but you kick JKS to get Nexa, who, funny enough, is now seeming like one of the better players. And that is a horrible thing to say, because the fuck, like, dude, Hunter and Nico gotta wake the fuck up, bro. I mean, Nico's having a rough one, but Hunter more so. I don't know what's going on with Hunter, but he has not been enjoying CS2.
Yeah, what's popular, it's loud. And this is ASON's commercial. But ASON spent all the money to make the headphones good, and they got no money left for the commercial. So I'm gonna need you to head to ASON.io, ACEZONE, yo. Code PGL, 50 euros off. We got some headphones. It's now or never.
We're spinning our magical roulette wheel and seeing what team it lands on to build the ultimate fantasy team here at the Copenhagen Major. And I've got G2's Hunter with me. Super teams, that's what you're a part of. So you're going to try and build one better. Do you think that's possible?
I think it's possible, we'll see.
With you as the GM, it should be possible,
Yeah.
Hunter. Let's spin that wheel and see which team we're going to get first. And that is going to be Eternal Fire for starters.
That's a tough one. I mean, the Hexantaris is a star player, but I think I can get maybe a better from some other team. Voxic
Okay.
as well is good, but yeah. I would take Wikadia. I think he's pretty good in his role. In my opinion, he's one of the best, and he's shooting insane. So I would take him.
Nice, okay. Well, Katie is the first man in. See what second team is going to be, and I like that. It leaves you a lot of other options still when you got 4 spins. You're thinking smart
we'll
with
see.
it.
I need to be a bit lucky as well in this one.
Yep. And
oof, give me heroic, please.
Yeah. I love that. Please give me heroic. Right on the edge, but you did get it.
Yeah. Oof, this one is not easy, but I think I would take Nerds. I think he's not the star player, but he's kind of second star player, I would say, and he can lurk. So I would take him. I think it's pretty good.
Nerds is a solid choice. This is already 2 good ones to start with. You narrowly avoided errors to go your way. Oh, but you didn't avoid it this time around. This is called Karma, Hunter.
Oh, it's okay. It's fine. I think I'll take Jacob as an entry fragger.
And he's been beasting.
Yeah, he's older better, I would say.
He's getting better with age, like a fine wine, they would say.
He's like really good lately.
So you still need an IGL, and you still need an AWP.
Yeah, I know.
And you're going to get to start with Ecstatic, the only full Danish team here.
Okay, so who is IGL there? Patty, I think?
Patty, yes.
I must take him.
Must take him,
Yeah.
don't risk it. Yep.
I need to take Patty.
Patty is the IGL. We'll give him a chance on a super team to prove himself.
Why not? They've been doing really good lately, and I think he's a big part of it, so yeah. Let's spin the Oper.
Let's spin the Oper, that's what it is now.
Let's go G2, please.
You get it.
Okay, Hades, that's it. Easy.
Could this team you just assembled beat you guys on G2?
No.
No.
No. I don't think so. Right now, no.
Okay.
But yeah, I think pretty decent team.
How far would this team, though, that you've just created, go in the major? How deep would it be?
Let's be honest, playoffs, let's say quarterfinals, I would say.
Okay, that's respectful. Not too far, not overestimating them, but giving them a chance in there.
Yeah.
Good mix of experience and young blood.
I think they would need some time to practice, to get used to each other, to play more together, but I think they have a potential.
Potential is there. Potential in you as a GM, but this time you were hindered by the wheel, didn't have some luck on your side.
No, it's fine. You cannot have luck everywhere, it's fine. I'll keep it for the group stage.
Yeah, exactly. Hopefully you got it for there. Best of luck, my friend. Thank you very much.
Thank you, James.
It is just kind of vintage Virtus Pro right now. That's exactly what we're getting out of them. They long out that first map, 16-14, in a gut punch victory on Overpass. We get ready to head to Inferno now. G2, this is where they have to turn it around. This is where we need numbers put up from the man on our screens, Nico, the one with everything to prove. From when he first stepped onto the world stage, for me, that was, back in phase, but I know he had a stint in Mouse. There was never any doubt in the past that Nico was gifted, that he was the top dog and would have this mammoth trajectory. You would have never envisioned a world 7 years ago when he first moved into that phase team and they immediately had a run at Katowice, that this guy would be in a position where he was left without the big coveted trophy in Counter-Strike. And now, we know how his saga in Go ended. We know that he was never there to hoist that major trophy. And CS2 might open with that same level of disappointment if they fall down to Virtus Pro here and now.
Yeah, it's not just the accomplishments, it's the performance as well. Wavering for Nico, which has been the saddest reality, right? You know, his ratings diminishing, third highest on the team in this tournament.
Let's turn that shit up, yeah.
Up there. Hunter has had a couple of really strong maps, like the
DJ,
previous,
turn that shit up.
He started very strong, but yeah, we need the world beater Nico to perform at the level we expect this name to, and he's not delivered this major.
Flash, thanks to 12-month primer, thank you.
Shut up right now in the final game of the elimination stage, maybe the final map for G2 if they don't take their pick. Now it is Inferno, it's a comfortable one, it's a home map for G2, but at the same time VP historically have had no issues. All that being said,
I see somebody mention PGL production in YouTube chat.
Was ugly.
I've not seen somebody truly complain about PGL in, I don't know, a minute, actually.
How G2 got rocked yesterday.
Not saying it's perfect, but damn, bro, I don't know.
I feel like VP taking
Been
some
vibing.
losses to Brazilian teams and Eternal Fire as well.
The game crashing is absolutely Valve's fault, not PGL's.
What level do they bring
that
in?
shit is
Can
the alt tabbing bug. I've seen it happen at least
G2
like 5 or 6 times.
in the 2-2 game. That's the goal for James.
Well, James is dead very early on in this one. Hunter secures the opener in the pistol. He at least looked good in that last game of Overpass. It was a pretty jarring slowdown out of Hunter.
Alt tabbing bug, sorry, I call it that.
That game raged on into
It's literally a crash. Your game crashes, but instead of crashing, it just keeps alt tabbing over and over and over again, and it locks your entire PC.
Hunter gets
It's fun.
the ball rolling.
They knew that was coming. They really set up for that kill. Even Nexa tucked in that corner with the bomb. They know VP's reaction. They know they're gonna find empty bomb sites in this game.
And here's one thing that's been a bit problematic for VP on their Inferno.
All right, well,
this
save
is one
jam
where
time. God, dude, we're
James,
starting.
You know, we
I'm
kind
just
of
gonna
know
go
what to
piss.
expect
I'll be
from
right back.
VP. That's always the weird thing about them. Is like teams know exactly what to expect from Virtus Pro, but it's so hard to counter. Their Inferno, however, across the majors so far, some of these usual gambles, some of these usual stacks that are the bread and butter of this Virtus Pro squad haven't been coming through successfully. There's been some misreads. There's been some missteps along the way. And so that we've seen they're not infallible here. And so hopefully that kind of gives G2 a little more faith, a little more confidence. They'll be able to piece together answers in this game. They try hunting down the pistols, and they live to regret it. Hunter, the only man to survive on the round. But G2 get away with the pistol, and already I heard a good bit of getting vocal there.
Yeah, a bit of tactician work for Hooksy. He'll need to in this game, right? Try and find those gambles. You know, this is a map where G2 can hope to see a recovery from Nico, because there's going to be rounds where he can solo Banana and he can prod that B bomb site on his own and hopefully find the gaps and figure out where the stacks are. You know, he was not having fun on Overpass T side. That's to say for sure. 6 kills across his entire T half, including the overtime, and just couldn't find the gaps, couldn't even get front toilets. Was getting backstabbed when he rotated down Con in that 20-second B hit. It was not a good look, so it's going to be more options.
I guess I can appreciate VP's consistency in that.
More linear.
No, wait. G-Money, thanks for the gift of sub to DJ Cumsock, thank you. And it's just TJ, thanks for the 2-month resub, thank you.
It's just VP who like to subvert expectations and play on a whim and gamble more than most.
How many times have I pooped today? I have pooped twice.
Smokes are getting stalled in this round for James. They've got 3 up. Don't want to leave it too long. He might never get a chance, but it comes down library side, giving G2 access to the spawn, but they want the A site.
No, but from down in the pit is able to save Mir's life, but he won't take it any further than that. And so this one, a lock-in for G2 as VP call the save.
What did I eat? Nah, I wasn't even crazy. Honestly, we were vibing. Nice.
And there's going to be a lot of this, you know, there's going to be a lot of...
Sometimes there's a speed bump. Like, really, it was like 1, but it was just split up,
right place,
you know?
Just decide the outcome, and even more so because of the team that G2 are up against.
Beat Juice hitting different, true.
This one is really a battle.
I love a VP
brains.
Inferno, man.
Do you have
it really
the
just
opening
gets my
moves?
Just gets my juices flowing.
Well,
and I'm not talking beet juice.
It's not just the opening moves either. It's the closing of the game, and I think
Are my
that's...
pickums? Ask me after Navi plays Pain.
I can just never count VP out. You should never either. G2 were 11-7 up. They still lost in overtime. VP conceded.
CS is dead. We get it, dude. You want to bait comments in Twitch chat? Thank you. Your last 6 messages are copy pasta, copy pasta, copy pasta, copy pasta. Thank you.
Learned it in that first map of Overpass. They've just got to keep them coming. They've got to lock in. They've got to be unwavering in their focus.
And I think, you know, during our kind of setup for this one, it's easy to home in on Nico because he is someone who's been middle of the pack, not where you associate him with. He's the guy with this, like...
Next time, please just say hello instead of being weird for attention. God bless.
Even as you look down the line, when you look at Monacy, who has been in this team for a good while now...
Any team? No, nobody plays like VP.
You see what he's able to do. You see the numbers this guy's able to put up. You see the level he's able to play at.
All right, chat, fuck off. I'm not saying hi to all of you right now.
That going to waste.
Actually, no, hi to all of you.
Conversation about Nico in this team. There has to be one around Monacy as well. He's given some of his best years to the G2 squad
for sure.
And you don't want to feel like they're being squandered in a team that don't have what it takes to lift trophies. When this squad was put together, that was the goal.
Yeah, you in the back there, chat. You in the back, yeah.
Try to break
you that looks like you haven't showered in a week, you too.
To be a team to bring the trophies to G2. Yeah, that's why they spent such a pretty penny on Monacy.
Yeah, he went from the Na'Vi Junior Academy squad straight into a world-beating team, straight into a grand final in Katowice with mind-bending numbers as well. So, out of the gate.
Coca, thanks for 3-month farmer, thank you.
There's a long fall down.
Dummy fat pussy with a gifted sub to fist my tight hole daddy. Jesus Christ, I'm done. All right, not reading any more names today, chat.
He's got to get a multi-kill here if they want to have any chance of the flash.
That's enough out of you.
Kills from James, still down a man, Mir through the smoke, and that's just a hope and a prayer.
That's enough Twitch names for today.
Snuff out this round.
And contrary to popular belief, it's not Norbin time in this round. The 1v3 will not be happening.
Can't believe it. Oh, so now I read the gifted name, and now I'm not supposed to.
Pro, even with those saved weapons, even with the pistols, finding some success. Or Jane rather with that double. But the real test, the first proper test is in this follow-up.
Appreciate you.
The longer he leaves this, if he can get a dink at the end, he could...
The Major's been fucking fantastic.
We're always playing the money game.
Yeah.
RVP.
You know, oh, the dink, he gets a kill cleanly.
Honestly, like, despite my pickums my pickums being fucked. That's what I combined fucked and pickums. Anyway,
it's fine. That's how it's supposed to start.
The games have been good for the most part.
It's what it says in the script, but VP just need time.
My thickums, my thickums, my pickums.
Around on the CT side with the AWP. No kits here for VP. Not much of a retake map anyway.
Whatever, Chad, I haven't had my coffee yet. Cloud9 should buy out Monacy, thoughts? Honestly, I've never seen that rifle core ruin any Opera in the past. Should be good.
Mollying the top, going through the smoke.
They actually help Operas a lot, and they improve greatly in that system.
This round.
I'm not reading that one. Go fuck yourself. Thanks for the gifted.
Give them the air of control. Hooksy has got the half wall now, but there's 3 at B. There's a flash setup as well. James is here with the orb. Oh, good molly. VP are about to explode back in, and they still may. But they'll let James take that first contact. Oh, here comes Flares.
Like this, they're just leaving Nico to hang around at the top of Banana. And he might get rewarded for this patience, but the flash destroys him.
Ask Flat McGee, thanks for 35-month armor, thank you.
Well, this re-aggro into the top of B for Virtus Pro, perfectly timed.
Dude.
Was Nico stuck there, and he could, like, maybe could have moved?
G-Money and Sylveon, thanks for the gifted, thank you.
Turn from the flash, he didn't even try and fall
He did
off.
just kind of accept his fate, didn't he?
I'm feeling like maybe he was stuck. He couldn't, you know, just like slowly sneaking. I'm not sure. That just felt out of place. G2 now lost in the source, lost in the open. 20 seconds as they burst into the crossfire. There's 3 players here. There's no hope as VP choke out G2 with seconds to spare and with
What the hell is going on with
on
YouTube
both
today?
sides.
Computer, thanks for the 1 gifted. Thank you.
VP already have kind of successfully removed one of these key pieces from the G2 toolkit, right?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have 5 gifted on Twitch, and I have 10 gifted on YouTube because of Dirty. Dirty, thank you very much for the 10 gifted members on YouTube.
That's a bit of a precedent. The VP won't give you the early fights on your terms, but they will come and take a few of their own.
YouTube chat going crazy. I don't know what's going on.
It's a nice setup. We're not seeing a lot of teams actually retaking banana control, retaking top B. VP just use it for kills. And then they get back into their bomb site. They force G2 round the map.
And so now this is VP trying to flex that a little bit, right? Not only did we retake banana last round, this time we've full taken banana.
Oh, it's risky.
G2 call their bluff. They play through the smoke.
Even just showing there, a car might force more util than G2 wanted to use at this position, but they see him jump back. They'll take this control. That deep molly is annoying as G2 line up their own util. They have to run right through.
Fame. Oh, awkward spot to be in.
Dude, he gets 3!
Doesn't crumble. The Fame doesn't go to his head.
3!
He goes to theirs. 3 kills on the fountain. And even more to do. It's not over yet, but Fame, a pillar of resistance, finally locked out by Nexa.
How come Flom doesn't like VP?
He had to, and then some in the round.
No, I do.
With a
I
bomb
just,
plant is G2
I don't enjoy watching VP.
2v4. It's Monacy or nothing for G2.
I still think they're a really good team, though.
But now on the smoke push, they've seen him. Monacy will get the better in all, but still has some heavy lifting to do, does Monacy. Up and over. Tap on the bomb. VP do not overreact. They call his bluff. They see that he's not planting. Monacy's trying to hunt down these kills. Mir not peeking from banana. This is crazy. Monacy's being given so much room, but at this point, he fully discounts banana, surely. If anyone was there, they would have peeked him by now. That's how Monacy has to feel. And James has come walking into the Lion's Den. Monacy, 1 man left to find, and it's Mir who played it silent and slow from banana to rob Monacy of that clutch.
Unbelievable.
Jesus, the patience from VP, man.
Unreal. The bait
6
of
gifted
a
on Twitch,
lifetime
10 on
from
YouTube.
Mir, but it gets the round, and that's all VP ever wanted, ever needed. James telling him to not move, surely, because he's pushing into the site on his own. Monacy is given 2 simple kills, but a misread, a miscomm, and a misunderstanding, whatever it may be, no clue about Mir's position.
You cannot fault Monacy for not knowing that Mir is banana there. That is not how any other team in the world would have played that 3v1 once it starts to spiral out of control. You would have been double swinging him. You would have heard the footsteps when he's chasing the kill in towards CT. Mir would have reacted if he was on any other roster, but that's not how James envisions the game.
It works. You can't argue with the results. Oh, what an unbelievable 3K for Fame. Like, he should be dead there. He should be gone after 1. That's a thin fountain. And it's G2's blood that spurts from it. 3 unbelievable kills on the defense. And already I'm liking what I see out of VP towards B side, because in that Imperial game, there were so many rounds where VP would play 4A, they would leave Fame in CT spawn, he would play his nade protocols, he wouldn't even fight for the site. This guy's a rock-solid anchor. He is a young talent. I want to see him giving it his all in these positions and going down with a bang, taking G2 with him, and that is more like it from Fame. 3 kills to set VP up for a close, anti-clutch. Nice try for Monacy. He's at least hitting. But VP stick another landing.
All right.
Tuck and roll.
Silent creep through the apartments. Oh, not so quiet anymore. And here's the thing, like, VP showed just because they're not...
What do you mean? You just did G-Money?
Hyperactive team.
Wesley next to 18.
It's actually their inaction
Panda next to 73.
Causes that paranoia in their opponents. That flash there you have to react to. You're kind of jittery, especially after how that last round went. G2 desperately looking for a pick-me up here, and a missed molly from Norbert could give them a way in. Mir holds the line. James lends a helping hand, and now he's playing over the smoke.
Damn,
Not
VP,
into the
okay.
hands of Nico. He plucks out from the bomb site, boxed into a little corner. A flawless round from Virtus Pro.
G2 get back sight on A. They don't get a kill or a bomb plant. VP slaughter them with 3 players. And that's after Norbert gets mollied, mollies himself, smokes just hides. Mir has the cross, and I love James' little moto smoke as G2 throw one to cut off the arch position. James throws one next to it, which lets him climb up on that bike and look over the top of Graveyard, still enshrouded by the smoke. This is a lethal game out of Virtus Pro right now.
How fast do I walk? Usually like 2.75 or 3.
I'm worried that G2 are
no, it's not my birthday, you fuckers.
These last few rounds have gone.
Can you blame them?
I almost wish somehow I had like my pick'ems on the line in this, just so I'm a bit more invested in the VP.
They need a fallout of a playoff deciding match at being that 1BO3 away from getting into the arena. And for a team like G2, you know, I don't really think they care about the journey. It's just the destination. They just want to be there. They just want to get there. That's where these guys do their best work. They are proven in those
Best wishes, enjoy your 40s. Fuck you, buddy. How about that? How about that?
VP, meanwhile, never a team to feel that pressure. The way they play CS removes any idea that this is a team that can't handle pressure. When every game is down to the wire, you're always on the edge of your seat, and so they've learned to be cool and calm, collected. James,
the only result now that really changes anything for the next major is
of G2.
If Pain upsets Navi.
Fingers around the corner, follows up, can't connect. He can just block it and go and help his team. There's only 15 seconds. This bomb's coming up short side, not for long. Gunned down by Mir, who's made a miraculous recovery in this matchup. Deagle drive.
Chat wifey brought me coffee. Let's go.
Their way to another 5 alive round. They are stacking right now, amassing cash.
Yeah, I had the oats a little bit later, so I'm chilling.
Stepping themselves closer and closer to that finish line. The tortoise keeps marching on.
Thank you.
I mean,
Sixtum, thank you very much for the 23 tier 2 23-month tier 2 resub. Thank you.
A little timid, like they're just going through the motions, like it's an autopilot game right now. And VP
if Cole and Payne both advanced, we would have gotten 2 legend spots. I don't think we get one guaranteed.
Fast and dead immediately. James
Maybe
is managing to get back to safety. He doesn't even fear that he's being chased. Even though long smoked, he knows G2 are playing exactly into him.
The teams that are currently advanced are FaZe, Vitality,
we saw an overpass
Mouse,
rounds. The one called in overtime.
Spirit, Eternal Fire.
Ready. You can change the pace. You can't change the results. Nico,
winner of this Navi.
Help. He's getting mollied out of B.
And Cloud9. There we go. I missed Cloud9.
He's rolling his sleeves up. He's doing everything he can to like try and bring himself back into the game.
To be fair,
he needs that round internally. He needs
very
that
stacked playoff right now. I don't think we're missing any of the top 5 now, right?
And if one of those doesn't come
top
soon,
5
if he's never
is
brought back into the game, G2 won't
FaZe,
have the
Spirit,
manpower,
Vitality,
the resources to win this.
Mouse.
For BXX, we've seen Fame do some incredible work here. He will be locked out.
Who am I missing?
He's got grenades, and I imagine he'll break that CT smoke.
Oh, G2 is 5? Okay, so G2. Okay, so G2 doesn't make it. They're the only top 5 team not in playoffs.
Here comes G2.
That's pretty sick, to be honest. They're stalled out by that molly. They've got to wait even longer. They've got to waste even more time. It's down to the final few seconds as they move in. Nico leads the charge. Back of the site, he's cut down. Mir spamming smokes. And now Flit trying to send Nexa out of the round as he's boxed in. They're not even giving him the fight. And there just isn't time for Nexa to win this.
VP's looking terrifying right now.
Masters of the clock. And G2 are playing right into their hands. And that's the absurdity of Virtus Pro. It feels like every team that plays against them becomes some funhouse mirrored image of the VP style.
What about Falcons or number 8?
You're throwing in these execs.
Falcons are frauds at the moment. Falcons are 8 because they maintain the core of Ents, and so they get to keep their points.
G2 can feel that they're already losing control of this game.
So that's not like a real.
For Hooksy down 0-8.
That's just a fake.
He's having to worry
That's
about
just
his
a fake
individual
ranking.
form
Like,
while trying
just being
to
completely
outcool
honest.
James, who's been a class act throughout the series.
They get to keep their points, but that's about it.
And when they are playing like this, there are very few teams.
They got
that can
top
beat
4
them.
at
There are very
Kato, but
few
if I'm
teams that
learning
are
anything
in that
from some of those Kato
conversation.
results,
Across
it's that
this series, historically, it's always been G2 winning.
there might even be like a whole nother level to all of this.
VP might take their first win.
While
over
I was
this
happy
one.
to
It's always
see
group games, right? It's Pro League
some of the
matches.
results of Kato that we did.
Rounds. It's G2 4 BO3.
Starting to feel more and more like maybe that was just
VP.
going to be a bit
But right
isolated.
now, with the most on the line, with the most it's ever mattered.
I think most people have no
VP
idea the ranks
rising
are
to
based
that
on
occasion.
points.
Quick up banana. Nico is in the crossfire right now. He is
Yeah,
in
if they've
the
never
lion's
looked at him, yeah, that would
They
make
get
sense.
mauled one by one. Bites taken out of G2. Hooksy 0-9. Nico a non-factor. Nate out, that's dangerous. It's a swing
Oh,
through
the
swarm
D's.
smoke. There's still a third player here. You can't get
Holy
rid of Fame.
Fame.
Another kill comes through. That molly does its damage. Fame will fall, and Monacy has to do it again.
It is the exact same situation. Monacy stopping Fame on a tear, and now left in what was a 1v3.
Where are they?
Once again,
Why do they
Norma
look-
this time
I mean,
is the
bro,
one
they're
taking up
competing.
banana.
What the
Mere
fuck?
waits back in the
You wanna
church.
look like
Monacy,
fucking.
he was betrayed
That'd
to the
actually be
clock last
terrifying
time,
to
so
see
this
them
time he
trying to
tries to rush
focus
that bomb
with,
plant.
while
Oh,
smiling.
get
Holy
chased.
shit.
Mir doesn't peek him.
Homie's got to be a
Honestly, he has
psychopath
chance
if he wants
fight
to
here.
see that.
He was betrayed by the banana push last time. He has to be aware of it this time, and he was, but Norbert lands the shot, and so Monacy, another clutch attempt denied before the ball even gets rolling.
No, Spirit, but yeah,
again,
but
who would
Spirit
think
literally
that
dominated that
it's just
tournament,
Norbert
right? And then it
running
just
on
kind of
an
looked like best of the
unbelievable
rest type thing.
performance
It's kind of more what I mean.
Incredible impact.
Not a knock on Spirit. It was more
Rock
so
solid at this B site yet again.
who
Another
qualified
3
for
kills, and he is
playoffs.
left
What
completely
everybody
alone
else
there.
it wasn't even
Still
close,
manages
you
to
know.
drag one more with him. And when Monacy can't even pick up these incredulous clutches we know him for, it feels like it's not meant to be for G2.
Norbert.
I mean, that's been like one of the consistencies, as terrifying as it sounds, was that Monacy, a couple of times a game, really, for G2 across their major run, will put up clutches to give you those must-win rounds, to give you the rounds that make all the difference when it comes down to the wire, and they're not landing right now. I don't think you can fault him for not being able to win these 1v3s.
No.
He shouldn't be in that position anyway, but even then, he's able to get away with it more often than not, and he's being entirely silenced here.
Pray for the Kassad tweets later. I mean, Kassad, if he's fucking saying Nico's wasting away in this roster,
that's how clinical they're trying to keep this.
I think, you know, Kassad gets a lot of hate, and I do think he has a very blind eye to Nico and wants him to do well, and that's fine. I don't think that's...
It's a harrowing time when you're playing versus this
I think
VP
we all,
squad.
as humans, have, like, different players, teams, whatever, and we're just kind of like, that's, you know...
G2 have tried all manner of things.
But also, I don't know.
Looking banana, going for instant executes. Hunter running
Kassad, love him or hate him, I'd be very surprised to see him
almost every
with a
round
take
coming
on
down
Nico
to
right
those
now.
last 20-30 second XX, and
Considering
VP is so prepared.
he's just not it. I mean, Hooksy's 0-9 right now. Absolutely. Flame Hooksy, fuck it.
To be unable to catch a break.
But Nico ain't doing shit right now, bro. And Hunter is somehow doing worse.
They go one step further, flip.
You know, this team has been Monacy and friends now for, well, basically since CS2 came out.
AWP beckons them in.
This team is just Monacy and friends.
Is pit. It's only
Hooksy's
Norbert
actually
on
probably
short
individually
side. VP
elevated
could
his
be locked
game.
out of the sight.
Nexa has improved every time I feel like they've played.
Multiple kills in that position. They jump
But
past
the two heavy hitters are just not heavy hitters in
Allow
CS2.
Flick to escape here, but you might not expect him this deep, this late. You might not ever find out.
We've
That
seen
bomb-
glimpses
dude,
out of
bomb's
Nico in
crossing.
CS2,
Bomb's
but that's
coming
it.
in
And
from the
Hunter
right
is
now.
actually
G2
like
trying
on
to
a
get
milk
ready to
carton
execute A.
missing.
This bomb is
I
nowhere to
don't
be
know.
seen. Are they going to come back banana in the final seconds? Will Flick play
I
ahead?
don't-
He's found Hooksy
I don't
in the
know.
spawn.
And that's Hooksy 0-10, dying with the bomb at T-ramp with 30 seconds left in the round.
How can you call
Oh,
against
and 10. Now let's flame Hooksy too. This guy's ass, right, chat?
They're trying to recover it. They're
Just
doing all they
tweet
can, but there
incoming.
just simply isn't time. 20 seconds as they rejoin Monacy and top mid. Every kill's got to be flawless. There is no margin for error. You cannot get slowed here if you're G2. You've got to steamroll your way in. Monacy is doing all he can, but it might not be enough as Norbert down in the pit delivers death swiftly to
Fucking
G2.
Norbert, man.
In a soul-crushing
VP, why did you ever bench this
in
guy?
a soul-crushing defeat. There should be no way in hell that G2 are able to build back into this game when you're losing rounds like that.
Despicable play from Virtus Pro, pushing the banana smoke. He heard Hooksy running out from spawn. He made that perfect read, and he catches him with nades out with the bomb.
Hooks is going to have to start like fully calling rounds out of spawn, I think.
They don't get to make the decision. You've been getting...
And that's just also not how this team is built.
Every single round of this game.
Like, I mean, give me the full fucking round, bro.
The point man to open up through a smoke. He pushes into your spawn.
Fuck it, let's do the classic. We're out of ideas. Oh my.
Even mentioning Norbert.
Oh my god.
Back in pit, putting on more multi-kills. The X factor is there for VP. Every player
Bro,
able
that hurt my throat
to
hearing
put
that.
on a strong defense, a big 3K when it's needed. Fame's had him.
Like, there was so much scratch to it.
And now Flit's done him.
I like hurt, dude. That's gotta hurt. Like, actually.
A game crash, and in this moment, G2 must sit in silence and let that wash over them.
Like a BO2 zombie.
That's the thing, you know, like nothing is showing how out of the game they are right now than when you're in-game leader, the guy who's meant to be managing the big strategy, making the calls to bring you back into the game.
Dirty gifted 10
pushed at
I wish they made it so I could click on somebody's name on YouTube and gift
whatever
a
was
sub like
planned in
Twitch.
the round for G2. And that's almost the lie that VP get you to believe, is that they don't make those plays. They don't go for that aggression.
Oh, they do.
So in your mind, you're thinking you're more than safe to be hanging around the ramp there, to be further away. There's no way he walks the smoke. It's smoked on Banana. That's what Hooksy's
Well, there's
believing
1,500 watching on YouTube. Tell them to hit the like button. Hit the like button.
It's just the most brutal way you could envision losing a round, and such a pivotal moment, man. Like, that was a buy for G2, one where they're trying to come in with a bit of a fresh face. They've just had a pause come out. Some missed attempts in clutches, but that was where it was meant to turn around.
6, right?
And it's just not meant to be. Virtus Pro with an utterly mind-blowing game right now.
They are just never where you think. Look at that Monacy round, right, where he gets the 2K and the 1v3, and he's checking everywhere but Mir's position. They are never where you think. And also, G2 have burned 2 tactical timeouts, fair enough, but now we go through this extended pause after losing that horrendous round the way they did, and now, what are they supposed to do? The options are go straight back into the game and go, all right, guys, let's go, or waste.
How far have we walked? Oh, not very. I just
started. And final tactical timeout in the first half of this match.
My way downtown, walking. But we walked 7.5 miles yesterday.
With the style that VP play, with the brands of these games, with how they're often a long, drawn-out affair, if you end up burning all your pauses in the first half, that will come back to haunt you down the line. You're dead on. It leaves them in a very rough spot here.
Neither option is good, because I think, honestly, at this point, like, it
Mini
feels
thanks to 39-month resub
completely away from G2. They probably have to call their pause just to be able to chat it through. You don't want to be going in off of this silence back into another round.
Claymore, there's got to be better ones, to be honest. I don't know, though.
This is clinical for VP. You know they are just loving this right now. Taste of blood on their tongue. Focused faces. And mere rounds from the top 8 of the Copenhagen
I have both these teams advancing, so my pick'ems for this game are kind of sorted.
They didn't even make it to Paris.
I'm not done. I need Na'Vi to win.
They couldn't even decide their roster. They brought Norbert back, and my God, he has delivered in spades. And there it is, folks. The third and final timeout for G2 in this regulation game. They had to do it. They now have nothing left. VP...
Who are we rooting for now that Cole's out?
Control, they are squeezing the resources out of G2.
Mouse.
And yeah, Joe's a very smart guy. He knows the advantage he has. He knows that he has reduce this G2 squad to nothing. And when you're in the spots like this, you know, you hear it all the time. The comms get weaker, people get quieter, everyone's kind of in their own head. That's what playing Virtus Pro does to you.
G2's city of samurais is surrounded. All you have is what's inside of the walls right now. No support, no reinforcements, nothing but these 5 players.
I mean...
And Taz behind them, gone, silenced for now.
I don't know.
Virtus Pro just keep walking.
G2 is still just a bit dysfunctional.
Closer and closer, step by step.
Joe, thanks for the 2, and yeah, hopefully Taz helps him out on CT side. I don't know. We'll see. I doubt it. JKS died for this.
They were having a good conversation, it looked like. Getting people talking, that's the goal. Getting people feeling normal for G2, that's the goal. It's all well and good in practice. In the theory, can they put it to work now practically in this round? Because if if you think to yourself that you've just kind of cooked up some solutions there and then VP come out with another stunner, it's done for G2.
Scrum, thanks for the 5-month reset. Thank you, appreciate you.
Just trying to keep them guessing. He is late, moving back, but the sooner G2 go, the better.
There spots one over in the apartments. He's just given up that long control, and the molly will let G2 know that there's space available over at long.
Big smoke.
Space available. James is here to try and put a stop
4
to
on
it.
A.
Smoked off in the library.
2 library. Hot flash moto.
So it will come down to these site players. Norbert from the pit has to stand and deliver.
Oh, one.
Immediately takes one of the dome. That's more like it from Nexa and Monacy.
Okay, there you go.
VP. They love a
G2
save,
going with the keep it simple, stupid effect, which is...
Same on a fast flank, he's locked them in the site. There's only so many
If chat's
positions.
ever watched a Mythic match, knows one of my favorite. It's one of my favorite.
Giving it a go.
This is VP going for the curb stomp. They want to delete G2 from the server here and now. Winning this round would do it.
Destiny, no problem. Thanks for 300
Monacy
biddies.
holding on to long, doubting every move he makes. James making a lot of noise, but Flit is found, and now it's just James. 1v2.
No excuses.
Crossfire's too strong. He doesn't want to give it a go. He writes this one off. VP. They try to break the mental. They try to break the heads of G2 by going for that 3-on-3 retake. You know this team
Joe,
will always
thanks for
save
the 2.
there.
I missed all of Polish
But
VP
G2
though.
are able
Don't
to
we
come
all,
through with
man?
it. And listen to that in the background. You hear a little bit of hype getting generated. You
I
hear
hate to Hooksy, but he's not
maybe
cut out to be a
G2
tier 1
can mentally
IGL.
recover from this.
Bullshit.
They still have a very long way to go.
I'm not buying what you're selling, Harry, not yet.
If we're still talking
the
about
fact that
Hooksy
VP
right
even
now,
going
you're
for
literally
those rounds
just...
shows
I don't
that
even
they
care
know
what his
just how close
scoreline is
they
right
are.
now. 0
They know
11.
where
Fuck
they
it.
have
Keck
G2.
W.
Always
care.
Always of the belief.
Literally
it doesn't
don't care.
take much to bring you back into a game.
He
So
clearly
let's see.
is, because G2 can
Let's
never
see
win a
if G2
tournament.
can
They
manage
didn't
it.
win
Gunning
for
for
3
5 on a T
years
side.
before he got here. Clearly he is cut out to be a tier 1 IGL. He won multiple events.
It was here. He had a lame duck peak.
He also took flames from the fucking depths of whatever the fuck
VP retook top banana, and he hasn't looked the same since.
and brought him in.
Right, there's a gap. Hooksy 0 and 11. He's found the timing. He's found the headshot.
He's on the board.
And he's wrapping that B site.
Like,
a lot of pressure put on VP right now. Knife out. This is a very gung-ho for Hooksy. Very loud. And he should have no chance here. Runs right by Flit as they set up for this B hit.
That truck is actually so toxic in CT spawn.
We're trying to invoke the speed, the pace, the belief that they can recover this game. James dealt with back of the site.
There you go, Nico. There you go.
Swivel. First multi-kill round.
There you fucking go.
And now he's posted with the AWP. Mir making a play.
What?
Mir's making a play.
Why is Nico backside grabbing an
No
op?
trade.
Why?
No chance. Next
Why?
with a big backstab. At least G2 have got time. They have to find some.
Why is nobody holding a fucking run through, dude?
And so now it's Mir trying to drive the knife
Oh
into
my
G2.
god, it's like the ring of
Kicking them while
power
they're
for
down
Nico.
in a
I swear to
1v2
God, it's
attempt.
like a thing that
He denied
calls
that
to him
plot
when
with
there's
the
an
double
op
with
on the
smoke
ground.
push. But now they have this crossfire. He's
Like
gonna
when an
wait
op
till
goes
that
on the
bomb gets
ground, it
planted,
just says
wait
my
till the
fucking
1v1 is
precious or some
available.
shit.
Surely
I don't fucking
he
know.
walks it early. He walks it early. Coming through. Nico
Okay,
will
all
get
good.
the
That's
better
why
of
he
him,
got the op.
and
My
that's how
opera. Let's
G2
go.
find 5. Nico
Bro, I would've
finally
lost my
delivers
shit.
a bit of hope the way of G2.
Felt like his most impactful round in the entire series. It's not just what he did, it's
Wow,
when
Nico's
he did
so
it.
good.
Finding that
Fuck
last
yeah,
round of
let's
the
go.
half, building off of the previous.
Dude, Imagine you lose the round because your teammate is holding back call and Nico wasn't holding CT because he was getting it off.
This one, heads screwed on straight.
Oh my god!
Who embark on a 7-round streak on their CT side are finally.
That would have been a tilter. I don't know, dude. Nico was insane at Cologne when I was there, Chad. So it's either me or the kebab that he said he was eating every day.
And Time Lord,
maybe it's me, dude.
He does
G2,
it all for VP.
Make me an offer. We'll figure something out.
Oh, what a save. That is something for me.
That is the best Nico round we've had yet.
Yeah. Sad to say.
And so let's see if he can build on it.
7-5. Virtus Pro.
Jordan takes the 25-month primer.
The pain is just
all right,
begun.
G2, let's make it interesting, yeah? Hunter, show me some of that Hunter shit that I haven't seen in like a decade.
To take a few punches along the way. And so Nico jiggling in at top banana. Him and Hunter here. A proven duo.
Are they going to check?
Will get clean. Betrayed by the boost up. Nico responds with one and at least keeps this even. You can see him building.
Joe, thanks to the 5 super chat. I'm questioning Kerrigan's new playbook more than Hooksy.
To G2, they feel like they're on the home stretch of the pistol, but he doesn't want to hang around. Falls back.
Yeah, I don't know.
Hooksy here beside him. Hooksy's been a non-factor. Everyone is looking to win these duels to kind of bring themselves back into the fold, back into the game.
Back into the site. Both here.
Nico smoked off. Is he going to come through this? Is he going to try and fight with Hooksy? As Hooksy takes all the attention, Nico won't. That one's given over for free. The
somehow Nico is supposed to be holding corner for Hunter at half wall, and somehow Hunter's dead, and Nico's behind a smoke, and Hooksy's holding the B-bomb site by himself.
Takes the next
all
fight.
good.
Nico chimes
just
in
win.
with another
Just
in
win
the
it.
meantime. Out from CT. They're getting wrapped on by Fame. They don't know about this play. They don't know about this move. They're so tunnel visioned on dealing with Jane. They will run him down. It's all Nico in this pistol. He might have to finish it now as well.
No, all good.
On the bomb.
Nico's got it. He's got it.
To hit this shot.
3,
if Fame gets
2,
out, gets around the corner, gets this kill.
Oh, Fame. It's not Jane, bro.
The bomb's stuck, and Nico covers. Nico prevails. 4 kills in the pistol round from Nico.
Nico's like he's just not peeking. I don't know.
We haven't seen that all day.
He literally didn't even get close to the bomber. I don't even know.
Stick as well. Fame calls the bluff, but that's too much. Monacy on the full diffuse, and that was after the big ticket gets ripped at top B. Hunter with a duel, he's turned from the flash, and the timing of that
So if we just flame
Nico
Nico a little bit, he activates.
Send their way back into the site while the bomb's getting planted. They keep the
If you're a
pressure
G2
on
fan, I'm literally doing my part. You're
close
welcome.
the gap by one more round. A bomb plant and a buy inevitable. G2 know it's coming.
For the first time in this map, bro, he's getting animated in the player cams. He doesn't look dead inside anymore. What a tale it would be after a very middling performance, and I think I'm being generous in that statement from the star rifler of G2. If he can prevail now, inspire a bit more faith in consistent man of Monacy. Still a world here. Hunter locking it down over in top mid. He'll get out with that kill. There is the route through the apartments open. Jane will elude capture, making it into the site, but Nico stands tall. Cuts down Mir, and now it's just Jane. Nico will silence him.
There you go.
Nico has landed.
Activate up, baby. Let's go.
In Copenhagen, but maybe with just enough time.
It's better late than never, dude. If VP were to just win this with Nico doing the performance he had on Overpass, I would be livid.
What a recovery this would be, especially with that streak from Virtus Pro in this
game. All right,
game.
now Kassad's going to tweet.
As always, a long way away. Never a quick day in the office with VP and the server, but there is reason to believe there are stars aligning now for G2. Hooksy still 1 kill to his name. It may not matter. They are neck and neck. Eco round. VP always have something to play with, and AK comes through for Flit. And it comes through all right through that smoke. He almost caught Nico. Players avoided, getting back to the site. Nico holding this cross. Flit looking for the entry. As soon as you see that AK, you know what's in store. You know it should be all VP have.
Do you know you aren't listed on HLTV streaming this? Usually when people say this, they don't realize that I just don't have enough viewers to be at the top. Usually. Let's see if I'm right.
Here is Nico, dead immediately to the Deagle of Fame. Hooksy doesn't know it, but he was getting wrapped on through CT, trying to make a stand, but he can't find a thing. Hooksy dead.
I'm right.
Monacy claims one back. But do G2 want to risk going for this round? A man down, money on the line. You almost don't want to give VP the respect here. You know it's just that one gun brought forward.
But yeah, it's just, if you hit the all streams, you'll see them all.
So powerful. No one's at quad, no one's at dark, no one's in a malleable position. It does get naded actually moving back into the site, but he's still going to survive. And this lineup here, this layer, will get denied by a double peek. Nexa pulls kills out of a hat, and James now Glock spamming, does get a kill.
He got him.
Odyssey sticks again in the face of adversity.
He missed!
The defuse, and G2 squeeze around through somehow.
Oh my God.
Way.
He had an opportunity. He had
Fearless from Monacy.
No, because right next to the primary, it was a Glock, but he had a chance.
Retake at that B site. What a time for Nexa to find his voice. Flying under the radar, but he comes up big here in this round. And then Monacy with the balls to stick this.
Unreal.
To out-jiggle Jane on the Glock.
Look at that.
This is a different G2. This is a different look. And it's the Nico we've been waiting for all tournament. 2 kills as he headed into the last round of that first half. He's shot up the board. Monacy's winning those clutches now that he wasn't winning
There you
earlier.
go. There you
Hunter
go.
is feeling the freedom to make
There you
plays.
go. Make the map feel real small for him.
This could be the start of something truly fantastic for G2.
It does feel different, doesn't it? Just think about how down and out they were off that huge tech timeout. G2 have found a way back in. Mir, a gap, a molly out. He does deny Hunter and opens up options, opportunities through the opponent's spawn. Doesn't have to commit to a B play. That bomb is still stuck out of mid. He's holding for this rotation. Monacy is running it right now. Steps made. Mir knows. Orp out, scope, and Mir cowers back, avoided completely as Monacy wraps to the wrong side. That is the bomb drop by Nexa. He's coming alive right now. And
Oh,
the right
Nexa,
time
there
for
you go.
G2.
There you go.
Those stars continue to align, and no backstab will save them here. It's just flit.
Is it worth that? No, here it comes.
Even in how they're able to piece
Hooksy
together
literally
the
was
end
out
goal of this
fragging
round,
Nico
the
last
fact that
map. Where
Hooksy's
were you
there on the
then?
rotate. It finally feels like he's kind of regaining his read of the game again. And he's got these pieces starting to come alive. They're giving him more tools to work with. Flit, goodbye, buddy. Nexa waits in the boiler, and it's another
Nice round
3K
from Nexa,
round
dude.
out of Nexa.
Honestly, he just doubled his kills, dude. He's so back.
A big part of why these rounds are coming up on the board. This was a guy who was heavily criticized in the move. When he came in to replace JKS, he had to prove that he deserves his spot on this roster. Because the reasons G2 gave were the intangibles. All you see is the numbers, all you see is the statistics. And Nexa's got them in spades right now.
Impact has certainly been undeniable in this CT side. Almost every player of G2 having their moment, so much so that VP are forced to time out themselves. This is a streak of rounds now amassed by G2, matching that of VP. 7.
Yeah, currently
on the cards.
The kill, honestly, the kill diff ratio goes like this on G2. I'm looking at the maps.
There's absolutely no
Monacy
denying that
chat
G2
is
are looking
plus
like a different squad. They've got some
42
serious momentum going their way.
with a
Closing
1.27
games
rating.
versus VP
With
is never
Hunter
easy.
with a plus
G2
12,
have already
honestly,
learned
very
that
surprising.
in this
I
matchup.
feel like I haven't even seen
So
him
it's
play.
really not over
With a
till it's over in
1.10,
this one.
Nico
There
is
no
at
celebrations
0
to be had. So you're comfortably on that
with a
third lap of the move as
1.06.
James scoped up
Next
down
is
through
at a
mid,
plus
Blitz
2
trying to
with a
fight this one out of
1.01,
control.
and Hooksy's minus 16 with a 1.0. Which actually, a 1.0 overall for an IGL is higher than I think most of them, except Chopper.
Hefty investment having Jame on this AWP, and he's holding very passive at the start, allowing Norbert to get control of the apartments. First step of many. Now he'll look for his B pick. It's Nico.
Yeah, well, James usually higher than everybody, but I don't really, he's just kind of an outlier.
Side by side inside of the site. Flip moves up as well. VP amassing a horde outside of Banana.
But my point is just like Nico being at a 1.06 and a Hunter at a 1.10, and that was As somebody just mentioned, Hunter just had a monster map.
VP ready to attempt.
Bro,
to
they need
elicit
Nico.
his first response here.
If your IGL's at like a 1.0,
Smoke going
like,
over, seeing how
you're
GT
kind of
felt.
chilling. Think like when Kerrigan won most of his events, when Apex has won, they've been slightly below that, like 0.97, 0.95, 0.9.
The second one, that's the real thing.
I'm not saying all IGLs need to necessarily bottom frag, but I'm just saying like to kind of give you a comparison of like where a lot of these IGLs end up.
They can tell it's one of these delayed B plays. A double pump exec out of Virtus Pro. Nico stealth flash out through the coffins, but one man already in the pool. Nico unpunished, tries to support Hooksy, tries to support his captain,
G2.
and that's his downfall. Very
With
little
10
time
seconds
left.
left.
He goes
Oh.
swinging. Hopes he can get that one kill to win
Game
the
time.
round. VP do good on their promise at the end of that tack timeout. They bring the heat back into the game. G2 might have known what was coming their way, but they are unable to deal with it.
What a bait.
I don't even know what map Hunter played well on. Somebody said it wasn't last map. Somebody said it was last map, but it wasn't.
AWP means if it
I need to go
goes
look.
down now, nothing in the next for G2. VP surrounding. Running through apartments, they find the AK. Honestly, still unknown about next. It has to force a kill, and these are massive exits with huge implications for G2. It keeps them fighting in that next round, but Virtus Pro break the streak of 6. Nice double pump, and not much to stop it there for G2. Couple of flashes thrown over, and that does not save the day. Ooh.
If I go the last 6 months since CS2's come out,
Norbert still playing a great game right now. Still
Modesty
top of the
1.25,
team,
Nico at 1.13, Hunter at 1.10,
This was the first
Next
blow
at
down for
0.98,
G2 in a little
Hooksy
while. They have to
0.89.
see if it knocks them off balance. If they're able to roll with the punches.
Hooksy's still on the bottom and definitely
Honestly, takes
still
that up over towards
not
B.
performing
Virtus
well
Pro
enough
trying to
individually, you could probably
close
say,
it.
but
Weak
I mean,
performance of Hooksy, feeling like this side of the map is their way in.
I think previously, I think, dude, like Hunter and Nico last year were like average 1.25.
He's not a one-man army.
Like, dude, you lost so much out of Hunter specifically
however,
there in the
might
last
just have
6
to
months.
be.
That's crazy.
This could be a highlight reel teed up.
Really hoping he
for
gets cut.
Monty.
True. Honestly, G2 had a ton of success without
Place at the
Hooksy.
back of the site. Smoke.
So they should replace him. They were winning so many events without him, like all the time, for 3 years since they. When Nico and Hunter teamed up, dude, they just won everything.
Yeah, they could have a really fast flank. Even if Modesty dies, getting a kill or two here can make all the difference. That smoke will stop G2.
It's
from
really
amassing
just
a quick
Hooksy holding
flank.
them back,
And now
not anything
Modesty,
else.
The world is calling.
This is it. He has to do what Nico and Hooksy could not. He has to be the one-man army at the back of the B site. With each missed shot, VP close in. Swinging on out, he's run down.
So brutal. Like, look at his POV there. He lets 2 players in. He knows it. They missed the molly, but they stall that out until they're ready to 3-2-1.
I'm just saying, I don't think this team fixes with like minus Hooksy, and I don't even know who you would get that's a clear upgrade. Who are we getting for Hooksy, guys? We're gonna get Alexi again?
VP back-to-back rounds here on this T side. G2 forced to save.
Who are we even gonna
their
get?
Best weapon.
They went through like half the fucking scene's IGLs.
Disastrous way to go. Monacy, who has been so reliable in this major for G2.
Low key, one person said a name that actually would be lit, and I'd so be down. But it was only one of you. Very surprised that person said it. You're usually kind of dumb, Vito.
I said it earlier on, VP don't just beat teams, they destroy them. And sometimes they'll
Snacks.
get you believing only to strip it all away, only to truly crush what little bit of hope remained.
Snacks would go crazy. Dude, Taz is coaching. Did you guys forget? Dude, that would go crazy.
While everyone else has gone on
Bro,
to
that would
redeem
go
themselves
crazy.
somewhat,
Actually,
Hooksy is
though.
still very much feeling the burn of Virtus Pro.
Roadkill. Getting trampled, 2 and 15. pre-smoke. They know that G2 are coming for something. They're coming for kills. Hooksy.
That'd be kind of sick. That's like the first time I've been like, damn, that'd be.
He does finish on his job. A kill and a half, and then Nico helps out. James
That'd be. Listen, it might not work, but I'd so be down for it.
Sending a message. That's more like it.
And in terms of his impact in the round, right? If you can get one,
yeah, I guess the one problem that it would be though is that
every day of the week.
I think Snacks and Hunter overlap a lot.
Aggressive stance over on Banana. It's another from Hooksy. And he repels the B offensive. He throws.
G2 actually fucked up not getting boomage.
They're saving already, and it's actually just definitely the right call right now. Because also you don't want to give G2 this AWP. They'll know G2 don't have it.
He's fucking back, baby. He just keeps doubling his kills, man, and people keep doubting him. It's crazy.
In this round, they really want that orb. Playing for later. Maybe when G2 realizes
Next is IGL, bro. They already did that. And no, Nexus literally does not want to IGL this team.
Grab a gun, get an upgrade.
Crowned with a 7-month reset. Nexus is so happy to be back on this team and literally not the IGL. Ain't no way.
So we know this one's over. So G2, they don't rest for long.
That's a feel-good round for,
making his way
a
over.
G2 squad that was starting to have those doubts creep.
You didn't want to rotate too early for the gun guys and just leave the gap.
They throw that in now. You're going to get, one of those sorts of rounds a game.
Nice.
And so G2 redeem it here.
For the first time, I felt like VP was like
VP on the back foot and to force a save.
Not ready for something.
It's a really nice way to win a round at this point of the game. When their money had been completely broken, they were desperately gunning for these saves, and what those saves allowed was to buy round, the guns when Monacy and Nexus saved. And even when G2 kept 4 after Monacy died at B, it just allows for future buy rounds that would otherwise be ecos. And now G2 come through with everything they need except the AWP.
In Classified, I don't think you're alone.
But they lost from 11-7.
Anytime I do the walking, they're like, they look like you're still sitting though. Then I have to explain to Twitch chat how angles work, how the camera's tied to a monitor that also gets, raised.
Mad.
Leading the charge for this Banana fight. I mean, this is more typical for G2. They are one of these squads that like to fight for the deep Banana control. I think throughout this game, you saw them.
Honestly, I'm down to IGL G2. I could do it, chat.
This first half, really. But even on that little streak the VP put together just a couple ago.
Oh, shit. Get me out.
The fear started to creep back in again, and so they're trying to get rid of that. They're trying to go back to what G2 do best.
CVP keeping them honest on overpass, right? Some really nice slow T-side calling, but every now and then G2 would call a rush and it would just go absolutely nowhere. They'd get obliterated. Like you've been saying, VP make you play their game.
I mean, I'm just saying, I feel like the Abadeers have actually,
idea now.
Who do you think's harder to IGL, Abadeers or Kovacs?
They're making the right rotate. Monacy leaning.
I feel like it's the Abadeers, dude. I feel like
be quicker.
Re-aggroing at the top of Banana. Hooksy taking a wide swing, and sure, the crazy
I'm just saying, if anybody's got reps, dude, like, I got this.
No grenades.
That's a kill given away that feels like it didn't need to. Not in that fashion. And that is a gift to VP. A gift to the enemies of G2.
I do love now that when I'm calling strats and matches, I can just refer to them as the bricks, and they know where to go. It is kind of sick. It's like a... It's toxic as fuck, but also it's nice.
Hunter arriving on a backstab. It's good timing at least, but now the surprise factor's gone. They know where he is. They know where he's coming from. Next is moving in to join him. Next has been avoided across these last few rounds. So
Hunter.
The great performance he's been giving us hasn't come to matter. Do G2.
Hunter used to be him with the bomb down. Let me see it. Come on.
2v4.
Come on, Hunter. Let me see some shit,
committed,
dude.
Very keen. Flashed in from spawn. Tries to close the net. Low on
not enough bullets.
Amir will put him in a box to tie this game up. That pressure never goes away when you play VP.
Mir has just played phenomenally well in this series. He had a really slow start in overpass. He brought it back on that 7-11 comeback into overtime, winning crucial rounds for his team, and he goes and does it again.
Thanks for 25-month reset, thank you.
It's that double entry. It's that Nico denial. A Nico who has been returning to form. You said he showed up late to Copenhagen. Maybe it's too late. 10-10.
10-10, and this is a huge swing round right now.
There's only room for one.
Oh, G2. I feel like G2 could have put away VP
3 rounds away from that
twice
fact.
now.
Back on a stage for the first time in a while.
This is a nice change. m0NESY getting to don this AWP, boosted on the half wall. This shot has to connect, but the trade is instantaneous.
That's such a phenomenal trade out of Flit,
immediately
dude.
brings m0NESY back down to earth.
That's so, like, Jesus.
That's what was kind of meant to be the difference maker here, keeping that all posted, denying the take of banana. It's not come through for G2. Flit now.
Keep it simple, stupid out of VP here, chat.
Just the sneak pass through the
Ooh,
CT
do they know that?
Trying to give chase to Hoopsy. Oh, Hoopsy, where's that come from? Flit lost to the hands of time in spawn. Did Hunter not get the message? He's cut down in rotation.
What the fuck? They have no idea Nico's here.
Nico in with the first.
Wait, they actually were mauling it. They did know he was there. What the fuck?
Mira's been cancelling him out in these B-side holds time and time again, and this one's no different.
1v1.
It's a 1v1 to decide
All right,
the
next
fate.
time to actually. This is literally.
Knows.
Why did you replace JKS? Let's go, baby.
Gap. He can run for the hills right now. If
Show
he does
the
it,
people.
He wins the round from position alone. A miraculous rotation from Mia, and Nexa knows not.
Remember, 50 cal. Yeah.
Conviction in his decision. He needs to stick that bomb, and it is teed up for Virtus Pro.
Me and Harry.
Angus. Nexa is now dealt a nearly impossible hand, having to rotate in late to a lost bomb site where Mir has had all the time in the world. The kit was right there, left in the spawn, as Hunter was cut down on the rotate, and so Nexa doesn't have one to play with.
No kit.
Time is everything.
No kit. You gotta. Bro, you have to actually just force the tap. Like.
And these extra 5 seconds could cost him dearly. Tap on the bomb, no peek from Mir, no commit to a fight from Mir. Looking to take this to the clock.
Oh, he lost.
It's a VP special. He would have loved that kit now as Nexa. The strong performance means nothing when he doesn't get the round, and that breaks G2. That breaks everything for G2. Mir delivers in the clutch. First Nico and then Nexa.
It's unbelievable. VP killing G2 at the final hour where they do their best work. And it's the new boy on the block for VP who has stepped up monumentally.
Crazy to think that Hooksy actually just wide swung into 2 of them, including the Opera, and took them both out, and then that round still didn't go their way.
He's returning, and quite a statement. Maybe returning to the top 8 of a major.
Why did Nico peek? It was going to be a 1v1 either way, chat. Triple was mollied, remember? He was backside. He would have had to have hit Emo. His teammate was still too far for the rotate.
Nothing to show for
He was just going to take a less percentage fight to wait longer. But yeah, he wouldn't have let him sit there, dude.
And they've got Mir to thank for it.
Next was in CT. He wasn't able to hold the cross yet. I'm like 95% sure. And I think even Mir had a smoke too.
All game, all CT side, G2 have been waiting for this A hit. They felt like it's coming. Even in that round where they leave m0NESY to solo B, they're quad stacked over on A. They've been waiting for exactly
Hey, Demise, I'm glad you're getting it, dude.
They have the answers. m0NESY set up there, playing anti over at long. First kill secured. In the meantime, Flip making more noise,
find for
keeping options
G2.
open for Virtus Pro.
It's not going to pull a rotate though. Nico's moving around, and it's all a fast right now for VP. It's all just a mind game. It's worked to perfection. They're so scared. This B site has been the bane of G2, and so VP sneak into the gap. Steps heard, rotates back. 20 seconds, only 2 here to stop the inevitable.
Nexa has been avoided throughout most of this CT side. His numbers have been spectacular. He's always keen to deliver, but they've often dodged him. Not in this round. Nexa from the apartments has given G2 a second shot, a second chance. It's just split in on the backstab, and he's smoked off. Can't win this round.
Man.
G2
5.7 MP9s.
SMGs, a couple of pistols.
Fucking Christ, dude.
And in the
Nexa
same way that
actually going crazy right there. Give him some props, chat. That was sick. He's having a great map right now.
Round. G2 have Nexa to thank on the other side.
Well done.
Who knew Nexa would be the hero of this team in the darkest of hours? When they need him the most, he has absolutely come through for them on this second map.
That second kill, man.
They give him a chance. He does not waste it. Nico and Monacy avoided on overpass. Instead, pressured more on Inferno than anyone else.
Liquid playing Astralis next?
G2,
yeah, if you're in 2018, they should be up soon.
Nothing to play with.
Lattice, thanks for the 14.
Game yet again, pulling at our heartstrings.
They're trying to make a read.
Hell yeah, Demise.
The VP are going to get back towards their usual antics over here at B. And they might be right.
Congrats on the goals, man. That's sick.
Banana. James in with him.
No bombs.
So much room for paranoia. There's so much room for indecision.
Good smoke. G2 are holding their util well here. Got two mollies and a smoke left on the A site, and G2 are getting aggressive on B. That should free up a rotation. You'd like to think someone's going to reinforce, and so they shall, leaving just Nico here. Looking for more util, he can't find it, there's nothing left. VP, now they're the ones going into the stack. Can Flitz fake do anything? Can it keep Monacy questioning?
Is it a fake? I think they're
I don't think it is.
VP are ending B in this.
Yeah. They've got to lurk up long. It's all Nico yet again.
All this pressure being applied to the A side. G2 have been paranoid about it all game. Monacy will deliver the kill to Norbert, but now Nico, this has to be his moment. This has to be his moment. And with no kills found, bomb site given over to Virtus Pro. G2
4v4
bodies over. Everything is on the line.
He missed.
G2 here. Both teams.
Jam.
At the end of the tether, at the end of the rope. The winner of this is teed up to win the map.
Did you see James fucking lean back?
He's crashed. Oh no!
He crashed.
He's all round. He's at the back of the site in the open. That was the opener post bomb. That's a dream scenario. G2 have been given road to run. Can they close the gap? Mir hits his. It's 1-for-1. It's only Flit and G2 miraculously saving themselves yet again.
Divine intervention.
Oh dear.
Plays in to keep G2 on this road to the comeback.
If only he could
Before
hide.
people blame
He was
PGL,
at quad. He was safe.
it's probably
into the open.
It's probably the same crash with CS2 that's been happening.
Disastrous way for VP to lose that round. Undeserving. But G2 take it nonetheless. Nothing VP can do.
The man
Bro, it's been so much.
Sits in the ranks of VP, but God is a G2 fan apparently. That is going to hurt for Virtus Pro. They had G2 right there. And if you're G2, it's not the way you want to be winning the round. It's not the way you want this redemption arc to come through. But at this point, you've just got to take it. You've got to take what you can get. Everything was riding on that round. What a horrific time for this to come through.
And a question we never ask, but how is James mental now? How do VP fare in this position? It's usually never a factor. They live and die by their own decisions, but that one's not theirs.
Are they getting in the server? Because this shit's about to run in 5 minutes.
This is not your round.
Oh, they're sitting up. I think he's back.
And now Virtus Pro put to the test to once again drag G2 into overtime.
Our players lagging out. They're not lagging out. Their game is
money
crashing.
a factor. Their orb unincluded.
It doesn't matter if you're on LAN or online. Their game is just crashing.
Now on Virtus Pro's home run. 2 guns, 3 pistols. G2 poised. for a third map.
For any other team, that definitively would take you out of the game. That would be it, right? This map would be over. But it's VP,
bro,
man.
they're all on tech.
These guys have got mental resilience in spades. Their whole brand of
I hope VP wins around.
relies on that fact.
Oh dear.
And so this is the ultimate test of VP's mental.
Oh.
A rough move from Mir to open. Monacy posted down through Banana, licking his lips to get involved with the AWP. Just the tag down range. Virtus Pro have been tested in many ways, but never like this. Nico had a $1 million miss with the Deagle. VP.
So map 3 of pick'ems aren't done yet. My pick'ems aren't on the line, dude. I just feel horrible for them.
What a crisis.
You're 4v4 with the fucking op post plant on B on Inferno, dude. That's you. That's like
is collecting the info that Banana
9 times out of 10 you play that scenario without a molly for triple and like no setup for triple. That round's over. The other 1 out of 10 rounds is Hulzerk yesterday using Oni Pixel's op. Oh man.
Lightning fast on the AWP. And with divine intervention comes the redemption of G2. They long this out. Anubis awaits the final map. G2 will not have a hand of God moment again. They need the individuals now. And VP have got to come back from a soul-crushing situation.
9-month promo, thank you.
Unbelievable way for that to close, but G2 absolutely hold their nerve at pivotal points in the game. It's not just that 11-11 round, it's rounds prior. It's the late comeback from VP's 7-round CT streak. Last map, VP were holding the lead. G2 pull it back. They take it to a third.
He fucking knows.
Yeah, and look, let's do what we've done all tournament. We're going to talk about the elephant in the room right out the gate. Yeah. Obviously, I don't think I've seen a crash as unfortunate as that at a key moment, potentially a winning moment. You know, might have got VP closer to winning that and taking it 2-0. Divine intervention for G2.
That's a divine intervention by the devil, I guess, for the side of James there. I mean, he was in such a good position there. He had the AWP as well. You got to remember the rest of his teammates are very low on health, and he was in a new box. He was in a great position. I don't believe there was even a Molotov remaining on the side of G2 to really flush him out. And then, yeah, the devil just disconnected.
Celebrating
so
isn't
unlucky,
scummy.
So unfortunate for the side of VP and for G2.
Trust
man,
me, the players know.
They required a miracle like that to win this. It was so close.
Such an unfortunate
but
ending to a great game.
It's not on you either.
That constantly was going back and forth. You could never really, I guess, anticipate who were going to win. You can never really get a sense
not on
of
you,
who
you
in
know?
the driving seat. You saw Nico and Hooksy constantly struggling on that B bomb side. Couldn't really figure out how they wanted to defend it. They were both trying to be
Osprey, it's happened way more than twice, dude.
And then VP, you know, after
I think I've seen the bug happen once a day. Crash somebody. And that's just in the games that I'm watching, right? Because there's a whole other stream that I'm never seeing.
Basically ruining the opportunity for Jame and VP to go 2-0. It is what
it
is.
I've genuinely seen probably one person crash per day.
It's a gift from God to G2.
Yeah. I had my tweet ready, just ready to hit send.
Never had CS2 crash for me, skill issue.
Travesty, that is his team right
True,
now.
skill
He's
issue.
never made it to the major playoffs,
What's
right?
your rank?
And I was about to hit that send because just watching the way Hooksy and Nico were just fumbling that B bombs at defense, and Virtus Pro and VP were aware of it. They knew that this is where we're going to be winning this map. They kept harassing the bombs at time and time again. I'm watching some of the plays that are coming up with, some of the protocols that are coming up with, and I'm contrasting this to what Major was doing in Eternal Fire yesterday on that B bomb side. I'm watching this and going, ew, brother.
Yeah, yeah, I know. It's kind of hard for me because it's like, look, I don't want to sound like I'm overdosing on haterade here, but it's like, you know, you think about the circumstances within which you've just limped across the line. You've needed everything. You've needed like that divine intervention, and you're getting up and you're screaming. I mean, you've been a liability there, Hooksy. Like, there's no getting around that. It was unbelievably bad performance.
No, I mean, I enjoy CS2 a lot right now, to be honest. Also an ad. I gotta run an ad chat, actually. Sorry.
Establish any sort of dominance with the op either to help
actually, I'll let it run a 90-second now, then I'll run a larger one to make sure we're super in the clear for map 3. It's gonna run at 15. No, but I mean, yeah, it's unacceptable. It's a very known bug.
This game for you. G2, they win the first pistol, they convert.
It's clearly very common.
Second half, they win the pistol, they convert, they go up 4. So essentially, they're leading 7-0 in the beginning of both halves, and they need a Jame
Hero with the Twitch primer, thank you. Slayer, thanks for the 4-month primer, thank you.
To win their own map pick. This was the I wouldn't say an unfair win, you know, but it's like we're talking all the win conditions in the world going your way. You're winning.
Is it Windows 11 only? I do think that it is a Windows 11 specific thing, yes.
Nexa actually having a good game to a point where they were avoiding Nexa. They didn't want to test him
I
anymore.
could be wrong. I could be wrong, but I'm relatively certain it's a Windows 11 thing.
They were still only scraping by. This is not a good look at all.
No, definitely not. Some victories certainly come with a lot of caveats. And so we need to kind of talk about VP, because ultimately, I will say, I feel they could have closed this out before we got to that fatal crash.
Oh, the infinite alt-tabbing happens to you on Windows 10? Well, then fuck, yeah, I don't know. It's just full on CS2.
You know, giving to the way of Nico and Hooksy over there. But a couple of moments, and we were
no,
yelling
it's not
about it in the green
Ghosty.
room as well, right? Where they have this.
Are you saying is that what they're using? I mean, I get it too, and I'm on AMD, bro.
Taught them, so to speak, where the trades are just not instantaneous. Spacing is always a little bit off. Like your entry dies, your hard entry, whatever he dies, and they're just like, all right, it's gonna wait, and we're gonna play this misinformation game. We're like, oh, we're not gonna let them know that there are 4 of us waiting here. I'm like, guys, you can do that once or twice, a couple of times if you have a set plan, but not all the time. There's so many times that trades just didn't quite transpire for VP on the T side, and it's so annoying to watch.
There's a couple of rounds we can highlight. Round 22 was for me a great example of VP again not getting it done. There was a couple of retakes in that B bomb side where G2 was successful getting it done, where G2 was successful coming in. You have round 22.
We've been walking for an hour, and we are.
They have 3 pistols, 2 MP9s to defend with. That's it. VP for some reason is splitting up. Flit
almost at 3
miles.
miles.
Has control of it. The rest of the team is now walking into a crossfire right here. Nexa with an MP9, a pistol on the side as well. And then the boy Jane, the only thing he can do is plant the bomb, but Flit is in no position to help him, so they can just sit on the bomb, defuse it. At this point right here, 11 to 10 going up.
Oh yeah, do still chat 5 gifted.
Coming in for G2,
True.
and you decide to split up all over the map instead of playing as a wolf pack as you've done throughout the entire T side. That was a I
never played Counter-Strike while walking, but I've absolutely played WoW and Helldivers while walking.
The downside, so to speak, of just leaving 15 seconds left on the clock before you walk into the bomb site, right? There's no B plan or a C plan or a contingency plan in place if that if that hit doesn't work, if there's a stack in a direction.
Is it TO client or no, Christopher? I get all the time
really
just
going
in
their way,
my
and
regular
of course, the fact
games.
that just the trading and whatnot just look very uncomfortable. This T side from VP on Inferno, it is a weakness. It's something that
How do you walk in game
yesterday as well, and that is something
it's
that
not as crazy as you think, to be honest.
Teams are going to be looking at and trying to.
I would never play CS. I wouldn't play CS.
Quick thoughts about Anubis, since we won't be on the desk before we get into the action. I really can't call this one at this stage, guys. I wouldn't want to.
It's almost impossible to call. I will say this though: if we saw that this be abuse coming out from Jame and his men on Inferno, I expect to see something a little bit similar coming out on that B bomb side of Anubis. I'm talking about Hooksy as the B anchor. I'm talking about Hunter, who's been still having a bit of a quiet game so far, playing towards cave. That bomb side is going to be seeing
Hunter plays E-box and Hooksy anchors B. Next anchors A.
It's over.
I'm not gonna lie, with the map being Anubis,
and then Monacy and Nico are mid.
And getting into a third map.
Well, Monacy floats obviously, but Nico's mid.
We're talking about a VP who's never in history of Counter-Strike with the current course beat G2. They were supposed to do it here in Inferno. That didn't work out for them. We saw G2 yesterday against the Static getting off to a bad start, down 0-4, and then completely killing it on the CT side and smashing a Static on that third deciding map. So I have G2 winning Anubis. They're usually class on that map, in particular Monacy, able to disturb the T side of the opponents by being all over the map, causing a bit of a tear on that one. So for my money, G2...
yeah, no, they're not going to replay rounds after damage is done.
G2 to just channel it.
It's unfortunate, but it's the best way to maintain the integrity for sure.
Let him at least get to a playoffs for at least once in his life.
All right, well, we'll find out if they're able to do it. VP.
How many miles did I start with? It was rough. I used a slower speed at the start, but I always got my 10K steps in. It just used to take me a lot longer, Thrice.
Space with metal posters from Displays. Hang your displays.
Then I started getting the 10K steps faster, and now I walk obviously more than that. Like I'm usually doing like 6, 7. Yesterday 7.5 miles, that kind of thing. Which is like
thousands of posters.
13,000,
3
14
million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at displate.com.
Yeah, I'd say as long as you're getting your 10K Thrice, who cares how you get there until you get used to it, I don't get tired at all. If anything, the walking pad helps me keep more energy. I think anybody that's been watching me do these streams probably would also admit that when I'm walking and I'm doing the coach streams, I'm a lot more like, it's just easier to maintain my energy. I'm a lot more stimulated. I'm not trying to pretend like coach streaming is hard, but it is sometimes hard to stay actively watching when you're not the one playing.
Panels and newly upgraded Diac 2 technology.
You know what I'm saying?
TN panel with its faster native response
So when I'm
time
walking
can
in it,
reveal
and then
enemy
it's easier to
outlines
kind of
quicker
like
during
engage with
flashbang
it.
attacks. For IPS panel, more overdrive is required to enhance response speed, leading to dynamic image blurring due to the panel's inability to handle the load. These new monitors integrate new dynamic accuracy technology, Diac 2.
Gotta start
The
dual
upgraded
wielding
dual
fidget spinners.
backlight
I'm just sitting here
design
like,
not
yeah.
only provides FPS players with clearer visuals at dynamic aiming and spray control,
The AI
but are
voice
also
literally
more friendly
like
to your eyes. Moreover, built in the monitor panel, Diac
Just
2
waiting for the
functions
homie to literally
independently
just be
and
like,
doesn't
Skynet is
require any
active
sync
now.
with PCs, ensuring no impact on game performance. XL setting to share now has auto game mode feature. Besides download, save, share your settings.
Which
it will
round did he crash?
auto-apply different
11-11.
color settings based on your usage scenarios. Outlook of the latest monitors are refreshed. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. This is a brief introduction of the new XL monitor. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions.
Well, dude, Kassad, goddamn it, how do you manage to tweet some gold still?
And this is ASON's
I don't think
commercial.
Kassad knows about the
ASON
crash.
spent all the money to make the headphones good.
Kassad
They got
tweeted,
no money
I'm not
left for
sure
the
if James
commercial.
disconnected, but it looked
So I'm gonna
like
need
just
you to
alt
head
tab.
ASON
Can't wait to hear what actually happened.
ACEZONE.
Ah, dude, he doesn't know.
Code PGL.
That's literally
50 euros off.
Me when I don't know what the crash is and I describe it perfectly.
It's now or never.
It is time for another fantasy team draft here at the Copenhagen Major.
He's not
I've got a
wrong.
major champion
It
by the
looks
side
just
of
like
me.
an
How
alt
you
tab,
feeling, bro?
except it just keeps
feeling
fucking
You
going.
came in very good energy the moment I saw you.
No, I'm just trying to be funny
Trying to
sometimes. Yes, not the serious. You
Not
can't
so-
be serious every time.
Exactly that. So are we going to get a funny or a serious team out of you here?
We will see.
We will see. Okay, let's wait and see. Let's spin the wheel. You know how this works. Let's watch it go down and see what we're going to get first. And what team are you so lucky
Nah,
to
this
have?
crash has been in the game for a little while now,
Yeah,
if I'm being real, chat. It's not like I can't even remember like a
Okay, so
specific.
taking Kicksan for his IGL role. You like him as an IGL? You like what you see he's been doing?
I played against him many times in K23, in VP, and we talked to him in Atlanta. He's a nice guy, and I like him.
Okay, you like him, so he's going to be your
Based.
captain of your fantasy team to kick things off. So far I can't work out if it's a serious team or a meme team or how it's going to work. And you're going to get Saw next. Now, you play against these guys a bit online.
Yeah, we played online, we played on LAN. On RMR we played last time against them. I would go with the Roman.
Roman?
Yes.
Because?
He's in game, he showed good energy.
Okay.
He's screaming a lot when
Yep.
they won important rounds, so I will pick him.
The hype man, the energy,
Yeah,
a
hype man.
positive force for the team of Norbert. And next up, we're rocking with some Brazilian flair coming in there. And they did qualify for the stage.
He already has an IGL
Yeah.
though, so
I
big
saw
as theirs.
that.
I will pick, if I'm not wrong, NQZ because of his sniper.
Yep.
I need a
makes
sniper
sense.
in my team.
Perfect. NQZ coming in with the orb.
Yes.
This is a very hyped team as well. This is good
Yeah, it's
energy.
just every Brazilian team, they're so hyped.
Yeah, a lot of positive, a lot of energy. Oh, now we're moving to China.
Norbert's like, dude, give me fucking vitality.
Amelia, okay. Because?
I saw he played really good as a star player, I would say.
Star player, okay.
Yeah.
A Chinese star for the international roster that Norbert is building here. And oh,
shit.
I'll pick myself.
So you're GM and it's your team and you're playing in it.
Yes.
So you can full control everything.
Yes, I'll control everything in game and outside the game.
You play bad, I'm paying you less money.
I don't have money. I don't have rights to control the money.
Oh, okay. You're not controlling salaries.
Yes. It's everything on managers and organization.
Okay. So you're just GMing the team. That's it. Okay. So you can't have that much control. Looking at this team, it's a mix from all over the world. We've got CIS, we've got Europe, we've got China, we've got Brazil in there. What are you thinking? If we put them into the major, how far does this team go?
I think first of all we need to qualify for the major, and then we can talk about how far we can go on the major. If we qualify, it will be good.
If I put them into this major though, right?
In this major, I think we will lose 2-3.
Oh, okay, that's respectable. You can still fight, but 2-3
Yes.
not quite there.
Norbert keeping it real.
We can win. With this roster, I think in best of 1 it will be easy for us, but in the best of 3 it will be hard against some better teams.
I like you being realistic. It's kind of serious team, kind of fun team at the same time, but that's Norbert's dream team. Thank you, mate.
Thank you.
All right. Oh, wait, shit. I got to run that. Heads up. I forgot. Fuck. I was literally too enthralled with this dream team. Fuck, dude. Why didn't anybody remind me? Let me gift the 5 subs so I get 5 ad block. Hold on. Hopefully they go to the desk. Oh.
VP,
oh, fuck. They didn't.
Will they be able
fuck.
to mentally recover?
Stall. Harry Hugo. Stall. Kick a PC. Wait. They heard me. Holy shit.
Be easy, that much is for certain. But if there's one thing we've always praised about this this VP squad, it is their mental resilience.
I don't know if it's them or me.
To bounce back from this position, a position I don't think anyone has ever been put in before.
No, the time that happened as well, I think it couldn't have come at a worse time for VP.
Let me give 5 subs real quick to chat. Hold on.
Is
I'll move.
What this game is about for VP. For G2, it's about seizing the opportunity presented. It's about turning this twist of fate into their favor and running with it all the way through Anubis, our deciding map here and our deciding game for the playoffs of the Copenhagen Major. Only one of these teams will survive the next hour or so as we go into this third
don't
map.
kick
This is what G2
James
yesterday, after dropping the ball on Vertigo 8-1 up, losing that map, getting overconfident, took it all the way to Anubis, and they owned Ecstatic. But this is no Ecstatic. This is Virtus Pro, who have wins over Na'Vi on this map.
Ice King, thanks to the Twitch Primer. Thank you. Penguin Twins, thanks to the 14-month Primer. Thank you.
A favorite here, but there is never a time to count VP out. Certainly not in map 3 of a barn-burning series. G2. Can they grab it by the horns? Got an A-pop. Nexa alone for a moment. Nico, Hunter moving in, and VP about to explode. Oh, what a smoke.
VP are going to play through it. They're going to play ahead of it. Straight through into the site, but Monacy will deliver on the dualies. Couple of missed shots for
nice
Nico,
hold.
but not for Nexa. He makes quick work of Norba. Hooksy's flank will get located. They're trying to deal with him now.
How is he alive?
Hunter's giving chase. And G2, they want to assert a bit of dominance here, but a plant will be found.
Oh, the plant going down is actually huge.
The flank is so quick.
Mir dead instantly as soon as he's off that bomb. And so Nico will be that final player up on the board to find the pistol for G2.
On the CT side as well, right? We see a lot of teams struggle to get comfortable in this half of the map. VP making all the decisions, and one of them will include buying up in the second round. That bomb plant makes it so. G2. Breath of fresh air, a new lease on life. After an Inferno closes at the final moment, and they're going to pick it up and run with it.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they only find out truly about how they win that last map at the end of the game, right? When they leave the booth and they get their phones back and just flooded with messages. And so they now need to seize this opportunity. Virtus Pro, meanwhile,
holy,
it's all about building back stronger. Nico over here in mid, toe-to-toe, and blow for blow with Mir. Man advantage taken for G2 up against this 4-spy. They successfully lock Virtus Pro out of middle.
Feels like a really risky play to make when you know that VP are going to have rifles and are definitely defaulting and holding mid. But somehow G2 get out, all the better for it.
I mean, they're walking to the right bomb site.
Forcing VP into a bomb
Am I rooting for it? Both teams are in my pick'ems, so it doesn't really matter in that sense. Normally I'd say G2, but with literally, I feel so bad for VP with how that Inferno just ended.
They'll start to pull back.
I don't know.
Oh, the timing.
I don't know if G2 really deserves to actually be in this game right now.
G2 have pushed through A main. They know that this is going to be B. So honestly, as he hears that plant go in, he knows the site's been lost.
Like VP feels like the better team today so far, but we'll see.
They're going to wait for Nexa and Hunter to be in position, to be ready to react.
Can't be too steady, but you can be too slow. That Molly at a perfect time doesn't cut anyone off. They go right through.
Oh my God, how's he not
for Nexa, but unable to reposition. There's two players where that came from. Only Norbert now. He's been a monster in this series, but it will go no further in this round. And G2 getting hyped, converting on that 4-spy.
Easier said than done, right? Especially as VP find their way to a bomb plant. You say that Norbert's been a monster across the series. He really has, and VP will need him more now than ever. He nearly gets the ball rolling on that clutch, so at least some good early signs from Norbert.
Melon, thanks to the 3-month primer. Yeah, for those of you that missed it, James, it was a 4v4 retake for G2 with no utility on Inferno. And James had an op at triple. Basically,
today in VP, but I want to see
one of maybe the best scenarios you could ever ask for.
On this CT side.
And he lagged out.
Great nade to find damage.
Or not lag, his game crashed. I guess I should be specific. So I got an uplift desk, but the walking pad I wouldn't really recommend. You do your own research, brother.
A very spread default here for VP. G2 and the...
Also, it was an economic swing round for G2, meaning that like they literally would have had like... I'm not saying they couldn't have won. I'm just saying it would have been a low buy, that kind of thing, you know.
Double setup.
Monumental round.
G2 keep their eyes on mid for this split, and it is inevitable right now. Nico running back. Let's see MP9 go off, and Nexa, who had trouble at the start of that ecstatic game we just mentioned, he's given support in this important round. VP running on the line. Put pressure on Nico now, but that smoke will stop them in their tracks. They have to go back to middle, wait for this split to materialize.
Are there replay rules for crashes? Yeah, the rules have been the same forever, and as unfortunate it is for James, it is correct how they have it. If damage is done of any kind, the round is live.
And now really buttoned down in this bomb site as this mid-split starts to move in. 20 seconds now or never.
He just leaves the angle. He's going to go back to check for middle, but up close, he deals with mid.
Holy shit.
Nice flick down. And with the mid-split mopped up, it's all eyes on James. Nico
Damn, nice hold.
will get
Nice
rid
hold.
of him.
That's a crushing blow. VP do everything they can to make that unpredictable by leaving it to the last possible second, letting those mid players play first. Modesty misses the timing, but something says turn back around. Both kills. clinical.
Any opinions on? Nah, there's no way, guys. There's no way to adjust money or do it. No. There's too much, like people. Just so you guys understand, this was implemented to also prevent people from intentionally trying to sabotage rounds.
Can't afford to miss the opportunity.
Also, why you're not allowed to talk during a technical timeout is, well, certain teams a long time ago,
early in this round,
you know, when things got rough, maybe kicked a PC.
Again, put to the task.
Maybe you force a... Oh, wow. Looks like we gotta wait. There's a lot of things that, yeah, you don't...
Him off the angle. Nico able to lend a helping hand, but only for that one. Nexa, good opener. Can't quite find me.
You don't want to open up that can of worms, chat.
Join him. So
Bison next to the 4-month primer, thank you.
Performance from Inferno. It's just Flit left.
Yes.
With a minute to play with.
You're not wrong.
Not at the end of his tether yet, but as he walks back, Hooksy's aggression here will get the better of him. And right now, G2 are doing a good job of pressuring the extremities here. And a lot of these rounds, they've had Hooksy leaning out towards long over at B, locking that side of the map down, getting the info from it.
I mean, just with how this game is starting, it does feel written in the stars for G2 to be winning it, right? CT side Anubis, 4-0 lead, everyone looking good, saved by the bell, VP, a wacky economy at the start of this map, unable to really even get close, and Nexa in a 1-for-1 position swap on JKS. He's had a lot of trouble, Nexa, in this site, in this position. Has at times be a liability. We've seen already Nico double up with him very early in the rounds, plenty of times to assist. And if Nico is going to make that redemption arc that he began on Inferno, that was snuffed out near the end, what a time for that to rear its head. 4-0, another hero AK for VP off the back of a pause. And they need to start singing. I need something to start celebrating.
G2 win this match, they're not going to win the major anyway. They play too average.
Down and pick themselves back up here and be competitive.
The thing is like with a team like G2, you never really know, right? Like
it end like this.
And that's what makes G2 so scary. Is I would tell you right now that I think Nico and Hunter have been shells of themselves. But also, I would be stupid if I wouldn't be able to admit that they could wake up on the right side of the bed one day and just fucking maul everyone.
Making the most of it.
Like whoever goes through, goes through.
Looks like a B hit, but they're just trying to put the pressure on A early. Monacy here this time. Missed shot.
But yeah, I definitely think
lives to tell the tale. It can come group and dark as they set up B.
You know, I definitely wouldn't put them as the favorite by any means.
Counting, are you? G2 will have to do
how my pick'em's looking?
Somewhere soon.
All eyes on Navi, baby.
Great nade.
That was a phenomenal nade.
Passes it down the line.
Mick, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
One man in. Mir makes it past the players in main, but not for long. Monacy has his number in the head-to-head, and Flit struggling to get involved from down in dark. Jane picked off. This Monacy AWP is singing early on. Monacy is shining.
Favorite? Gotta be Spirit.
9-2.
Now that FaZe is in the playoffs, they're going to be a very tough
1v5
beat. However, it looks like they'll play each other early.
For the first, but can't withstand the double push.
If
really are just playing,
Navi beats Pain, chat, if Navi beats Pain,
the aggression that they've done early in the rounds when VP have been
Spirit FaZe play each other.
The fact that they popped through the mid smoke in round 2, or when VP have Galil's forced, G2 are throwing everything they've got at VP right now, and we have yet to see an answer. The captain, no kills. Fame, no kills. VP, no rounds. Nothing to show for it. This is their best buy yet, number 6.
Yeah, G2 are bringing a high level, and VP look deflated.
Brett, stop spamming, bro. I like to read my chats, not read one person just putting their own fucking diary in my chat. Thank you.
We always praise this team's resilience, man. That's why I'm hoping that
especially when you're
there
just
can be something
shitposting.
here next to with an aggro play out through main.
I love it. Now, they have heard it, of course, VPC double smoke. They know exactly what's going on. But this is still going to be a very delayed round where G2 can eventually give this up. And VP have so much stuff to clear. They can't execute into another bomb site. They fear a stack with this amount of control taken.
1 minute 15.
So VP have to manually
You don't have A
everything
main.
here, and Fame will drop
You
in
haven't
to do
pressured
so.
E-Box,
Luckily,
but Mir
G2
is
abandons
getting
position.
into
He was
mid.
full blind on that dropout rugs. 5v5 still at the minute mark. Not for long. Monacy's in middle. Here with a jiggle. Again, backing up Nexa on this site.
All right, VP up to their usual tricks. They repel that A play. Now they're spreading back out across the map, leaning over here towards B, where James popping in that left side smoke, just applying a little bit of pressure.
Bomb going A.
He will move back over and rejoin his team. They even blow this smoke open. Norbit wasn't there to take contact on the spam. That keeps G2 paranoid about the B play. They even bring Nexa over. So this A hold falls to just one player in Nico. Now that you've seen Flick coming out dark, you'd bet your bottom dollar that this is the B play, but the true nature of the round was always A for Virtus Pro, leaving it down to the wire.
Oh, nice move from
bomb
Nico.
dropped and gets away from VP. They chase the
They got it.
player,
Holy
and this is a last-second
shit.
plant. This is a very VP round. This could be them trying to bring themselves back into this
1v2.
game. And it's all eyes on Fame.
Oh,
in
does
the
he
clutch,
clip?
up
Nope.
into the heavens.
He clipped! He fucking clipped again! Oh, yeah, baby! Yeah, I knew it! I fucking knew it!
Him.
I hate
VP
clipping!
cursed.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That is the worst bug in the game right now, that you can't jump around, on ledges sometimes without it, pushing you back. There's no mistake made by Fame. It's the perfect play. It's the only way to win the round, to get behind G2 rather than just being rushed in a sight. And the game says no, he can't jump up.
I knew it was gonna happen, dude.
VP, it feels not meant to be.
Oh my God!
And what more can Fame do?
Jesus
He breaks the
Christ.
streak, double opener. And nothing to close. G2, one step closer. Flawless map so far on a very difficult half. But
Don't worry, chat. I'm all too well aware of that clipping because in one of my own personal matches, chat, where I was playing versus NRG, I tried to push Heaven with my teammate behind me, and I jumped 4 fucking times and got clipped.
For sure.
In fact, I got clipped so many times I gave up and repositioned a site.
And a 5v3 as the
So I'm well aware of how fucking annoying that spot is.
Low and slow for Virtus Pro, back into an A war.
Shut up, Sleepy. I saw it coming, dude. It validates how I feel and also makes me more upset.
We'll reclaim one of these, but they're going to keep pressuring him. Tries to get out with the bomb. James actually goes back in, and that's his downfall. Nico secures the kill. With just Norbert left, it's another one of these impossible clutches for Virtus Pro. Oh, cleanly done onto the first man.
It's Nico, though. Mollied himself as well. Nico will happily take this fight heads on.
All right, another one from Norbert. Okay. Oh, Norbert so close, but Monacy there.
Yeah.
Able to stem the bleeding, able to
They're
stop
just,
Norbert in his tracks.
why is VP so
There's no
adamant
doubt
about
that
this
Norbert,
A
given
main?
this all he's got, he has been across the entire series.
I don't understand why they're
fact that we're
so
even having to
hell-bent on this A
entertain that
main.
1v4 is wild.
That's probably been the biggest takeaway from VP. It's just how sick Norbert's been playing. He wants that stage. Virtus Pro haven't been on a stage in over a year. In front of a large crowd, in an important playoff event. It's just not happened, not had the opportunity. And it feels like right now it's getting ripped from their fingers.
I mean, Nick, CS2 at the beginning and even right now, compared to where CSGO is undeniably, it's not even close. It's way better for when the games first came out, but that shouldn't be the goal.
7-0.
Especially not now. Like,
I want to see some life from Virtus
it
Pro.
doesn't matter. You know what I mean?
A pace change.
Like, I get that
Is
at
that
the
just
start,
playing
and
into what
I
G2
used to
want
use
right
that
now?
argument
They've
as
had
well, but
perfect
these
protocols
are
at the start of these rounds.
both the issues that we're talking about are not new things.
Some nice A-main nade.
These
Molotov
didn't
combos.
just spawn out of
Some
nowhere.
aggressive beast smoke will land
They're
up here
not
and all
only
it is.
being exposed because of the major.
Signals that G2 are going
They
for a
have
play.
legitimately been here for months.
Usually it's the CTs who feel constricted on Anubis. G2.
Origin, don't be a view
boxing
count, Andy,
Virtus Pro
especially if you're
in.
going to be dumb. Thank you.
What a change of tune. At the perfect point in the day.
It's enough baiting in the Twitch chat.
Now through dark, the Tech9's trying to close the gap here. Trying to play into these closer ranges, but flashed in to set up Hunter. Now run down Flit as well, so the dark component is cleaned up. Oh, this one's free, but he lets him go. He wants even more.
It's like he knows. He can hear the op calling to him.
He's got that AWP. And they know about this second player. He's playing the
He
long
can
comp,
hear the
playing
op.
long
It
game,
calls
gonna
to
try
him.
join up with his teammate in through middle. Mir brings the bomb in. Oh, but lies in wait. And they have just toyed with Nico throughout this entire round.
Oh, this is a huge round for VP.
Nexus still pinned
They
in over
need
at the
5, bro,
stairs.
because
Can't
this
move a
T-side's been
muscle.
rough.
Hooksy's got to be that first point of contact. Mir gives one over for free. They chase down this man at the stairs, and Norbert is punished. James got to do this alone. 1v2 for James. First contact. They're feigning that it's going to come from main, but in the meantime, Hooksy's crept all the way up and onto the bomb. James can't be in two places at once. They're still applying all this pressure. Hooksy now sticking the defuse, and a missed shot from James AWP.
Ooh,
it's very close. Hooksy just about gets it.
No, Ashba. I haven't had donuts.
Tense.
Actually,
But G2, no reason
Lost
to
my
worry,
donut.
no
I
reason
don't
to be
know.
stressed. What a beautiful interplay between Nexa and Hooksy. If anyone oversteps, goes a little bit too far, Nexa jumps that gun.
True.
If he
I
doesn't
can't believe they
bait
removed
Jame
Jabasted.
out with a jump and dies. That gives Jame the option to stop that defuse in its tracks, and you just don't doubt Jame in that 1v1, but crunched into a corner. It's a metaphor for Virtus Pro in this map right now. Nothing to show for the success across the last two.
Chat, out of curiosity, how many of us need Navi to win today?
Never seen VP crumble like this, but it's absolutely understandable. Is there anything at the end of this half, or will Monacy continue to light them up? He has to bail. The Molly forces that decision through the smoke instead. Monacy plays up close. He's got to be careful. They come right through Mir. That flash doesn't miss this time. It's a follow-up from Nico. Bomb is still left back, so Jay must retreat for it.
We're all
desperate
fucked.
B hit.
Big Uzer is coming
They've
for us,
never
chat,
gotten in.
and I'm scared. I'm so scared. Big Uzer is literally him, dude. He's coming for my pick'ems.
He's bought Nico over.
Oh, perfect.
Full blind. James opens up the play into the B site. It's only Hooksy.
Oh, come on, PGL. Come on. Oh, is it Omega fucked? Oh, dude.
They rejoin Flit. Sure.
Hold on.
Flit faking, and he's done a good job. He's bought Nico over.
Oh, perfect.
Full blind. James opens up the play into the B site. It's only Hooksy here.
They've got to do it.
They're actually moving away. They're backing up on this. This is kind of wild. What? They want to go rejoin Flit? Surely not.
Just checking the flank, making it look like it is that A player. It should still be a B end here.
Valorant is also having a buffering issue. I think it's Twitch.
Kill early. He can
Yeah,
pivot.
I think it's.
And try and
I think
stop
it's
that
been
bomb
Twitch as
crossing,
well.
or just live for the retake. Options are open
Actually,
now as Hooksy
people have been
takes
saying
that
the
opener.
YouTube streams have been
Hears them
fine
come
and shit.
through. Hooksy looks for more, and Norbert denies, opening up a path for the plant. Can VP do anything with this? They have to, here and now.
Yeah, this has to be where they leave at least a mark on G2. Nico creeping up through the spawn. Norbert in a good position to deal with this. He's got teammates who can swing on him after this contact is
I know
taken.
I'm 40 seconds behind. I don't want to speed up through this one.
Norbert wants to take the fight for them. Goes swinging out, and that gives up the man advantage. And this
I was just trying to build it back in.
James
Maybe we just go back to Twitch. Fuck it.
The tap on the bomb. Fame's feeling the pressure. Does go and check it. Sees no one on it. But Nico with the kill to that AWP in main now leaves all the pressure on Fame down in dark. Gets them off the bomb, and Fame will lock in the first round for Virtus Pro.
Let's go back.
Eludes capture in dark long enough to take it to time. And it's time.
That's back. I basically get to time travel, you know?
Can they fight for survival? m0NESY should be an easy opener. They get very close. He goes wide, and finding Fame back to the site.
No attempt at the trade, no chance for it. And now the m0NESY's repositioned going into this A site is a terrifying
Literally
prospect.
a time traveler here.
Mir sneaking out through mid. Camera's smoked. Will he call their bluff and try to move through it?
Has to. Can't rely on
No,
just
Rudis.
run through main. Resmoke comes through. Nico back to.
No, to be honest with you, Rudis, it's not really better for me in any way. It's probably worse in every way.
All the entries in the meanwhile. So VP, a runway open for landing. Bomb will plant and G2 will save. Looking for scraps at the end of the half. 4 is all they'll be able to amass on T side. But like we always say for VP, it will be enough. Gonna be the hardest.
I don't know, Chad. Even with 4, it feels insane. Yeah, that's quite the comeback you're gonna have to mount.
And I
We'll
think
see,
if
though.
VP won it, it would truly speak to the mental resilience of this roster. There is almost no expectation. There is almost no way they can win this game. Yet they try.
Yeah, they do it there by getting past the 2 top performers for G2. No small feat. And a nice, confidence-based play for Mir where he just plays through the camera smoke as that A hit's coming in. Trying to get everyone pumped up.
Difference is here is G2 are fighting for the front, right? They've been just trying to stop games from slipping through their fingers. That was overpass, and at a point that was Inferno.
Here we go.
They materialized the comeback there. And they need to deny one here. Eco on those 2 felled players. G2 have a little bit to work with, flashing these pistols through mid. No flash, actually, just dry contact. Oh my goodness, caught out with nades. Mir in trouble, hides in the cubby. It's still a trade out for Nexa, and they amass a push off of B. VP speeded up.
I wonder if he heard the footsteps there in top mid of the B push. If he did, that's a lot of info for VP to react to. So they'll move very swiftly into this A side. Flip fighting back at main. Should be able to catch him here.
Philip, thanks for the 12-month resub. Thank you. Appreciate you.
I mean, they're far removed. A good bit of time is ticked off the bomb already.
They're buying next, but yeah, the positions are unenviable.
So this is nice from VP. 3 in a row as they try to build back in. And so, we've talked a lot to the mindset of this VP squad, the resilience of the roster. I think it's going to be interesting because you imagine as the captain and the guy who has a very defined way of playing the game, that's usually come from Jane, but this is one of these instances where it feels like it's going to have to be his teammates picking him up.
How did Cole Vitality go? Cole Vitality yesterday was great. Cole playing FaZe today. We don't talk about it, and you should not go back and watch it.
AWP, because we've already seen how mobile m0NESY has been in this map and how many different openers he's provided. He's picked a main. He's picked dark in front of the smoke. He's gone for mid angles. There are so many options for opening picks, and Jame, he's not just the brain. He's not just the brawn. He's really quick on the AWP. And he has flicks that almost rival m0NESY's, so maybe there's hope there. VP holding on, looking for a 4-round T side.
find all 4 down at the end of the half. That's at least something to look forward to, something to feel good about. G2, they want to do everything they can to keep VP down in the dumps. Nico falling back off the mid angle right as Mir plays through those smokes. It's an up-tempo A-hit. Monacy lines up a double, but there's the response from James AWP.
Distress, don't ever disrespect me. I can always bait subs, okay?
Can this be his round while Mir waits to cut down, rotates? VP actually call off the A-hit for the time being. Wow. James, hello!
Psycho.
Walking through the main smoke. And now Mir in middle is very valuable. In position, was meant to cut these players down as they rotate in. It's gonna have to be James on this AWP.
Smoke is a problem. James tucks in an upper flip, plays behind the smoke. James Dog, they line
They
up.
doubled him. Holy shit, well
James.
done.
The captain puts them on his back, and 4 kills in the final round of the half. 4 rounds for VP. Maybe reason to believe.
You read on Reddit that Valve hasn't been able to reproduce the jumping bug.
A slight ball dropped, a slight
Talk about the
bump
clipping?
in the road.
I'll go on Anubis. I'll fucking recreate that shit right now.
Yeah, look, it's not a fantastic T side. It doesn't take a genius to work that one out, but it's the fact that they take them 4 straight. It's the fact that they look more like themselves. James making plays like that. Even the collateral to close finished with the Tech 9. G2, meanwhile, they're feeling the burn a little bit as VP, who were looking deflated, like this was going to be a runaway victory. Well, now there is still some fight left in them. The G2 move on to the T side. If they win the pistol, they're right there. They're at the finish line. The only task would be crossing it.
Hey, I'll just say it. We've already seen G2 lose an 8-1 lead. How about 8-0? I think whoever loses today is going to be absolutely crushed for different reasons. But not everyone can be a winner.
Next, they're lining up the util. They're just going to quick pop out through main. Norbert clinical
Nice
on
shot.
that first.
And he's still alive?
Puts the advantage in favor of VP, and now they tee up for a retake. 5v4, G2 with a plant, Virtus Pro moving across the map, trying to box them in. They're going to go looking for these main fights. G2 are set up here heavy. It's a 2v3 over in main, but Flit turns the tide. First kill found. James been spotted and dinked on that first peek, but he gets a lot of info from the swing. He sees that everyone for G2 is out at main, and there's a smoke on Mir.
Oh, he's missed this. James playing really late. Oh, taps for
Oh,
Monacy.
no.
Get him off the bomb. It's James on a flank. It's too little. It's too late. It's up to the stick and the smoke, and they're spamming him out. G2 find the pistol on top, and the hype.
Fucking Hooksy, dude.
From Hooksy, the kills from Monacy, and the destiny of G2 is top 8 in Copenhagen.
Imagine if Pain win. Christ. Stop. Stop. My pickups.
What a save from Monacy, that turnaround. Jane plays it to perfection on the flank, but they're taking fights in front of the smoke, and Monacy hits every single one.
Even in these rounds, G2 are very cautious. Never certain.
Is this the most LAN issues? Nah. Face it, Major was still way more tech issues. Way worse. There were like actual issues with the game, and then on top of that, the bruvs literally lost internet to the fucking venue for like half a day.
They won't be in the right place to put a stop to this.
Yeah.
Done. 10 rounds. Pack it up. G2 put a bow on it with an execute.
He clipped.
Final flash laid up by Monacy, and in they go. There is no resistance. There is no hope for Virtus Pro in a full eco round like this.
Oh yeah, that's right. There's the power outage in Rio.
Top
True.
8 awaits the potential of a playoff run. FaZe seized it earlier on in the day. Over complexity. G2 rounds away from that reality.
So nice from Monacy. Lovely little transfer as he's topping the charts for the G2 squad.
And he's played excellent in this game. 21-6 is absolutely a solo carry, but I think the difference here is it's felt like the team play has been really good for G2 in this map alone. The way they've closed out clutches,
yeah, they were shutting down A main really fucking hard. And that's where VP was focused on pretty much the majority of that T-half.
G2 have just looked indomitable. And for sure, when Monacy is doing this, that certainly makes your life easier. But I think even just to call this a one-man army would be disingenuous to that CT side that G2 just showed us. Can he or they keep it up? This round might spell the end.
They're 4 strong in the right place this time as G2.
If we don't get a hacker to mess up the tourney, give it time. We still got time.
Pro got everyone here. Norbert and James kills the piece, but the trades are found. Near back of the site, lots of damage done, and Hunter, while he's going to get the bomb planted, he'll go no further than that. A multi-kill from Mir keeps VP above water for now. A very lengthy journey ahead of them, one that is going to be a real uphill battle on the CT side.
Holy
but
shit.
A well-founded stack, a good read out of James for how that round was going to look. It's a nice way for this to start.
Yeah. It's a really good call. I mean, G2 come in with bonus round, and VP know that. They saw the MAC-10s, they got farmed, and so they know that G2 are just going to go for a pop. It's the best play to make. If that's not stacked, G2 probably have an even kill post-plant. And anything is possible with retrieved rifles. So 10-5, VP plod on.
No, yeah, I saw PGL's tweet saying it was an NVIDIA driver thing. Could have been.
The tension in this game.
CS, whenever it has an issue, it just likes to highlight that your driver's out of date. If it is, as if that's always the problem.
A main taken at the same time. All these Molotovs used. Deep temple smoke as well. To stop that rotation, but it's all a farce. G2 are going for this B hit. Norbert's about to find out. It could be nades out. Monacy, unscoped at the moment, misses that timing. Norbert gets a big amount of information. He sees the bomb there, and look at VP shuffle on the minimap. They're rotating spawn. They know it's coming. It's inevitable.
Yeah, I see the Reddit thread where Valve says they can't reproduce the clipping. I don't know.
Pro actually go back to B.
Thanks for the 14-month reset. Thank you.
This might be a ruse. Jane will fully commit to the rotate now. Mir the same. They start to pull bodies over. Will this be too late?
Never been a confirmed hacker in this. We had Kukli a long time ago.
These two players
Ethan, thanks for 36-month primer. Thank you. Oh.
From the cross, 20 seconds left. Monacy responds. Monacy replies. That AWP is not missing right now for Monacy. Mir and Fame. Rough spot to be in, and as Mir strolls up into a lost bomb site 1-on-3, he knows there's no win in this round. There's no redemption here.
Rocket with Droid Emia just happened. Yeah, unfortunately, we just don't really know
all over
the span of it. You know what I mean?
Back B hits since getting onto the T side.
Nina, thank you very much for the tier 1 sub. Thank you, appreciate you.
Round, the money of
Optic India, that shit was hilarious.
With this save, they can look to put something out in the next round, but
the question was more in a major, I think, chat. He said of this caliber tournament or something like that, along those lines. Smokey with a 76-month resub, you're looking absolutely stunning. Thank you, and Wagyu Talo, thank you very much for the 38-month resub. Thank you.
Yeah, and when you think of this game in the future, I think all you're going to consider.
Chat, once again, looking for hot girth dealers and match it all gifted, you beautiful humans.
At the same time, G2 seized the opportunity with both hands and have absolutely run over it. Even though VP clearly affected by the way that previous map
process
fell.
log, I don't know. Like I said, basically if your driver's out of date though, by even one version, and you get any sort of hiccup, it just flashes drivers out of date every time.
But they're back on the chopping block. And that blade is held up by a thread. Hooksy here to order that guillotine.
Floofy's let people game what they want to game.
And it feels hopeless for Virtus Pro.
Although I know it sucks when people stop playing. So whose fault? Valve, PGL, Nvidia? I don't know. I don't know. I would say if anybody, it's definitely not PGL. To be honest with you, I would say if it was the, it sounds like people keep describing the crash where you just infinitely alt tab is what I've seen 3 different people describe what happened to James because they said it looked like he just alt tab.
Can't blame him.
That's literally just that happens to like fucking everyone I know.
It's a huge part of why this map is so strong for G2 and
to me,
being in this form.
It falls on Valve.
It's making a world of difference.
You think these PCs are checked in triple check? I mean, it doesn't matter how many times you check a PC if the game is just going to cause it to crash. Like, it doesn't matter.
James will get the opener. Or brings out
trying hard to defend PGL.
G2. This slows the roll of the mid.
Doesn't matter to me whose fucking fault it is, bro. I'm just actually applying logic to the situation. Why would I blame the tournament organizer for the game crashing?
Me having to watch both spots.
This is still rather uncomfortable for VP right now with that pick. They sneak through the smoke. Fame doesn't know where to look, and no kill has been offered up to James. He announces his presence with a blind shot and a blinder of a round for G2. Puts them right there in Heaven's Gate.
Just one round away from saving themselves and
Inferno delivered, and then we had the fucking crash.
At bare minimum, a playoff run, and after how they won this, with them going to the playoffs, you want G2 to look good. You want them to justify that spot in the arena. We always say big stage players, big stage team.
Yeah,
they're gonna have to show that.
Terrorists win. And Monacy has just been such an outlier in this tournament for G2. Even at their worst moments, he has lifted them
and
up.
This fucking flaming me thinks Ocelot still is literally the owner of G2. Holy.
And we might not have to wait longer either. It's one more round for G2.
Also, he said NVIDIA driver, so they didn't say it was even out of date. They just said it was an NVIDIA crash. So how would that also... Fuck, dude.
VP.
Oh, Jesus. Some people on the internet, I swear to God. Homie could probably drive a car and vote. Holy shit.
Everything they need but fate.
James trying to make an aggro move on this orb, but he's flashed off the angle as Hooksy nullifies this main control. Fame still stays up there. James actually still floating around, so they want to keep the pressure on. And James looking to walk in Monacy's AWP. It's a standoff for this main control. And it looks like VP are going to try push the boat out a little. They take a swing here. Missed shot from the orb. James and Fame in tandem get away with a killer piece. And they lock G2 out of the main control. Nico dead in middle.
Such a micro move from Monacy had such graphic implications there. He just moves off of the angle. James moves in, and that allows Fame to swing, and there's nothing Monacy can do about it as he walks back into the AWP. It's a drop in the bucket,
12's all they
even
get?
a drop in the ocean.
I don't know. I don't want to
But
get
it
too
is
hyped
awarded
yet.
nonetheless.
They got to get to like 8, maybe 9.
VP surrounding Nexa. And nothing he can do but die. 6-12. No second chances.
Yeah, that probably should have been done a long time ago. Probably.
VP, one misstep, one big Monacy round.
Yeah, that guy is fucking lost. Holy shit!
Is over.
It takes so little effort to just like not be like that, but some people are so hell bent. It's weird.
Even though the round differential isn't massive.
A Wecom round, but they make sure Monacy still gets that.
Me, when I'm a shitty human, I just want to self-report.
Good reason. A rare flub onto Jamin Main in the last, as you say, that little micro move, massive implications.
Oh, he didn't check. Didn't clear it. And Hunter.
Oh, well, there it goes.
Haircuts.
Shit.
VP shaved down to 3. Destiny desires G2
fuck.
in the arena. And they are answering the call.
And if Modesty is able to keep up games like this, you have a very exciting player going into that arena. You have a very hot AWP with a proven track record here across the major.
Probably telling chat not to mention something that nobody mentioned.
Maybe that lights a bit of fire underneath him.
Fuck.
After what has been a pretty underwhelming major from him so far, that would be the time to prove it. That would be the time to show it. So just 3 players left.
Would this be Modesty's first time in a major playoff?
And that trip to the Royal Arena, and Hooksy
they weren't in
looks
Paris.
to make it happen. Jame runs into the waiting orb, and VP's time.
It is, yeah,
VP's
I think so.
chance of playoffs.
That's
in
weird to think about,
Copenhagen
right?
Is over.
I didn't even
G2,
consider that.
They capitalized on the crazy hand that they're dealt, and they will lock in a top 8 placing here in Copenhagen. G2 are going to the playoffs.
Yeah, unbelievable.
I feel
game
bad
on that
for
third
VP,
map.
bro.
VP broken into pieces, and Modesty.
Like, it's not even like, I don't care, you know what I mean? It's like, I had both going through my pick'ems, so it's not even like that, like,
yes.
It's not even that
Sad
G2
one.
couldn't have
It's
beaten
kind of gonna
them.
be a
It just
strange map
feels
to break down, all things considered, within the context of the series. But let's try.
It just feels pretty horrible.
Obviously, you can see what it means to G2.
Not to
and
mention,
that is
when we finally feel like we can see VP win around, they get the clipping bug as well.
Pro. Sometimes you ask yourself,
Jesus,
what can you do?
Life can be cruel, and I completely agree with you. I think breaking down this particular series.
Honestly, who cares about pick'ems? No, you have to say things like this because it's the internet, and if I don't say things like that, wait, you only say that because you're pick'em.
I mean, rejoicing winning it. But they were in such a good place to do it, right? It would have been 12-11, the money would have broken for G2, and you can just see
yeah,
how,
thanks for the Twitch primer, thank you.
You just said it yourself. They were so just not there in the server in that final map. I don't want to take anything away from G2 and how they played that CT side, Pimp. I think they were absolutely phenomenal, very aggressive. You know, just getting in the faces of VP. You know, making them really struggle getting anything going on the T side, but also for the side of VP, this wasn't.
Like, I want my pick'ems to do well, and I'm definitely invested in, but there's like one more degree. There's like a group of people that just take it one step too far, as they always do. You know what I mean?
Fantastic display on Anoop is kind of what we, before the game, expected. We
You know
did
what I'm
say
saying?
coming into the game that the map pool, sorry.
Not everyone. Not everyone does that, by the way, but there's always Dr. Wet PhD.
You cannot help to think that what happened on Inferno, what transpired on Inferno, definitely played a role in why VP were looking so disjointed, disconnected, and out of the server from the beginning of the game. It's very hard for me to grasp. It's very hard for me to put words into it. I was just staring at Jame and the body language coming off the players, and I must admit, you know, they were taking it pretty cool. Had it been me, I would have been mad. I would have been sad. I would have been frustrated. I would have been furious. You know, had it been Apex, you can imagine how he would have reacted in a situation like that. Some of these players who really play with their emotions outside of the shirt. So, as much as I want to congratulate G2, I also want to congratulate Jame, VP, for putting up a, if anything, valiant display and a show of character in a moment that is very tough for the team.
Despite the fact that seemingly everything was going against him, that
Alright, let me power down here with the walking pad real quick.
Tried to go for that jump towards heaven, and that bug happened again.
Never rains, it pours, man.
Yeah, it just
so
pours,
ridiculous.
right? So unfortunate. But I want to concentrate a little bit on the positives here. I think Modesty finally making to the playoffs of a major in his career. I think he's been absolutely lights out. I think he absolutely deserves it. He is the reason that G2 are going to be in the Royal Arena. And shout out to Modesty.
Yeah, I mean, look, obviously G2, you know, played incredibly well here. Modesty has really dragged them kicking and screaming through this tournament. And the reality is, you know, I've been around this long enough to know that sometimes you might have terrible group stages, you might have terrible qualifiers. All bets are off when you get to that arena. It's the most pressure you will ever face as a competitor. And G2 now, they get those 3-4 days to reset, reanalyze what they're doing, and they're right up there. They're back in it.
And you're right. I think we all agree that Monesi obviously have played fantastic so far. He's again putting in a great case to be in contention for being the best player in the world, together with Duncan and Saivu.
Yeah.
It's still three at the moment, who are leading the charts in that regard. Nico has not had a great tournament so far, but as you said, when you get into an arena, when you get into a playoff game, what does G2 look like if both Monesi and Nico is hitting and firing on all cylinders? That's the potential of the lineup, and that's why you do not want to face G2 in a quarterfinal at a major.
You don't, and you do want to hear from Monesi, who I believe is with James right now.
That's right, I've got Monesi with me here, and well, we've seen you miss majors, we've seen G2 struggle at majors, but finally, when you started your pro career at G2, you've made it to the playoffs. How much does this mean to you, mate?
Holy shit, I wanted so much. I wanted so much to play in playoffs in major, and we finally made it. I'm really happy. I don't know, I cannot share my feelings right now.
I think your face tells us and shows us your feelings you're going through, but this series, this was certainly not easy. It was a crazy one. From looking at, you had a 12-9 overpass in your hands, it slips away and they managed to close it. You get a miracle, a very fortunate situation to go your way when it's on Inferno. What went through your mind during all of this?
Fuck overpass. Nobody cared when we lost overpass. We just wanted to win and be in playoffs. And we just were believing in ourselves. We kept fighting, and we just did the best what we could, potentially. Yeah.
Did you feel pressure?
Not really, but pressure plays on me, and I think it's playing on us as well when we're pressured. So I think it's better for us. Maybe not better for our opponent, but obviously we were fighting till the end. I was believing, even though we were losing on a front like 10-11. And we just broke them mentally.
It definitely did come through that way as well. I want to look at your whole run you've had at this major, though, because it's not been easy. We've seen back and forth, even the ecstatic game you guys were challenged in. You know, right, you're going to have to show a better G2 going into that playoffs.
What was the question, sorry?
You know that you have to show a better playoffs, like a playoff performance.
Legend next to the 5-month primer, thank you.
We're going to perform better. We're going to fucking win major. I mean, sorry for bad word, but... we're gonna show everything what we have, and what is not killing us, making us better.
I like that. Good words, positive coming through. Monesi right now thinks they're gonna win the major. A few days to go. Let's see if it happens.
With the divine intervention, yeah, you might be right. I'm going to have a hard time. They're questioning everything right now. It's existential on the desk. But you can see, obviously, he said, look, the pressure doesn't work on me, even when we're feeling it on the team. And we always believed that we were going to win that series.
He's got adrenaline pumping,
it's
dude.
It's kind of weird because I think probably that interview notwithstanding, I think when you're watching it, he looks really mature and balanced. He's the one not tilting. Everyone else,
thanks to the primer, thank you.
Thunder, and we've heard some of the comms, and it gets a bit heated. But yeah, he's right. He sort of is the calm center of this team.
I'll be completely honest, the more I think about it, the more I think this run from G2 into the playoff is a worrying sign, Let's be honest, they beat Furia in a best of one. They beat Ecstatic in a best of three, where they had to struggle go into the third map, even down 0-4 on the third deciding map. Now against VP, we all know what happened on Inferno. We all know what happened in this series.
Adrenaline crash, best or worst sleep.
I'm looking
Usually
at a G2
worse.
who's been limping into the playoff. I don't want to take
horrible.
away at all from the fact that they could definitely go into the playoff and be a candidate to go to the semifinal or even the final, because we know the quality they possess, but the level of Counter-Strike they've played throughout this major so far has been some of the worst Counter-Strike G2 has probably ever played, and yet they still made it. So is that a sign of class? Is that lucky? Is that a little bit of both? I'm not too sure, but I haven't been impressed at all by G2.
Oh, no, not at all. Well, apart from Monesi, obviously.
It does feel like almost like a Pyrrhic victory, right? Although it is still a victory, nonetheless, they still made it through. And yeah, I have to agree with you. Apart from Monesi, if Monesi's not there, man, this team, they're not making it anywhere in any tournament whatsoever. And I feel like at this point, you need to look yourselves in the mirror real hard and be like, listen, we can't let this kid down every single time. We need to really step up. Nico needs to wake the hell up, because Monesi's like, yeah, well, I want to win the goddamn major. But if Nico is going to continue to deliver like this, if the inconsistencies from players like Hunter and Nex are going to continue, it's not going to happen. It's just going to be a pipe dream.
Yeah, and obviously VP, where do they go from here?
It's a good question. It's heartbreaking right now to contextualize what happened on Inferno. Obviously, it needs a bit of time to dwell with that one. I will say VP had chances in this game before that happened. We can't take away from the fact that they did lose a couple of rounds on Inferno. They should have won prior to the crash.
Yep.
They also had chances in other games leading into this. VP also haven't played a great tournament, I'm not gonna lie. So it's a bit tough for them. I really do feel for them. But as I said, at least the character they showed in this moment, that was something that stood out to me.
Box to stand on at least.
No, I just feel like I completely agree with you. I think the struggles against the Eternal Fire comes to mind, right? So I think it's a little too early to kind of judge where they're going to go from here.
All right, well, we might get some insight into that. We've got Jame and Fame with Parlor.
Thank you, Richard. You are absolutely correct. I'm here with Jame and Fame. Jame will be
and
the one primarily talking, and if we need, Fame will give us some help with translation. Jame, that's a very tough loss. Can I just ask generally what's going through your head right now?
I'm so disappointed in our game. We're preparing good, I think, maybe best preparing in our team, but it's not enough for win versus G2.
I think you played some very solid Counter-Strike across Overpass and Inferno. Anubis, on the other hand, it was a struggle. Can you talk to me about what you think went wrong?
We lost 2 pistols. It's a main problem in CS2, but it doesn't matter. When we lost, I think first by round, I think they got good economic, and it's hard to play on city side.
Jame, I think I speak for many of us that when we watch you play, something that's so impressive is the composure. And especially in a best of 3 like this, it seems that you've remained composed and a confident leader through the trials and tribulations. How do you always keep such a good mood in yourself and in your team?
Ну, он говорит, типа, то, что ты сохранил спокойствие и оставался лидером до конца, типа, как ты это сохраняешь вообще?
I don't know, it's just me, but I'm not calm in my heart. I am very sad. It's bad when you lost, but it's part of cyber life, and we need to go forward. If good, like we should be professional in this situation.
Well, Jame, you are ever the professional. Commiserations to you and VP. You now exit the tournament. Is there anything that you'd like to say to the fans watching at home, the VP and the Jame Time fans?
Hello, everyone. Thank you for supporting. We lost, but I think we'll be better in next major. Sorry for our bad game versus other team, but G2 really deserves this win. Thank you again.
Jame, I don't think you need to apologize to anybody. I hope you keep your chins held high, and best of luck going forward. Richard and the desk, back to you.
Yeah, the classy response there makes it even all the kind of sadder. I mean, you know, I'm trying not to say what's in my head
Jame
right
really
now,
is him when it comes to that
it's
stuff, dude.
just so difficult when you see him.
You guys saw the tweet?
So forlorn.
Apparently, after the crash, he didn't mold at all, and he just like got up and they just started prepping for map 3.
Were Virtus Pro good enough to win that series? Maybe just about. Have they been great while they've been here? Not really. No. But and for him to recognize that, yeah, it's it takes a lot of bravery to say that.
It would be so easy just to blame everything in the moment, you know. And obviously, honestly, we don't know whether it was a crash, him tapping out. Who knows? At the end of the day, it was a massive happening on Inferno. It would be so easy. It'd be the easy way out. Just blame it on that, you know. Say we couldn't come back from that. We didn't have the mental fortitude. All of us would understand. It would be impossible for any of us to come back in a situation like that. The first thing he does is addressing the entire tournament for VP as a whole, addressing G2 being a great team, and then not playing well enough. He's putting the blame on himself. He's putting the blame on his own team, you know, saying that we are not good enough. We have not done well enough considering how well we're prepared.
Distress, I mean, that's pretty much it. I don't want to watch it again.
Act from Jame. He may not have won the game, but he definitely won a lot of respect out there.
I 100% agree. Like having that amount of stoicism, especially when you have the inner turmoil happening. Listen, getting knocked out in major in this fashion, it's going to break anyone's heart. And even though his heart might be broken right now, the fact that he is also cognizant of the fact that the CS hasn't been to the level that we expect from a team like Virtus Pro. It requires
Is Pain winning for my pick'em sake? I hope not.
As well. And I'm sure it's won a lot of fans.
Osprey, thanks to the one gifted, and goddamn it, shut up.
I really believe, as cliche goes, they will indeed come back stronger.
Yeah, and obviously, just final thoughts. You know, we haven't really had a situation like this. It's kind of not similar, but similar to like the Fnatic overpass boost way back when, in the sense that,
bearing your frustrations deep instead of letting them. I mean, I think when there's a map 3, I think
as beloved and the other's gonna get
not
a lot
crutching
of hate
what
on that. I would
happened and
advise
trying to
G2
focus on
players,
map
like,
3 is
don't
probably the
look
best
at
thing you
their
can do.
media right now. Yeah.
At the end of the day, we don't know for sure whether or not he tapped out himself. I haven't
See
seen
this?
any
Okay.
confirmation whether or not it was a mistake from himself.
Chat, when this bug happens to crash your game, it alt tabs for you. Just so you know.
And there's been other unfortunate moments. It's just it happens.
That is how it works.
Where it's such an eye-catching moment where you see the direct consequence of it as well. Whether it's a tap out, whether it's a hardware issue, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah,
It's heartbreaking for
just
Team.
it does it automatically for you, and then it leaves you in a loop.
It really isn't. So look, we
Pimp
get
is clueless.
to,
well, if Pimp
take a
has never
break.
experienced it, it
That's
is
what we're
weird.
doing
Like
right
if
now.
you
When
were
we
just
come back, we've got
watching
Navi
someone,
versus Pain Gaming.
if you
We're
were
gonna
just
decide who's gonna
watching,
be the
it
last
randomly just
person
alt
in the
tabs.
race,
There's
in
no
the last
like,
team, rather. So make
there's
sure you
no
join.
like, it doesn't stutter, it doesn't do anything. It just starts
Level up your gaming space
alt tabbing.
with metal posters from Display.
So it's not, don't flame people that don't know exactly what it is and they don't want. He's just not saying anything definitively because he doesn't know. Don't be mad at somebody that can admit that they don't know.
From thousands of posters. Join
Who's on Twitter? Of course he knows what happened. I saw people saying they were literally right there and they still didn't figure out what the fuck happened.
now at display.com.
Like maybe you guys should take a fucking page out of the book, and if you don't fucking know, you just say it. I think everybody on the internet should practice that a little bit more, because holy fuck. It's not a bad thing to say I don't know something.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
I don't know if that's true. Oh shit. All right, chat, I'll be right back. I'm gonna beg Dory to make me breakfast.
It was NVIDIA driver crash.
Correct. They did tweet that it was an NVIDIA driver crash, but that literally could be what it looks like when it happens. Like I wouldn't. It could be both, right? That's what I'm like. You don't. The NVIDIA driver could be crashing, and that's what causes that bug, right? I wouldn't know. I'm not. I don't know. All right, I'll be right back. 1 second, chat. I'm gonna run a flom size act because I'm fat as fuck. Be right back.
But ASON spent all the money to make the headphones good, and they got no money left for the commercial. So I'm gonna need you to head to AZONE.io. ACEZONE. Yo. Code PGL, 50 euros off. Got some headphones. It's now or never.
There's only one more spot left in the Royal Arena. Will it be Navi or Pain? Navi, they have attended every single major in existence, but now, without Simple, can they make it to the playoffs here in Copenhagen? Or will it be Pain, the last hope of Brazil and the emphatic leader of Big Azera? What a story. It's larger than life, but what is it going to be on the server? I am super excited to cover this match together with Mathieu and with Jason. My name is Shox, and I'm shaking it off from the last game and the situation because I think this match deserves the hype.
You're right. You're right, but it is a little bit of a challenge. I'll just put it out there. Let's put a disclaimer. Just emotionally, I'm still sort of invested in what happened, this crash with VP, but we're going to do our best to just check it off for now, and let's give this matchup the respect that it deserves, and I'll move on, because we're big boys. We can do it.
Yeah, absolutely, especially when you consider Pain is, as you said, the last of the Brazilian teams still with a chance to make it into the playoffs, and considering how good Brazil did to get here, to have so many teams here, that's super impressive, because this team would, I guess, I don't know, maybe like third down the list, fourth on the list of all the Brazilian teams that were here.
Probably.
And it's been powered entirely by Big Uzera, which is an incredible story in its own way, and the way he's reconstructed this team after the Paris major last year, and just been able to kind of go from absolutely nothing to building up a team that's here contending for the playoffs.
You're absolutely right, and just contextually as well, it is so impressive to just consider the idea of having Pain on Game 5 at the elimination stage. A couple of facts out there. Major debutant as well. They had 3 players for whom this was the first major experience. You start your first day, and you get absolutely slapped around by Complexity and VP, and we're almost ready to write them off. And then there is a harrowing game versus Mongols. We're talking triple overtime. On that third map, they beat him and then move on to Heroic, who then make them look like a bunch of school kids. So I've been absolutely flabbergasted by what Pain is able to do, and the fact that I consider them very much potentially, not favorites, but there is a win to be taken here for Pain.
Yeah, it's great to see their development overall, and we don't have a lot of time, and there is so much to talk about, but I think we started at the right place, being Big Uzera. So let's go on to the other side then, and Alexi B in this international roster, trying to make those playoffs and the task he has ahead of him, because he has a great squad, but he needs to be able to activate everyone today to get it over the line.
Yeah, and I don't even know if it's fair to say he needs to activate everyone. Do you think he can actually activate everyone? How much of that are we giving towards Alexi B? How much is going to be just individual responsibility in that game?
I mean, it's a lot of individual responsibility, and responsibility that hasn't been picked up by individual players on the team, but certainly if you're the in-game leader, you feel the heaviest weight of that responsibility, no matter like where it actually lies. As the leader of the team, you feel like it is in your responsibility, together with your coach, to activate those guys in such an important game as well. And I mean, it's going to have to be an important speech, and you can see here, he has yet to make a playoffs at the major with an international lineup ever since he kind of left the ENCE team that burst into the scene in 2019. He hasn't been given the greatest rosters in the world at all of these majors. There's been some struggles, there's been some tough ones. The big one, obviously, the outlier being that G2 time there, but he had some differences with the coach at the time. You know, he's had a really tough time finding a team that he can actually settle into and feel like he's the leader.
Yeah, it's been very tumultuous, and it's kind of hard to know how to gauge him correctly and rightfully, right? I think there were obviously some contextual issues, but also people could point the finger and say, hey, you've had these great players by your side, and you don't exactly have a lot to show for it. Lack of trophies, no playoffs at a major. I think this would be a very great statement for him and his career as a leader to take this squad to a playoff.
Absolutely, but I think I read in between the lines of how you approach the first point. We need to talk about Emma. Of course, we have a lot already, and we were talking about Mathieu. You know, how do you handle that within a team? You know, there is really no perfect way to do it. Every player is different, but this is a team now, Navi, that is always expected to go to a playoffs. That was 2-0 in the 2-2 match. Now, how do you make sure that works?
Well, it seems like all the elements are lining up for Ima to disappear in this game and dissolve and have a tragedy of a major. That's what the elements are lining towards. Not only because, of course, he had a tremendous amount of expectation on his shoulders joining in, but we have to obviously address not just the fact that he's got terrible numbers here, but then I feel like this becomes a phenomenon on its own in a team, and it is complicated to handle it. You don't want to make too much of a big deal out of it. You don't want to materialize it out of nowhere, but you have to address it. You have to talk about it.
A conversation.
Exactly. So, I mean, you have a little bit of experience coaching as well. How do you sort of trade lightly that situation without just making sure that you're creating your self-fulfilling prophecy as well?
Yeah, that's a great question, and it's a tough line to ride, and I think it's a lot of judgment on when, you know, different players are going to handle it differently, obviously, and that'd be a question for Blade, is can his personality handle the criticism of saying, like, look, we need more out of you in these positions? Can he actually handle being that responsibility and placed on him? I think it's actually a great juxtaposition, considering we have Ima in this lineup and the way he played Paris, and now Big Uzera, who's probably, you know, he's the greatest hard carry at this major at the moment, Big Uzera.
You're right.
Against the previous greatest hard carry, you know, like that's actually an insane thing to think about, that they're going head to head now and just in completely different roles and completely different situations.
I mean, the contrast could not be any starker. Like, Big Uzera, not only as an IGL, but is at the forefront of most of the attacks on the CT side. Whenever these are the numbers that I wanted to bring up the CT side, because they do play at some point similar positions, but this man on your screen basically he's the architect of favorable scenarios in which he calls his own numbers, he goes in and then he makes the difference. And we have so many different examples. That's going to happen here again today. And in that matchup versus Ima, he puts him in his pocket right now.
It's so cool to see funny when someone kind of becomes larger than life, and I love the juxtaposition here. You know, yesterday we had the interview from Apex about ZywOo saying we had to show up for our guy, we had to make it work for him. You have now a Na'Vi who has to make that happen as well, because it's up to them as much as anyone else to make him also feel comfortable and do it together. And then on the other side, you have Bigazera, who is doing a similar thing by himself in leading those young players. I mean, it's great to see, and I hope it translates onto the server.
Absolutely, and then Bigazera is going to get a lot of the credit just because of the plays he's making, the style that he plays, and obviously the great impact he's having. But let's not forget, let's not gloss over the fact that Pain as a team have also done a very good job of having good rotations in mid-round.
That's right.
They play like very smart Counter-Strike. They don't try and do too much. They're shifting very well on the defensive side based off what's being called, what information's being gathered, and they've actually played very, very well as a team. And that's why we keep seeing these kind of surprising, I guess, wins where they go down 0-2, or you think, oh, they kind of got into this stage somehow, and now surely it's all done now that the big dogs are here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the CT side that they played against Heroic on Mirage was just an absolute perfection. And it's a word I'm very careful about using when we had the test, but it was perfection. I mean, they were one step ahead in all of the rotations. They knew where to be aggressive, when not to be, who to leave as an anchor in these positions. And you could see that Heroic were just completely asphyxiated. We have the video coming in. Nuke is an extremely strong map for Pain Gaming. It's a go-to, but one that we know Na'Vi can play. So it's not like you're going for a punish right there. You better have your game plan written on T side.
And they handle Donk outside. Surely they can
Assault,
handle
thank you very much for the 500 biddies. Thank you. Appreciate you.
They have experience going
Maybe
against the big dog in the yard.
Number 4 of the day. I was talking with Nori.
Really interesting, because now you have Na'Vi picking Mirage. And
Number
I'm
4.
left
How
with
did we
this,
skip
obviously,
one?
Short-term memory, but I'm left with rewatching Pain on Mirage, and I'm thinking, you what now? Like, you pick Mirage into Pain? That's what you're gonna do? You're gonna give them the CT side start they had against Heroic? They won 12-0. But I mean, maybe I'm being short-sighted, but hell, that's risky.
Look, in different philosophies of map vetoes aside, like, I kind of like the statement that it comes out with Na'Vi, where you are the favorites, and you know, you come into this last day, this elimination day. We saw FaZe come in and handle business.
Mirage,
and they looked like,
Inferno.
for the first time in this tournament, like the FaZe that we're sort of starting to expect. If you're Na'Vi coming into this, you're like, we're better than what we've shown this whole time. Let's play to our comfort.
Rune, thanks
Let's
for
not worry
31-month
about them
primer. Thank you.
whatsoever. Let's come in and play to our comfort and just batter them and show that we are the better team.
Yeah, and I want to check our own biases here just a little bit, because we bring up Imma a lot, but Bits was in a similar position also in terms of not really finding his form. So it's not that we want to put it all on one person, but there is the expectation that you should play to your favorite role when you're in this matchup. You know, you can't give Pain any inkling of a chance.
No, definitely, and Bit has also received a fair amount of criticism from us. I do believe personally that the Cloud9 matchup is one that is very much loaded as well emotionally, playing against your ex-teammates, so it wasn't exactly the best out of Bit. I'm expecting better, but this is based off from Philosophy Fugazi.
Did we see the Kerrigan? Did we all see that Kerrigan speech of no one play scared today? Everyone get out there. Everyone be confident in your fights. That's the speech that Na'Vi has to give. Because if you're Pain, you're not playing with any pressure. You're coming into this and you're like, we've already exceeded every expectation in the book. We probably logically shouldn't even be here. Let's come in and just keep going and have fun with it.
You're seeing it, aren't you?
Yes, yeah, I've been seeing it. Because
there's a reality.
I've been looking at these two teams'
Na'Vi for
trajectories.
sure, right?
And, you know,
I don't know, dude. I trust nothing.
Perfect day one, and then the loss.
I trust
the harrowing
nothing.
loss against Cloud9. We have to remember map 2
Oh
and 3
man,
are
game's
very
about to start,
decisive.
chat.
And
Any
Pain, on the
primers,
other
prime
hand,
forgetters? Any
absolute,
member mommies,
exaltation,
Oilers?
beating Heroic, and I'm just thinking, oh my God, Jesus Christ, is this actually happening? Do we have to consider the reality? And yeah, I think we do have to consider it.
They're already fired up, and you just know they're going to give everything on that server. Pain for Brazil, for South America. They're up versus Na'Vi.
Member what? Member mommies. That's for YouTube.
Let's get into it indeed.
Toxic takes the 20-month reset. Thank you.
Locked in, and one more set to join them. The final 5 looking to step forth tonight. It's a privilege to be bringing you guys Na'Vi and Pain Gaming this evening. 20 Brazilians stepped forth in Copenhagen to try and compete, and there's only these 5 remaining with that dream, a nation behind them, and a hell of a task at hand.
It's amazing. It's really been amazing, and you know, many of the Brazilian teams are not expected to go that far. So to be this close on the doorstep of playoffs is something remarkable in and of itself.
Wonderland will be the first
they're
casualty
just
of
charging.
this best of 3. And we're gonna have
Oh, nice.
They did see the cross, no doubt. But
Sorry,
there's
Pain.
also this lingering presence in
Pick'ems
main.
over region.
So the top hut player drops off. And as we get the 2 CTs going down the ramp, there's this challenge
It ain't
again.
personal,
Evac
just
putting
business.
himself up on box in the crosshair of NQZ. So the scramble comes back up as fast as it went down, but there's still plenty of time here.
Yeah, an interesting spot. Nissim holding, waiting for any action his way. They spread the map so quickly, it can be a situation where Na'Vi make a mistake, walk into him. And for now, I think Biguzera has his pieces in the right spots. More information gained here for Pain. And there is the walk forward. Let's see if it pays off. Oh, dangerous with the bomb, and Alexi actually lets him leave.
Jesus, that was a chance and a half for Nissim.
Your pickums are fucked either way. No, I have 4 points. What do you mean?
His position with two faces pressed against
him.
What
you mean, dog?
Stuck into the site. They don't see that one coming, but we're starting to talk about missed shots from everybody still alive here.
Shit,
Finally,
Big Zero
somebody
though.
else goes
He's
down,
here.
and it's the favor of Pain. Bomb still yet to cross over. And that pressure from Main, well, it could have been the key. Instead, NQC
nice
puts down Alexi.
Fuck.
JL has been stranded up in heaven, and he's going to have to fight his way out as Bomb is going down to B. Big Uzera backside holds. They've got him pinned into this fight. Nothing JL can really do about it unless he just left, go down. Hell, hit the ramp to B.
I guess, yeah, that's the only thing that he could do, but they could beat him.
Classic, thanks to the 2-month resub, thank you.
He just wants
All
to try
right,
to get kills. Thinks the round's
this goes to
over.
Ping. Pickums and shambles.
And that's a good energy to keep hope alive. In a matchup, that would be a massive upset, right? I mean, we did see Na'Vi not play up to standard yesterday versus Cloud9, but Cloud9 also played extremely well. And so they come into play against a team like Pain. You know, Heroic had just lost to them. They're not happy about the fact that they lost to a team like Pain. I mean, they can say, you can be proud of how well Pain played. You can be impressed, but you're not going to be proud of yourself for a team that does not have any of the practice that you've got, the pieces you've got, the stature, or sort of the imposing presence of some of the names on the teams that they've taken down so far. And so Na'Vi, well, they've got
Nico
those names
tweeted
in the
CS2 or
rear
CS2
view of their
fucking
mind, thinking
sucks.
about
So does my
what they may
aim.
be up against.
Not to mention the legacy of Na'Vi, right? A mainstay and all the
Safe to say I already knew Nico wasn't enjoying CS2, but I imagine now he feels real fucking
CS2
validated.
major in attendance, but a top 8 would, you know, put them at the top of the history books for this very first major. Quick scramble downstairs. Alexi B tries to slip in. Let's see if he can get into any shenanigans. Ooh, he's got the Zeus, right? And why wouldn't you take Dark as a post-plant spot?
But can you trust a man with no Zeus skin at this point?
No.
To find the right angle, you know?
No, you can't.
Alexi, why'd you peek?
Extremely creative when it comes to new technology. I'd say, like, in terms of innovating on grenades, that's always been on something. And, you know, you've given him the nickname of the Grenadier because he's nailing HEs like nobody has since Astralis in 2018. So that's another point of the game that he sort of figured out when nade dropping became a thing.
Right.
So he's always kind of first to figuring out new stuff.
Dude, when nade dropping became a thing, it was like within a week that he breaks the all-time grenade damage record on Dust 2.
I don't think it's broken either. It was over 1,000 damage in one half.
Yeah, absolute unbelievable scenes when Alexi can start chucking out frag grenades. It's like a mortar. Bomb pops, clears the board of Na'Vi's members. Pain convert from pistol to the second.
And they're going to ride the energy all the way to the end. You can feel it. And I mean,
Oh,
what
yeah,
are
they
you going
are.
to tell yourself in the team talk, right? What can't we do at this point? What is the reason that we doubt ourselves? We haven't seen ourselves in a situation where we played against a team like Na'Vi, so what? They already took
Sunny
down
Boy, thanks
teams
for the
they've never
49-month
played against,
resub,
teams
thank
that should
you.
be beating them all the time.
Everything to gain and nothing to lose.
Leave your mind wide open. Strip the name at the top of Na'Vi. The roster that is coming together has their own insecurities. Look for them.
Where Launders Pickham's fucked. Why is he pulling so hard for Pain? Suspect. Chat, somebody check.
And our desk said, if you could stop Donk outside, then surely you can stop Big Uzera.
Hard part about that is you can stop Donk one time, maybe. One time.
As far as Big Uzera is
Thanks for
concerned,
streaming,
he is
sir.
unstoppable. He has had some
Thanks
of
for
the
being
most
here, man. That
spectacular
goes for all you
clutch
chats.
moments of this stage. of
Twitch
the
and
major.
YouTube, thank you guys. If you guys are enjoying, don't forget to follow, you know. Ooh,
But
nice
with
hold.
ramp held back like this,
Or
they tried
subscribe
to
if
get
you're on
going, and they're
YouTube.
just
Like the
left
stream
by
as well if you're there.
Great grenade protocols coming out from Na'Vi.
What do I want to go through for my
Indicative of their
pick'ems?
comfort here on
Na'Vi.
Nuke.
If Pain wins, I mean, it's good for
fucking round.
the Americas region, so.
Man, utility really making this round tough for Pain Gaming, whether it's smokes, frags, or fire.
Or yeah, sub on Twitch, you know, I like that.
Chilling now.
Zen, thanks
There's
for
some good
26-month primer.
staging
Thank you, thank you,
here
thank
for the
you.
round, and a couple of attempts tried on the entries.
So you're double agent? Yeah, kind of.
Na'Vi set him back.
You know, if there's any demon on the shoulder of Pain whispering in their ear, if this game goes on and if the chance at actually securing playoffs becomes real, it's that 12-0 lead that they had over Heroic on Mirage that they almost threw.
But that's also a nice thing to have in your rear view, right? Because they're in the interview after that said, Yeah, everyone was nervous. Everyone was so nervous. And the best part is just no hesitation in his honesty about exactly how he feels and how surprised he is. Sometimes at his own play. I don't know why I'm so good, why everyone's dying. I'm just feeling it. And
also, if Na'Vi wins, we get FaZe Spirit in the quarterfinals, and that fucking sucks.
Intuiting that feeling in that way and not overanalyzing it, you can kind of understand how he can be so consistent. He just has a feeling.
Yeah, we still got a lot of heavy hitters, though, dude.
Bigu's somebody who has many feelings.
We literally,
we go back to the
this
RMR
is not like, I mean, I think Spirit looks dominant as they always do in groups, but
you know,
I do want to say we have all 5 top teams in the world in playoffs.
Key to the city.
And even just getting to the major, you saw him overwhelmed with emotions. And
usually,
just speaking of how much it meant to
like
him and his family, and that they are the, you know, the driving force behind his motivation. There's no doubt that they're watching him right now, trying to shine
like
brighter than
while
ever
FaZe
before.
Spirit sucks that we get it in the quarterfinal. Like it's not like we're getting
Left in the dust when the pain of 2023,
you know what I mean? Like we're not getting some
at the seams when the stars
super
were stolen,
unknown or like
and
you know there aren't really any Cinderella runs right now, right? Unless yeah, no.
Molotov over to Bigu Sarah is not going to allow for him to cross. Good thing he doesn't, because that nade would
Any
have just
variety
found
day?
him exposed. Challenge in front of it.
Maybe I'll play some Helldivers on stream.
Interesting spot because Lexi
You guys
can't
want?
really push back again safely. He's got to wait for a flash. He doesn't see anything. They do a good job of getting forward and tucking.
Nori's been playing Helldivers chat and she discovered turrets.
Blue allows for Kawes to still hold on to what he has.
Let's just say she doesn't really know how to position them, so I'm kind of fighting for my life. It might be worth
It's a
it.
dangerous job. It's king crab fishing, but he's up for the challenge. He takes his peak, even though he knows that he was
Speaking of the
spotted a
devil,
few seconds
hey.
ago.
JL's activity on Nuke and Lobby has been so
I was just
good
talking
this
about
week,
your
and
incredible
sure
turret
enough, he's gonna
placement.
catch off Bigu Sarah, and Nissam's here to trade it. JL loses his teammate, but has a chance to run back with smoke down and a teammate who just dropped Ven. If they think that they can go squeaky, suddenly there's still CTs around.
And we got the half trophy push here for Wonderful, but a great gap found by JL.
No
in the
hesitation.
Yeah.
Never any hesitation.
They clogged all the pipes right now. There's no way out of this squeaky burst to upper if they want to do anything else. So let's see if he can get the kill. No, it's always going to be on the head. Alexi starts off that round, and again, he's put in an extremely dangerous position, but it also reveals that he's got support from heaven. He's outside as the rifler. They can be lurking in all around him. And if he's not aggressive in that spot, then maybe he just dies without a kill and no information. So great peeks all around, and I think he moves his units very effectively here, right? They have been making sure there's no drop down into squeaky. They have the half trophy push because they saw so many players outside. They have JL going in for lobby control for the exact same reason. So they do capitalize a lot, and it's very nice to see Na'Vi having their pieces used better because
Chat, I'm munching here. Let me be.
They wouldn't have won this game if they played like they did versus Cloud9. I'll put it that way. And it would be a great time to have a better day in a 2-2 elimination game versus a team that still has stuff to prove, even if they have been very impressive.
Man, dunked on. Having proven so much already just to be in this position, but of course, once you've got a taste of victory,
you never know how if you can get this close again. You don't know. This is so far into the most important tournament of your career. Just because you got here once doesn't mean that you're going to again. That's the impressive part about championship winning lineups and teams who have eras, and the Brazilian teams of past that have done it.
What am I eating? Eggs, bacon, toast.
JL again feeling the comfort of open space inside of lobby. Good support from Vit. This one's a clean sweep. 3 members of Na'Vi knocking down Pain. That 2-0 start long gone.
Their propensity to just go for slight bits of map control here and there, it's feeling like a chessboard here for Na'Vi, which is again a good sign, but moving slowly, one step at a time, almost as if they're, you know, playing a game at D&D, waiting for their turn, finding a little bit of space, waiting for the reaction, finding space somewhere else. And it's all looking very orderly, and it's also punishing and crippling the amount of space that Pain want to get back later in the round.
Chop up the bacon and put it in the eggs, thank me later. Nah.
They come back to lobby.
I mean, eggs and bacon don't like not go together, but I like scarfing down a big piece of bacon.
You can see this round's about to be a little bit more simple here for Pain.
But exposed. Nice timing so far on cracking open these smoke grenades. You know, Na'Vi putting themselves up there as a team that does it well. Bit challenged on ramp. 1 kill to his name. 3 players looking to push past his line. And Wonderful will be smoked out. So the B site becomes questionable at
Yeah, I like
best
big
here for
greasy
Na'Vi.
meat in my mouth. Yeah.
Control side
What
already.
about it?
Not bad.
On a good timing once again.
And I like it to have some crunch.
Imez going to challenge with that. And safe to say, very important kill to peel 1 of the 3 off the bomb site. If the bomb is even to be planted by NQZ, and that's a big if with double doors open. Now, there is nobody over towards single. If they can figure that out, or if they just take the chance, slipping down beneath Silo. But with this deep angle being held from Ime, you'd think he'd be able to react. Or does this distraction serve up the push from NQZ? Yeah, he swings.
Oh, the timing is
but
beautiful.
A second CT, right? This could be big. Alexi B hanging back on stairs, but
Oh,
gets
no,
peeled
no, no,
off.
no, no,
And now
Na'Vi,
from
please.
2v4 to 2v2.
And they're thinking. The gears are turning. And they're not getting lazy. Next rotation is called out.
Steps still on fire, but the door's open. That plant, oh man, it's exposed. NQZ will not find a third. So now the retake's on with the open hand of Wonderful, and they're gonna come in maybe from different directions. JL looks up, but first Wonderful peeks. And Lux, he's got himself a chance here. Early clutch attempt from Lux.
Oh, thank
from
God.
Dark. JL makes sure that Navi's winning ways keep going.
Here comes Mr. Reliable once again to deny a big moment. And what is a 2v4 that was entirely possible. We see the second to last kill is 1 bullet, no shot back. He's low HP, but he's on point. Lux was a great player in this stage as well, alongside Figures.
Yeah, why do you open the door? He just sold his teammate to the fucking dogs? Tony, there aren't dogs in this game.
So was JL. So was JL. 40 frags for him in regulation. Or, sorry,
Prospector, thanks for the 22-month Prime. Thank you.
Last 29, I think, actually. Left his mark. Definitely, so far, as a rifler for Na'Vi.
What the hell? Whoa, chill, Tony.
And that was versus Donk. That was versus Spirit on this map. The first tack comes
It was only
in
a
here
joke,
for
dude.
Payne. And we've seen a good width of ideas, like different styles of CS coming out with the, spread the map into lurk positions and wait for mistakes, which is actually what Na'Vi do, but I'd say they do it a little slower, which is an interesting sort of comparison.
There are
that we'll see
dogs
when
in it.
they
If
switch
I'm
over to their
playing,
T
me
side.
when I'm playing Face It, and I have
teammates
barking for drops.
It's going to be a pop explode upstairs into a distilled position through the ramp. I love them blowing up the ramp smoke in the middle of the round when it might not be someone standing in front of it, especially the deep smokes that can't be watched.
Just being disruptive. I think that's one of the best things you can bring to the table versus a team that's trying to prove themselves as underdogs. Just keep that pressure on, keep them guessing. If Payne are pushed off kilter, it'll be tough to get anything going. This round will be tough regardless. Single AK, right, for NQZ? Now he's currently escorting that bomb behind Red, and it's a matter of timing before Wonderful maybe thinks he can go for the peak.
Yeah, well, we're looking outside for a flash over top of Secret. That will elicit him to be able to come up.
He's coming at it.
There it is. Oh!
Collateral. Lines up the shot, but okay, Cows, Desert Eagle down to Secret with an op now. That's a second weapon in the hands. Oh!
Yo!
While at the same time, Nissan comes out from Squeaky. Ime, good recovery to get that frag and also get away from the danger zone that could have been main.
That was quite a discovery. Now, we have seen the late trophy pushes coming in for Na'Vi, and the late plays back towards lobby.
Almost done munching, chat. Sorry.
So it looks like a handshake. We're going to come in carefully, clear everything out, and Na'Vi are going to take the space they know is given to them. I feel like a lobby lurk holder in a lot of their defaults would just benefit them greatly. I mean, at this point, we've seen 3 rounds where there's been a ramp push. If they had somebody there to at least challenge, that could be an option late in the round if things don't go right outside, or having somebody in the lobby, because Na'Vi are happy to take back the space that's given to them. You don't turn down a gift like that, especially when you know it's just like a repetitive flaw. But good prep from Na'Vi to find those gaps, and now it's sort of Payne's turn to show that they can answer back. Take it to the next level. Because you can hope and pray that your first plan works out when you go for default, pick outside. Oh, we know how to kill this guy.
Fate?
But when
Is it
things
Fate?
go wrong,
Thank you very much for your 2-month resub.
There are going to be situations where it does. You got to have plan B. It's the most glasses that we've got on a CS team.
Okay.
Let's see if they can see the future.
Envisioning themselves in the Royal Arena when they woke up this morning. But pressure again, man. Na'Vi are no strangers to applying just enough of a push. And then he tries to go one better. Big Uzera catches wonderful. JL, though, saving them again.
They did it this time. I think they actually faked a little outside control to elicit that push. They punished the push into lobby.
Two on the corner. JL's coming at this. But, Big Uzera, okay, he
Oh,
didn't go all the way
God.
through.
Yeah, I mean, that's a
Okay,
big fat smoke. You know, you have to walk for a while, wouldn't be able to see anything. They got to be expecting a squeaky walkout, right? The way they're doubled up now. The question I have is, do they push after this? There's one other player on the map over on ramp.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Cowes just exposed to Squeaky.
That's a timing he has to be aware of in that spot.
FL0 Pockets.
Yikes, Payne finally in a 3v3 and a
One
nice
sec, chat,
mid-round.
take away
All
my
of them
dish, but I'm
grouped up
done
while the
eating.
counter-terrorists were spread, and he dies like that. What's left of Payne's gonna come back at ramp. They've used it to get down to B once. To put them in the best position they've had. Any of these rifle rounds, that plant in the 2v4 attempt. Big Uzera now starting to just rush them down. Alexi B's gonna hold the line. And the op of NQZ, smoking off single door, having to press out. This is not ideal for the opper, and he's gonna miss his one chance. Alexi B slips down and tucks them in. A 6th for Na'Vi straight.
I mean, they seem prescient right now about what Payne want to try to do. They've got the answers for it. They've clearly got the firepower today, and I think it's a lot of the action that they're getting inside of Squeaky. Like, it's just so many favorable engagements they are finding on different timings in the round here for Na'Vi that are bringing them so many presents in the form of frags. By comes up, NQZ doesn't spend a nickel. Nothing on the floor for him. Interesting, waiting for the op. And behind that, they have a pretty decent buy, but coming in with no flashes on this round.
Let's go, Dad.
With Alexi inside of Secret as well. This wall of smokes. Not going to be unnerving.
I like a lurk like this in a round like this because Big Azura can take as much time as he needs to. He's very useful to come in late upside, but now it just comes down to his teammates who are without him.
Nice timing here.
Wow, he's
the lineup. Holy hell, Emet, you can see him trying not to kill Wonderful.
Back in the game.
That op moves into the site and dies for it. Cowes, NQZ, they're trying to charge down ramp again, right? This has been kind of the fallback protocol of a lot of these Payne rounds, and it's still another CT just ready to rock. Bit, nicely done. Double headshot on the A4, trying to make the most of the 30 bullet mag. Cowes into a clutch.
Chuck, thanks for the 8-month resub. Silent, thanks for the 5-month primer. Robstar, thanks for the 94-month primer. God damn.
Back in. JL ready inside of lobby. There's a chance he sees the shadow, but no sir. JL sharp as ever.
You pooped really hard? No, I was just taking my dish back to the kitchen.
Of lobby throughout this week of Na'Vi's nuke. I mean,
he's been invaluable.
Constantly pressuring in the middle. Always there for the trade, and he'll do it on T side as well. Very passive, kind of giving away control in order just to kind of rope you into his traps.
Again, one of the cooler pickups for Na'Vi as a guy who wasn't picked up.
I actually got him deep in here, you know what I mean? Like stored away so I could grab it later.
But at the same time,
got a whole piece of bacon like right over here.
How you get a contract this big, and yet he's
I just come out from underneath and just slide it out, you know?
There's some 5v4. Here we go. A little bit more pace from Payne. They've been trying to slow burn a lot of these. Alexi B is going to get shot in the back of the head. A 5v3 for the offense into the A play on the floor. JL and Wonderful hanging on. And sure enough, it's Cowes with the double kill. Molly to heaven. But Bit is back down the ladder.
He's so fast. He literally was just in mini entering and Bit came to check on him. Now he's given up his position and is positive that Big Azura hasn't made it yet and has no way to fight back. Shout out to Cowes for this one. The kid from the Academy League, the player we know who was the best player on Furia Academy. What was interesting about their style of team was they were trying to create a mini Furia because obviously the players would eventually, in theory, feed into the main lineup. But he was the only one who had the essence of Furia, who could execute on it with all of the aggression and the sort of 2020, 2021 style. But the team didn't work at all. they didn't win their games. And yeah, Messi's great.
Remember when I tell you guys the A4 sometimes, like, I feel very validated in not using it.
A round like the last, clone
because of shit like that. If Bit's whiffing like that, chat, you guys suck, I suck. Like, we should stick with the A1.
The tempo at the tail end of this half, trying to play a game of chess and it doesn't work.
No, the A4 is good. It's just
get in there.
Sometimes it gets away from you.
That double kill. Good utility pressure backside the Molotov forcing.
That's all. I'm just saying sometimes it gets away from even the best of us.
And if you're a Navi fan and you were following the overpass game, what was missing from that T side?
A1S whiffs like that too. If you're whiffing like that with A1S Turtle, that's what they call a skill issue.
Where are the new faster ideas? Where was the plan B in that game? So Big Azera shows us how he gets his team back into matches. And sometimes it has to be him. But just because he's the IGL doesn't mean he can't.
They hated him because he spoke the truth. Holy, 3 mollies. Okay, behind silo.
Molotov's destined.
Miss top hut.
One misses. Top hut molly.
Asian vent.
So does the second one.
Homie's just throwing fireworks.
At least there's no exec that comes behind this, or else that's a position they would have certainly
Homie's just throwing fireworks.
But of course, still 2 more Molotovs for Pain. Better hope that if they're banking on another top hut Molotov, this one lands.
They're just going to contact after this. They would look like they want to bait out
Shut up, Supra.
the CT utility. And
don't bait the mouth breathers that don't know.
There is nothing. No smoke even for Squeaky.
Couple flashes, that's it.
I think that Pain are just waiting to see if Squeaky gets resmoked, because you always keep it resmoked to 30 seconds if you can on CT side. So this is an invitation to try upstairs and pressure on Navi to find something back end. This is the trophy push that has come in. It's been a feature of the CT side.
Yep, getting frisky.
Pain don't take too long.
Backs turned to it. They're all inside of lobby and nobody's watching. Nobody's watching it. Oh!
Nice.
So they sit stagnant.
Bit has an A1S and gets a triple kill, chat. You fucking see that?
And just when Pain thought they had them where they wanted them, with no util, with open routes into the A site, it's a well-timed Navi flank.
When you wait for the textbook timing,
flat.
Man, didn't want to take that fight at all. When you wait for the textbook timing, what do you get? The textbook response. 30 seconds, it can't be ramp anymore because it can't be downstairs.
Look at that, you can never get through there. Look at that, Turtle. This is why you're in chat watching me, trying to flame me.
It's going to be upper.
It's okay.
You've already
Sorry, Turtle, I get it.
That.
I
There was
get
a
it.
timing for you where the CTs were without any utility on their belt.
Turtle, unfortunately for you, I've seen you play Counter-Strike, so maybe drop the ego a little bit, yeah?
If you wait longer, you have to do more on the map.
There was no noise anywhere, no presence whatsoever. So excellent.
You should watch some bit demos. Well, maybe you should stop watching some demos and get your ass in the DM, huh, buddy? Bucko?
This is looking like a delicious 9-round streak out of the Navi CT side.
Yeah, this is great. Great from them, great from Bit, great from JL. I think the max rounds you get.
Imagine watching a bit demo in 2024 and not a donk demo. What a fucking bot.
2-0 start.
At least you didn't say Emma. If you said Emma, I would have banned you.
The fastest round Pain played with rifles is the 1 round they won, barring the first 2 of the half. And yet they just go back into this crawl. At least it's with numbers outside of main. Alexi shouldn't be able to get the all-in triple multi. Shadow advantage is ready for the first one. And Kawez, quick enough on the trade. 45 to the clock. A very solid A defense again and again between Wonderful's op and JL backside.
But they've lost their engine now. They have no way to split. They're just coming in from the perimeter.
Is this a shadow?
As ever, pulling back from ramp, which has never really
That's
been
gnarly.
an issue.
It's a small shadow. It ain't a vertigo shadow, but that's nice. Come on.
Respect on this defense. Navi on nuke looks good.
That's huge. And there was no,
You ever gotten any offers to play in a pro team? I played professionally probably before you were born.
Again, comparing yesterday to today, I've had serious fears.
Like in context, Luminosity started as an organization with signing my team.
What are we seeing?
That's
Total
how old,
dominance
dude.
On top of good tactics, on top of good map control.
The amount of employees at LG when I was signed, 1. It was the guy that started it.
They're not like mad maxing the aggression,
Founder,
pushing through
CEO,
squeaky, running through smokes or anything like that. They're walking like they normally do.
There was
but on
one
really
person.
fast timings.
Literally fucking started that shit. That was hey, it was one guy, dude.
But simultaneously, I feel like it's not like Pain are trying to throw a wrench in the works.
That just means you're old and washed. No, yeah.
Yeah, they look a little stiff.
Incredibly.
And I think they are sort of maybe in reverence of basically how well Navi are controlling their situations. And I can only give him credit for trying to do a tempo change up with Big Uzera's play in through mini on that early timing, at least. But you're right, there wasn't much more than that.
That's all thanks to the 500 biddies.
Machine with nothing but manpower.
That's why it's really bad for the NA scene that this fat old wash guy is beating people in ECL.
It's a working with the P250.
Every mythic win is a loss for the NA scene
whatsoever here for Pain. There's nobody downstairs either.
Letting a fucking 31-year-old ex-opper fucking IGL rifle in ECL. We are literally doomed as a fucking region.
Purveying the scene. He's just making sure that they lose one of their rotations. So now that Lux has gone downstairs, the single
another match soon. Tuesday.
Split. He's already overstressed watching Secret. This is already sort of a failure here from Pain as they slowly get into position. No plant will go down, but now it's scary to take control side. They need the frags.
Aren't you the first one to throw the window smoke and Rod or something like that? That is quite literally how old I am. That Mahone is doing history videos on CSGO, and I am literally the fucking start of it.
A lot of bodies here to try and take back double door.
Do you realize how old that video makes? I literally refuse to watch it.
Here we go. Lux starting to get this one moving forward.
Like, think about that context.
Then the flank out from Alexi, perfectly timed. Big Uzera back onto the fence. There are fights on all fronts. This is a scramble for Pain to try to get back Pistol, to deny Na'Vi their double digits. Labored fight, but Alexi gets it. And now poor Big Uzera is just stuck, torn between two directions, and soon to be shredded. JL off control.
Dude, JL's so good right now, it's crazy.
It's a beautiful strat, a beautiful play, and it does capitalize on, once again, a team that looks a little stiff. A team that wasn't willing to believe that it was going to be that lower split that could come down. They really wanted it to end upstairs. But they did that without actually earning or influencing the ideas for Na'Vi. They got their game plan. They saw no one going secret. They had ramp.
God, that video, I've literally never watched it fully through. I just clipped it. I went to the first part where I was throwing the smoke where I do that video makes me actually feel so old. It is literally a video of the history of Mirage and like the window smoke. Like, holy fuck.
Within like 15 minutes of this game starting. So
I am in a history video.
How they're feeling.
Like, dude, like, that's like loading up the History Channel, participating in that shit and watching it back.
They have rode the emotional roller coaster of Counter-Strike. They've hit high highs.
Dude.
Right now, their lowest low. When push comes to shove, Na'Vi come to play.
Oh, shit.
Nissan with a chance at the opening. Nicely done with the MP9, right? Lesser weapons here for Pain. But by God, they're going to try their damnedest. Lux auto-shotty. He does a ton of damage, but JL's the king of the weird guns. Bit over the top of main. NQZ drops back sight with a scout.
Ooh, nice shot.
On Wonderful. From MP9s on vent. Oh man, it's getting weird, it's getting awkward, and all three CT
I like how JL is putting extra shots down the vent, like he's trying to.
Also low on health.
Oh my God, he came back up.
Nissim comes back up that vent.
I'm gonna finish this meal. I'm gonna finish this meal no matter what.
My God, I'm gonna do it, and he does.
Wait a second.
No.
Oh, he didn't see it.
What the hell? Okay.
A zany round. Finally, something weird happened.
I was going to say, Pain have the fastest round of the game. They've also got the weirdest round.
Yeah, the weirdest round. But like with Na'Vi, there's always some weird ones. And they get the most... Well, it's always their T side, the most mystical T side.
Ryan, don't lie to me just to make me feel worse.
It's really becoming something special.
Yes.
Is I think the best word to describe it. The Finnish twist.
Yeah.
Maybe those Super Mario tubes in CS, that'd be kind of sick.
All right.
Ooh. 5 Deeks. I'm down.
NQZ to Furia?
Yeah.
That team's a mess.
This is like the carnival game round, right?
I'd rather have Henny on Furia before
the best player.
NQZ, to be honest.
Just a straight up one-shot pistol.
Henny and Big Uzera to Furia.
Being carnivals are rigged, and
but I don't know who
Counter-Strike every
who's like one of the best anchors in Brazil right now. That's really what they need is one more anchor.
One with their deagles. We haven't brought up the
Tobias,
numbers,
thanks
but
for 3-month primer. Thank you.
16 kills, 6 deaths in one of his
Skulls.
more quiet major
True,
performances.
actually true though.
It's a bit time, you know what I mean?
Actually true. Fuck.
And QZ here with Nissim to enforce, but the smoke makes it a little weird. Ooh,
there's
wonderful.
A deagle. No, another one.
Alexi into the M4, but he turns his back. Big Uzera He's hot on the trot, eh? Quick to pick up that slack. But now you've given Bit a Colt.
Is Gen G still in CS? Nah. Actually, they were rumored to be picking up a team, but I think it was in
on the approach
Asia. Did they end up signing a team, chat?
Warning sign with the shoulder. Deagle of JL now softened up. Bit's trying to run that M4 towards hell of all places. He is looking to slip into the back of A site.
Got it.
JL.
All right.
This is perfect because the CT just dropped down, so Bit's going to come up this ladder. There are 10 seconds on this clock, and Big Uzera's concerned about lobby.
But now Bit has to make noise, right?
No, he's
coming
still
in slowly.
slow, quiet, and Big Uzera's still presence
Okay.
of mind.
All right.
Make sure to post the double kill to
Big Uzera's
save
pretty
the
good.
day for Pain, because that would have been embarrassing.
Yeah. Leave it to Big Uzera to be responsible for the kids, all right?
But yeah, Big Uzera's probably cemented himself as like, honestly, Vinny's IGLing did impress me.
Smoothly.
Like, I will say that. Like,
cool round. The Deagle investment damn near pays
Vinny,
off. And in
I
fact,
still
he's
think, you know, there were definitely some head
for what that's
scratchers.
worth.
But dude, this is his first major IGLing, I think, if I'm not
Pain's got Navi right
mistaken.
where they want them. Frag grenade and a Zeus, T-side Zeus, right? It's on the rise. We saw Monacy play Zeus from top main, jump through main, Zeus the guy CT vent into an M4 double kill with a buy just as tragic looking as this one from Navi, so
yeah,
never write it off.
No, I'm just saying, Vinny, like, I was going to say Big Uzera is, like, the best IGL in Brazil right
We could
now.
all have movement
But,
as
like,
good as Monacy.
and I think if you
Society
include the
if, society
fragging
if.
part of it, then I would say that's probably the truth.
Zeus,
I just
Zeus
think
right
it's
here.
like,
yeah.
you know, just made me think of Vinny, because I actually do think Vinny was calling quite well.
First and will pay
That's all.
the cost. It is 4 up for Pain, trailing by 4 rounds. But a CT side.
Actually a fine position for them now. I mean,
I don't think Vinny could ever IGL like a team like Furia just because of, like,
I think for Pain, they're just one
you
foot
would
in front
literally
of the other, see
need,
if they
like, a
can
guy that hasn't really
make
been
up
playing with them
for the
before, you know?
mistakes in the first half.
So they've got the ball rolling.
Yeah.
I didn't play beta. No, I actually started in
So it needs
Source.
to be an avalanche
I played,
of CT rounds
yeah.
to get it over Navi.
My hockey teammate got me into
We already saw spectacular
Source. I was playing like
T-side
AAA
calling
hockey. I was
from
playing high
LTV
school,
on
and
Nuke
one of my
versus
buddies was
G2
like,
to kick off
"Bro, you should
top
come play
16.
Source." That same buddy
That's
got me into
Copenhagen,
WoW as
that
well.
was
It was a problem.
A statement.
Yep.
Literally,
At the
I'm
beginning of the
basically
stage. Now,
it's like
that being said,
games
after
I've
seeing
played like
that,
my
you
whole
wouldn't
life
think that
still.
would be on the last day of the last game, casting Navi still trying to get in.
Sure.
So there have been flaws along the way.
Yeah, well, those flaws happen on other maps. You know, they're ancient, they're overpass.
That man ruined your life?
A lot to be desired against Cloud9, but Nuke has never been in question. It's also the map that they took off of Spirit.
Yeah,
so
that's true.
You know, it wasn't just a good T-side either. It was a T-side comeback against G2. So Navi,
You played Cal in Source? I did.
He's spitting facts right now. These are just factos for sure. That would make you nervous.
What's with the water bottle caps? They just stay attached so they don't spill.
There's no place for nerves now.
Shit, hold on. My nose is.
Gotta keep that smoke
I'm like
for your
not
homies.
sick anymore, but my nose is still not getting the memo.
Easy pickup. Luckily, they've always got Big Uzera to bank
I guess
on.
it is allergy season.
Another A defender dies out. Big Uzera's more concerned about outer, and there will indeed be that single secret cross.
They're waiting. Ooh, they're waiting patiently for their chance right now. Look at our teammate here backside.
Wait, that's
in
an
Lux.
EU thing?
Gonna have to be big.
Oh shit, really?
Oh my god, so close.
Yeah, they get up in front of his grill, and
Oh,
nothing
like
is offered
paper
from the
straw
A
type
defenders.
vibe?
The only piece of success here for Pain is Big Uzera's opening fight outer.
Live in the desert.
Each of those A defenders
Imagine
die
being that dumb
untreated.
to make
One
that
of them
comment.
just jumping through the air on half health from fire. Hello, Emes stuffs Nissim up close, and that is Navi getting back.
No, I mean, it's so you can't lower the cap. I'm down for it. Fuck
But,
it.
yeah, it's definitely an
I will
error
say,
to not have that.
myself
Molly and
included,
sneaky
we are all
smoke
pretty
with the door
disgusting,
blown
chat.
out.
Let's be
Right at
real.
the start of the round when someone's got their face
Anything to
jammed at
keep
the
us
doorway,
checking,
so
you know,
having a
keep us in
reload
check
jump
in
way with low
public is
HP
good.
One thing they wanted to take the duel into it, but they need to be more aware of their teammates.
You ever need a reminder, like, just go to your grocery store and
help
realize
them
that
get out
people literally
safely.
just leave the carts out.
Pain
Like,
cannot afford mistakes like that.
they dog.
Because as you had just pointed out, their T side on this map hasn't shown.
Ninja, thanks for
any
34-month
flaws so
resub.
far.
There's people in this chat right now that literally do that. Omar with the 2 super chat. 9,994 left for the toilet. Happy to be your sponsor. Thank you very much, Omar. W.
It's an initial investment that's got Pain moving. Big Uzera chains up his spot too, right? Instead of playing by main, he wants to be a part of this A defense by the looks of it.
What is girl? You all good?
Isn't that just indicative of what Big Uzera has been doing all week? He's got to be
just making a
everywhere
bunch
all
of...
the time to do everything.
It's Butters? Okay. What the fuck?
How much can you ask of one man?
Be asking if my wife's okay. Her responding in Twitch chat.
Squeaky smoke, JL given a fight, but the 5-7.
Oh, they make it ugly.
He's able to catch one out from heaven. Big Uzera gets his and dies. So we get this claw back from Na'Vi.
2 stolen back, and they kill the player backside. So for the moment, the CTs will actually be nervous. They'll be sitting there, and they can go up into heaven, but it's actually so hard to re-clear backside from this spot. Look at NQZ. He can't peer over the ledge. So they've got to sit and wait for other options. But they're going to walk right into this. Oh my
Bit
God.
gets a fight in the distance. They will be caught off by the
Oh,
close
no.
Fuck. Gonna make sure to put another on the board for Pain, and this is a one-off round now
I'm scared.
for Na'Vi.
I'm scared.
That's pretty good setup there from Pain. They catch the second level reaction, you know. Meaning Na'Vi could have gone anywhere from just continuing forward the plan upstairs to going back to ramp, and they went for the long route outside.
Yeah, you can't wear like headbands or beanies and hats and shit because it breaks.
To get both of
They
those
did,
wrapped
well,
up.
it's just
Does
a
it.
rule that you
Second
can't have
highest rated player
anything
for
on.
Pain
I don't
coming
think it's.
into
I don't
this
even
best
know
of
if they
three
specify
behind
headbands.
Big Uzera.
But it's so you don't break like
Pain are such an unknown
the noise
entity.
cancellation, right? Like if you're like
Nice
this
to
and it's
see
like
his
a
name
little
in the
bit.
lights.
It's not keeping the seal, we'll just say, even though it's not really like a
Big Uzera is going to be one of those IGLs. I'm just going to say this right now, that no matter what teammates he gets, they're going to be playing.
But that way
CS
you're not
program.
cheating.
Like Shuhei. There are a few IGLs
Since
like
when?
this.
That's
You just
literally
gonna
been a rule for
consistently
like
see that no matter what
6
their
years
team,
at least.
they're going to have good results. Maybe I felt the same way about Kicksin. Obviously, it wasn't a great game to go up versus Pain. But
Yeah, they saw because like people would wear beanies and
some way.
I think
But,
literally
Big Uzera's
like
the one
right
who's seen,
around
you know,
2017,
beat out Furia for a
2018
spot
is
at
when that
Lisbon
stopped.
in a major matchup to really make a name for Pain Gaming. Lose his roster, recreate himself.
Yeah, I mean the Taco incident. Yeah, no, literally Taco.
The same player.
A lot of
in
players,
his new
yeah.
lineup.
He's always had that clutch factor.
Glasses can do that a little bit, but it's not really the same. Especially like a hat or a beanie, like dude. Depending on how thick that thing is, you can just hear everything around you.
New spot for Big Uzera.
And
Pain to heaven, now secret.
yeah, that's just like a competitive integrity.
Pressure on the ramp hold. They're going to be pushing into this Nisum without one.
Oh god, are we doing the sound
Not
booths
what
again?
we need right now, but this will certainly help. Big Uzera gets the kill on secret fast enough. Look at the CT scramble, but JL's gonna hear this.
Fire hazard in different places, not really noise canceling. Even some of the best ones in the world don't fully cancel out shit. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Because they've scared the CTs and are rotating down lower. It's a perfect mid-round call here from Alexi.
And it all hinges on JL. I've bigged him
Now
up as
that
a lobby
we're not
player.
doing
He
this discussion,
finds
that
these
is literally
timings to be
all
a
it is. Thank you.
nuisance.
So we go from Nisum as the one person on ramp to now NQZ is the one person upstairs.
He's got to do it. Needs to have a moment. Will land the easy one on Alexi, but where are Alexi's teammates? He's hunting for them. NQZ, that's two.
Okay.
Bit right there on the trade out from Hut. It's man advantage Pain with a nice
fuck,
clean
he's
flank
dead.
from Big Uzera, and this stalling Na'Vi war machine is offering it over. Bit has been phenomenal.
It feels like
tonight
Navi's
into the
like
1v3 clutch.
getting what they want, but they don't believe it.
Currently not in possession of the bomb, so he's trying to piece it together with 15 seconds. This is not ideal. Now starting to scramble as he
Turtle, don't
sprints
talk
over
yet.
to the bomb. Nothing he can do. Vents is occupied. Lobby's full, and Kevin's got one in it. This is
Yeah.
Pain with another.
So let's go over that quickly. It's the failure at ramp, right? But because they have the secret player in Big Uzera to know when he needs to approach, and he takes out the Lurk and Imma outside, then suddenly ramp is no longer a play. You know, they're connected in that sense. Both rotations down to lower. This is the frag that matters. Then it gets pushed to NQZ. He gets a little bit too much material being the solo guy on the site. When Na'Vi know that they set him up to be the solo guy on the site, it's an op, run him down. So there's a spot where Na'Vi needed to pounce. They were unclear or didn't believe in the position that they garnered for themselves. They created a good spot and didn't jump at the opportunity, and then Pain's rotation.
Corey,
did
thanks for the
rest.
53-month reset. Thank you.
Now things are starting to get real.
Oh fuck, Big Uzera's about to eat
Flaunting
chat.
that lead
Oh
after their
fuck.
CT half, but Big Uzera got a whole pack of players. Oh! Huge spray from behind red, made easy by the fact that it is just Glocks, but that's
This
what
guy
you
is
need.
insane,
a nice,
bro.
clean, concise round.
Fucking
from a mechanical
low buy or
flare out
not,
of Big
god damn,
Uzera,
this guy.
and a slowly growing belief that Pain
This man's
can
playing
post
for the
a
major
CT
reasons.
side
Yeah, I'm
to
gonna
challenge
walk
that
through
of
this
Na'Vi.
smoke. I know you're coming.
That was nice. That was
Come
satisfying.
on over.
Turn him into a human centipede right there. All four heads down.
Friendly reminder, chat. Fury could have signed this
Timeout
guy
called
and
in for Na'Vi.
didn't. I think multiple times, if I'm not mistaken.
It does get worrisome almost exclusively because the staging to the round on the T side so far in some of these big moments has been good, but then the inability that we just saw for them to close out is what matters the most. And now the lead shrinks and Pain grow with confidence. We almost get into a situation where Pain are more worried about how
Wouldn't
they
want to
might
see his
throw
talent
the game
wasted
as
on
opposed
Furia.
to
Big
how
Uzera
likely
with
they are
Case
for
Dorado and
Na'Vi to let
Yuri
them back in. They already know
would
now that
be-
Na'Vi will let them back in. Na'Vi now have to earn that respect back.
Curious to see if we get a situation like we did with Pain, getting into the later portion of the half. Maybe Na'Vi and Alexi will crank that tempo. Big Uzera's gonna open up again. Talk about tempo.
Holy
Are you serious?
What the?
Definitely
Oh,
not a
guys,
coward.
guys,
As he
hey,
just
hey,
goes
hey, hey,
charging
hey.
through squeaking like it's nothing.
You knocked that shit
Right
off.
into the lobby fight.
That's
My
the Furia
pickups are on the
Academy,
line
Cal. He's
here.
always down to try
Hey.
that. But you don't see
Hey.
him doing that. Very disciplined so far
Hello.
in this game. And another catch for NQZ playing in a Liege, looking for lurks. Wow, what a play to make. I mean, this is the equivalent of smoking down mid on Inferno in a CT round. After you just played bracket and Arch and back
If
on
Pain
reset,
wins
you know,
this, I am
all of a
going to load up
sudden,
Helldivers
and
and
on
murder
round
so many
21,
bugs. Holy
You
shit.
let them know. You let everybody know how you got to a 2-2 matchup.
I will free the world.
A brave
I will
call.
liberate everything in Helldivers.
Who even does that play right now?
Nobody. And what's funny too is it's not, that doesn't catch you off because the door has been blown open by the CTs and then somebody runs it. You hear him open the door and the lobby player never even reacts because who the hell is going to do that?
You can't believe it. You're still in your territory.
Don't get that stuck in my. You guys get this shit stuck. I don't even think of it anymore, but every time, dude, somebody just types it. Now I can't. How could this happen to me?
This week. And you have never been hit by
Made my mistakes. Nowhere to run. Sorry, Nori's singing too in the kitchen right now, chat.
Quiet throughout this first map of the series. He's going to try to charge into the A play. This is getting real.
Yeah.
This is a one-round difference out of Pain.
Yeah, they're getting the body bags ready, man. That's
shit, it's a
we've
problem.
almost got Na'Vi and Rigor Mortis at this point.
And this is Pain, who in their last match were on the opposite side of this spectrum. 12-0 start on Mirage against Heroic. Almost threw that away. This time you've got nothing to lose after your T side. Throwing up a defense that has closed this gap to one round that will shove Na'Vi back
Alexi
onto
B, can you
pistols,
just like
but
use
those
some of that
pistols
flow
have
real
tools
quick
to
for me?
work with. There's also a ton of utility here.
There are a few things more powerful than belief in this game. And you better believe that's the only way that Pain have been able
I know
to
one thing
conquer
more
a
powerful
run
than
like this.
belief.
But early damage on Big Uzera,
Dunk.
who, as always, is instrumental to Pain Gaming's success. He will switch over to the AWP instead. Is there anything he can't do? We'll find out.
Fail.
Don't jinx it.
Cheats are more powerful. I'm used to
We have
that.
not seen 5 players get
Play
down secret
Counter-Strike
like
long
this.
enough.
Na'Vi have been clumped up, and they will now, from this point forward, charge into that B site. The rotation is low, and it's the op of all things. It is Big Uzera on the 20 health. Nothing he can do about Decon, but he's got Nissim here to help him, and that's a
Ooh,
one
nice
and done.
trade.
Huge eagle shots coming out of JL. And so Na'Vi, with one of their lesser buys, have cracked open the B site. They're going to juggle those guns back.
You better
into the
pop off,
post
bro.
plant.
You better
And it is a
pop off right the
challenge
fuck now,
for the
bro.
young
I swear.
guns of Pain to keep this
Ooh, you like them.
momentum rolling. And QZ will catch Wonderful. Again, he will fall with nothing. JL blind. That is 3 kills deep. He is at the top of the board for Na'Vi. And
Oh
he's
my
looking
God.
to do everything here in
Oh
round
my.
22 to secure OT at
We
least.
lost
And the odds
JL.
are drained. The time is gone. JL wins with the 2 deagles, the op shot, and he secures the op for
How
Wonderful to take it to
is
the
this
next
guy
round.
so hot,
That's
chat? I don't
12
get it.
OT secured off the eco, and it's a little bit of damage on Big Uzera, and no response. You saw that there were 2 players inside of ramp and 1 rotated down. They should have committed 1 down to clock and had a second
my
ready to come
God.
in where Big Uzera did. But they didn't want to believe it again. The defense calcified.
Oh, that
and
one.
Na'Vi had nothing to lose.
While blind.
And it is great shots to save the day, but it's also, I think, the fact that you can be more carefree on a round like that and stick to a plan, move fast, that Na'Vi were missing a little bit on the round where they just had so much utility, so many guns to work with. They
a lot of people
they could throw that away, all their inhibitions, and just
not commit too hard to the initial fight in secret versus eco rounds because one, you try to contest the cross, right? Because you usually have like a lot of util to do it, and you can usually spam one or slow them down. But two, you don't want to die in. A lot of teams avoid it because if you die in secret, right, or if you die in control or in sync or some shit in sync, you give them a gun and positioning, and so a lot of teams will like basically try to disrupt the cross and then retake from ramp. Problem: a guy with the deagle bopped 2 people at the ramp instantly, and that's
certainly could be.
I think that's less a problem of strategy and more a Counter-Strike,
it's a shoulder
power of the deagle type moment.
That comes with it. It's a chance to crank the tempo, but then he sees the barrel, and this one's starting to come apart at the seams. Na'Vi back-to-back outer rounds to get openings in their hands. Nissim falls off boost.
When did you become this kind of person, Tucker?
Round 23.
I thought you were better than this.
In heaven with only one teammate left. And they are slowly getting closer. He looks down, snaps up, and gets it, but it's half.
Biguzera's still alive. He could ace this.
The time.
He could. It's Biguzera, dude. He can literally do anything.
And when Na'Vi are pushed to the limit, it is Alexi B who will call back-to-back outer rounds to get this first round map under wraps, because this was getting close. Starting to slide away. They will not lose that nuke streak here in Copenhagen. 1 over G2, 1 over Spirit, and now 1 over the challengers of Pain.
Yeah.
Omar, thanks for another $2 super chat. Only says 9,992 left for the bidet.
Absolutely did.
May need to borrow after
this.
this.
Needed the composure to close out nuke, and we're gonna get it ready soon. But
this man's single-handedly funding my fucking $10,000 toilet.
Yeah, it's a nice couple deagle shots he hits.
One super chat at a time.
Deagle shots. Yeah, because Pain was, you're exactly right. They were making it very hard on Na'Vi. I mean, that defense for Pain was looking strong. Na'Vi equally in the first half. Both defenses today were fantastic.
Yeah, definitely. I was surprised that Pain was able to fight back. I really thought Na'Vi had done enough to
and the hacking issues,
but
yes.
no, we go back to our narrative of Biguzera on the CT side, and he
there's not really much to have an opinion about. It's bad. It should be better. It's not. I mean, we could repackage it and talk about different things and just farm.
Just a tap on the shoulder for jail. I will also just
I'm not trying to like.
By Pain Gaming, and sometimes that's the price you pay when you are mounting that comeback. You have a bit more confidence.
I realize like when I say things like that, I'm kind of brushing it off, but it's just like, dude, I get asked it every single day that I'm live, you know.
Reorganize your retake together, and instead you just go and give a chance to the Deagles. That in itself, that's a mistake.
Yeah, but you know that emotion.
Right?
I know that emotion when you're that guy coming.
I wish we were better for people.
It sucks even more when you eat the headshot, and then you got to sit there and think about it, knowing the round is likely
that
lost.
you have to rely on a third party, service to
on nuke, and then you also
make sure somebody's not cheating. But yeah,
we kind of mentioned in the pregame as well. This is a lovely little resurgence. I know Matt,
minus 6 to the 199 super chat. Appreciate
exactly what Na'Vi did to get him involved.
Yeah, I mean, listen, when you're playing that ramp position, there are going to be
games
that are boring as hell. And you're not going to see a whole lot of people, and you're going to have to play one shot, I fall down, or one shot, I go back under heaven. That's not what Na'Vi did. They integrated a whole lot. Pushes, timed, well pushed as well. It was not always
on Facebook. People cheat everywhere,
but they took him +1 usually into this trophy room,
taking
cheat. The fights to Pain in lobby, and I think that really was a key, and it made life an absolute nightmare for Pain Gaming. You could see they were
significantly more difficult, and there's a lot more systems in place where when they eventually get caught, your stuff gets put back to normal, you know?
How good their rotations were downstairs. Like whenever Pain seemed to get a leg to that lower bomb site, it's like you got Alexi B in the bomb site ready to defend on point. You got Ema swinging over in control windows. You got somebody open
everywhere but Valorant because of Vanguard. That is such a horrible take. I think Valorant's done an incredible job when it comes to cheating. And I've said this a billion times, if you don't think there are cheaters in that game, you are literally fucking high.
Inside of lobby. Again here, that's jail. From HUD, that's indoor.
Those same people that stream cheats on YouTube, you know, doing CS cheats all the time, you see them for Valorant as well, it's the same shit. All the games have it.
To make sure that they are feeling constricted, and this is when it becomes very easy to read, because once you've established, hey guys, if you play map control, we're about to bust you in. So you have to play
Also,
outside, you have to
friendly
be
reminder,
secret,
you
and
can't
make
watch
position.
any demos in any of the games that you're in, so even if you ever had the idea or wanted to look, you can.
From having a tough stage so far, because that forces the communication to be flowing.
You literally have no way to verify it ever. In CS, you can immediately.
Hell yeah, we're playing Counter-Strike. Like, finally, yeah, I'm into this. Like, let's go.
I love how excited you both are.
That's good that you feel that way, and I'm glad. Like, I'm not trying to
for Na'Vi,
shit on you, but
and it's inspiring.
I have a feeling that it wouldn't feel as much that way, or it might pull back the curtain a little bit if you could.
B's responsibility. Does it really fall on him? And
the fact that you have literally no way of verifying it is kind of crazy.
Responsibility into his own shoulders.
I know
and set
levels
up
a
a
little
game
weird
plan
there.
that allowed the individuals to shine, and it's awesome when it works.
Yeah, listen, it's.
I would also say the game in itself has a lot of baked-in things that would make it harder to distinguish certain things.
That has to be tailored to the opponent.
Hard to distinguish someone in Valorant walling when there's literally ways to achieve walls, right? Shit like
They have
that.
to do their side of the job, which is to freaking deliver the kills. So this is
Not saying tons of people are, and I'm not saying Vanguard isn't doing a good job of minimizing it. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but if you have your
I think people also
hey man, we're gonna do a bunch of
oversell it.
Rep, I need you.
Brother,
you gotta be on your A game.
You're talking to someone who was playing B on Mirage. Like, I know how it is. Like, hey, by the way,
Valorant doesn't have demos, and they literally pushed it back, so they're not going to have demos for even longer.
Yeah,
I
might be there in time.
Maybe you have rotation, maybe you don't. So yes, it's not always equal. You don't always get the same fun as an anchor. That's for sure.
Yeah, it's true. It can be what's the word for that?
Frustrating.
Frustrating. No, like you don't get a lot of honor in that position, but you do need to nail it if the action
I know
comes
exactly
for you,
what you mean.
right?
Yeah.
But I can't find the word.
People underestimate as well. I've never heard anybody really say Vanguard is, and there's cheating is a huge problem. I'll be honest. So I don't.
I do
really heard
want to,
that.
before, I mean, we can move on to Mirage and that conversation, because the CT side from Pain was phenomenal, right? It wasn't enough, and it took the heroics from JL to do it. Big Azera continues to do it, so
say Valve fixes VAC and everything when I play Premier.
They're gonna have to push themselves.
I mean, it just depends. I'll play wherever the best players are playing.
I don't think this nuke was one-sided enough for me to say this is
If it felt rewarding and I was playing against good players, yeah.
Pain on the CT side appeared on nuke, which leads me to believe they're
Despite other content creators and other games that constantly try to get away from competition and sweaty games, I want more. That's why I still play in ECL as my beer league. It's why I play Pugs the way that I do. I enjoy competing and playing against good people.
This may be where I could poke a little bit, but I have belief.
That is why I play Counter-Strike. It's very fun.
For those missed shots, actually the perfect thing, because it's the display of the day. It's this. Do you know this meme? Are you guys up with this?
I don't know that meme.
I mean, I know the picture, but
isn't that just like a
not really
hamster?
It's usually like it's basically like you get one slide that is, for instance, when they ask you to hold B on Mirage,
yes.
and then it'll be this
the
little figurine with a little AK just trying to jump up. And
yeah,
like,
that's when you're on Mirage, and then you hear 15 flashes go over you and 3 smokes.
B rush.
The rushing B. That's me.
Anyways, it's super cute, and this is a display. You can put all kinds of cute things on it. Also, over 200 officially licensed images from music, from movies, from Counter-Strike.
Do I still play hockey? Can't, man.
Super easy
Adult
to handle,
league
super easy to
hockey
take off,
is so late at night, man.
To put back on different sizes, different formats.
There's
up
just
to
no way.
33% off if you go to display.com/PGL. And yeah.
Nailed it.
That's the Counter-Strike display. It's there at that link.
Yeah.
Well, I like that too.
I like this one.
I like that too. I mean, it can be applicable. It can be applicable, you know? Just a little bit of imagination.
Well, yeah, I mean, you don't have to see demos to see a spin butter, but I'm just saying, like, in Counter-Strike, right? It's like, oh, I think this guy's walling. Let me go look. It's like, oh, shit.
So we'll see what happens on Mirage.
You know what I mean?
Level
like,
up your gaming space.
That could never happen.
From displays.
And I also, like I said, I think sometimes with abilities as well that exist in Valorant, it definitely makes it harder to distinguish.
On a uniquely designed
If you trust the anti-cheat, which is step one, which I think a lot of people do, and rightfully so, and then you throw in the fact that people literally could have wall hacks, I just think that it's not something that's...
Shop now.
In CS, dude, we don't trust VAC. We go into a game and we're like, all right, who's cheating? You know, it's a very different experience overall. Like, even if VAC started doing, like, let's just say in a world where it's doing a really good job, I get, you know how many people would just outright, like, deny it? Like, let's just say it literally was 1-to-1 Vanguard. I guarantee you it still would be a very large group of people that would be like, the cheaters! You know what I mean? Like,
with 1xBet.
it would. So it's a bit. There's just so many layers to it, man. And once again, not trying to fucking diminish it. It's just people speak so definitively on everything. It wears me out. But also, I guess it is hard to actually have any sort of like meaningful conversation about anything. So, fuck it. Vac bad. Cheater, big problem. Fuck Valve. Thank you. I will now take your for reals and on God in chat. Thank you.
What's popular, it's loud. And this is
How am I looking on the ads? 10 minutes until the next one. Oh yeah, so I'll run it. Running, incoming. Good call. Thank you. Thank you.
So I'm gonna need you to head to ACEZONE.io. ACEZONE. Yo. Code PGL, 50 euros.
DC next to 73-month resub. Thank you.
Got some headphones.
This is the first time F0M has ever run.
It's time for D-Quiz the Bomb. I've got Big Zero with us here from Pain. We're going to test your CS knowledge, but the pressure is going to be on. You ready?
I think smurfing is just as bad. I think smurfing's pretty lame.
Well,
It's actually why, like, I know it's good content, and it is funny for like a few games. I don't like doing the comp queues that much. Because I'm not smurfing, but I am. You know what I mean?
CSGO. I have no idea.
Close.
The minimum amount of Glock shots to the body to kill a
Was that 8?
On a pistol round. Holy sh...
They should give this shit to them in their own language, though.
Oh. Who is the only player?
They're at such a disadvantage.
Oh. Easy. Which Brazilian player consistently...
Steve, thanks to 25 with primer. Thank you.
Code Zero. Let's go. What's the caliber of the SSG? No idea.
Yes.
Who was the top ranked CSGO player in Simple or Zayu? Zayu. Simple.
Oh.
How much money do you get from the loss bonus after 4 loss rounds? Is 4?
29.
Yeah. Which country produced the top ranked player in 2016? Brazil. Which player is the youngest major winner?
Kirby.
Beach. No?
Bro, his accent, I'm sorry.
How many seconds does it take to defuse the bomb?
Damn it, I should.
5.
I feel bad.
The minimum amount of deagle shots to the
Oh, it's too good. That caught me off. Oh, shit.
Which CS
That was great.
Has the most major one under his belt? Is
Dupree.
Dupree? Yeah! I didn't see Dupree. Who was the top ranked player in 2000? Oh,
Get right.
No idea.
Get
no
right.
Idea.
Yes.
Minimum amount of USP shots to the body to kill a terrorist on a pistol round. 7. 6. How many seconds does a smoke last in CS? 20. What's the max running speed of the model with a knife? No idea. No idea. I think it's 30.
Oh.
50. The famous format introduced by Valve, our major ever since. No idea.
Yes, keep going.
How many times did Nick appear in the top? Between 4? All the times. Yes. I'm the game. What caliber is the M4?
He's holding on, dude.
Yeah. This one. What's the caper damage of a Molotov after the first 3 seconds?
What?
12. 8? No way. The minimum amount of dual Berettas to kill a terrorist?
5.
Oh.
3? Who's the only player from Turkey? Shantares. No?
You didn't save the world. You gave it a good effort. There was a lot of up and down in that. I'll explain. This one confused me the first time I saw it. I was like, yeah, he's Zontaras. Zontaras individually was never so good because his team was not so good.
Yeah.
But Woxic succeeded with Mouse when Carrigan was leading, so he was up there.
Yeah. Oh my God.
It was not easy.
Yeah, I'm terrible with this kind of games because my memory is like the worst ever. But I try my best.
You did try your best. Thank you very much. You didn't save us, but we'll do better at the majors.
Yeah, thank you.
I started the game already? Yeah, in 1 minute and 5 seconds, I got you.
Seven teams awaiting to play playoffs in the Royal Arena. One left to join them, and at the moment, it is Na'Vi map up.
Yo, Grave, thank you so much for the fucking 5 gifted, man. Can we get some nice ones in chat for Grave?
On Nuke, slowly but surely piecing it together, but Na'Vi, thanks to Alexi B's calls, break through. We get the JL performance that we've become accustomed to so far in Copenhagen, and an uncharacteristic missed opportunity for Wonderful to kind of get his name in the kill feed or have much impact that map. Really didn't have to talk about him.
Say we didn't need him. I guess you can say that if you're Na'Vi for now.
Yeah, we can say
they got
that.
away with it.
Yeah,
so.
exactly, right?
No, opening stage fucked me. I need Na'Vi to win this to save my pick'ems.
Better naturally poised as a CT upper to get his opportunities, very consistent on holding angles, the easy shots.
Abe, thanks for the 17-month primer. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Better being aggressive, I would say, for sure, every day. So
Cool Whip, thanks for the 69-month resub. Thank you.
Future is upon us. And the AI robots take over and kill us all. We got CT side opping, looking good here for Wonderful.
So those damn automatons,
they're coming.
They're coming.
I hope it's the bugs that get us. All right, let's run it. Na'Vi wanted this. They wanted Mirage.
Damn right. They wanted it last night too versus Cloud9. The series and qualification for playoffs, that is. One away. No doubt Na'Vi can taste it. Biguzera has been the biggest issue for any team that goes up against Pain. He has been the driving force of this awesome run, and he will catch Ime through smoke to give them a 5v4 retake. Nice flank already coming out from T-Spawn, but they've completely foregone control of Ticket and CT.
And he's so fast, he can walk the Palace flank. Right. Now they've got time to put this in.
Prep. It's, dude, low-key prep, you know,
quickly before he even gets here.
My pick'ems could have been guaranteed on the second day by Furia. Safe to say, we all knew that wasn't happening, but that's why.
Alexi B's ramp position will not be unraveled by that Palace flank, and Bit just spotted it from jungle. This deep control in jungle, on Ticket, and still on ramp.
Yeah,
means
nice
that
hold.
The three remaining players are just nowhere to be found.
Jay, what the fuck are you doing?
Kawes gets the second.
No kid.
All for naught, though. Bomb's gonna pop, and Na'Vi take a pistol.
Yeah, that's crispy from Kawes, as we've seen. Maybe a big moment.
It's actually insane to think about that I was 1 win away from being guaranteed at least 6 points.
I guess if you
on day 2, but because of Furia, I'm literally on the very last day.
They did something while he was flanking.
Praying that Na'Vi wins.
About halfway ticked when this engagement happened, but look at Wonderful. He dies instantly if Kawes trades.
Mujio, thanks for the 11-month primer. Thank you. Like, what a...
He can clear out Tetris for free. That's sort of the best thing he can do safely. And then after that, it's hitting the guy on default in the side of the head, the guy on trip on the side of the head, the guy in CT on the side of the head.
Mod check, can we close the prediction?
I mean, sometimes you got to pick your flavor. Doing things too standard doesn't work.
Close it, Clout.
But this time, Na'Vi are the victors.
3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1.
The first victim of round 2.
Also crazy you put Ecstatic 0-3 true. Can't believe I put the team that was down 0-2 playing a team significantly ranked higher than them 0-3. That's what an idiot.
Clear the stairs.
It's a bit of flirting versus harassment with you when it comes to the MP9, the MP5, and the MP7.
Yeah. Well, the MP7 is just better than the MP5 in every single way.
But you know what?
Believe in Denmark? How's it going?
Accordingly, it's expensive.
Same, yeah.
Last time I believed in Denmark, I thought they were going to have a sick crowd at the Royal Arena, and then they left during the semifinals because Astralis sucks weenie.
Sorry, boss. Nope.
I like how that looked like no bullets are coming in the gun, almost no damage.
I
He was
will
just
literally
stunned.
hold that over
Just had him on electric
forever.
whip. You can't move, son.
Hello, JL. Been having a good time in Copenhagen.
Yes.
Individual performance to certainly be proud of. Of course, I'm sure he is hoping that his teammates can find their groove. And thus far, there have been no glaring issues from Na'Vi in this series. 2-0, Big Uzer, he's got a Zeus. Electricity at his fingertips. The fire at the feet of Na'Vi as they quickly swarm top middle.
Well, Drink, you gotta also make sure you have it enabled, I guess.
Now again, their T-side Mirage. It's dark and full of secrets. Okay, when we see Na'Vi spread the map and they take mid control, it's going to come down to getting into connector, as any good T-side team does. Getting in slowly, low resistance, low utility, and then forming the A split. That's just fundamental Mirage. It's also Na'Vi's current style is leaning towards it. Again, previous iterations, 2021 Na'Vi, it was all about Cat, and that was the meta at the time. But now we have the anti-eco leaning this way. And naturally, the CT's here to meet him. Anti-ecos are hard to win even with stacks, but when you got a sniper on a pistol, you always have a chance.
USP from downtown, plus a player stuck in sight. And that 5-7, the right range.
Okay, nice. He's boosted, boosted!
They're gonna come clear
Oh, fuck.
and get the instant
Nice.
headshot. So he'll bring down another one. Cost-effective round for Pain.
Chat, how
No
many of you guys are
denying
using
that.
the P2K right now?
P2K
You guys fucking
almost
with
gets
it?
a
I feel
third.
like
That
we're
would've been
seeing more and more of
majority
it.
dead, but Chuck to the wayside is the MP5. Galils will move forward, and Na'Vi starting strong on a T side.
We saw that Imma and Bit bailed out Na'Vi of a couple. If there's one thing I would definitely think about changing here for Na'Vi, it would be like Bit in 2021 was basically the best lurker of the year, right? Like he was not only like was he this most amazing rookie, but he learned how to play the position so well, and his like underpass looks.
Yeah, that's okay. You switch and never switch back. I try to use it sometimes, but man, I don't know. The USP to me just is like it's hard to get away from.
Oh,
come on. Well, there's PGL. Oh, is it like fully down again? All right. Well, just go over here real quick. I want Gala's or Gala's YouTube. Fuck, dude. Wait, I clicked Twitch. Goddamn, what a fucking idiot.
but there's other ways he can be used effectively. He's got amazing aim, just like Bit, but he can play a little bit more quickly. You know.
All right, we're back. This is literally where we are. It's Twitch. Valorant's doing the same. Yeah.
Na'Vi congregate here inside of B holes into the op shot.
No, I heard.
They're gonna chase him down. Damage.
Like the fact that the YouTube stream is up would definitely. Oh shit, they're both open. Oh fuck. Oh fuck.
Some impact, doing a ton of damage to keep.
Christ.
Man, advantage in the hands of Na'Vi is insane, just by a thread. So it should be easy cleanup here for Lux. Sidearms out, spam damage, not enough. That close, but you give Alexi an op, and he could still hit a shot that could keep this streak from Na'Vi rolling. He is waiting for that inevitable bench peek. The frag grenade out from Nissim off Cat. JL with a chance
He's
here.
so low. He
Has
has an aid.
But with a smoke on bomb, he's gonna have to open it.
Ooh,
and the
empty.
health advantage makes a difference. Pain Gaming, kings of the CT side on Mirage, will post one in the fourth.
It's a great idea in the play from JL. I mean, the nade and the first peek out of the second window almost worked out. He got the kill, probably could have gotten both, or set himself up for a spray down. So I think he showed a little bit of anger there because he sees the opportunity that was at hand. But nicely done from Lux, nicely done from NQZ, of course. I actually love that they just
Fastest
tried
you've
to
ever
jump
heard
on
Launder
him,
speak in your
get
life.
right underneath the scope and barrel stuff him, but he was too quick with the reaction.
I'm in the future now, boys. Trials really gets us up to like
Price
butts. They never lie.
in
Thank
round
you.
5.
Appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, going for it. Two Cat players looking for a fight. Headshot angle for the T's on the approach. And that is Alexi B at the helm of this mid setup into the Bricks boost. Cow is not committing, but just keeping Lux occupied for the time being. It's a safer setup as to not lose a member if Na'Vi do peeking or barreling up Cat. The question mark is there as Alexi throws out the smoke grenade, but Biguzera's looking for the timing on the peek, and he just saw a shoulder.
They both see each other now.
And he's locked in, pinned in by the second player. Alexi slides up, but Lux does a good job of keeping eyes in from Catwalk. Eman not able to get him back, so a double kill out of Lux, and a quick response from Na'Vi to try and take over this A site. There is no presence, nobody to hold him back.
Always deep. Nissim still active. He can come and peek this if he'd like to. Looks like it's a matter of time, in fact, before Bit gets spotted and...
Whoa.
No, actually, he'll be able to transpose into Connector and find new sanctuary inside of these walls.
Painter gonna play this fast, coming in from Ticket, but they still have let their guard down to this position from Nissim. The Molotovs went deeper.
Oh, JL played that really nice.
Nissim to come out now. Wonderful up close, gets found out, not expecting it. We've got Bit down in Con and JL looking to lock in from Tetris.
JL is playing this so
he
well.
closes that gap and looks to keep them off the site. Lux onto the bomb. Frag grenade's going to expose him on the 10-second stick. He comes off, and JL frantic to try and stop that, but time is of the essence.
The headshot
Nissim is the one with the kick. Now he's on the defuse, and sure enough, Payne will get the retake going.
Oh, it's down to the wire. They have to stay coordinated.
Yeah, no, I know the stream was a bit delayed. Let's go back. We go back. Mostly because Twitch chat will just keep crying. By Twitch chat, I mean everybody's like, dude, it's further ahead.
This would be a pretty big chance. But that gap might look wide to the T side as well.
How do I know this? I've done this before.
Maybe an awkward perspective on the left side, but
it actually just got so fucking annoying, dude. I used to only watch the YouTube streams for all the co-streams, and then I just got so tired of the Clam, you're behind.
Because the propensity for Na'Vi to end up here. Don't know if that's going to be how they establish their game plan like they did yesterday.
Dude, you're like 3 seconds behind.
Cow is getting back into Con and dying. This is a great chance for Ema, working as the solo AK this round.
You're ahead. All right.
He knows the damage he did to Biguzera, but down he goes. Dropped by Lux.
Off Cat again.
Alexi will, however, climb up and through Murder Hole is an option. Decides to walk past it. Little challenge from JL again out from ramp. Bit looking to move that AK into the mix. Flashing Connector in case there is Cat presence, as there has been, but isn't this time around. Oh, the wallbang's not far off.
Said if you're not here, you're there, yeah.
Alexi hanging onto it as Na'Vi puts the bomb down. This was a solo AK round that Na'Vi were looking to break through with, and they have put themselves in a fantastic spot. That AK exchanges hands. Bit will shine, and a wonderful hits the Deeg. Pain Gaming cannot sustain losing rounds like this.
When they get into this area where you look at the minimap right now and all of their positions, they get an aim buff.
Man, some really crazy rounds from Na'Vi, actually.
So many times. Very dangerous. They'll get Na'Vi get away with the window lurk, get up into jungle.
Nice.
And also, Imma as an opener inside of mid, this
Keep
is
it
definitely
going.
one of his better maps where you see him be really effective. Whether he's with the Packer lurking from underpass, he looks like he's always finding action in a good fight. So that helps out a ton. Now if you went around, they're not supposed to.
Can always bank on Bit's headshots.
Oh my god.
Wow. Apparently Wonderful's got him too.
That's beautiful. Beauty. Beauty.
Damn,
Is Emma still the lowest rated player of this stage, chat?
Pain Gaming economy's gone. So they're just looking to work with the double deagles.
And then this is a round, again, anti-eco, so it could be just a round that ends up going up Cat. They saw the stack last time in the B site. Topcon smoke means anything in a normal round. What's interesting, though, is Na'Vi don't even smoke this one.
Yeah, he is not even close.
I think they don't want to let it be used against them in a CS2 way.
Sure.
Where it used to be just standard to always have it smoked.
Lexi almost gets vision of the two inside of stairs.
You know, if Simple really does want to fucking just rifle, it's primed for the taking right now for him on Na'Vi.
Cancel out any rotators.
I just don't really know if that would stay that way.
We will need to remember round 6. Put a pin in
And
it.
if I'm being completely honest, it might be too many chefs in the kitchen.
Which was legendary versus heroic. But of course, Na'Vi
It's actually Alexi B.
Fresh game tape
Yeah?
to go off of.
Let
It
them
was a
cook.
very important game for Navi at the start of the
I
year
just-
in
I
Katowice
don't
versus
know.
Spirit,
We'll see.
whereby they decided to pick Mirage.
I
and
actually
thought that
really
they could
like this
handle
Navi
Spirit's
team, though, man.
Mirage.
I don't know how
Before
to
we knew
describe
kinda
it.
all
It's
about
just
Spirit.
like
We were just starting to see it.
Yeah.
no, actually, I know how to
We
describe
thought
it.
was
They
real, but it felt like they were still.
it always just feels like you're watching a team, even if parts of it fail,
Blowing up in Navi's
even
faces.
if
The Mirage pick
you know it's
backfires.
going poorly.
And I
It
thought to
always just
myself,
feels like
like,
I'm watching a team.
Domination that Pain were able to put forth
Where
versus Heroics,
like,
that maybe
dude,
this time
sometimes
it
you're
could
watching
cost them
even the
too.
best teams. Like when I'm watching like
far,
like
especially
Spirit
with
feels
round
that way.
six.
Well, they
Spirit
got
feels like I'm
practice
watching a
versus
team.
Dom,
They just
which is
also are terrifying because
how you
of who they
get ready
have.
for everything. If you
Everything's
beat Dom,
FaZe
then
feels like a
everything's
bunch of
easier after that.
mercenaries.
Now they're going up against Bonk.
Like
You know, Brazilians
G2
don't
has
have big
mercenary
Zera,
vibes.
so-
Vitality feels like a
but we
team.
haven't seen him be better than the original yet.
Trying to think.
Definitely had his moments of brilliance back on Nuke.
Yeah, well, Astralis is just
Was
Astralis
key
is
in his multitude of positions on that CT side to get the comeback going, but
yeah, Mao's. I really enjoy seeing that. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's just
got
a,
Pain exactly
I like
where they
that.
want them. They are
And I think
reinvested
it's
in this
cool
one. They've got some
because
util.
for Navi specifically, you know, it still just feels like it still just crazy to look at this roster and this is Navi. You know?
They're looking for it.
Big fight.
Oh, they missed the molly though.
Good flash, but he
They missed the
manages to still get
molly.
the best of Big Uzera.
Or did he throw it into? Was there a smoke still
Sizing
up?
up that B site. Now bomb is here in middle. Oh, Alexi with the running gun to grab the bomb, steal the op, and what
shit.
will be now an easy rotate into the B site. They go all in on that mid fight, and Alexi B just serves up enough of a distraction that the extremities of the map fall. Nissim has a chance. If he kills JL, he can chase Alexi, but it's good coverage. And with that, it now falls on Lux, who's so hesitant about top
thanks for
mid
the
and
tier
that
1,
looming
thank
threat
you.
that he won't stop Alexi on the window cross. Bomb plant guaranteed, and a 6th round looking easy.
This for me really validates like what we saw when
Man,
they played T-side
that looks
versus
so good for
Cloud9, a
Pain.
team that they had to take 16-14
So, chat, did he
in the
miss
end
the
on
molly or was
Mirage,
it pre-smoked?
playing close to Cloud9.
Big
But we
Soup,
saw
thank you
how
very
well
much for the
Cloud9
sub,
were playing
brother.
across
Thank
3
you.
maps. The only issue for Navi was not playing well into maps 2 and 3. But on Mirage, when they played their T side, they started off pretty damn well, and they had very hard rounds to go up against. But they,
I don't
the
usually sub,
complexion
but
of
I've been
those
here
rounds
since
was
this tournament
identical to this.
started.
It's
Thank you for the
mid-control
stream.
with
Oh, thank
all
you,
the
man.
little
Appreciate
details. And
that.
right here,
Thank you.
it shows us that they basically say, I'm going to show up to the schoolyard, okay? And you're going to come fight me in the schoolyard. And if you come fight me in the schoolyard, I'm actually just going to go into the back door, okay? I'm actually just going to go push down into B and get into the site. Take something else for you. And if you fight me in the schoolyard,
Do I
know you're
think
gonna
the
bring
follow
3 guys,
spray is
and then you're
slept
gonna be
on
lacking
OP?
on the other side of the map. So
I
they've been using
think
that
it's
tactic, basically,
exactly
to
what
call
it's
out
meant
Pain,
to
and
be.
Pain
A
tried
phenomenal
to,
learning
instead of
tool for
staying
people getting
in
into
a
CS.
Mid setup, that's 1 CT.
I think for the majority of players that have played for a while, it just becomes incredibly distracting.
But figuring out that timing is difficult, as we can see. And they
I
still
definitely
feel
don't
like they
think
have
it's
so much
like
to
bad.
watch.
I
guess
just,
because
yeah,
there's,
for me at least, it's just a
avoiding
lot going
flash
on.
while turning.
Omar, thank you very much for the new membership on YouTube. Welcome, and thank you.
Their ability to just get into all the nooks of the map as soon as they want to take mid at the same time. Put so much pressure on everybody on Pain. Not just
I
the
actually
mid
don't know
players,
if coaches can talk during
to make sure
halftime.
their choke points are handled. As there's just basically leaks all over the place.
You know, that would be cool. Like a setting to use that crosshair only for certain guns. That'd be cool.
And then the reverse of that, obviously, if you don't come to fight them, then they're going to take over connector. Then they get so strong when they get into jungle, they get into window. It doesn't feel like many teams are going to be able to beat them when that happens.
I know, I figured there'd be ways to bind it. I'm just really not that invested. I just feel like it'd be nice to be like in game and just be like rifles only, rifles and SMGs, all, you know, or like some, you know,
This is an
settings
important
like that.
1v1. Could put an AK in the hands of the opponent's player, and if that happens,
I ain't trying to go into my
site is
config and start
contestable.
fucking with a bunch of different binds just so I can follow recoil with some
But
shit.
he backs up, not expecting the T's to have now quietly crept all the way up catwalk. Look at that timing, not only on the player in apartments who gets blindsided, but even
They are
Zera's
working it.
rotation. He's not expecting somebody back market, so a real testament to the silent creep this round from Na'Vi. even with one hiccup in losing the AK.
How did Cole look in today's games? Bad.
Navi just steps ahead of Pain at the moment. The timing
Just
is
bad.
looking
I would
so
not
nice.
recommend going back and watching.
You know, oh, you go for a top mid push. Alexi's behind the boxes.
Yeah.
Oh, you catch a kill up in abs. Can you make some? No, they're already on your bomb
Already
site.
on your bomb site, yeah. JL
I see the Moist Criticals looking for a CS team.
Or the pack.
Sorry if someone asked already. Wasn't that a while ago he said
They know
that?
exactly where to take the space back when a reaction happens. They've got such a good game plan.
I mean, with the Americas
I'm
getting
glad to
2
see
more
it.
slots,
A game plan is something that was lackluster
I
versus
think it's
Cloud9 on
actually,
2 of the maps in
you
the
know,
series, but the
I
one
feel like I'm
map
pretty
they played
honest. I
excellently
feel like it's
was
a
right here.
good time,
Nuke
actually, to
and
try to pick
Mirage
up
have
a
been the
team.
most
There's no reason not
impressive
to.
things Navi have brought to the PGL Copenhagen Major.
Yeah, and it's... You brought this up too, you know, like a 15-day boot camp into this stage, like what?
But
what
if you're talking about, you know, I think he mentioned that a long time ago that he was looking for a team, but I don't think anything really followed through with it.
Shortcomings, which could be.
Not saying that is a bad thing,
Say,
just
"Oh,
like
great,
I
we were
don't think
well-practiced." They didn't
anything is
execute
really
properly.
presented
Things were
itself.
wrong on the day. We see overpass again. Maybe suddenly everything's fixed because they do have the tools. They just couldn't figure it out. Maybe it was too much CS. All they were staring at was CS for too long. And, well, if they qualify to playoffs, well, they'll have 3 days off to actually take a break. But for now, we know that Pain quite like this map pool too, right? So even though it's Navi's sort of best map, so
I mean, I'm just, like I said, if the
stage,
money
it's also
keeps
been
coming
Pain's.
in for the majors through stickers like it has been, I mean, you know, there's essentially $9 million available to the Americas region that wasn't there
It's hard to
before.
say
You
what
know,
the
that's cool.
reaction is. I think on the CT side, I would start thinking about double pushing B apps.
Especially considering a lot of these ECL teams, you know, you're not paying nearly as much as you used to, and some of those teams can get mighty close to qualifying.
The donk strat, just get him to top box instantly.
Oh god, so many players for NQZ. They're gonna swarm him down, and with a Molotov, it's a tough fallback. But Nissim throws out util, and he has Kowes to help. Wonderful won't leave for free. And that's a re-engagement queued up.
So this is an him around in my
Yeah,
opinion.
the capsule
There's a
per
lot of
organization
information
slash
happening here on the
team
ramp.
collectively
Oh,
would make
Alexi finds the peak
4.5 million
very
per team.
carefully. Does he come out for that duel? And there's a
After all the cuts and stuff like that, it averaged out to like
He's been quiet about
250K
it.
per player.
Oh,
Wonderful presence of mind to keep his head turned back around him. Lux in the bomb site. This could be a glorious moment for him. He catches the player, top Tetris first. Now they're going to do their best to avoid him. And as he tries to get out of sight, there's that lurk from Ema you queued up.
And that's the thing that Wonderful had nothing else to do except make sure nothing could go wrong. They were going to
Stickers
take
money
the
are
inside
not
of
the
that
same for all
moment
teams. They're
because they had
divided in
Emma
capsules.
as the final
If you're
piece
in the
of puzzle
capsule, all
coming
the teams in the
slowly
capsule make the
on
same
his
amount.
own
But
watch
yes,
at,
each capsule makes its
underpass
own. That's
and
why I
connector,
said on
and he had
average.
free reign to do so. There was no one to watch him, no one to catch him.
If you ever want to like look at it, you know, obviously Stiko has his own perspective of his earnings and stuff, but if you want to just strictly look at the stickers, I think HLTV published a whole big boy article on all of it.
It's just Navi on high alert. Feels like reading all the possibilities. Ooh, huge
Oh,
damage.
so challengers would probably make less than I guess? Absolutely not. That is not how it works. It is entirely reliant on which popular teams are in your capsule. So this year, probably yes, but in the past, no.
Suddenly out of nowhere, we get Pain posting a third. Is it just me, or are these faster, more frantic rounds where Pain can actually thrive?
Yeah, and maybe that's why Navi don't play them as often. They just say, let's just go for the slow crawl every once in a while. Every time they try to do something fast, they... Well, that's what it is growing up in Brazil, right? Everyone plays fast, so that's exactly
Big
what they're
Uzera
used
with
to.
the 5.7,
And
man.
is dealing with rushes all the time.
The 5.7's crazy. I wish I was better with it, but I am blessed with P250 abilities, so I don't know. I guess better to be a god with the P250 than bad with pistols,
Navi are the
all of them.
antithesis to that style. They probably don't have the sparring partners.
At this point, I'm pretty sure I just pretend to use rifles just so I can buy the P250 more.
To be prepared.
Another opening, doubled down. Kowes starting to find himself. There's a little bit of a groove for Pain to slot into here in the very end of this CT side.
You're saying from, like how much the salary team? I'd pull up the Nouns proposal personally if you're actually interested in that.
No matter what they posted
Google
on this CT side, again, even
Nouns,
if it was a 12-0,
cryptocurrency, or just put Nouns, crypto,
once they swap sides.
CS
And those
proposal.
questions remain, but
You can
now,
literally see how
with a
much
bleak
budget they
start,
allocate to salary a team like Nouns,
4
who
rounds
obviously
at
were
best,
very close.
but
You
one
know,
you can
that would
presume they
be
will close.
the type of
NQZ,
money you're
nice
paying
angle in
and we
underpass.
should expect to burn.
And Wonderful with JL will try to steal this back. And what a robbery it would be, this 2v5.
There's 2 players holed up inside of B. They're avoiding this fight. It's the last round and a half, so you know they're going to attempt this. Going to mid.
2v4. I mean, walking up mid here with the op wouldn't be horrible.
CTs to be like in here, I think. If they're going to play in connector and
you don't have many options in a 2v4 like this.
I don't know if they're going to have anything go right if they try to get up the A or go up cat in this situation. So their odds are almost gone already. We'll see how aggressively Cowes plays it, but okay. Wonderful coming up on the side, but
he can challenge it if he wanted to. He's going to open it up.
If Pain loses, does the Americas lose a slot? No.
The door swung wide.
Hold on
10
1 second.
seconds to the clock. The apartment's player is key. But, oh, wonderful.
Nice. Oh, we got the plant. Wait, there's legs. Oh, dude, if he scoped it. I think he tried to, but he let it rip just a little early.
Right on him.
A swift reminder to what Wonderful can do.
Wow. That was a nice try. That was damn near impossible. The wall bang to set up the attempt, and
I love the frustration.
No, so if Pain doesn't win this, we lose a legend spot. However, we overall still have more slots. So we had 5 total slots this major chat. 4 challengers, 1 legend.
That's the kind of
now we for sure have 7 challengers.
Means that Na'Vi, I mean, they're going to be very proud of what they've done. At least Pain showed something towards the end, but you'd think CT side.
So America's region, and honestly, Brazil did a phenomenal job.
For Alexi's, sort of.
I got to eat my own words when it comes to that, because I leaving the Americas RMR, I was fucking terrified.
Now they get to pick their favorite spots and hold all their angles.
I think overall, after seeing the stage, I think it's, my take after I saw the Brazilian teams win the way they did in the first stage. I feel like it's on point, though. Like, I feel like the ceiling of EU is still higher, but I also think that the floor of EU is not nearly as far away as it used to be. Like, EU across the board was just...
But you've got some sharpshooters
like way stronger when you looked at the depth of it, and it still is. It still has crazy depth,
no
but
pressure from that. Smoke grenade on Khan, and the first casualties.
The teams wouldn't even get close,
Stuck in behind triple, looking for the Palace peeker. Knows he has to fight. Here's the recovery.
Oh
Starting
shit!
to come back. Damage on the stairs player and Wonderful, and more of it as they tag him up in the 3v3. But soon that smoke on Khan is going to fade. It was there.
Yeah, Asia gained a spot, and they have 3 now. Yes.
The edge taken back by Na'Vi. Lux can't do it on his own, and Na'Vi are getting that much closer with a CT pistol
Damn,
too.
bro.
That bit kept going.
It's actually crazy how quickly a pistol changes with just like 2 shots.
Going to be the full A exec into a bit in CT spawn, getting his, and then sticking around a little bit later to reinforce Imma's position on the back of triple, which sets Na'Vi perfectly.
You all right, dude? Why is somebody touching? Dude, he's got me worried. What happened?
Pain with no plans, no investment.
What's up, Nate? How you doing, buddy?
Stare at double digits in the next couple minutes. And this might be a test finally too difficult for the team that has pulled off miracles here in Copenhagen.
It's a huge performance versus Heroic to shock us, to turn heads, and to keep that dream alive. But the pressure has been cranked as the last representatives of Brazil. And in this pistol round, you can't expect all too much. And so we start to ask ourselves, does Na'Vi have what it takes in playoffs to do something special? Because as we have watched, some of the expected favorites, the expected challengers of Team Spirit struggle throughout this top 16 phase. Feels like
maybe he had the alt tabbing shit.
Windows
I don't know.
We are talking about a team that is made up of some very experienced players, right? Alexi B, multitudes of majors underneath his belt. Ime, 2 majors already. JL, 100% success rate in making playoffs at majors. And he is fueling them in this moment to pull that off as well. Yeah, okay. It gets a little shaky versus Cloud9. But that's another squad that has exceeded expectations. And so what was very important for Na'Vi was to come in tonight and to send a message to the rest of the pack.
Apparently the GM of Complexity has already said there will be no changes made to the roster.
And maybe we do have just one more challenger.
If on their day is their biggest worry, at least today is.
Ah, Ches, let's not do that
Give him
anymore.
another opening.
Bro, because then you got to put it
The
back.
most important player down. Lux.
And you're going to forget.
Back down to low HP.
he
And
has the
Alexi
lurk.
P, yeah, I mean, Nissim did have a good spot, but the MP9 wins out. Oh, man. And they'll shrink back. Or I say that, actually. It'll squeeze NQZ out.
Because I'm not going to remember, Ches, and I know your ass is going to forget. Let's just be real.
But this is what we want. If Na'Vi are going to absolutely destroy Pain this evening,
What the fuck is he doing?
means the level of competition is
Ches
continuing to increase.
Ches makes a peepo for every
When
team.
the favorites look faulty,
And then he made like a fading away version, like, you know,
down beneath the
at
palace. He's got the
Marvel
red players
Endgame getting
soon to join
snapped
the
like
two
by
players coming
Thanos
up
when they
from
get
Connector.
eliminated.
And that
And it was really nice, and I do like it, but
Kawes has an answer.
I'm just saying, last time he
Gaming from a
forgot
3v5
for a while, and it stayed that way.
2v2.
I think they know that they can actually get in the window. Yeah, I think JL knows this.
He's moving over into jungle with a vision on sight to hold cross. Oh, but Kawes starting to piece it together.
He's growing with power.
And Alexi B creeping onto the back line, gets his head ripped off. There it is. Just when you think there's nothing left, a little X factor sprinkled in from Pain.
Yeah, that is beautiful about Pain, and that's one thing
Hello,
that's
streamer.
missing
Please
from
acknowledge
some teams in
YouTube
this
chat's
stage that Pain
pineapple
have.
pizza posting.
Somehow
Shut
in
up. It was
spaces,
just your question.
players like
Pineapple
Kawes,
is fine on pizza.
big
I
bets
never
on
knew
the
it was
future.
weird.
Big
Welcome
use
to the
there, known
Midwest.
quantities.
Midwest is
High fragging potential of Lux and lots of X Factor rounds.
Midwest
They
is
believe in
going
moments
to
like that, and they
fucking
make their
different
dreams a
parties and
reality,
getting, you know, Hawaiian
We
pizza.
will find out if it's going to be a drop in the bucket or not. There's still a comeback that they need to make happen.
And then getting ranch and fucking owning any pizza in front of you.
And when we look at the first half of that round, I mean, it's pretty
True.
perfect
Also,
for
banana
Na'Vi.
pizza is goated. Homie thought we wouldn't notice. Shut the fuck up.
It's very clear. Great shot, Scott Kawes, out of that.
I think that's what Pain have to bank on. I think that's all Pain can really bring to the table.
Homie really just tried to slide
tap
that
into
one in there, dude.
sharp shooting that Kawes.
It's all right, as long as
put
you don't
forth
do
in
what the
this
Swedish
one.
do, where you
Quick
fucking
time
have
to
strawberry
kill.
pizza, it's fine.
Very important to get JL
The
right.
Swedes are trying to really fuck up pizza over there. They are getting
Pieces
saved
kept
by
Na'Vi in
kebab
place.
pizza. Holy shit.
Suddenly that CT economy starts to falter. Pain Gaming feel like there's somewhat of an opening, but we've seen one-off round wins from them before. They cannot allow that to happen
Oh, they're
now.
going fast up cat. There's a cat play right here. JL ready for it.
And with EMEP back in window 2, JL feels that confidence to roll forward. And just as quickly as they get their fight, it's Pain to try and transition into something different.
No, and they wanted to set up their lurker inside of cat, and maybe they connect. They would
So
have just
explain the
continued
difference
forward.
between
Maybe they
ranch,
just wanted
gravy,
to
sauce. My
draw
EU
attention
mind
away
can't
from him as
comprehend.
the connector
Yes.
smoke was up.
Right now, EME's looking for a target. Wanted a piece of the action in middle, didn't quite
Ranch
get
is
it.
incredibly mid in general.
A little weird here for the CT
Me,
side
hold on,
because they don't have
permanently
info on
banned.
mid, so Emma has to watch his back for the moment.
Yeah, but it's still numbers, right? Still a good position for everybody to be in. EME's going to be isolated. Could challenge
Sorry,
around the side.
as
of
somebody
Pain.
from the
Pain comes
Midwest,
out
I
with
do
the
have a
SMG.
legal obligation
And
to
then
ban
it's
that
on
man.
EME, but nope, not this time. Pain will get through that sight. Alexi and JL still in the fight, and Alexi up close with the pistol. He could be good for this, and that's a weapon offered over. That's a chance to unravel this post plant, but he doesn't take the gamble, doesn't force this issue, and so Pain will get away with consecutive round wins.
Yeah, and you're right. They had enough players there inside of A. The only worry was like they weren't doing anything special. They had very vanilla spots versus that full A exec coming in. The one kill comes down for Pain. Doesn't have as much impact
I
because
don't put it on.
players coming into
Like
a
some
site
people
is
put
almost
ranch
their
on
strongest
pizza in the
spot.
Midwest,
Most of the
but like
time,
I mean,
you're
I
never
dip
gonna have
it.
all five
I
of those
definitely have
players
dipped
doing
ranch
a
on
lot
pizza, and
at the
it's
same time.
hell
I think
yeah.
Pain,
Like
the best thing they did there
fucking
was going
nice.
fast because they set up a timing on.
Or
an
if you guys
A
don't
exact
know,
that
getting like a
fails if there's
thin
push
crust
down
like
the
pizza
ramp,
with
some very cute sort of setup
like the
in A ramp
pepperonis
itself
that cup
that's
up, you know
waiting
what I
for them
mean?
to come in,
And
but
then
there
get
wasn't
hot
anything like
honey.
that. It was just 3 players, one in front of
Holy
the smoke with a weird
shit.
gun, one back in the site.
Oh my god.
And Ima, who positioned himself
Like
very
a
well to
tavern
try
style,
to get
like spicy
But of
pepperoni
course,
that cups
we
up.
know
Oh my
that Pain
fuck,
have shooters.
dude.
We haven't seen all of them so far in this series, but a moment of brilliance.
It's actually
from Kawes
crazy how
sets
many
up the
people like don't
back-to-back
even like.
round
I've
wins.
never experienced hot honey either. It's weird.
That 2vx suddenly becomes a chance at 3 round wins consecutive, and that's a little momentum on a T side that was so dry just 1 day ago.
Does food ever get in my beard when it's this long? Sometimes, yeah.
Pain size enough.
And then I have to look at Nori, and then I'm like, you have to fix it.
Very little risk.
Then I make it Nori's problem. All good.
The M4 is here and already succeeding.
But she loves me, so it's
Lost
okay.
his teammates, so no more distractions. It's got to be all Alexi, and just too many players on the approach. Too many attackers on point and focused forward, and so JL will grab an AK. A parting gift for Na'Vi as Pain, just like back on Nuke, will start to claw away at the Na'Vi lead. Scrape a couple rounds off the bottom of the barrel and try their damnedest
VP.
to tap back into that belief. The dream of Brazil in top 8 rests on their shoulders here and now.
I usually am lucky though, and I don't get much in the beard. Now I will say, holy shit! Right now with my mustache is eating like half my fucking food right now. Holy, my mustache is out of control right now.
Looking for a punish on one AK left to save.
Omar, you actually can now.
Overstep. Bit certain to punish. He doesn't even bother.
Don't wonder your beard grows so well. True, I'm feeding it.
To fight nobly in the next round versus your guns.
New York, thank you very much for the 29-month primer. Thank you.
Imagine having the weight of your ancestors on your shoulders and your pain. You're not even Furia, you know. This is a team who it all comes down to. Everyone's watching this game, the last one of the stage, the last chance, and a chance to make a statement right before playoffs on top of qualifying. Because at that point, who knows? Who really knows what more you can do? Lux will take one out, and Imma inside of Connector. Another good start.
Well, well, well. Pain starting to power up. Starting to feel that electricity in their fingertips as A has been sized up.
Na'Vi, please, can we not? Why can't I just have a nice, chill game, huh? Why do we gotta get picked to CT and Con in the first 20 seconds, huh? Huh? Hey, Bit, Emma, you two have been big problems.
To the outnumbered antics that you've pulled off yourself.
You two were supposed to be the chosen ones. Now you're dead on the ground, gasping for air, and we all have to pray that our Lord and Savior JL will pick up the mess.
Will walk over, not with op in hand.
But are they wandering? What's the final plan here for the CT side? They're going to play in this round. They have mid control, and they don't see any lurkers. That's what they've been clearing out. But, oh man, this is very awkward because if Lux is going to throw some kind of fake by walking out, there's actually no time for him to get into B and make noise.
But they're concerned. At least they're watching it, right? At least they hold it because they do indeed catch Alexi B.
Hold on. They're getting pushed into this now. Wonderful.
The flash, he has a flash.
And he's holding, and we've got
JL flash for him, bro.
So this is starting
Why
to
is he
work.
not? Oh, bro.
But Alexi on the fallback will be
Why did not flash for him?
A little uptick in possibility there for Na'Vi.
Yeah, almost at no fault of Pain's where they sent one lurk out into the B apps, went unspotted, but they were careful enough.
How did England occupy so many countries and manage to have bottom 5 cuisine in the world?
That your plans are now in clear view, but they still deal with the situation and they frag their way out of it as they have been.
Taking somebody that's never been to the UK?
Just like Na'Vi have been.
Nice shots again from
Well, I think he's just mentioning that you guys literally conquered all the spices just to put beans on toast, bro.
And this is that like eerie similarity between them and Na'Vi with their T defaults. They're like Na'Vi but faster. They're very comfortable coming in.
I mean, the UK, to be fair, has some of the best restaurants in the entire world.
Because it is these
They're also French.
Where I really think they
but
have
like, hey,
somewhat of an
who's
edge.
keeping track?
And maybe they're not better than Na'Vi, but that piece of the puzzle is where they've got them beat.
Beans on toast is good, though?
Keep your finger on the pulse and keep the pressure up, but the CTs have been able to take over ramp.
And I'll say,
oh, shit. I just like to give the bro shit.
Don't fall into this.
Don't put beans on my toast.
Right here. And Viguzera, oh, he's got them both. Nicely done. Third pistol player right here behind the bricks. Gets a little awkward with the swap out. The Desert Eagle, that's a double.
Oh my god, Wonderful going crazy. But now, what the fuck? He's going crazy.
From Nissa, making sure nothing else goes south.
Yeah. And I'll just say, better is very subjective, because their form is temporary. And we also know, I mean, Pain, they watched that game from yesterday, they think, oh, this is a beatable team.
Dude, I was so hyped. I was like, I really enjoy like the Spud Man and the Spud Bros like videos. It just seems like very cozy, you know?
So all the protocols in place.
But dude, every time I see some motherfucker get cold tuna in one of those, I have to skip it. I cannot even believe that's like a thing.
Exactly, a massive target to grab here with JL's trying to sit in this corner with the Deagle. A little bit of frustration from him.
Like
on the camera, just hoping to get anything, I think, to make closing out this game a little bit more easy.
Finch, is that? I don't know who that is.
For Blade to come in. We usually talk about the.
They need to plug the hole in the opening kill. Like that's the
What's
first
wrong
thing
with cold
because
tuna? I just no, but like it's like a nice potato buttered up, dude. They're putting like a bunch of fucking warm cozy things, and then they just slap a fucking
in those situations to
mound of
get them
cold
more
tuna
kills.
in the
So
middle
I
of
like
it,
the
and then
aggressive CT side,
like congeal
fine,
it in
try, but
cheese.
That's actually something it feels like Pain are very, very good at stopping. Their T pressure inside of mid is not as good as their CT side pressure inside of mid.
Yeah, good observation. Right now they've got Imez number in connector. So when Na'Vi are really allowed to join forces in mid with Cat and Con and Window occupied, that maybe Pain can't get over the speed bump that is the opening bout of the round, but...
And there's a 5v4 round that Na'Vi got where they ran up Cat, pulled back.
God damn it, dude. This
exactly
beans on toast movement's getting out of control.
And again, it's just this slight variation out of Pain. They have tried to keep approaches fresh.
Oh, this is such a key spot. When you jump down here,
Big
you
numbers.
can catch a connector lurk.
Huge ask of Alexi B right now. Smoking out the Molotov.
So you know it's going to be on my pizza.
Here. If JL could have held top middle, that'd be one thing. But Big Uzera's looking to skate by. As Wonderful has to go dive the arch smoke, JL will catch the
JL found the lurk. That's good, but Wonderful's locked out.
Obscures his vision.
Where'd Alexi B die at? Oh, that's the bomb down though. Nice.
And we've got Pain falling here just as they
Oh
were
fuck.
on the brink.
Opera though. Opera no.
And JL is right there in the action. Wow. That is a pressure cooker of a B bomb site. Layers on layers. No bomb.
Can I get banned so I don't have to read the weird shit chat eats?
Yeah, that's an incredibly difficult situation to distill. And in favor of Na'Vi, they got to be very glad. One of the first fast rounds over towards the B site in full. And they get the info that it's not a mid play to start into. Ready to rotate is the key thing. And that's what happens when you start out with players inside of mid. So Pain this time thought, we've conditioned them out of it. They might be afraid to try it. And if they do commit
Flavy, thanks for the 13-month resub. Thank you.
Maybe they won't be in the fight.
Hell yeah, let's go Na'Vi, baby!
Blade asking himself, how do we continue the momentum? And what can we do in the way of momentum as the team that has to wait for the fight to come to them? 2-round game, and that means 2 rounds to tie up or 2 rounds to win here for Na'Vi.
Graphic, grow up. Fish and chips is fire, though.
But that doesn't mean that they're going to win. Let's see if they can read the next.
There's like a lot of like very. That's what I'm saying. Those potatoes look mad good. And honestly, I'd even have the beans on one of those fucking potatoes. But please keep the cold tuna away from it. You know.
Missed opportunity. Can he get away? Oh no! Imez gonna make sure that he does not get a chance to exit. That fight comes at a cost.
It's the first shot as well that puts the outline on him.
Now, Bomb's still back by Abs, but Nissim just walks ahead of the fire. No trade potential, no util pressure, and no bomb that could have come through had he gotten opening. This is Pain starting to fall apart. Round 21 could be Na'Vi's 12th. And yet we have already seen these Brazilians break through at a numbers disadvantage in this half. It is demanded of them again. But my God, do they have little to work with. A molly, 2 flashes.
Their biggest resource is time.
Just
they still
break
have 50
money.
seconds. The CTs know that this one isn't
Actually,
done,
I
that
think
it's going to
it's
be a
next.
save, and it's not a 5v2.
So how do they group?
They're going to start to clear out Cat, get into control, get in control of Connector.
JL's so comfortable on this catwalk.
Allison, come
player
on.
B to really be
Here we
concerned
go.
with any kind of a pop, but they've actually
They're gonna
finagled an
boost.
opening. Oh, they slipped, and Imez gonna hear
He
this.
looks at that at 25 seconds.
For sure. Now JL
Fuck.
comes off
Oh,
catwalk.
no.
He's gonna try to jump in on his own. Imez on high alert, and he will win what was a critical kill and mistake given over.
Yeah,
by
decision
that
to make.
fumble of the
Regional
window
pick. I already
boost.
made my
You can hear
decision.
what
Give me my
one
fucking
footstep
pick'ems.
does.
Fuck,
All it takes,
fuck the Americas,
one
dude.
mistake to cost you your chance.
anything was possible right before that.
I made my choice like fucking.
Whether it was going to be just one misstep.
Yesterday.
And suddenly everybody is looking for your next move. They have connectors.
We got
under
7
control,
slots. We're
and
fine.
they watch for the Palace Lurk as well. Those are the only 2 things they had to be worried about, and they had them covered.
One slip up, one audible.
Victory on the doorstep here for Na'Vi. They finally sort of quash the doubts about what they can do versus Pain in some of these fast rounds and versus their defaults. You could see almost a smile here for Alexi B.
Almost.
Almost.
You know why he's smiling? He's smiling because Alexi B has not cracked into the playoffs of a major since his time on ENTS. Given opportunities with G2, twice with the Ninjas in pajamas, not able to put forth the run that made his name. A run with ENTS, a team he crafted that he has made a career from.
Not as bad. Not great, though.
And what tools does he have to work with now? 2 of the biggest names.
I prefer the philosopher, you know?
JL.
I'm a one hand on the beard, you know?
Put both their names in the spotlight, and JL a little less so. But to hang on to that 100% major playoff rate is no joke. And to do it as the highest rated player here on Na'Vi is a reinvention of JL, but it's not locked in yet. Bit will stop the Palace peak, and the ramp decides to fall back. They don't want to go all in on this. They're going to open up the smoke, but it doesn't really expose him. JL's right there on the edge.
Oh. They can smell it. They're still making moves. They're still making moves.
Bigusera's looking for his moment. Looking to
gotta get that one spot, not in your chin, but right behind it. You know how many chins I got, bro? Fucking Christ.
For him to arrive.
They're still hugging
which
the
one?
perimeter outside.
Which chin? 1, 2, or 3?
Waiting. Wonderful. Has a hard angle. Do they have a flash?
Yes. 1. Cowes with the molly. All that's left for the util. This is going to have to be impeccable shots from Pain. At the very least, there's no cat hold to try and hold back Bigusera.
They're not going to lamp him. He can easily hit this.
He's got a real chance at just slamming into this bomb site if the timing comes down to a T. But the timing is slow here. They are hoping Na'Vi make a mistake. But Wonderful is honed in on this angle.
Oh my God. Oh, we didn't clear con. No! You knew.
Kick this off. Here comes the jungle hold for
It's still up here, though. What the
and
fuck?
with that, they can decide to go double onto Ticket. They've still left Bit going
Lux literally
unchecked.
just burning alive. Oh my God, Bits.
He waits and he strikes as backs are turned. And
Bit.
now here for Pain because Na'Vi
My
are
pickups
your
are
8th team at
Let's
the
go.
very first CS2 major playoffs.
Congratulations, Na'Vi. They made it through. They took down Pain, and some might be wondering,
Feels bad that we technically aren't getting a legend spot. I mean, not technically, we're not, but still feels good for my fucking pick'ems. And that's what matters most.
Taken down some great teams, and it wouldn't have been
If I've learned anything during the major, it's fuck anything and only go with your pick'ems.
For Pain, they tried their hardest, but they fail at the final hurdle.
Yeah, excellent point there, and we are going to give the due credit to Pain that they deserve. But first off, of course,
I gotta grab a monster chat. I can't have you looking at my ass.
For getting into the playoffs here at the first CS2 major, as you so aptly put, Launders. And wow, what a playoff bracket this is going to be, by the way.
Yeah.
Crazy. And a great way for them in terms of confidence builder to top off their campaign here at the elimination stage.
Yeah, I mean, listen, for Na'Vi and the road they've been on with this international roster, I do feel like this qualification for the playoffs of the major is a rightful reward. That's the way I'm looking at it. You're really
Can I already do pick'ems for playoffs, chat? Is it updated or no?
Putting together this roster that wasn't easy at all, a whole lot of challenges as well, and I just don't know. I think fundamentally the Counter-Strike they play is something I like. Sure, maybe if you're looking for superstar performances and explosive CS, maybe at times you're left wanting, but what they do at the very core is good Counter-Strike, is correct Counter-Strike, and we had plenty of examples at the end of that game where their communication is on point, they relay information, they keep track, the feedback loop is here. That's good CS.
And I mean, again, this is a team coming into this event where everyone felt like they were taking positive steps, like there was a positive path and growth that they were on, even if they're not quite yet world beaters. And as you mentioned, some of those superstar performances aren't there game in and game out, but it seems like it's trending in the right direction. I was just listening to that last round as well. I've always respected Alexi B as an in-game leader, even on the CT side, because he always keeps such a good track of lurks, of knowing when the follow-up play is going to come, and you can hear him coming. Big Uzera's mid. Well, all this chaos
Ever
is
had
going on.
crumble cookies? Yeah, they're
The
right.
best thing about the whole situation is when two players fall from
If you're
Navi on that
incredibly
defense,
inebriated, they're insane though.
he was talking in general of the whole situation, which like just a few months ago was like the guy can't speak English. He's never going to be able to speak English, and he's over there and he's like, they don't expect me. They want to finish A. They want to finish A. They're up A ramp, Molotov. They don't expect me. They're stairs, and grabs a double kill and closes things out.
And that's what you would hope to see from your anchor as well, right? Beyond just the skill, because obviously we know how mechanically gifted
Yeah,
he
I'm going to
is,
spread
but
some
it's the
freedom
fact
to
that
some bugs here in a
sometimes
little
you
bit.
can look
Drama
good
thanks for the
if your
5 minute
anchor
Let me see if
isn't
Nori wants to play
communicating
actually.
with the rest of the defense, people that are coming over to help you. Where am I? Where are they? What is it that I need? Do I need a flash? Do I need to bait for you? He did all of that here. And you're right, maybe 6 months ago he wasn't capable of doing that, or not as smoothly, as easily, and it got a bit more messy, but here, he was on track. He knew exactly what was needed.
And maybe this is what time will tell, that was the issue, the transition into the international roster that had a little bit of a dip for him. Maybe we'll see it in playoffs. I definitely hope we see him firing on all cylinders, because they play some exciting CS, I think, when they're firing on all cylinders, and that's what we want to see from them in the playoffs specifically. You were talking about who was talking. Wonderful also on match point was also taking the mic and kind of guiding them. So that those are all really, really good signs, I feel like.
Yeah, coast to coast. I think that's why the floor level of that team is really interesting and seductive in a way. And I also think, listen, you like that one? I thought you would get a reaction to that.
No, it was the picture.
Oh, yeah.
Fair enough.
We've shown it a lot, actually.
Picture.
That is an interesting picture out of jail. Maybe not his best profile. But I gotta say, if I touted and I was so hyped about Pain's CT side, and I talked about all the aggression that's going to come in and how disruptive it's going to be, Navi, they just neutralized it. Like, they knew exactly how to neutralize it. They slowed down the pace. They made sure that any aggression coming in would be met with more numbers. They knew how to play with the power advantage. I mean, you gotta give credit where it's due.
Yeah, maybe perhaps also to Alexi B, and he's standing by right now with Banks.
Thank you very much, Shox. Alexi, you've been running with these international teams, but you have not made it to the playoffs of a major. The last time you did it was back on ENTS in 2019. How good does it feel now to be back?
It feels amazing, to be honest, but I don't think I have felt it yet. I think once I'm gonna be like sitting down on the stage with the crowd, I'm gonna feel it.
And in this time, right, you've developed, you've grown a lot, so there must be a huge amount of change you found. But I want to touch on some of the teams you're in the past, right? If I look at these other international teams you went on, at times it felt like you were the scapegoat, you know? If their failures came, they'd just be like quick to blame you rather than your leadership. Does it feel good to have Navi support, Blade support, and have a team you can work with and build on your own?
Yeah, of course. I think the culture we've built in this team feels like a good culture to lead, and it really feels like we are doing an amazing job behind the scenes. So yeah, really proud of that.
And does it ever come to your mind, like when you were going through these international teams when you weren't making it, was there ever a point where you said, okay, look, maybe I can't do this?
I mean, when we lost with NIP on the Paris major and didn't make it to the playoffs, I mean, at that point, it kind of felt like a low blow, because I felt like I really could do it. And just the fact that, you know, everybody's doubting you and then you managed to lose and the opponent made a massive comeback. I kind of got the vibe here today, like on both maps. I felt like we could have closed them pretty easy, but we gave them a chance to come back on both maps. But I wasn't feeling that nervous about it. I knew that we had a good game plan, and I knew we had plenty of rounds that we could still play, and you know, just managed to win 1 or 2 rounds just to make it over the finish line.
And what does it tell you, what does it say to you that you've been able to do this without Simple? You know, when he was not in the team, a lot of people thought, okay, who else is going to be able to step up? How's this team going to have any success? But you've still managed to do it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it opened, like, our individuals might have understood that they need to take more responsibility, and I feel like Blade also didn't. At first, Blade was giving them like a lot of critical like thinking, and you know, them trying to improve their game just to be in the level that he wants them to be. And then when I felt like Sasha left, Blade kind of had this no bullshit mode after, you know, like now you need to deliver, if you get what I mean. Like once they got picked up, Blade still wanted to see how they play and how they maneuver, but once Sasha left, like he knew that something needs to happen if we want to win. So yeah, that's it.
And that's what it's all about on Navi, right? Trying to win and get there and get to that stage.
It's not Monday,
I
mate.
want to touch on something you told me during the RMRs. There was a lot of smokes and utility being missed throughout certain events. Has this improved here at least?
It improved a bit. I think we failed a smoke on nuke outside, but I feel like right now, whenever we fail a smoke, for some reason we're just finding an entry instantly, like because of this smoke. Yeah, exactly. So maybe we go with that to the playoffs. But yeah, I mean, maybe I didn't jump out of joy here after this win, but all I have to say is I just think that top 8 is not enough for me. Like, I still want to show that I'm capable of pushing it further.
And in terms of that, just looking at your performance you had overall here, the best of ones, it was a great start for you guys. But then when we get onto these best of threes, right, especially maybe the Cloud9 game, it felt a little rough for you guys. So what do you make of it, and what do you think needs to be improved on such a short amount of time
good
to
for
make sure
Alexi,
you can
though.
deliver in the playoffs?
Yeah, I mean, that's the biggest thing. I told the others yesterday, and they know it as well. The game is going to be different once you go to the stage. Different rounds will work.
Imagine going from the
Audio
clown car
cues,
NIP to Navi.
Crowd noise, everything. And it's good that these guys have the experience, and I also have the experience. So I just hope that we're going to, you know, step it up a notch when we go to the stage, because right now we kind of almost crumble to our own nerves. And it's always really difficult to be, if you know you have the upper hand and you're not the underdog. Yeah. It's really easy to, you know, lose to your own nerves. But we know that we've struggled against really tough opposition, and now we just, you know, need to take it easy for today, and tomorrow, you know, start grinding it again and just make sure that we try to fix all the small mistakes and just feel the game on this level that we did today, at least at some points that we were in control. That's what we need.
Well, Alexi, welcome to the playoffs, mate. You've done it. It's good to see you back here. Shocks, back to you.
Did I get 5? Yeah, I got 5.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we have a special guest, JL. Thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations.
JL's up here too.
Hi. How are you?
Why does he look like a cutout? The light.
I was just listening to Alexi B waffle.
The light is like perfectly on him.
You're used to it, right?
No, you can never get used to it.
Okay.
It's so good every time. It's my goat.
Interesting quotes there about kind of like Blade's approach and everything. Do you, well, you know, what can you say about the situation and feeling the pressure go up?
Ooh. I mean, of course, there was pressure. Just when we had Sasha in the lineup, we were like, okay, let's test it out. Let's see what we can do, try to improve. And once the New Year's hit, and it's like, okay, now you got to win.
Yeah.
We just went from here to here. But that's the mindset that you have to have if you want to be a champion.
That's true.
I mean, you shocked, I think, all of us with some of your games. Like, what, you had 40 kills on Nuke against Spirit. What's up with that?
It's a life game. not much to say. Anything I did worked, and yeah, I feel like I managed my nerves pretty well in that game. But other than that, I think it was one of those games.
Yeah.
Well, it happens on Nuke actually a lot, which what Banks was showing me. Do you feel like you're a bit of a specialist there?
If you have noticed my games prior to this major, I averaged like 0.8 rating on Nuke. I don't know what happened. Maybe because I played a lot of Faced on Nuke. And Overpass, I tried to improve the maps. And I'm glad. Shout out to my friend who forced me to play Nuke on Faced Pugs, even though I hated it. But yeah.
There you go. Thank you.
That's
Maybe
what
my
is
friends will hear
spam.
that, and we started playing Nuke thanks
Face
to you.
it,
And you
good
talk about
pugs.
mindset. I think it's a keyword that we're using a lot here, the work that you guys are putting in to be on track. I was very curious, what were the words after the Cloud9 game? Because I got a little bit worried, and the bounce back here is visible. From within, how did you guys talk it out?
First of all, we changed our approach because we didn't have any energy on the third map, that's for sure. Not even a snack could help us. We fixed our dining schedules. So we had good breakfast, snack afterwards, good lunch, and then snack afterwards. So we just have enough energy for the games. Glad they didn't go map 3 because we don't know how that happened.
Very interested in their snack
the
schedule
mindset,
and
we
snacks of
just knew
choice
that
chat.
We are the better team on paper, and let's prove it to them. Every single round we work for it. We stick to our protocols, our strategies, and we grind it out. The win is not there, and you have to take it.
I just had one final question. We know as an international team, you have a couple of profiles who were not used to that bit, for example. That was a step up. How efficient would you say you are in your communication right now? We listened to you. It felt good from our side, but from within, how does it feel in terms of communication, the team right now? Is it flowing, or is it still a margin for development?
I feel like if we play a game like this, it's going to be flowing. But once we get a little bit more pressure, then you kind of think about what to say. But yeah, I think it's all good. It's improving a lot. Since the day I joined, Bit has improved like 3 times. He actually speaks to me in English sometimes, which we previously didn't do.
We listened to him. He was like micromanaging situations on the A side. Like, is that a new bit? Is that something that's pretty new? How's that coming around?
Give him 6 months time. He's going to be taking your job.
Oh, on that note, well, I would love if you want to stay for a little longer to talk about the playoffs, or if you want to go, but...
Sure, we can stay.
Okay, then first we will talk to Bigazera, though, because obviously the campaign for Pain ends here, so let's listen what he has to say with Paula.
Thank you, Shocks. Yes, I am with Bugazera, also known as O Captain. You like the sound of that?
Yeah. O Captain.
I wish we could be speaking under, lighter circumstances. Commiserations, you are out of the major. Can I just ask what's going through your head right now?
I don't know. Just some rounds that we lose I just have this in my mind right now. I cannot put this in words.
Going up against Na'Vi, do you think you guys were as prepared as possible?
Yeah. I think we made everything that we could do. And for us, it was, I think, a lot of pressure because I felt this in the game, It was difficult to keep the team like calm every time. It was so difficult.
Bigazera, talk to me about your overall tournament run. Look, we had 4 Brazilian teams going into the opening stage, then 3 coming into the elimination stage. You are the final Brazilians, or were the final Brazilians standing. Surely there's some pride to be had with that.
I think, I don't know, but I'm so proud of the boys. I'm so proud that everything that we did until now. And I just can say for them, I love them. We did everything that we could, and I just love them. That's all.
I think you already had so many fans in Pain Game, but I think you will have won over many more. What's in the future for you and the rest of your squad?
I think we have to keep together. We have to... Back in Brazil, I think enjoy a little bit our family, and I think just back on practice, tournaments there, and still improving. And I think every moment doing better in big events as well.
Well, Bigazera, I wish you the best of luck. Is there anything else that you'd like to say to the
Bigazera and the Pain Boys
Feel free
dude.
to do it in Portuguese.
Okay, I will do em português. Galera, muito obrigado a toda a torcida da PEN, familiares, amigos, fãs, todo mundo que apoiou a gente esse tempo todo. Cara, só tenho a agradecer, máximo respeito, máximo de agradecimento possível. A gente amou estar aqui representando o Brasil e acho que esse é só o começo da PEN Gaming, aqui na Europa, dominando, a gente jogando bem. Então, acho que é isso. Continuem sempre no suporte da gente. A gente ama vocês e beijo a todo mundo.
Ladies, gentlemen, everyone at home, this has been O Captain and Pain Gaming. Shocks from the desk. Back to you.
Thank you. Obrigada. My Portuguese isn't good, but I think he thanked his family and his friends that have always supported and keep supporting even when it's hard, with a lot of respect. And he said something about Pain and Europe. And I don't know what it was, if it was like we kicked Europe's butt or something like that. Or...
Yeah, either they dominated here or they will eventually dominate here.
Yeah,
maybe they're going to stick around a little bit.
We'll be back.
He will be back, hopefully. We would like to see them back.
Yeah.
We'd like to see more of them.
Absolutely. Yeah, JL, do you have anything to say about Pain specifically?
Yes, and Bigazera as well. I feel like he's a very honorable leader. The way he played, you can truly feel his presence, and we had 2 game plans to counter him, actually.
Yeah, I'm sure you had to be clear. We were listening, yeah?
You could hear Alexi just tracking him across the map at various times, like knowing exactly who it was going to be. He still caught you out in that last round.
Spread democracy, yes, democracy.
Like, okay, wait. There must have been something off, but
I'll be on
I wanted
CS
to help
mode
the
all,
guy and, he but
tomorrow.
I was there.
Grinding.
Yeah, he was a beast this event, Bigazera. That's crazy.
And then I have match Tuesday.
Real pleasure.
I mean, that's a team that you have to imagine is going to start qualifying for more events. So I think they'll be back at some European events at some point. Whenever things.
I'm so ambivalent about that. We do that all the time whenever a team has an incredible run. We say, yeah, it's going to happen again. I just want to celebrate what happened here. That was amazing.
Sure.
Leave it at that and see where it
I won't. I want to see more of them, and I'm sure we will. They're really exciting to watch, and I think they can grow a lot, but there's only 8 teams in the playoffs, and we have our bracket ready. I'm so excited to see it.
The bracket!
This is an absolute. You couldn't make a better bracket, I feel like, than this. With the 8 teams.
Team Spirit, FaZe. No, the bottom bracket's definitely a lot weaker than the top bracket.
It could have been a better bracket. I mean, not for us, but we have the top 4 teams up there.
I'm glad you mentioned it. I'm glad
I just
you
meant with
addressed
the
it.
8 teams that made it into the bracket. We weren't getting that
I mean, we have Jay with us at the table, but let's be real. Like, the top of that bracket is...
yeah, the bottom bracket's definitely easier. Come on, Mouse.
Vitality looks
Come on, Mouse. Let's go, baby.
Second stage. So, like, that's just the way the cookie crumbles.
Yeah, well,
come on.
Good enough 4v5 to beat complexity, I guess you should be in the playoffs, isn't it?
Yeah,
Mouse Spirit final. Here we go, baby.
I'm not on complexity.
No, super exciting bracket. Let's start with Navi up versus Eternal Fire. You played, I believe, in Katowice, so you have recent memories of a high-pressure game there. So what do you expect?
Mal's the only team to beat Spirit Chat recently.
They're going to be pumped up, and we have to stop them somehow.
Yeah, I think they're one of those teams that we're really happy to have the Turkish representation and the story of Meyer, of course. And it could be a wild card, actually.
The bottom teams have played better this event. IMO, G2's down there, brother. Simmer down.
In the interview said some of you guys have that experience, of course, so you know how it is. When it comes to Eternal Fire, a little bit less. I mean, some of these players are veterans.
Also, we are talking about the stage now.
Playoff. I mean, it's kind of play in your favor. It has to play in your favor.
What was the experience like for you at your first kind of major stage game?
I remember my first game. It didn't feel a lot of pressure at all.
Yeah.
But then the second game, when they played Vitality, I feel like it's just how you approach the game. And I'm pretty sure Eternal Fire will not feel any pressure at all. They have a lot of passion for the game, and they're just gonna play it. So good luck for us.
Yeah, indeed. Let's talk about some of the other matchups. My HLTV hasn't updated yet, but I remember G2 Mouse.
Playing next to the 41 requirement that year.
Oh my, it's a can of worms.
Yeah, listen, I don't really know if I have the emotional maturity to handle that right now. I'm still a little bit jaded by what happened, but that is going to be a good test for Mouse as well. That's the interesting side of that story.
Mouse and playoffs, though, chat.
Breaking through the glass ceiling in the biggest stage. I do think G2
and
is right
Cloudburst spoiled it for me, damn.
Favorite in that matchup. There's a little bit of Cloud9 Vitality at the very top. That's a
I guess at least you're not the type of person to do it intentionally like somebody else did earlier. That's VIP'd in here. That resubbed today, and I didn't forget who you were.
Same damn place. It was a banger of a game that Vitality went to the end, so I'm ready for that too.
I mean,
no, I didn't watch the race. I'm waking up at 4 in the morning. Cloudburst, you high motherfucker.
It's not bad.
Yeah, it's like if you're FaZe, you're like, you know, I don't think you're really all that scared. But if you're Spirit, that there might not be a worse opponent you could have drawn in the quarterfinals, considering the way, FaZe doesn't look great, but we know that team on stage is completely different. We know that team, once they get to stage, it's like a whole new level of motivation, a whole new level of fire into that team, and a whole new level of gameplay.
Yeah, but they have a bone to
Time to go to bed, man. I mean, if I'm waking up at 4, I gotta be in bed like around 8, 9.
No, but see, this is where I disagree. I think the second
That's like right when the race started. If I was on a normal schedule, I could have watched it,
they're gonna
but
rush you. They're gonna destroy you. That's it. Rewind, play a different Mirage, then we have a game. I think FaZe is ready.
Because he actually knows what he's talking about.
Oh, sorry.
I saw Verstappen DNF.
What we have to work
but
what do you think?
I feel like it's gonna be a different story than
Katowice. That was like super early, and then I passed out.
Even though we did not play our A game at all, they felt very beatable.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, of course, it took a lot of work to win a nuke, but I feel like they have a lot of flaws, and they play kind of the same CS, so it's going to be a lot easier for FaZe to play against them now because they felt it.
Chats, please stop talking about the race. I'm going to still watch it, you fuckers,
man. Same beast, same Counter-Strike?
Not really, no. But you still have the job to
I'm just going to start lying about watching Formula 1.
They still hit headshots, maybe forget something, and they just roll over you. They're very fast and shoot very hard.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that sentiment. They do shoot very hard. Yeah.
They shoot tremendously hard.
Very, very hard.
Yeah, they do. But that's interesting perspective, though, and we are going to see as teams have more and more tape on Spirit, and they're used to playing them a little more. So we're going to sign off then. Some closing thoughts about this open.
All right, let's do a little wrap up of the pick'ems here, and then we'll look at the matchups together, chat ourselves. Little stressful today, a little stressful. And then I'm going to use the restroom and spread some democracy. Thrice, you want to play? All right. So, not there yet. Okay, so it's not up yet. Wrap up the final day of the elimination stage. Our pick'ems were saved. God bless Navi. Navi was my final choice for advancing, and I picked him for the vibes. And I'm so glad I did. I trusted Alexi B's hair. God bless. God bless. Yep, we don't have this one, Sag. So, we got Spirit right. Obviously, we kind of knew FaZe would probably fumble, but, you know, I didn't know what else to throw there. We got Vitality right. We got G2 right. Rest in peace, VP. I'm so sorry. We got Mouse wrong because they were too good for us. They went 3-0. Our Cope pick of complexity and being an NA fan almost worked out, but failed at the very end. Typical. And Navi, honestly, they had a little hiccup there, but they were holding strong. Pain's not an easy team. Pain proved to be just an absolute problem for people. Got it kind of wrong. I don't know. Ecstatic. Furia just... this pick'em stage is still funny to think about because on day 2, if Furia had simply beaten Ecstatic, I would have had 5 picks already secured and a 6th one on the way. And instead, I had to wait all the way until today, the final day, for Navi to beat Pain to get it. So Pain actually still just putting me through heart attacks out here. Like, my God. Oh, shit. So all good, though. All good. Fury always trying to make it a little bit more interesting. We'll do the playoffs here soon, though. But, I mean, preemptively, I feel like, especially since I already messed up the opening stage, I might get a little frisky with this one. Might be thinking Spirit Mouse, but we'll wait until it's right in front of me. All right, but that'll wrap up today's pick'ems. Oh, and time for democracy. Let's go. Time for some democracy. Mod check, change my game. New night mode song. Chat, if you guys watched on YouTube, YouTube does not really enjoy variety. I mean, neither does Twitch. My chat pretends they like me and then they all leave. Understandable, though. It's not for everyone. But on YouTube, I am going to end the stream. If you guys want to come hop in on Twitch, feel free to do so if you want to see me kill some bugs. If you guys enjoyed the stream on YouTube, don't forget to subscribe to the channel.
Super Earth.